함께합니다. 국경 없는 게임을 향한 e스포츠 게임 정상회담 의장 규현입니다.
사무총장 기숙입니다.
함께 열띤 토론을 펼칠 한중일 각국을 대표하는 6분을 모셨습니다. 네.
반갑습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 사실
안녕하세요.
강남시 같은 경우는
네.
뭐 거의 지금 한국 귀화를 진행 중이죠?
그래서 진행 중이에요.
진행 중이고
네, 진행 중에서 되게 애매한.
이미 그래서 오늘
네.
국기가 없어요.
애매한.
강남시에는 국기가
애매한.
없고
네.
자, 근데 오늘 어떤 회담인지 소개를 한번 부탁드릴게요.
이 코너의 정체는 말이죠.
네.
전 세계의 수많은 게이머들이 다른 나라 게임 문화에 대해 알아보고 또 교류하면서 게임을 즐길 수 있도록 저희가 도와드리는 그런 자리입니다. 분위기도 오늘 좀 약간 예전 오락실 느낌에서 하고 있어요.
여기 근데 실제로 오락실이에요.
실제로 오락실인 것
그래서
같아요.
저희 옛날 생각나지 않아요?
맞아요.
너무 뭔가 오늘 이 그 컨셉랑 완전 찰떡이에요.
찰떡.
찰떡이다.
맞아요. 저희 때는 오락실 진짜 많이 갔었거든요.
네. 옛날에 사실 그러면 안 되는데 4% 좀 갈아가지고 이거 막 많이 하고 그랬어요. 그러면 여기 막 농장 코인 올라가고 막.
맞아. 진짜.
제가 했다는 게 아니라 그 형들이 많이.
자, 그래서 저희가 이렇게 추억의 오락실에서 이제 진행하게 됐는데요. 다들 게임 좋아하시죠?
네.
이게 한국입니다.
네네네.
저희는요. 여기 민창기 씨가 있어요.
오.
무려 전 프로게이머.
전.
네. 더 이상 말이 필요 없지 않습니까?
제가 또 민창기 씨를 잘 알고 있습니다. 이분이 스타크래프트 프로게이머로서 네. 또 별명이 하나 있습니다.
뭐죠?
빡찬기라고.
빠지는
아, 잘 알면 꼭 나갔으면 좋겠습니다. 빡찬기.
박찬기.
자, 근데 사실 레이디 데니 씨도 엄청난 또 게임 매니아시잖아요.
네, 제가 예전에 게임에 진짜 미쳤었던 적이 있어요. 저는
진짜요?
롤이라고 그 유명한 LOL이라는
너무
게임
좋아해요, 저도.
진짜 너무 좋아해가지고
대회도
잠을 거의 안
나갔었어요?
자고. 네, 그때
그 정도?
연예인 롤 대회를
와,
이벤트성으로 했었는데
어떻게
그때
됐어요?
우승했죠.
아, 진짜?
네.
진짜?
제가 진짜
정도?
그 정도로 열심히 했어요.
애니판도 제가 해봤던 첫 번째 한국 게임이에요. 빠지게 됐어요, 아예.
진짜 다 빠졌어, 맞아.
그리고
좀 더 옛날로 제가 한국 게임을 처음 알게 된 거는 크레이지 아케이드 혹시 아시죠?
너무
크레이지
좋아.
아케이드.
약간 중국
그게 게임이 진짜 쉬워가지고
네.
고등학교 때 친구들이랑 다 같이 하기 되게 좋아요. 그게
그러지
진입장벽이
않기는.
낮잖아요.
그럼요.
계속 그렇게 게임만 하셨어요, 어릴 때.
네가 지금 평생 게임만 했어, 얘기하다 보니.
아 이쪽이 프로게이머.
근데 일본 대표님들은 어떤 게임?
저희요?
네.
뭐일까 뭐 했어요?
저는 덤블레스.
한국 거요.
네,
한국.
마을
한국
꾸미고
거야?
약간 핸섬
나무
꾸미고.
심고 막
맞아요.
주민들 왔다
자기
갔다
거
하고.
막 이렇게 꾸미고 모으고
예.
막 농사 짓고
아기자기하고 예쁜
수집하고.
게임 좋아하시는
아, 그런
재밌죠,
거.
재밌죠.
강남 씨는 왜 나오신 거죠?
거기부터 섭외가 왔으니까.
그러니까 게임에 어떤 게임?
좀 많이 했죠?
거.
롱맨 알아요?
네?
록구만.
그 되게 옛날 게임 아니에요?
알죠?
록맨,
네.
록맨.
록맨 알죠?
진짜?
알죠?
제가 초등학교 때 게임인데?
때, 네, 맞아요. 그때 내가 너무 좋아해가지고
네.
다 깨고 그 너무 팬이 된 거예요. 그래가지고 그 OST 해서 내가 들어가가지고 OST 불렀어요.
진짜요?
네, 진짜 죄송한데
네. 아, 강남 씨가 부르는 롱맨 OST. 네.
그게 아니라
원래 본업이 가수잖아요.
그겁니다.
그게 한 14년 전이라
잘 감안할게요.
네.
기억이 그치 멜로디가 기억이
알았다고 알았다고.
괜찮아요. 지어서라도 해봐요.
해봐요.
그 사랑은 장난이 아니야 사랑
이게
아니,
장난이
제가
아니에요.
기억이 안 나요, 진짜?
진짜 기억이 안 나요.
자, 이제 본격적인 토론에 나설 텐데요. 첫 번째 주제 안건이 있죠?
네, 이름하여 핫해 요즘 게임입니다.
잘 좀
또
해보세요.
결혼했더니 약간
그러니까 너무
좀 더
얌전해졌어.
좀 더 귀엽게 했었잖아요 옛날에.
정말 아이돌 때 쉬웠는데 말이야. 핫해 요즘 게임입니다.
다시 해야죠. 좋습니다. 자, 먼저 각자 나라를 대표하는 게임을 좀 얘기를 해보죠.
네.
중국 대표 마국진 씨.
네, 이제 중국의 국민 게임이라고 할 수 있는 왕者荣耀, 왕자 영요라는 게임인데 내용이 그러니까 모바 게임이거든요. 그래서 그 안에 인물들이 다 삼국지 안에 있는 인물들로
유명한 중국 인물들이 다 나오네요.
그래서 중국의 약간 역사 속의 스토리 그리고 그 인물들을 바탕으로 스토리텔링을 하는
애들이
네네.
그 가진 기술이 달라요.
재밌다.
아니 근데 국민 게임이라 그러면은 일일 사용자가 굉장할 것 같은데.
그렇죠. 그래서 작년 연말 기준으로
네.
지금 1일 실제 사용자 수가 1억 명에 달하거든요. 1일? 네. 그래서
1억 명?
접속자 수. 네, 1억 명. 그래서 거의 매출을 하자면 작년 연말 기준으로 24억 5천억 달러. 네. 그래서 한국 돈으로 하면은 이게 약 2조 8천억 원 넘는 규모거든요.
진짜 국민 게임 많네요.
그러게요. 근데 이게 언제 출시된 게임이에요?
2015년에 출시했는데 이제는 한 6년 됐죠. 그리고 지금은 중국 그 모바일 게임 시장 부동에서 2위 계속 지키고 있어요. 그리고 점유율은 한 무려 85%.
점유율이 80%?
네, 맞아요.
와, 이걸로 게임 방송해야겠네. 뭐 일본의 대표 게임은 뭔가요, 뭐예요?
많죠. 많은데 아무래도 포켓몬스터.
포켓몬.
포켓몬은 인정이죠. 예,
그렇죠.
너무 유명한 게임이죠.
근데 포켓몬 그거 중국 이겼어요?
네. 일본에서 이제 전 세계 그 전체 시리즈 판매량이 3억 6,800만 장 이렇게 돼가지고 이게 전 세계 2위예요. 2위. 네.
2위?
아,
1위도 사실 있는데
야.
우리한테 먼저 질문해 주지.
왜? 아니 그것도 됐고. 그 포켓몬스터는 사실 이제 예전에 애니메이션으로도 굉장히 방영을 많이 했었고.
근데 사실 애니메이션으로 아시는 분들이 만화에서 이제 시작했다고 생각하는 분들이 많으신데
네.
사실은 이제 원작이 게임이에요.
아,
네.
진짜?
혼토데스.
뭐야?
근데 진짜 포켓몬 나왔을 때 저 있었잖아요 그때 초등학교 때. 피카츄, 가이류, 야도라 다 외우고 있었어.
그 정도로 인기가 대단했고.
전자문을.
다 외우고 그 정도로 나라가 난리 났었어요.
네.
이 노래 아까 그 OST보다 더 잘했네요.
그렇네.
자 1위 가겠습니다.
네.
1위. 예. 마리오 시리즈. 알죠. 마리오.
그러면 이제 중국 대표 게임, 일본 대표 게임을 얘기했는데 한국 대표 게임 얘기해야죠, 레이디 제인 씨.
뭐 한국을 대표하는 게임 굳이 말을 해야 되나?
그러니까 얘기 안
아실 것 같아요.
그러니까 얘기 안 하고 그냥 갈게요. 안 한다고 하니까.
사실 너무 많지 않아요?
아니 아시잖아요. 다들
알죠, 알죠.
배틀그라운드.
그럼요.
너무 유명하고
그럼요.
요즘 정말 핫하잖아요.
그럼요.
이 배틀그라운드는요 외딴 섬에 떨어진 100명의 유저가 그 무기와 자원을 습득해서 이제 마지막까지 살아남는 그런 게임인데요.
맞아요.
출시한 지 79일 만에 우리나라도 기록이 있어요. 1억 달러 수익을 창출을 했어요.
아,
진짜 센세이션 해가지고 그때 막 PC방에서 갑자기 난리 났었잖아요.
난리 났었죠.
그런데 사실
네.
이 배그가 인기가 되게 많아지면서
네.
그에 따른 뭐 밈도 되게 많이 생겼어요.
네.
뭐 이겼다, 뭐
뭐 치킨이다.
네.
맞아 치킨이다가
그거
있죠.
엄청 맛있잖아요. 또 그리고 위너 치킨 디너 이런 얘기도 되게 많이 쓰고요.
그래서 게임 종료할 때 원래는 게임을 종료하시겠습니까? 이런 문구가 있었는데 치킨 밈이 유행하고 나서 치킨을 포기하시겠습니까? 이 문구로
자, 각 나라를 대표하는 게임을 만나봤는데 그런가 하면 게임 장르가 나라별로도 취향이 다르다고 하는데 먼저 일본은 어떤가요, 모이카 씨?
일본은 뭐 닌텐도라든지
아.
아니면 플스라든지 좀 콘솔 게임을 많이 즐기는
맞아.
편이에요.
맞아요.
콘솔 게임의 장점은 스토리텔링이거든요.
맞아.
콘솔 게임에서는 게임 자체 그 세계관이랑
맞아.
캐릭터 스토리 이거를
아.
좀 중요시하고 즐기는 것 같아요.
좀 다른 세계를 가는 느낌?
네.
자,
성별에 따라 게임 취향도 좀 다른 것 같습니다.
네.
일본
네.
남성들은
뭐 RPG.
RPG.
그러니까 파이널
RPG
판타지,
너무-
드래곤 퀘스트, 그러니까 스퀘어 에닉스라는 회사에서 나오는.
맞아요.
그 파이널 판타지가 왜 파이널 판타지일까요?
왜요?
왠지 알려줄까요?
네.
마지막에, 그러니까 너무 실패를 해가지고 사장님이 이거 마지막으로 내겠다. 근데 그게 된 거야. 그래서 파이널 판타지 해가지고.
자, 그럼 중국은 어떤 종류의 게임을 즐기는가요?
중국은 좀 일본과 다른 것 같아요. 모바일 게임 제일 즐기는 편이고
그래서 이걸 약간 모바일을 얼마만큼 많이 하냐 데이터로 제가 설명을 드리자면
네.
중국의 이제 게임 인구가 6억 6천만 명에 달하거든요.
못
그러니까 거의 국민의 절반이 이제 게임을 다 한다고 생각하시면
못
되고
이겨요.
근데 그 중에서 모바일 게임을 하는 사람 비율이 98%인
진짜?
6억
저희 혹시 리즈 씨는 어떤 게임 장르 좋아하세요?
저는 여자라서 좀 뭔가 캐주얼 아니면 연애 시뮬레이션 게임 이런 게임 좋아해요. 네.
그러면 거기서 게임으로 연애하는 거예요?
그렇게 대리 만족할 수 있는.
자, 한국은 아무래도 PC 게임이겠죠? 네.
그렇죠.
어떻게 보면 우리 한국이 게임 종주국이잖아요. 그래서 처음에 스타크래프트가 선풍적인 인기를 끌었을 때부터
맞아요.
게임
그 우리나라는 아무래도 모바일 게임은 약간 잠깐 쉬는 시간이나 뭐 지하철 같은 거 이동할 때 잠깐 하는 용이고 아무래도 우리가 뭐 게임을 좀 좋아한다, 게임을 하자 그러면은 PC 게임을 많이 생각을 하시는 것 같아요. 아니요.
네, 민창기 씨는 친구분들이랑 어떤 게임 장르 즐기세요?
저는 뭐 스타를 했었기 때문에 뭐 스타, 롤, 배그 뭐 이런 것들 많이 하는데 요즘에는 핵앤슬러시 MMORPG 로스트 아크가 조금 인기가 많아요.
도라가
네, 맞아요.
처음 나왔을 때 접속을 하려면 1시간 기다렸어야 됐어요.
왜요? 인기 많아서?
너무 접속자가 많아가지고.
규현 씨는 평소에 일 안 해요?
그러니까 왜 이렇게
게임을 다 해?
아니, 그래서 여기 앉아 있는 거예요. 이런 거 하려고 게임하는 거예요.
모든
네.
게임을 다 해봤네.
예전에 뭐 슈팅 게임이나 캐주얼 게임이 인기가 많았잖아요.
맞아요.
흐름이 좀 많이 바뀐 것 같아요.
어떻게 보면 우리나라는 좀 전략적인 게임들을 많이 좋아하는 것 같아요.
그 전략 옛날부터 서든어택 이런 것도 요즘은 여성이 이제 예전에는 막 되게 캐주얼 게임을 좋아하고 남성은 막 슈팅이나 전략을 선호한다 이런 틀도 좀 깨진 것 같아요.
맞아.
네, 그래서 최근에 보면은 같은 연령대 남녀가 선호하는 게임 장르가 되게 비슷해졌다고 하더라고요. 그 롤이나 배그 즐기는 여성분들도 뭐 저도 그렇지만 뭐 게임에 들어가 보면 여성분들이 되게 많아진 걸 느껴요.
맞아요,
네.
맞아요.
감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 각국 대표 게임에 관한 이야기까지 나눠봤는데요. 왕자 영유, 포켓몬스터, 배틀그라운드까지 한중일을 대표하는 게임. 뭐 이제는 전 세계에서 모르는 사람들이 이제 거의 없을 정도라고 생각을 합니다. 그죠?
다 알죠.
네.
다 알고 있습니다.
아시아가 얼마나 게임 강국인지 그 면모를 다시 한번 확인할 수 있는 그런 기회가 되었다고 생각합니다.
네, 그리고 또 한중일도 사실 지리적으로는 굉장히 가깝고 비슷한 위치에 있다고는 하지만 이 문화나 또 성향에 따라서
네.
좋아하는 게임과 장르가 다르다는 게 참 재미있는 이야기로서 이렇게 들어보니까 너무 즐거웠습니다.
하지만 그 전체적인 큰 마음 하나는 똑같습니다. 게임을 다 같이 사랑을 한다는 거.
네, 네.
네, 우리 모두 게임 정상에서는 그날까지
게임 평화가 오는 그날까지.
새로운 안건으로 다시 한번 찾아오도록 하겠습니다.
Let's play the game!
자, 저희는 지금 따끈따끈한 신작 게임을 체험해 볼 수 있는 현장에 나와 있는데요. 우리나라 각 지역의 글로벌 게임 센터에서 게임을 개발하는 개발자분들의 게임을 가지고 이야기를 나눠볼 겁니다. 경기 지역과 대전 지역에서 게임 개발에 힘을 쓰고 있는 개발자 두 분의 신작 게임을 저랑 이상준 씨가 직접 한번 해보려고 합니다.
흥분됩니다. 항상 새로운 게임을 할 때는 흥분이 되거든요.
새로운 게임을 항상 우리는 원하니까요.
네.
예.
얼마나 재밌는 게임인지.
비주얼 라이트의 2021년 VR 게임 신작 럭키 PC 브레드라는 게임입니다. 나오십시오. 예.
안녕하십니까. 저는 비주얼 라이트의 비즈니스 매니저를 담당하고 있는 조현성 매니저입니다. 비주얼 라이트는 이제 게임과 콘텐츠를 통해서 이제 세상을 밝게 만들자는 이념을 가지고 설립한 회사인데요. 그래서
예.
이름도 이제 비주얼 라이트입니다.
붕어빵 타이쿤 해보셨습니까?
해보진 않았지만은 주위에서 하는 것들을 많이 봤습니다.
슈에 라면 가게는요.
그것도 들어만 봤지 직접 해보진
아,
않았어요.
그래요?
뭐 이렇게 만들어가지고 계속 이렇게 반복적으로 찍어내는 거잖아요.
예. 이번에 할 게임이 굉장히 비슷한 게임인데
익히 알고 있는 이제 타이쿤 게임을 이제 붕어빵과 이제 접목시킨 게임으로
네.
이제 이걸 또 VR에서 즐기실 수가 있으실 것 같습니다. 행운을 가져다주는 붕어빵 요정이라 해서 럭키 피시 브레드입니다.
지금 티셔츠 입고 계신 게
네.
럭키 피쉬 브레드네요.
네, 저희가 이번에 새로 출시하는 럭키 피시 브레드의 이제 마스코트입니다.
VR은 해봐야죠 직접.
바로 게임을 해볼까요? 자, 이거 붕어빵을 만드는 장갑을 끼고 있는 것 같습니다. 자, 붕어빵. 뭐야, 붕어빵이 말을 하네? 반말을 하네, 얘가. 손님 왔다. 야, 손님 왔다고?
하나 달래, 하나.
하나?
근데 손님이 덩치가 큰데 하나만 사 먹냐? 왜 좀 한 10개 사 먹지? 아이씨.
아저씨 3개 합시다, 3개. 4개 드릴게, 4개. 물부터.
숟가락으로 팥을.
됐다. 아저씨. 돈을 던지고 가네?
기분 나쁘게 이거는 수정해 주세요.
자, 그리고 이걸 이렇게 덮고 기다리면 됩니다.
자, 타잖아.
그래.
탈.
탄 거 괜찮아? 다른 재료로 메뉴를 만들어 보라고 하네요.
그렇지.
지금 암컷 수컷이에요.
야, 재밌네.
이러면 뭐 몇 마리가 더 만들어질 수도 있고.
그러니까.
자. 그렇죠. 자, 주전자 내려놓고 팥. 기다리잖아.
가운데.
아이 참.
가운데로 스푼을
중지로
잡고.
잡고 검지로 당겨.
아씨, 그냥 하세요. 제가 빨리 못 만들어요. 제가 오늘 알바 처음이어서 하세요. 죄송한데 이게 진짜 죄송한데요. 제가 오늘 처음이라 아가씨 먼저 드실래요? 야, 그래도 내가 어른인데 선글라스 앞에서 그러고 있으면 어떡해? 아이고, 다 큰일 났다. 이거. 조금만. 오늘 이것만 하고 이제 마감할게요. 자 오세요. 오늘 이거 마감입니다. 마감. 집에 가서 내가 먹어야겠네. 오, 재밌어요. 이게 보는 거보다 훨씬 재밌어요.
예.
보는 거보다 막상 하니까 훨씬 재밌네요.
비주얼라이트의 럭키 피쉬 브레드. 너무 재밌었습니다.
이거 대결로 해도 재밌겠네. 근데 이 게임이 단점이 하나 있는 게 이거 하면서 붕어빵이 겁나 먹고 싶어져요.
이걸 배민이나 뭐 이런 거랑 연동을 시켜가지고 말이죠.
뒤에는 뭐 어떤 내용들이 있는 거예요?
다양한 포도 붕어빵이라든가 피자 붕어빵 이런 여러 가지들.
붕어빵을 또 계속 개발해요, 제가? 야, 그래서 종류를 다양하게 해가지고 진짜 정신없게 해가지고 빨리빨리 이렇게 쑥달되게 이렇게 하는 거구나.
이 게임을 만드실 때
네.
제일 신경 쓰신 부분이 어떤 건지.
단순히 어떤 연령층을 노리고 만든 게 아니라 남녀노소 모두가 즐길 수 있는 게임을 만들기 위해서 노력을 하다 보니까 아기자기하고 이제 카툰스러운 그래픽을 좀 선호를 해서 그 부분에 좀 공을 들여서 제작을 했습니다.
이 게임 말고도 또 이제 비주얼라이트가 계속 확장을 하실 건가요?
저희는 계속 VR 게임을 만들고 있고요. 지금 현재도 새로운 게임을 이제 개발하려고 진행 중 상태입니다.
이런 거 어떻습니까? 부시타게 해가지고 쌈 게임. 상추를 줍고 깻잎을 놓고 그다음에 삼겹살 2점.
먹는 거 말고 다른 애시들은 없어요.
마지막으로 저희 유저분들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
저희 럭키 피시 브레드는 이번 10월 달쯤에 스팀에 출시가 되고 부산 인디 커넥트에도 현재 출시가 되어 있는 상태여서 많은 관심 부탁드립니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 예.
안녕하세요. 저희는 재밌는 게임을 개발하고 싶은 올라프 게임즈라고 합니다.
올라프면은 겨울왕국의 그 눈사람인가요?
올라프의 어원이 사실 올, 모두와 웃다의 래프거든요. 모두를 웃게 만들겠다.
어떤 게임인지 설명을 좀 부탁드릴까요?
세이비어 오브 디 어비스라는 게임인데 재밌는 게임이 사용자로 하여금 이제 감정을 분출시키게 하는 게임이라고 생각을 해가지고 공포 게임을 들고 왔습니다.
모두를 웃게 해준다고 했는데 모두를 이제 놀라게 하실 예정이군요. 예.
뭔가 어둠 속에서 이제 세상을 구원할 것 같은 소녀를 이제 구하는 것이
제목만 듣고.
목표입니다.
야, 여름에 남양 특집 영화, 드라마 이런 거 잘 되잖아요.
예.
이제 곧 겨울인데 지금 출시를 하시네요.
예전에 스티븐 스필버그 영화 중에 어비스라고 있었던 것 같아요. 스필버그 아닌가요? 제임스 카메론인가요?
그 세대가 아니라서 잘 모르겠습니다.
그래요?
예.
어떤 세대신가요? Savior of the 어비스 시연을 좀 해봐야 되는데 이런 데서 시연하면 재미가 없잖아요.
그렇죠.
그래서 상준 씨를 위한 특별한 공간을 마련했습니다.
여기서요?
문 보이시죠? 문을 닫고 들어가시면 게임이 시작됩니다.
어우. 어우. 이거 있는 거 아니죠? 게임하면 되죠? 오. 오싹하니까 시원해지네.
벌써 쫄았네.
뒤에 누구 있을 것 같은데. 분위기 좋아요. 게임할 분위기 납니다. 게임할까요? 게임하면 되죠? 이게 왜 지금 나와? 가자. 어허. 어허. 근데 이 컴퓨터 화면에 너무 조그맣게 내가 몰래 훔쳐보는 느낌이 들어가지고 피야 이거.
아, 이거 발걸음을 못 대. 과감하게 탁탁 가야지. 쓰러졌어. 아니, 왜 가니까 쓰러지지? 창백해졌는데? 사람 있다.
잠깐 너 왜 걸었어요? 왜? 깜짝이야. 그리고 놀랬어. 내가 더 놀랬어.
나는 정상이야.
위층으로 올라갈 수 있어. 어서 엘리베이터. 이 복도 끝에 엘리베이터가 있어. 뛰어야 될 것 같아요.
지금 이 공간에 무슨 일이 벌어졌는지는 제대로 모르는 거죠.
네, 현재 상황으로는 아직 알 수 없고 게임을 좀 더 진행해야 알 수 있습니다. 악랄하게 좀 놀리고 싶었습니다.
도망가. 아저씨 어떡해.
이러면 이제
올라프 게임즈 뒤통수치는 회사예요.
네,
모두를
그렇죠.
웃기는 회사인 줄 알았더니 굉장히 놀라게 만들고 있습니다.
네. 근데 원래 컴퓨터 게임은 자기 방에서 혼자 하잖아요. 원래 부모님한테 혼날까 봐 문 닫아놓고 몰래 하거든. 근데 이거는 나 게임 좀 할게 하고 문 열어놓고 해야지 조금. 이게 잘 만든 게 뭐냐면은 다른 거는 이제 컴퓨터 화면이 있으면은 화면 안에 게임이 다 있잖아요.
예.
근데 이거는 프레쉬를 비치는 것처럼 그 부분만 있으니까 이게 다른 데가 어두운 데는 뭐가 있지? 이런 공포감 때문에 너무 재밌습니다.
딱 저희의 노림수대로 흘러갔습니다.
걸려들었어요.
노림수에 걸려들었습니다.
스토리도 있고
네.
이걸 해봐야겠다.
네.
어떻게 되지? 엘리베이터를 어떻게 도망쳐야 되지? 막 이런 생각 때문에 계속 도전하게 되네요. 이 게임도 역시.
Savior of the Abyss. 자, 대표님 대박 나시길 기원하고요.
네.
오늘 고생하셨습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
보고만 있을 거야?
Join us in Gangwon.
Together at Gangwon 2024.
같이 뛸래? 준비됐어?
준비하고 있지?
선수 때부터 지금까지 계속해서 이 스포츠와 함께 살아가고 있고요. 사실 이 스포츠는 이 스포츠가 갖고 있는 가치 훨씬 뛰어넘는 그런 많은 역할들을 하고 있습니다. 국가가 국가 간의 어떤 소통의 창구가 되기도 하고요. 또 어린 친구들한테는 꿈과 용기 그리고 열정을 심어주기도 하고요. 그렇기 때문에 이 스포츠라는 가치는 저희가 말로 형용할 수 없는 무궁무진한 가치를 만들어내는 거기 때문에 저는 스포츠인으로서 굉장히 자긍심이 있고 자랑스럽게 생각하고 있습니다. 이렇게 뭐 잘 하지는 못했고 많이 하지는 않았지만 선수들과 같이 훈련이 끝나고 나서 가끔씩 즐기긴 했습니다. 근데 지금에 있어서는 저는 IOC 위원으로서 중심이 되는 e스포츠 협회에도 고민이 됐고 또 e스포츠가 발전하는데 작은 역할을 할 수 있음에 굉장히 감사하고 있습니다. 감동이라는 단어를 좀 쓸 수 있을 것 같은데요. 그 선수들도 아마 본인의 팀 부착되어 있는 유니폼과 대표팀 태극마크가 부착된 유니폼을 입었을 때 또 다른 느낌으로 어떤 경기에 나서실 수 있을 것 같은데요. 그만큼 고귀하고 가치가 있는 어떤 그런 부분이기 때문에 저는 항상 그렇게 뭐 다를 때마다 항상 감동을 느꼈습니다. 저는 이거를 하나의 스포츠라고 생각을 하고 그렇기 때문에 저희가 e스포츠라는 용어를 쓰고 또 e스포츠로서 기능을 하기 때문에 아시안 게임도 정식 종목으로 채택이 됐다라고 저는 생각을 하고 믿고 있습니다. 정말 이번에 아시안 게임에 정식으로 입성함으로써 앞으로 더욱더 많은 어떤 목표를 갖고 저희가 지금부터 준비를 한다면 대한민국의 대표적인 효자 종목이 되지 않을까 이렇게 생각합니다. 네, 여러분들이 주인공이라고 생각을 하시면 될 것 같습니다. 대한민국의 e스포츠는 전 세계가 집중을 하고 전 세계가 배우고 싶어하는 그런 무대입니다. 특히 그 중심에는 선수 여러분들이 계셨고 선수 여러분들이 그런 분위기를 만드셨기 때문에 여러분들 자랑스러워 하셔도 될 것 같습니다. 또한 가슴엔 항상 태극마크가 있다는 생각을 하시고 좀 더 자긍심을 느끼시고 국제 무대에서 마음껏 활약하시길 응원하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스 원딜 프린스입니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회가 오는 9월 10일부터 12일까지 한국에서 개최됩니다.
민관이 함께 주관하는 세계 최초의 국가 대항전이 본 대회로 우리의 자랑스러운 국가대표 선수들이 참여를 하고요.
국가대표는 언제 들어도 참 설레는 말입니다. 그 책임감의 무게는 무겁지만 선수에게 있어 참 영광되고 의미 있는 자리입니다.
선수에게 국제 경험은 실력과 멘탈을 성장시킬 수 있는 힘을 줍니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회는 분명 선수에게는 성장의 동력이 되고 대중에겐 e스포츠를 조금 더 친숙히 대할 수 있는 기회가 될 것입니다.
여러분은 그동안 볼 수 없었던 새로운 e스포츠 대회를 보시게 됩니다.
아시안 게임을 앞두고 이러한 새로운 형태의 국가 대항전이 펼쳐진다는 것이 매우 흥미롭습니다.
선수들에게 또 다른 꿈의 무대가 될 e스포츠 국가대표의 활성화를 앞당길 한중일 e스포츠 대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다.
대회를 통해 e스포츠가 누구나 함께 즐기고 열광할 수 있는 새로운 스포츠이자 문화라는 것을 많은 분들이 느끼셨으면 좋겠습니다.
선수들의 치열한 경쟁이 아름다울 수 있는 것은 선수들을 응원하는 팬분들이 계시기 때문이라고 생각합니다.
이번 한중일 대회 많은 응원과 관심 부탁드리고
앞으로 이 대회가 꾸준하게 성장해서 더 많은 선수들이 참가하고 싶은 대회, 역사와 전통이 깊어지는 대회로 성장할 수 있기를 바라봅니다.
이번 대회 출전하시는 모든 선수들 힘내시기를 바라며
세계 최강 대한민국의 e스포츠의 저력 모든 선수들이 보여주시길 바랍니다.
5개 종목 모든 선수분들도 좋은 성적 거두시길 바라겠고 응원하겠습니다.
아쉽게도 코로나로 인해 더 많은 분들과 현장에서 이 대회를 함께 즐길 수 없게 되었지만
모두 함께 대한민국 대표 선수단의 선전을 기원하는 마음으로 응원할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
대한민국 파이팅! 대한민국 파이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 파이팅!
Five, four, three, two, one.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to the Esports Championships East Asia 2021, the inaugural event for this particular year and for the entire world. The first time we're going to see this. This is really exciting for us to be here. An exciting day of esports ahead. I'm Paper Thin. Joining me, the legendary Simon here for some Clash Royale to kick all of this off. And first of all, it's an absolute pleasure to be a part of this, and I can't wait to see what these players, what these teams have, because it's 3 different countries coming here today.
Yeah, it's going to be Korea, then China, then Japan, the 3 countries that are part of this, and it's going to be one of probably the most competitive national tournaments I think I've ever seen for esports in general. Like, I've seen a couple of country tournaments. This is the one where most is on the line because there's a lot of bragging rights just up for grabs for these countries.
Yeah, everybody has a lot of pride here, and you can see some of the videos there from the League of Legends players, supporting the Korean teams. And every region really tried to bring the best of the best that they could for all these events, for all these different titles that we're going to be covering here today. Of course, again, to kick things off, it's Clash Royale. If you're not familiar with the game, it's a mobile game. It's kind of a hybrid tower defense type game. I think we should maybe just talk a little bit about what kind of action you can expect to see.
Well, Clash Royale is a 1v1 kind of tournament setting. You defend your towers, you take the other person's towers, you drop cards on the field, you have elixir, you have like an energy gauge, the elixir gauge, drop cards, kill the tower, win. It's
simple.
It's a simple.
Easy.
It is so easy, but the pro scene has been developing for quite a long time, and we're going to see some of the top players from these 3 countries.
Yeah, I am really excited to see. These are all high-level players that are going to be competing here. A lot that have competed across the various Clash Royale leagues. First of all, let's take a look at the overview of what this event is. Like we mentioned, right, we have 3 different countries participating: Korea, China, Japan. The date today is Friday, the 10th of September. We go until Sunday, and then later today we have a lot more titles coming: League of Legends, PUBG, the football PES 2021, and a little special kind of demonstration with Dungeon Fighters.
Yeah, Clash Royale is what we're here for first, though. That is the starting game, and I cannot wait to see the Clash Royale action. But in the meantime, even if you're not a fan of Clash Royale, it's worth watching because these countries are going to be bringing out the best of these regions.
It's a really fascinating game from the strategy level, like what decks you're bringing, and even when you maybe have a deck that quote-unquote counters your opponent's deck, there are ways to play around it. There are things you can do to come back. So it is a very smart game, and it requires good reaction times and a lot of different things.
Yeah, and preparation is everything. We haven't really gone into the format yet, but it is going to be that dual format, which means that you cannot use the same card twice in one match, basically, in one set. So if you use one card in one deck, you cannot use it again in a second and third deck. And that strategy is insane. Like, a lot of the cards are what we would consider staples. You kind of use them in multiple decks, especially things like Fireball and things like that. And without that, like, changing that strategy really does open up the gameplay a lot in these kind of tournaments.
Absolutely. It really makes things quite fascinating from a, are you trying to hide some of your strategies, some of your best decks for later? Are you going to try to throw a curveball at the beginning and just give them your best deck? There's a lot of mind games that go into it. Here is the overview for what you're going to see today here. We've got a long day of esports coming at you. Of course, first, Clash Royale. 2 matches today, and we'll get to that in just a second, but I can't wait to see these teams. Then an opening ceremony at 1 p.m. Korea Standard Time. That should be very cool. And then the rest of the games to follow. So here is our Clash Royale format that I alluded to. Day 1 and Day 2, it's a single round robin, a best of 3. Now, what that means is it isn't just 3 games that are played. It's 3 sets.
Yeah.
And so each team has a chance. It's a best of 3 within a best of 3, basically.
Yeah, and the set format is going to be 1v1, so it's going to be 1 player from each team, then King of the Hill, and then finishing off with a set 3 1v1. Basically, the King of the Hill, a player comes up, he loses, he's gone. And the winner stays on, basically, until, the other team cannot
Last
possibly
man standing.
Win. Yeah. And the points, just want to talk about the points. this whole tournament, every game will give a country a set amount of points depending on how they do in the standings. And at the end, one country will be crowned winners of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot to play for, not just in these matches. You can see the prize pool there. Pretty good. 10 million won, about $10,000 USD if you're not sure. There is an event. If you can read Korean, you could probably participate in it here. Simon, you were pretty excited about this, I felt like.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Mini P.E.K.K.A figure, the Hog Rider figure, and then the Prince figure, 10 of each being given away. I think it's through the Naver Cafe for Clash Royale. And then the bottom one, I wasn't too sure of. I think you do the survey link. There'll be a QR code posted, and then you can do that. But I'm not sure how the rules and regulations go, if that is a Korean-only thing.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the international events. I'm sorry, guys.
Just go out there and
give it a shot.
Yeah, give it a shot. Why not, right?
I'll give you my address, and then if you win, like, I'll think about sending it
Be
out
sure
to
to
you.
DM Simon at what is it? Fibbles
CR.
Fibbles CR on Twitter. Give him everything you got. So it's pretty cool. Like, not only is this an event to watch and enjoy from that perspective, but there's some engagement with the fans as well from the various regions. So, I mean, I think today I want to start to think about what we're going to see here today, Simon. What to expect from these players and these countries.
Well, we haven't really looked at what players there are, but the players here are some of the top players in the current CRL standings, the Clash Royale League standings that have been going since the beginning of the year. Basically, the in-game ladder matters, and then there's a tournament after that. Some of these players are very highly ranked. I was hoping the graphic would come up. Japan, Korea, then Korea, China is today's matchups. I'm going to say Sandbox is here, who's currently 4th in the standings. He's been on an absolute tear through the CRL competitions, and it is a tough competition. There's like 1,000 participants in the first rounds, and then they get down to the best of 32. 16, 8, and then obviously they eventually end up in a winner. It is a brutal format, and we can see on the roster here for Japan, Jack is one of those players who hasn't really made a dent in CRL. He's not getting there, but this is a player who is massively regarded as one of the best Hog Rider cycle players in the world. He is absolutely insane, and joining him is Himawari, Endo, and Kitasian.
I remember a lot of these players back from our Clash Royale League Asia days. And Jack in particular, I think, is probably the key player to watch here for Japan. I'd say he has the highest pedigree of all of these players. Kita-san as well, a very, very solid player in the past. But Jack in particular has been doing very well. 4-0 in his group in the Queso League recently, so he's looking very hot. I've been seeing some Mortar Hog Rider stuff come out again. That's one of his kind of wheelhouse picks. But let's look at this Korea roster as well, Simon.
Yeah, Line, Sandbox, Jupiter King, and Sado. Sado and Line have been basically part of the CRL Asia days since forever. They were part of CRL East as well. Sandbox is a relative newcomer, and if you know Clash Royale, you probably know Jupiter King. He was on Tribe Gaming. I believe Sandbox is now on Tribe Gaming, and he blistered onto the scene. He was absolutely crazy cracked, and then ended up kind of not having the greatest of seasons. He's on a bit of a rebound now. Let's see if that will continue. But today's first match, the best of 3, the 1v1 will be Endo versus Line, and then set to the King of the Hill. The order is there: Kitasian, Himawari, then Jack as the closer for Japan, and then Jupiter King, Sado, and Sandbox for Korea. Both teams picking arguably their strongest players to close out that King of the Hill.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll never forget that time that Jack went on a run in Clash Royale League Asia and won, I think, his 1v1 2-0, and then won the King of the Hill 3-0 just to close out a game. I mean, when his team had already lost the first match, he came through and just destroyed. Didn't drop a single game to close out a series. I mean, he is nuts. You got to watch out for this guy.
Yeah, he is a guy who is super calm under pressure. When everything is going wrong for his team, he was the guy who would come in and be like, guys, like, don't worry, I got this. And then would be absolutely insane. Of course, that form kind of started to peter out a little bit, but we're about to get into the first game here of Clash Royale.
Here we go. It is Korea versus Japan. the first game of the ECEA ever, guys. Thank you for joining us. Welcome aboard. Get out there, show your support. This is match 1, set 1, Line versus Endo. You got Endo up on the top, Line on the bottom. Quickly, you got the Skeleton Dragons out to clean that up, but a little bit of damage done to Line's Princess Tower.
Yeah, Line is here in the stadium today. Endo is playing from Japan, so there is going to be that little bit of like stage nerves maybe if they're doing it, but Line is not a player to suffer from that, and we already see a mortar coming down from Endo. How is Line going to react to this? His flying machine gets taken out, and if nothing comes down shortly, that mortar is going to get the connection onto the tower. There it goes, one hit, and Line chooses to ignore it. It is a Lava Hound from him.
Yeah, he's setting up for a big push on the right, so he's going to take quite a bit of damage. Each one of those mortar shots close to about a fireball's worth of damage, so really going to hurt him. It's going to be the Musketeer coming down, Mega Minion behind the Lava Hound to follow up this big push. A Valkyrie on the bottom is going to buy a little bit of time. Here come those Skeleton Dragons. There's the Hog Rider on the right. It's going to be Guards, a recent buff coming in for them.
Yeah, a recent buff from the Guards makes them better, but that Snowball absolutely pushes everything out of the way. The miner comes in a little bit late, does not protect many of the pups, but it doesn't matter. One pup, one Skeleton Dragon, absolutely tearing on the right tower. On the left tower, it's a Guard and a Skeleton Dragon too, and both these towers are incredibly low.
Yeah, a really nice setup here by Line. Really good patience, understanding that he could take some damage from that mortar. Set up for the big push. He's going to put the flying machine down to take out that Musketeer, and that should be a pretty fair trade there. Both players sitting pretty close to the same amount of elixir. Here comes that Hog Rider with the Goblin Cage down. Should be able to deal with that as you can get both Princess Towers to shoot at it.
Yep, that is great. Of course, when you're playing a beatdown style deck, you generally do take damage. You generally don't mind taking damage on one tower. If you lose it, that might be a bit rough. But generally, you don't mind losing a chunk of HP. It is a secondary resource for these kind of beatdown decks, and especially Lava Hound suffers from that a lot. But we can see here the flying machine is trying to do what it can to defend this. The Hog Rider is going to get nothing there, and the Lava Hound on the left-hand side switching it up, going for the other tower, and he is building a huge push here. This is one Skeleton Dragon left. The Mega Minion is there. The flying machine is also put down. The Musketeer is on the Lava Hound, and the miner comes in. That is a good timing there. Will the Princess Tower turn around? It has not, but 4 pups survive. The flying machine connects. That tower is down, and the Hog Rider once again caught by that Goblin Cage, and that is that. Line taking this first game.
Well, that shows you kind of how you have to set up the beatdowns. You have to be so patient. You have to wait for that moment that you can build up the push behind it, right? You want that Lava Hound in the front to take the Mega Minion behind it. That forces your opponent to put something down on the ground to deal with that Mega Minion. In this case, it had been the Valkyrie to soak up some of those big hits that Mega Minion has with those swipes.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of just great movement, like switching from left to right, even though the right-hand tower was much lower, was probably smart by Line, because your opponent wants to go down that side too. So if you start like building that push on the right-hand side, he's going to counter on the left. Go left. Everything you put on the ground will counter that Hog Rider. It'll counter that Valkyrie, the Musketeer. Everything you put there will be taken care of.
Yeah, it's really, really smart play here by Line. I think the only thing I saw from Line that left me scratching my head a little bit was the miner on the very first Lava Hound push, but the second miner was much better. It tanked for the pups because that snowball does not take the pups completely down.
It does not. It pushes them away. They have a massive push back now. The snowball recently got buffed. The knockback is absolutely huge on that. It will buy plenty of time against those pups, which it kind of did the first push, but the second push, I think 4 of them ended up surviving. The miner comes in a little bit late again, but it was
there in time at least enough to keep a couple pups alive, and that adds a big. Of course, the flying machine then as well comes in behind all of that and really chews through stuff. I mean, that thing hits hard. You can't let it get anywhere near a Princess Tower.
Yeah, a flying machine is basically a Musketeer in the sky. Like, it deals so much damage, and it is particularly difficult to take care of in this format because the fireball cannot be used multiple times. Like, normally you just fireball away a flying machine and it is gone. Like, it dies to exactly 1 fireball. When you're playing this format, if you use your fireball there and they don't have the flying machine, it's not really wasted, but if they then bust out the flying machine, it is solidly rough.
It makes it so hard to predict when those types of units are going to come out, the quote-unquote fireball bait cards that can be, a real problem. Things like even the Three Musketeers and stuff like that can become a problem later on if you know your opponent has that fireball. Maybe you can't dip into that. I'm kind of curious about what we're going to see for these follow-up decks from these two players.
Yeah, and one of the things, the spell usage so far, none of the real, what we call the big spells, like Fireball, Poison, Rocket, have been used. They were relatively small spells. It was Snowball, Arrows. So, there's still that opportunity to run Graveyard with the Poison, maybe. I know it kind of fell out of favor a little bit in the last meta while, Mother Witch was dominating everything. But it is definitely possible to bring it out now, especially with that nerf on the Mother Witch. It's going to be interesting to see if someone does decide to bring that today, because I think Graveyard is in a decent spot this meta.
Yeah, it seems like maybe now we can, with some of the buffs and some of the other changes that have happened, we can maybe fit it in. It is time for game number 2 here between Line and Endo. Line for Korea, Endo for Japan. Line takes the first game. Now, if he takes the second one, it's just a best of 3 for this set. He will get the win for Korea, or can Endo turn it back around and find a win for Japan? Here we go, guys. Get ready. Time for match number 1 and game number 2.
Oh, it was Endo on the bottom
Wall
of our
breakers
screens in the last one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Line lost that first game. Scratch back everything that we've said, and now they've swapped around. So things are swapping around. We do apologize. We thought Line was on the bottom. It is now Line on the bottom and Endo on the top. So Endo took the 1-game victory there. Everything we just said, delete Line, put in Endo. Because
it's all the same, it's just different. Just switch the players. So Cannon Cart coming down here. Mine are going to get a few hits, but the log going to be used to stop the Cannon Cart from crossing the bridge, put it into that building status where it slowly ticks its health down. It's going to be the wall breakers spammed at the bridge, but this time around, it is going to be Endo with a mortar. Last time it was Line who tried the mortar deck, in fact.
Yep. And Valkyrie out again here from Endo, so we get to see that one more time. It has been one of the staples as well in this game. It kind of replaced the Knight for quite a few seasons now, particularly because that AoE is a little bit better than the single target damage, and it is a great tank.
Yeah, Bomb Tower coming down, a little bit of a buff, but that Valkyrie, rather tanky. Gonna get a few hits in, just gonna throw the Spear Goblins, but the Snowball is ready to take them down. And you're gonna use a log on the right-hand side. Continue to chip that tower down. Throw some wall breakers at it. What's the defense gonna be? It's gonna have to be the mortar here. Placed down, takes about half damage. Hunter gonna be placed in front, just at the correct range where the mortar does target him.
Yeah, any slight delay on that Hunter placement would have seen that mortar connect to the tower. So nice play there, catching it at the opportune time. And in terms of Elixir, I mean, Endo has a pretty decent advantage here, but the Bomb Tower is going to quickly see to that, and we do see the Knight, come down to tank the front. The Spear Goblins are going to try and get something on the tower, but Snowball comes in, and that is that. Though the Miner comes in, that's tanking all the damage, and the Wall Breaker does eventually detonate itself on that mortar, which now connects to the Bomb Tower. Is he going to have anything to catch? He puts down another Bomb Tower, and that is great value on that Bomb Tower. Takes down the mortar, takes down the Hunter as well. And we see Spear Goblins played at the front, but will Line be able to get any big connections?
There's that Graveyard, like you were saying here, the poison right down on top of it. You got to throw some Spear Goblins in there, only one. They're both going to be just outside of that poison range. Pretty long range on those Spear Goblins. You're going to be able to tank down the Cannon Cart. Goes into its tower status, so no real damage done on that Graveyard Kush. Bomb Tower as well, proving to get so much value here for Line. He's got great placements on it. He's had some really nice defensive setups, and right now, there doesn't seem to be any way for Endo to break through.
Yeah, you saw Endo's face when that poison comes down. Poison just shuts down Graveyard, and he shakes his head. That's his win condition here. He can, of course, get the mortar connections, but that's not really working out for him. It's looking very, very rough for Endo. Line, though, is in a great position to pull one back here. The Valkyrie is making her way to the tower. A Graveyard comes down. Line probably has it in hand. There it is, the Valkyrie. Then pulled back away from the tower by the wall breakers, but she is not gonna get anything on that tower. 2046 remains, and Line is controlling this perfectly. The minor placement there, super interesting. Line knows every card. There's no tornado, so he has a little bit more room to play around with that minor placement. Puts it at the front so the Hunter doesn't get that scatter shot damage all in one concentrated burst.
Yeah, he's able to out-predict him there. It's going to be the Knight and the Hunter on the side. The Knight tanking allows the Hunter to do what it does best, get up close and personal, do some damage. Comes that mortar again. This time there's going to be the poison, have to be used offensively, but now you can really start to chip down that tower. Last minute Graveyard coming down with a snowball in the way since the poison was already out, but there is the log still left, and that is going to get quite a few skeletons. A fireball is going to be attempted, but it's not going to be quite enough damage really to catch up to anywhere near what Line has. Line so close here. If he can get one more if he can get one more poison in, he can have it. But another Graveyard comes in, another poison used defensively, going to block quite a bit of damage down to 733 on that bottom tower.
Yeah, Endo played that perfectly there. Put on the aggression during triple elixir time, but Line had such an advantage from the single elixir and the double elixir period that he just carried that through to the finish.
Yeah, a really good turnaround here by Line. And so this time, Endo tried the mortar deck, and so far here, the mortars, it wasn't exactly the same type of mortar deck, of course, with the Graveyard, but right now, they're 0 for 2.
Yeah, Mortar Graveyard is one of those interesting decks that keeps, like, appearing very early on in a season and then kind of peters out towards the end of, like, the balance updates. So it's interesting that it's been brought in here right after a pretty sizable balance change that we just had, I think, last week. And, like, bringing it in here, smart choice. Mortar Graveyard can work really, really well, especially in this dual format, because it doesn't rely too much on, like, the super cards, like the poison, the fireball, but it was shut down. Like, Line was carrying the poison that shuts down Graveyard. He had everything for the mortar. The Hunter was up front. If he didn't have the bomb tower in hand, he was using the bomb tower to basically shut down mortars and cannon carts together. He got great value on that one bomb tower that was right in front.
At the bridge.
Yeah, right at the bridge. It got both the Hunter and the mortar. Value everywhere.
Huge, huge. The minor placements as well, really, really strong. And like you mentioned, I think very well, that a lot of people kind of forget that sometimes if your opponent doesn't have Tornado, then that minor is opened up to so many different ways that you can place him. It makes him a very dangerous unit to go up against. Do you think that maybe this time around Endo was expecting some kind of deck with a fireball in it? Because it felt like this deck had the ability to play, because like if he had brought the fireball, I didn't really see a lot of targets that fireball would have been good against.
I think he was expecting Royal Hogs. Because, you know, cannon card, when it switches to the cannon form plus mortar, 2 big catches on those Royal Hogs.
Valkyrie as well.
Yeah, Valkyrie as well, and then you can, you know, push forward and, you know, throw down that Graveyard. Didn't happen. Royal Hogs are still in play for both players here, so I'm expecting a Royal Hog matchup here, because Royal Hogs at the moment are crazy good this early in the meta, so it should be. I'm expecting Royal Hogs versus Royal Hogs.
Okay,
but who used the fireball in that match? No one's used.
No one used a fireball.
No one has used fireball, which means
no fireballs yet.
So with the Royal Hogs, a fireball is a great answer because it pushes them back a little bit. It deals damage to all the Hogs at the same time, and then you just throw down a Valkyrie and that pushes over. However, Valkyrie has now been used by both players. Yeah, so that's not going to be there. Mega Knight, Dark Prince.
Dark Prince going to be very valuable. I feel like a really powerful unit to deal with a lot of the kind of swarm units that come out. Even if like Royal Recruits are used here, which we're seeing sometimes in the meta, you could see the Royal Giant is still out there. Nobody's used that yet. So we've got a few options available for some of those kind of more meta-type decks. So we are going to get into this next game, Simon. The decider here between Line and Endo. It's tied 1-1. This one is going to find out who is boss, and it's the Skeleton Barrel. There is that Mother Witch as well, which can be very powerful against the skeletons.
Yeah, and you could see Endo immediately was just like, oh, man, because the Mother Witch when she kills a unit or when a unit is tagged and then it dies, it does turn into one of those little piggies. And I mean, when you have a skeleton barrel which drops basically one-hit units that die in one hit, that's a lot of piggies that can come out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Mother Witch's dream there, is to see the skeletons come out. That's where she gets a lot of value. So it's going to be P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider here. Kind of going back a little bit into the old school days. There's the barrel. Ooh, that was a bit of a miss one on the Barbarian barrel. There's one Goblin that survived there. Gets a few hits in. Here comes that Skeleton barrel. Are we going to see that Mother Witch come down? No, it's going to be the Dark Prince this time.
Yeah, it looks like Lion was expecting something like this. He was expecting, you know, the Skeleton Barrel decides to put the Mother Witch in. The Dark Prince isn't going to get onto the tower. It is going to be pulled away there by the Knight. But basically, yeah, Ram Rider control, I would say, because there's not much of a cycle in this deck right now against a very low elixir cycle with this Goblin Barrel, Skeleton Barrel, Prince. Endo has the much faster cycle. He will be able to get round to the cards he needs a lot more often, but I feel like Lion just has answers to nearly everything that can be thrown down. If he doesn't have the Mother Witch, the E-Wiz is there for the barrel. You know, he has the Barbarian barrel of his own that can take out this push you see right here. Doesn't use it this time, uses the E-Wiz, trying to get a little bit of extra value waiting. There we go, using it on the Skeleton Barrel because the Skeleton Barrel can deal a surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of answers in Lion's deck for what Endo has brought. It's going to be really tough to get some of those lighter units to actually start connecting if placed properly. And again, that Mother Witch also creates a lot of problems because she creates the Cursed Hogs on any unit she hits that dies within a certain amount of time after she hits them. Bandit going to dash in. You're just going to send that Ram Rider, and it is canceled out. Fireball used, then a Dark Goblin placed right after that. That's really nice placement here by Endo.
Yeah, Endo is doing really well just controlling this game. This cycle is just working out for him, and another missed Goblin from the Barbarian Barrel, and that's going to hurt a lot. He has to invest that little bit of extra elixir there with the E-Wiz. Was probably hoping the Dark Prince would connect with those skeletons, but it's kind of going wrong here for Lion. He's not really getting much work done on the tower. The Inferno Tower and everything else is basically shutting down this Ram Rider, and how is he going to be able to get damage? The pigs are getting absolutely nowhere near the towers at the moment.
Yeah, that Royal delivery as well in there. Quite strong here, proving for good defense, good Knight placement, buys some time. Here comes the P.E.K.K.A. push. It's going to be responded with the Skeleton Barrel. Right away, the E-Wiz comes down behind it. You've got the Bandit on the left to deal with the Princess. There is that Witch. She's going to create a couple Hogs. You have to throw down the Inferno Tower, the Skeletons, just in time in front of the Bandit to prevent the charge and the dash damage into that Inferno Tower. But there's a lot of units soaking up some damage, but it's not going to be enough here for Lion to get through.
Yeah, but Lion does get through on that left-hand side. The Ram Rider played opposite lane, not pulled in by the Inferno Tower, does get damaged on the board. It's not enough to put him in the lead, but it is enough to bring him back into this game. The Dark Prince as well is going to get one mighty mace on that tower. 1984 there. The Bandit is distracted by those skeletons again. Great catch by Endo. He is controlling his deck perfectly. Lion needs to defend this here. He does, and a couple of Hogs are going to be there just to tank up the front. It's going to distract that Princess. It's going to distract the Dark Goblin, but the Dark Goblin, the Bandit connects into the tower as well, and that's a very healthy Bandit. The Fireball comes in, gets rid of only one Princess, but that extra damage is great. 808 remain. One Hog on the tower, a second one on its way. 6-7-6, and suddenly the balance of this game has swung heavily towards Lion, but this is a big counter push.
Huge fireball there, gets a ton of damage. You got the Dark Prince in the back. Most of those goblins cleaned up very nicely here by Lion, who has a ton of units stacked on his side of the bridge. Here comes the push. The Cursed Hogs are getting in there. They are chipping it down. The fireball not going to be needed. It's going to be Lion who takes the final game.
That was down to the wire. Lion was on his back foot nearly the whole game. Endo was just controlling everything. Every cycle was perfect. He was catching everything. And then it kind of just ran out of steam. When you get to that double, triple elixir, that's when Lion's deck kind of activates, because he can afford more P.E.K.K.A.s. He can afford the Ram Rider opposite lane. He can afford the Mother Witch. It was just perfect for Lion. He's going to go take a seat now. He is done. He has done his job for this match. and we're going to be getting into the King of the Hill relatively soon.
Yes, and as we mentioned earlier, this is a best of 3, not just in the 1v1s, but in the whole match. So next up, a King of the Hill, which is 3 players. So you just play until your team runs out of players. If you lose, you're done. If you win, you keep going. So this should be really exciting. I mean, some great players, but you only get 1 match here. That is it.
Yeah, we're going to have Sandbox, Jupiter King, and Sado for Korea, and we're going to have Jack, Himawari, and Kitasian. Both these teams, very, very strong showings. If we go by CRL rankings, Korea has this in the bag because Sandbox is up in 4th, Jupiter King is 40th, and Sado is 49th, where when you look on the Japanese team, Jack struggling a little bit in CRL. He's 116th. Then you've got Himawari, who's like, I think, hasn't had any good runs in the major tournament. I think he's mostly ladder finishes. He's about 600th in CRL, and Kitasian is the highest ranked Japanese player here. He's currently 84th in the CRL rankings. So it's going to be interesting to see the matchup. When you look at the pure numbers, you would probably say Korea should win this. But knowing the players, Jack has been on fire lately. As you said, the Queso Cup, he 4-0'd everyone. And I believe he beat Sandbox in that tournament.
I'm not exactly sure, but I might be. But Sandbox as well has been kind of on fire, beating Mohamed Light 2 times very recently.
And that is something anyone who knows Clash Royale doesn't happen. Mohamed Light is a phenomenally talented player. He got a start in CRL East last season and was just fantastic there, but has grown considerably. Any player that can take him down is a formidable foe.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really stacked lineup for both of these sides. So, we might not even get to those last 2 players that we're really hyping up. You never know when somebody just kind of is feeling it, comes through and really plays well for the beginning of their King of the Hill squad.
Yeah, definitely. You never know. Like, I'm going to say Sado has been one of those players who historically either has a super hot run or a super weird run where he's not getting victories. Like the start of a season, he would be dominant. Towards the end, he starts to peter off a little bit. This is a very compact tournament. Sado might be able to just pull out all the stops here and just completely wipe the floor with everyone. If he's up first, we could see a 3-0 against Japan. If, like, I don't know, man. This is going to be a crazy match.
Well, I can remember, back to when he was playing in CRL Asia, the guy was crazy good at times. Like, he literally carried teams when he was on Sandbox. He carried that team to victories by himself because he was so good.
And then later on for team timing, he did exactly the same thing. He would carry them forward. But the problem he had is when the pressure was on, when it was like the finals, he kind of had performance anxiety. He's mentioned this on his Twitter before as well, that when he gets to the final, everything chokes up. And he can't really get over that. I think, if I remember correctly, he said he's seeing like a sports psychiatrist or something like that to try and get over this. But he is cracked. But everyone is cracked. I'm looking forward to seeing Jack again.
I know. Jack is
especially
so fun to watch.
And especially with this meta being as it is right now, like, there's a lot more cycle decks out there. Like, you do have the Ram Rider, you do have the Hog Rider, you do have just Royal Hogs. Everything seems to be working in this meta at the moment. Nothing seems to be, except for a few beatdown decks, nothing seems to be really struggling at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got kind of that uncanny ability with those rider type units that to really find the right timings, the right placements, the right maneuvers, the right gaps in his opponent's defenses to really take advantage of them.
Yeah, it's not just like Clash Royale is a very counting cards game. You need to know what your opponent has. You need to know how much elixir they have. But he seems to do both so intuitively that he can focus on everything else. He just knows, okay, I have a slight window here where a Hog Rider isn't going to run into the bomb tower, or it's not going to run into the cage. It's not going to be distracted at all. And that window is just enough to get it to the tower.
We need to buy a little bit.
Yeah, to just get it to at least get that one hit in.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
Because these players are so good at this level. They're so precise with their placements, and they're kind of cycling with their decks. They know what they need to keep in their hands. They know exactly right when and where to place it. So that makes what Jack does even more impressive.
Yeah, and I just want to talk a little bit about Endo, because Endo isn't really highly ranked. I think he's 131st in the thing. But he's recently been dominating a series of tournaments that have been happening in the Asia region. The Star Championships, he has been on an I think it was first, second, first, third, or something like that. Like, he has been absolutely dominating. And these are stacked tournaments, like Jack's in there, KK, who people might know. Like, a lot of the Asia region players are in these tournaments, and Endo has kind of come out of, like, obscurity. He wasn't really that big of a player before this kind of season this year, and now he's having an absolute breakout, dominating people in other tournaments as well. And we saw there, absolutely quality player. Lime just pipped him, but that could have gone either way. If that had finished like within double elixir, which I think Endo was kind of banking on, he had the ability there. He was getting the damage in. The chips were coming in. Yes, Lime was misplacing the barbarian barrels, but
the opportunity was
chips.
There. Yeah. It's tough sometimes. You know, I thought again that Line's deck was just slightly better suited to deal. I mean, with that Mother Witch in particular, getting those Cursed Hogs out, the Inferno Tower really not that valuable in a way against those. That those really absorb a lot of its initial burn, and then you're not getting much value out of that Inferno Tower. You really want that Inferno Tower, of course, to connect with the P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah, and you also want the Inferno Tower to distract the Ram Rider on the opposite side.
Or that, yeah.
Like, you want it to do one of those two things. And the good thing about the Hogs is it was just tanking so much damage for everything that the Ram Rider could come in because it's not going to get targeted because the Cursed Hogs are up front. And, I mean, the combining of a Ram Rider with the Mother Witch worked perfectly for him. But if it wasn't for that skeleton barrel, the Mother Witch would have been kind of dead wood.
Yeah, it just not as good against the goblins, right? Because it takes 2 hits instead of 1 to get the finish onto those units and to get that curse effect to come into play.
Of course, you can get the extra hit from other units as well. That will finish any targeted unit. But again, like, you want it to be the one shot so that she can get more of those Hogs. That's why we see it against, like, the perfect counter to Graveyard. We see it kind of a good counter to what we just saw, the Skeleton Barrel. So the Mother Witch is a very risky card right now because it can be dead wood. If you're playing something like, I don't know, P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Cycle, like P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam, basically, it's not going to be that useful because you're going to be running into units.
A lot of single target, big, beefy units.
A lot of big bodies, but against those fast cycle decks, that is where it can come into play. It can definitely shine. And, I mean, Line rolled the dice on that, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, it's just really, really nice stuff here. I'm really excited for this King of the Hill. Again, hold on, guys. We're getting to it. Just getting all the players onto the stages and getting them all ready and those kind of things.
You can see the first player right here.
Just leave him alone. Jeez, you're bullying him.
Can you imagine that? Just like a giant finger on where I'm doing this. It's like, wow.
You got to get you one of those really big foam fingers to hand it.
Well, then I wouldn't even need to move my hand. I could just, like, do this.
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm trying to make your life a little easier here.
I don't mind the effort, man. Like, a little bit of effort goes a long, long way.
Really tough stuff, but hopefully we'll get this one going soon. Again, it's going to be Jupiter King up first for Korea, and then I can't read my own handwriting here. Light, right?
I mean, where did you write it? Kitassian.
Kitassian is first.
Jeez.
I'm like, what did I write here? This is horrible.
How did you misread your own writing from Kita to Light?
I don't know, dude.
There's not even a light playing right now, man.
That's why I'm wondering why I wrote that. I'm like, what is this? What am I writing here? There's nothing that could possibly make sense there. No.
To be fair, if you weren't a caster, you probably should be a doctor with that handwriting.
That's absolutely true.
Awful.
My handriding is abysmal.
Yeah.
I should have been a doctor. What
you
was
should
I
have
thinking?
been.
My mom's very disappointed in me. Oh, man. All right, well, we're waiting again, so please bear with us, guys. Hopefully we can get this going very, very soon. But so far, a lot of variety in what we've seen. Of course, it kind of has to be that way because of the rules, right?
Yeah.
Can't use the same card twice in those best-of-3 sets.
Yeah, you cannot. Yeah, definitely. It is making for a wide variety of decks. We did see, like, occasionally during the old CRL formats where one player would just be dominant on one deck, and that deck was hot in the meta, and then he could just 3-0 everyone with the same deck over and over and over again. That is no longer the case. Personally, I like that format where, like, you know, you can have those one-trick ponies who are just incredibly good, but this one shows the player who has more depth to what they can play.
Absolutely. And so let's dive a little bit into this balance patch, right? So we just had a patch on Monday, and there's a few things that have changed, and there seems to be maybe shifts in the meta, maybe not. I always find this interesting about Clash Royale that like you'll see stuff get really, really popular after a balance change, and then the players won't play it because they feel like their opponents are expecting it. So there's kind of these weird kind of like rock, paper, scissors games that come into the thought of what decks you're going to bring.
Yeah, and also one of the other things is like, yes, you might run into the counters of those decks as well, but one of the other things is just like people find out ways to deal with it again. Like you could see P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam is one of those decks that comes back, disappears, and comes back because people figure it out.
Exactly. And there's counters to everything, right?
Yeah.
This is not like there's one card that just wins you games. This is a very well thought out game. There are a lot of options available to all of these players. Let's get this started here. It is our King of the Hill. Korea is up 1-0 over Japan in the matches right now. Standing there on stage is Jupiter King to kick it off for Korea, going up against Kitasan for Japan. Very excited for King of the Hills because these have so much pressure on the players.
Yeah, it is one chance to shine. If you lose this, you're out. You're sitting on the bench. You might come back in the 1v1 set if it gets that far, but it might not. Like, if Korea can finish this, it is over. And there we go. Kitassian against Jupiter King. It is 1-0 to Korea. Just want to point out, recent national tournaments that happen, like Korea ends up coming second overall. Their next opponent is the team that generally finishes first. China is usually first, then Korea. And then Japan kind of varies wildly. So we'll see what happens here as we see the Fisherman going against Mortar. And there is the Royal Giant. So would expect a Hunter here from Jupiter King as well. Hopefully at some point. There's the Fisherman again. Bat's going to take care of that cannon cart. Oh, that is unlucky. So the Royal Giant only targets buildings. It was almost at the tower to get that one shot off, to get that little bit of chip, but the cannon cart turned into a cannon, which makes it a building, distracts that Royal Giant, and no damage done.
Yeah, the only damage done so far is the opening log from Jupiter King on the right-hand side. Everything else been very well defended. Here come the Spear Goblins. It's going to be the log hitting the Knight and the Goblins. No damage done to the Princess Tower. So in response, it's going to be a snowball immediately. Here comes that Royal Giant. Bats behind it. Going to be the Mortar on the left to buy some time. But the Hunter is there to absorb a lot of that. But they got enough damage that you're able to take the Hunter out. Fireball as well, connecting to the Princess Tower. One shot from the Royal Giant.
Yeah, one shot is all you need from a push to basically be successful with the Royal Giant, because each time one of those cannonballs hits, it is a massive amount of damage. And the defensive defensibility of Jupiter King's deck is absolutely crazy. He's got those bats, which just deal insane amounts of damage. You've got the skeletons as the distraction. You've got the Fisherman to make sure that when you're pulling stuff, you can pull it in the right place. There's not a lot of bodies, though, so we could see Kitassian get good value with that card. The Mortar that just come down, but the RG is there.
The RG so powerful against that Mortar. The Mortar doesn't have a ton of health for a building. The RG takes it down pretty quickly. This time, the cannon going to be dealt with a little bit further on by the Fisherman. So that's going to buy a little bit of extra time, but still no shot able to get out from the Royal Giant. So good defense here from Kitasan. Cannon cart going to be coming, but it's going to be bats there and a Knight. The Knight's going to tank. Snowball going to be used to take the bats down. And Ice Spirit has to be used to spend a little bit of time here. Fisherman going to be there as well to pull that cannon cart back. The Royal Giant's going to turn around for a second, take it out. The Mortar far on the left-hand side, deep in, but that's going to be a lot of value for that Fireball. Going to get some more damage, followed up by the log. Cleans up the Hunter. Here comes the Royal Giant. One shot. Is there going to be two? Indeed. Has to use a snowball to prevent the third.
Yeah, and Jupiter King has this game in his hands. Kitassian just doesn't really have much of an answer to anything that Jupiter King is bringing here. The Mortar is just getting shut down, and one bat is actually connecting to the tower. One shot from that RG as well. 4-2 remaining in a graveyard from Kitassian. Can he make this work? The Hunter on that side there is gonna shut down that spread shot. So effective against the graveyard. A log comes in as well, and that is the end of that graveyard. And I mean, one more RG push here that connects to the tower, and it is over.
Yeah, I mean, a cannon cart placed right away, expecting that push to come, but it's going to be the fireball that's used to soften the cannon cart up. And this is going to allow Jupiter King to buy a little bit more time before he wants to try that Royal Giant push. Hunter down, log right away, because the Hunter is taking a little bit too long to get out there. You can use the Ice Spirit. So a lot of elixir thrown at that graveyard, in fact, but that's okay for Jupiter King because he wants to build up for this.
Yeah, and it depends if this Hunter gets in and finishes that cannon cart in one shot. It does, and the RG turns around. That's kind of poor timing, but one shot does get in for Jupiter King. He almost stopped it there. The RG decided to take the long way around, but luckily for Jupiter King, he got it.
He did. Really nicely done here by Jupiter King. I mean, in general, you know, with the Royal Giant, I don't mind seeing mortar decks because that mortar is one of the weakest buildings to it. It doesn't do a lot of damage to the Royal Giant, right? It's a very weak structure. It doesn't take a lot of shots to take it down. So you're quickly breaking through that initial defense that's often being forced out because you can't rely on that cannon cart. It doesn't go into that tower state until it's actually broken.
Yeah, and I mean, the RG kind of is the hard counter to a mortar deck, right? Because, as you said, it has a massive body. It takes it down real quickly. Like something like a Giant is not that great against mortar because like it does eventually walk in out of its close range, so the mortar might get a shot on the tower, but no doing here. The cannon cart was interesting because the cannon cart did delay the RG a few times. Yeah, like the pull from the Fisherman kind of worked against Jupiter King a little bit there, but
he figured it out.
Yeah.
He was pulling the cannon cart to points with the Fisherman that the Royal Giant wasn't in the danger zone of those Princess Towers and the other things.
Yeah, and there was one time where like the Hunter was far enough back, the Fisherman's winding up, pulls the cannon cart in, and by the time that cannon cart is pulled in, the Hunter actually catches up. Slight mistiming, I would say, because you don't want that, because the Hunter will take the cannon cart into its cannon form instantly, and then the RG obviously turns around because it's the closest building. But it didn't matter. Jupiter King just dominated that game.
And again, for Jupiter King, you see that graveyard at the end, and you're not super concerned about it because you can throw a lot of elixir at it, especially when you get in a double, elixir time, because you're just building up for that RG anyway.
Yeah, and he didn't really need to play the RG. Like, he could have just defended a push or two, just sat back and been like, okay, I'm just going to build up a little bit of elixir here. I don't need to turn this into a push because he still has to answer the Fisherman and the Hunter, because if they get on the tower, that's more damage, and he has such low hit points that, like, even one scatter shot from a Hunter is going to put him into fireball range. It's going to put him down, like, down.
Yeah, some great fireball usage as well. We saw that really get a ton of value, whether it be killing or near killing Hunters, of course. Finding a lot of open space for that. You hit the cannon cart even. It's okay to chip that down because you put that cannon cart to the point where one hit from a lot of units will actually just put it right into that defensive state.
Yeah, and Katashin did get a little bit unlucky. There was that one hero bat that just chips away at the tower. Bats deal crazy damage if they're left alone, and one hero bat survived. They go down in one shot, and nothing could shoot up.
The bat comes through big time. Those things, if they sneak in there, hit fast and hard. So you got to be ready for those. Here we go. It's going to be Jupiter King remaining, as this is the King of the Hill match for Korea. Again, they are on the potential match point here very soon because they won the first one. So if Jupiter King can just run the table, win the next two games, he will do it. He will close it out for Korea. Japan, if they can find a way to come back, if Himawari or Jack can get through and turn the tables here, they will find a win and bring us to our third match. But that is neither here nor there. It's going to be Jupiter King versus Himawari for Japan here in our second game of the King of the Hill. Just getting ready for it, and we are ready. Here we go. Jupiter King trying to defend that 1-0 start.
Yeah, great start for Korea in the King of the Hill, but Himawari is no slouch. He's going to be looking to take this one for his team, and it's snowballs exchanged at dawn here. Just a little bit of cycling.
It's not winter in Korea yet. We can't be having snowball fights. I'm waiting to get you with my bad jokes, so you just buckle up, buddy.
I have not missed those bad jokes, and that's what we're talking about with the flying machine there. The fireball instantly taking them out, and we can see the Zappies here, just shutting down that cannon cart. A log would finish most of them off. Do we have? There are the Royal Hogs we've been talking so much about, and it is Mortar from Hiwawari here. And we can see that it is going down. Snowball takes out those Spear Goblins, and the Zappy there kind of just stopping the Knight from doing its job.
I mean, what a fantastic snowball. Just misses the King Tower, hits a bunch of units, opens up enough space that at least one hog is able to get in there and get a chomp down. So that's not the end of the world for Himawari, but the offense there from Jupiter King, not too shabby. Now, like you were mentioning, the Royal Hogs seem to be really prevalent in the meta since the patch.
Yeah, they have just kind of, I don't even know if they got that big of a, they did get a little bit of a buff, and it just seems to have brought them up into this meta where everyone's saying they're just super duper strong. Like, they're just crazy cracked right now, but answers will come. We will find a way to properly defend it, and Mortar pulls everything back into the middle. There's the Knight again. Spear Goblins this time put on the side to take care of the Zappies, but no doing, and one hog connects on the left-hand side. 3 hits there, 2-2-9-7. It's a slight lead for Jupiter King as we enter that double elixir period.
Yeah, Jupiter King able to just barely come through with a slight edge here. Both players playing very, very well. Good placement on those mortars to bring those hogs in. A great adjustment with the Spear Goblins to avoid that snowball catching extra damage. Here we go. Big push over. This time it's going to be the Mega Knight that comes down, lands right on top, starts pushing through. Cannon goes into its state. You're going to throw a couple hogs in here. Knight in front. There's a poison on the right-hand side to hit that mortar.
Yeah, and don't forget, poison now slows enemies inside of it. So that's going to mean that any unit that's trying to chase those hogs is going to struggle. The snowball there trying to get the flying machine out of the way. I think it was trying to push it into the tower, and no dice there, and the Mega Knight comes down, shuts down that cannon card, and it's going to make a difficult push here.
Oh, this is a great fisherman placement. Takes that Knight right out. Forces the cannon cart to come out as well to deal with that Mega Knight.
Yeah, and that cannon cart is now one less tool that can distract those Royal Hogs, and that poison perfectly placed. Remember, if you do catch that King Tower, it does activate, and there will be 3 cannons, and that makes it very hard for a deck that revolves around getting melee units onto the tower, such as the Royal Hogs.
Yeah, so that placement, so important. The Zappy going to get a couple zaps in. The Spear Goblins on the right going to be left alone by Jupiter King as he decides to load up for another push. This time, Fisherman going to be placed early. That Knight going to be pulled right back into the Zappies and the Princess Tower. Hogs on the right-hand side. Mortar has to come down with some Hunters. That should be well defended, but still, on the left-hand side, that Mega Knight has to be dealt with by the cannon cart. So, the defense good enough for Himawari, it looks like, on this push, but the Flying Machine has to be distracted by the Knight there. So, Mega Knight going to come down on the left as both team players kind of loading up. Now we have the offensive mortar.
Yeah, and we do have the distraction there from the Zappies. Whiffing that, oh no, catching them just about. So there is now defense. The Mega Knight up in front. 3-1 split and a Mother Witch again? Okay, but this, oh, that's down quickly. The Hogs here are going to get to town on this tower. They get a huge connection down to 16-31. Both towers now equal. That allows Jupiter King to dictate the play. Can he go left? Can he go right? Himawari has to be able to defend both lanes simultaneously, if possible. Another fireball taking out that flying machine, but not much done. Goes on the left-hand side with the Hogs. The Knight's there, the Mortar's there, the poison is down.
The poison so good from Jupiter King right away in response, knowing what is coming. Going to get some chip damage, some damage from the Hogs. Here comes the Graveyard now on the side of Himawari. Zappy's going to be there, some Hogs, and there is that Mother Witch, the fireball used, but it is, like you said earlier, a difficult counter, and it is going to be, at the very end, the Princess Tower damage that decides it if no player loses a Princess Tower in overtime.
Yeah, it goes down to that ticking clock where every hit point goes down, so the lowest tower does eventually lose out. I mean, Jupiter King played that one flawlessly.
He's looking really, really strong right now. 2 wins in a row. Shuts down Himawari. Now just the final boss of Japan left. Jack, the only hope they have left. He has to win 3 in a row here to keep Japan alive in this match.
Yeah, and it's not like it's not like Korea started with their anchor. It's not like they started with the strongest player on the team. I mean, Jupiter King, fantastic on his day. But I mean, you've also got to go through Sado. You then have to go through Sandbox. Like, that is a difficult run for anybody. And Jack is one of those players who could do it, but it's a large ask for the Japanese team here.
Huge. Look, Jack, if anybody can do it, it's Jack. I've seen it before, folks. He can absolutely run the table and shut this match down. In fact, take the win potentially here for Japan. So we're just going to have to wait and see. But Jupiter King, again, just seems to really have a good read on his opponents. The decks that he's been bringing seem to be shutting down his opponents rather well.
Yeah, he might have been the player that, like, they decided that, because they're still in dual format in this period, right? Like, if they play 2 games, they can't play the same deck twice. So he was probably the player they selected to have very specific target, like, counter decks to everyone else. Like, you give him these tricky decks that if you get the right matchup, it's going to shut down your opponent. And it's working right now. I can't remember who the coach was for the Korean team, but it is a former pro. I can't remember who it is. I'm trying to think. I was thinking it was Connie, but Connie's one of the casters.
Yeah, I think he's on the desk today.
He's on the desk behind us, so
we'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
I'll take a look. I'll take a look later, and then.
Yeah, we'll get that. But regardless, they've come in well prepared. I mean, again, that Mother Witch saved to the end, and then of course that Graveyard, which hadn't been revealed yet, just is now a dead card in your hand.
Yeah, and again, like, Jupiter King seemingly knew exactly what he would be bringing. He knew it would be the Graveyard out first. He brought in the Mother Witch. Like, he is playing phenomenally. Can he do it one more time and close out this match 2-0 to Korea? It's looking like he's unstoppable right now.
Yeah, I am really excited for this one. Jupiter King having a great read so far, but now it is Jack, the top player for Japan, going up against him here. It is do or die for Japan in this match. If they lose this game, it's over. Korea will have the 2-0 victory in this match. If Jack can win this one, well, then he's got 2 more opponents to go through in the King of the Hill, but we'll see if we get to that. Super excited for this. The ECEA 2021 continues. We'll see exactly what Jack is going to bring against a very strong opponent. This time it's going to be minor. You're going to just throw the regular goblins down to deal with that. Easy cleanup. Log going to be used to swipe away the goblins, do a little chip damage. Jack kind of not happy about that. You saw on the camera, he kind of shook his head at that log a little bit.
He's kind of one of those players who he sees that minor and log and he knows exactly what else Jupiter King has in his deck. It's like a second sense to some of these players. They see one card and they're like, oh, well, this is this deck. It's never going to be anything else. And we do see the Barb Hut.
Barb Hut. All right. I love it.
It's been a while since Barb Hut kind of dominated the meta. I don't know if you remember. I think it was October 2019 when Barb
I can't
Hut
believe you remember the month.
Absolutely everywhere. I mean, it was insane. It was in every deck. And eventually it did receive a little bit of a touch from Supercell, but we see now the Magic Archer played right down that bat. That makes it tricky to fireball away as it does start to get rid of these skeletons. And one wall breaker actually connects, just dodges the Barbarians here and gets a hit, and that's pretty good for Jupiter King at this point of the game.
No, that's really, really nice. I mean, they're just fast enough, and those barbs are just slow enough when they come out. You're not going to really be able to get much. Going to use that log to buy time for that Magic Archer to finish off the Musketeer. Get a couple arrows in on the right, fireball on the left, cleans up the push. So pretty nice defense here by Jack, but not perfect, not good enough against what Jupiter King's doing.
Yeah, Jupiter King was really smart there to put those wall breakers on the left-hand side, giving Jack that difficult decision. Which side do I fireball? I could fireball the Magic Archer and get rid of them, but there's a lot of potential damage on that left-hand lane with the wall breakers. So he played that flawlessly there. The Miner, though, comes in the back. Magic Archer taking down those Barbarians. It's going to be a thorn in the side of everything, but that Miner just absolutely going to town on that left-hand tower. 1873 remains there. The Inferno Dragon played at the back. We do see nice through there. Gets the Musketeer and the Barb Hut. Ticks away at that damage, and another Miner comes in. but everything is going wrong here for Jack at this point in time.
This bomb tower is so brutal for Jack to deal with. It really can cause a lot of problems for those barbarians that are coming out of that hut. Makes it a very difficult elixir exchange. There it is, right away again. I don't know, the Valkyrie might get one spin in here. Yeah, it gets the one on the bomb tower, but that's it. Magic Archer as well can really help clean up those barbarians. There is not much that Jack has been able to do to get through the defenses, but here comes another graveyard attempt. Knight going to be in there to try to tank some of that. It's going to be a fireball to take out the Magic Archer. But there's another Magic Archer down right by the front of the King Tower to help clean that up. A little bit of damage done on that graveyard push, but not a ton.
Yeah, Jack's game plan here. Oh, it gets one hit, and that is bad news bears. But Jack's gameplay here, he wants to have that Bob Hut down to throw barbarians in front of the tower, then lay down the graveyard so that the barbarians are tanking up. And the bomb tower, you're right, does put a hitch in that plan because it just takes out. Oh! It just takes out every tank that Jack has. We see the tornado there to get the King Tower activation, and that shuts down graveyard almost perfectly. Jupiter King has this in the bag. Jack needs to turn it on right now as we enter the triple elixir period. He can do it. It is a deck that can ramp up because you can start completely just stacking those barbarian huts, but it's not going to matter. The miner comes in the back. The spear goblin's going to try and get a little bit of damage here. Can the Magic Archer find a way through? No, not right now, but if that Inferno Dragon moves a little bit more around, there's the tornado! The tornado pulls everything in, and that Magic Archer gets the pierce all the way through onto the tower. But it doesn't matter. The left-hand tower is basically down. The miner, the wall breakers, it doesn't matter. Jupiter King, 3-0s. Japan here has taken out Jack, Gitassian, and Himawari and closes this out for Korea. You can see the smile on his face. You know his teammates are down there celebrating right now.
Oh, absolutely. What a huge King of the Hill from Jupiter King. I mean, 3-0, every deck so well thought out against what the opponent brought. It just seemed like he had a complete read. Maybe not game 2, but game 1 and 3 for sure. It seemed like he really had a good idea about what kind of deck his opponent wanted to bring.
100% it felt like someone slipped in the script, right? It really did feel like someone gave him the script of what was going to happen. He was like, right, well, I have this cycle before he even gets in the game. This is going to be my starting 4 cards, and I'm just going to be able to play this in this order and completely shut down. He never looked really challenged.
No. Did he even lose a Princess Tower? No.
Didn't even come close?
No. It was nuts.
Absolutely
I mean, he was
insane.
Absolutely flawless on his defense.
Yep.
And that's a lot of times what can win you Clash Royale games, especially with decks like a Royal Giant. Yeah. If you play really good defense, you're just going to kind of win through the attrition battle. Because, again, you're trying to build up steam behind it. The P.E.K.K.A deck's a similar kind of theory and a little bit of different of execution in what you want in the long term. But overall, and then, of course, you know, having the bomb tower against the barb hut and the graveyard, it's a very good counter to those kind of things.
Yeah, because it does just chip through anybody you want to use to tank up. And I mean, he just had it perfect. Is this the resurrection of Jupiter King? Because his first season in CRL, he was electric.
Maybe Jupiter's ascending.
I'm going to walk out here, boys. Thank you so much for having me on the cast. Oh, that was
it's
bad.
Been great. See you, Simon. Take care.
That was. Oh man, I can't believe that you did that. How do you get? How do you get away with it?
This is me, my friend.
I know. How do you get away with it? But no, this is the Jupiter King of old. This isn't like he did have a very rough, I think, second season. He has had a rough year. He like a lot of the Korean players like started the new CRL format electrically. Line was up there. He won, I think, the third one. He won March. Yeah, he won March. Line won March. Then the other one, Sandbox, has got April and May. And then, like, Jupiter King never really broke through. Yes, May and June he reached the top 16, but he kind of got shut out completely after that. Is this him coming back and saying, look, guys, I'm here, and I'm going to absolutely slaughter everyone?
I'm excited for that. I would love to see that here because now our next matchup is Korea versus China. And like you were alluding to earlier, that these are definitely, I think we coming into this, we thought the two stronger regions.
Yeah.
But also, like, what is Korea going to be able to do against a historically dominant China that has oftentimes kind of just had their number?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. Like, China is one of those regions that were dominant for so long, but in recent years, in recent worlds, they haven't been performing as well. Anyone who knows mobile esports knows Nova esports, right?
Right.
If you follow mobile esports and you don't know Nova, I don't know what you're looking at, because they are
They're
everywhere. They are one of the strongest teams, and Nova in China were flawless.
Oh, they were nuts.
They won the last season of CRL East, and then they went to Worlds, and they didn't perform as well. And questions were asked: is this the end of China's reign of terror on, the world format of Clash Royale? And they haven't really been performing all too well in CRL. They're not making big gains in there. They only have one player in the top 30, which is Hire, who is here today. Man, China just has been having a very rough time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like thinking back to the last time, like Korea, like when you saw these actual whole regions kind of square off.
The last time would have been the No Tilt World Championship where China finished first.
Exactly.
So they're still a dominant region, but questions
we're
are
just
asked.
Yeah, now with these kind of the way that all the formats have changed and the individual players kind of having more of a role than necessarily the teams do, what is this going to look like here? Because this performance that we just saw from Korea was almost flawless, other than that first game win by Endo.
I mean, we
ran the
casted
table.
that completely the
Yeah,
wrong
because
way
we
as
thought,
well.
because the screen had it backwards on us.
Yeah.
But, still, regardless, a very nicely done. So match 2 is coming up, I believe. And we're getting ready for that here.
안녕하세요. 박정석입니다. 한국 e스포츠의 달라진 위상을 몸소 느끼고 있어 감회가 새롭고 기쁩니다. 포스트 코로나 시대, 전통 스포츠계와 e스포츠가 새로운 스포츠의 기준을 함께 만들어서 대한민국이 스포츠 강국으로서의 명맥을 이을 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 보내주신 메시지를 양분 삼아 e스포츠 활성화와 발전으로 화답할 수 있도록 저희 e스포츠계도 최선을 다하겠습니다. 가까운 시일 내에 스타크래프트 한 게임 하면서 교류할 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 최우범입니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들 정말 열심히 훈련하고 노력하고 고민하고 있습니다. 팬분들께서 선수들이 잘할 때나 힘들 때나 변함없이 믿고 응원해 주시면 선수들은 어느 대회에서든지 어떠한 환경에서든지 여러분의 믿음에 보답할 것으로 확신하고 있습니다. 현직 감독으로서 스포츠 전설분들께서 보내주신 메시지가 그 어느 때보다 소중하고 감사합니다. 선수들과 심기일전에서 대한민국 e스포츠 발전에 저도 힘을 보탤 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 강범현입니다. e스포츠의 국가대표 활성화는 은퇴 선수들에게도 의미하는 바가 큽니다. e스포츠의 발전과 선수들의 권익 보호를 위해 목소리를 내고 선수들이 e스포츠계의 발전을 위해 다양한 방법으로 공헌할 수 있는 것이 건강한 생태계 구축에서부터 시작한다고 생각합니다. 전통 스포츠계에서 이러한 움직임에 힘을 실어주셔서 너무 감사드리고 이러한 노력이 헛되지 않게 저부터 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 조성주입니다.
아시안 게임에서의 금메달은 지금까지도 제 선수 인생의 최고의 보람이자 추억으로 남아 있습니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들도 태극마크의 엄중함과 무게를 이겨내고 좋은 성적과 좋은 모습으로 국민 여러분들의 큰 사랑에 보답해야 한다고 생각합니다. 관심 보내주시는 모든 분들이 실망하지 않으시도록 저희 e스포츠 선수들이 매 순간 최선을 다하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 페이커 이상혁입니다. e스포츠에 보내주신 스포츠 레전드 여러분들의 관심 저에게는 참 감사하고 의미 있는 일입니다. e스포츠가 더 많은 팬분들께 감동과 희망을 드리고 포스트 코로나 시대에 더 많은 재미를 드릴 수 있게 저희 모두 함께 노력하겠습니다. 전통 스포츠와 e스포츠가 함께 만들어 나갈 스포츠의 새로운 기준, 팬 여러분들께서도 큰 관심 갖고 지켜봐 주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
보고만 있을 거야?
Join us in Gangwon.
Gangwon. Together at Gangwon 2024.
같이 뛸래? 준비됐어?
준비하고 있지?
범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내려온다 범은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 위에 머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양귀 찌우지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎떡 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 무너지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 먹으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다
좋았다 좋았어 오케이 오케이
Welcome back, everybody, to the ECEA 2021. Again, the inaugural Esports Championships East Asia. So thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. We're really excited to bring you the next matchup here. This is Clash Royale to kick things off. If you're just tuning in, Korea just took down Japan 2-0. Now they move on to China, and this is going to be a really exciting matchup. I think a lot to prove here for the Korean squad.
Yeah, I mean, China is basically the #1 team when it comes to these kind of things. Like, individually, not as strong as they are together. They're one of the few countries that kind of, when national pride is on the line, they perform amazingly. But the Korean team have already shown that they're a force to be reckoned with. They manhandled Japan in that last match.
Yeah, they looked really good. They had a good read on their opponents. They were very well prepared for those mortars and graveyards that were being brought by the Japanese team in the King of the Hill. So now we move over to China, and so you're not going to see maybe some of the historically great players in China. We're not going to see El Siop. We're not going to see Auk, but we do have some really, really good players here today.
Yeah, Hire, Cooper, D-King, and Angel. Angel is kind of a relatively unknown kind of player. I think he might be a wild card in this because you really don't know what to expect from someone who only really ladder finishes, never really enters these big tournaments. So we'll see how that goes for him. But D-King, Hire, we know very, very well. I believe Cooper has been around the scene for a really long time as well.
Yeah, these are veteran players. These are players who've been getting it done for quite some time. Hire, looking through some of his recent results at the BCC, not the greatest performance. In fact, he was in a group with Jupiter King, lost to him 2-1. So there are some matchups here, kind of maybe potential for revenge, looking for something different. When you look through what Hire does, there were a lot of variation in what he did. I mean, you get the Goblin Drill, you had Graveyard even. So there's a lot of, you have to have this these days in Clash Royale, right? You have to be diverse.
Yeah, and Hire was one of the more diverse players when we were playing CRL East for WEDGM. He had like a huge deck pool. He could play pretty much anything. So we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to pull that out. But once again, we'll look at the rosters here. Line, Sandbox, Jupiter King, and Sado. As you may well know, we have yet to see Sado and Sandbox because Line and Jupiter King did everything correct in that first match against Japan.
It was pretty clean there. It was pretty clean for Jupiter King. I mean, that always probably, I think, one of the best feelings in Clash Royale Esports is just dominating a King of the Hill, just walking away and just kind of dusting your hands off and looking at your teammates who are just sitting there like, all right, bro, like, I guess you just rock and rolled there.
Yeah, thanks for the prize money. We'll see you later. But as you can see, China is up on the screen. Hire, Cooper, D-King, and Angel. Hire and D-King, very, very established in the pro scenes of like Clash Royale for years and years, I feel. But yeah, we're going to see Sandbox versus Hire first. That's going to be interesting to see Sandbox go up against a veteran player that is Hire. And then the King of the Hill, it will be Line against Angel to kick that off with Sado and Jupiter King in reserves on the side of Korea, Cooper and D-King in the reserves on the side of China. And then if we needed that best of 3 at the end, set 3 is yet to be decided. That will be decided by the teams once we get to that point of the game.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just kind of waiting on the results of this. I mean, it could be another 2-0. It could be we get to that last best of 3. I think there's pretty good potential that we do that here. I think Hire versus Sandbox. Yeah, Sandbox has to be heavily favored with the way he's playing right now. Like we mentioned earlier, I mean, he had a couple great matches against Mo. He's looked really, really solid recently.
Yeah, but Hire is no slouch of his own, especially when he has time to prepare against his opponents. Like a very methodical player, if you give him time, will he have that time and ability? Did he know he would be playing against someone like this? Or did he think, oh, they might throw out Line again first? We'll find out as we are here. We have Sandbox at the top of the screen in red. We have Hire at the bottom of the screen in blue. And if you're looking at the graphic, the names are switched. The names match the position in the screen, but the cameras are flip reversed. Sandbox is at the bottom on the camera, and Higher is at the top.
Okay, so I think hopefully we'll get that squared away and figured out for you guys.
There we go.
There's the Royal Giant again, as the fireball did come out. There's that bomb tower. A little bit of a buff coming out to it. Dark Prince as well. Gonna have to be used to get the Royal Giant completely destroyed. It's a bomb tower alone. Gives you a little bit exposure to follow with the archers right behind the Dark Prince.
Yeah, we'll see what Hire's got in store with this deck so far. It's kind of difficult to tell because a lot of these cards are very, very flexible. The Bomb Tower makes me think like he was feeling it could have been something like a Royal Hog, but Royal Giant into Bomb Tower is still pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not bad at all. It's definitely not the best of the towers to defend against the Royal Giant for sure. There's that Fisherman to start things out. Just going to kind of cycle through it here. You're going to put a Hunter right behind it to help deal with that Mega Minion. But that Fireball going to get a ton of value. Mega Minion, one swipe on both of these, takes him out to follow up on that Fireball. Will not reach the Princess Tower. Going to get shot down right before it gets there. And now it's going to be Sandbox loading up for a big-time push behind this Royal Giant.
Yeah, I mean, the Royal Giant played at the back is a particularly, usually seen as a bit of a greedy move because you build Elixir as it slowly walks up the front. The Dark Prince there does get the push, but the Bomb Tower is down in time. And not much really built behind that Royal Giant for Sandbox.
Yeah, he tried to throw an Electro Spirit in there as well. Nothing really doing off the back of it. Gonna use that Fisherman again to pull things in. Arrow's going to be used this time on the Fisherman to soften it up, do a little more chip damage to the tower as well. This time switching side. This is smart by Sandbox because now he can avoid some of that chip damage on the on that right-hand side tower, which has already taken some damage.
Yeah, so Higher here. Playing it patient. The lightning comes down, and that is massive. The RG is going to go to town on this tower. The Mega Minion and the archers are trying to do what they can, but that is a significant amount of damage there, and a Mother Witch from Sandbox getting it done. But there is the Graveyard. The Mother Witch out the way. In comes the Graveyard. Is it going to be enough to get some damage? The Dark Prince is tanking up. A couple of skeletons are getting those hits in. And that tower is down to 1909. So instantly on the counter push, Sandbox builds in the Royal Giant. The Bomb Tower doesn't connect with the Dark Prince on that side, which is kind of what he needed to do there. And the Hunter might get a scatter. No, he doesn't. Shut down just in time.
Yeah, Higher just barely able to scrape through with that one. Not taking much damage to his tower this time around, but it's hard for him to find answers to this Royal Giant. He doesn't have anything that can really just chew through it quickly. He's got to buy time, set things up, try to bait out that Mother Witch to try to find openings for his Graveyard. And still, even if he does, there is that Dark Prince available, which has great defensive capabilities against the Graveyard even. You place it on that left-hand side of the tower in that short side away from the King Tower side, and it typically is going to absorb a lot of hits from the skeleton, get a lot of hits in itself. It just depends on the spawns of where they come from the Graveyard.
Yeah, and Higher is in a particularly difficult position because Sandbox does have that Mother Witch. He tried to get that one Graveyard off when he was out of cycle, but we have double RG, one on each side. One hit on the right, but the left-hand side. Oh, the Bomb Tower is late there for Higher, and that is bad news bears. 4, 6, 8 remains on that tower, and Sandbox looks as though this is his to take. The lightning comes down. One more of those will be enough to finish this off.
I mean, what a play here by Sandbox. Set up for a push with the Giant on one side, switch to the other at the last second when your opponent's committed too many resources. Fireball here going to get a ton of value. The arrows as well come in to try to help do some more damage. But again, with the Dark Prince, with the Mother Witch, there's just not a lot going on. And there's that lightning to clean it up. Finally able to cycle into it is Sandbox, and he is going to take game number 1.
Yeah, you could see Higher just really didn't have much to pressure with. Like, he was using the Graveyard. He was very patient in case of a Mother Witch. Mother Witch comes down from Sandbox. Higher's like, okay, this is time to go because I'm not going to get this chance again. Throws down the Graveyard, doesn't get much done. And then after that, you see Sandbox just bank that Mother Witch. He was like, okay, you play Graveyard, I have the counter. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm just going to RG you to death. and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, there just isn't a card in that deck that can deal with the RG fast enough.
Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to be able to make an RG push work. You set up enough stuff behind it that just cleans up all the junk in front of it, and then it can just kind of bulldoze its way through eventually. That's what happened.
Yeah, generally you put the RG at the back so you can go that second RG instantly, and usually you kind of put them in the same lane, right? You usually stack them up a little bit there so that when one dies, you have another one instantly to go. I've seen that quite a bit. But deciding to split push completely like that,
huge
and
big brain move.
It worked. Absolutely
it's
beautiful.
So smart, and there's just no answer at that point. You've already committed. Again, a lot of those resources, the bomb tower isn't able to come out in time because of the elixir used.
Well, yeah, that's why you would, obviously you put one RG, as soon as it dies, you drop the next one because they've already expended everything, and you generally have the fisherman and the hunter there to take care of everything that would kill your Royal Giant. But choosing to go the opposite lane really did catch Hire out. Like, he didn't have anything in the bank to stop it. We saw the bomb tower come late because he played the Mega Minion, I think, just before that, so had to wait to get that elixir back up. Because on the right-hand side, he dealt with the Royal Giant. Yeah, on the left-hand side, that fresh Giant, man, like there was nothing he could do.
The problem is that, so the Royal Giant is 6 elixir, right?
Yep.
So when you're in this deck that he brought, when you're defending it, you're almost always going to be using more than 6 elixir to defend it.
Yep.
So eventually you're going to be able to stack up that elixir advantage and do what we saw. Throw another Royal Giant into the other side, or you follow it up with another one even potentially if you feel like you have that opportunity, if you had cleaned up the defenses in front of it well enough. So it's just a matter of time almost.
Yep. Well, we'll see what they bring in the second game here. I'm particularly interested that we haven't seen all too many Royal Hogs. It has been kind of the talk of the town. We saw it once or twice in the first match.
It hasn't even been used as like a trump card or like a finishing move. Yeah, we saw it like one time in the last match, I think.
So it's going to be... It is the talk of the town right now. Everyone is saying that this is especially the Japanese teams. I don't know if
we're hipsters here. So
yeah, that's true.
That's the cool stuff isn't for us, man.
But
we gotta go old school.
Literally every Japanese pro that I follow on Twitter, which is like most of the ones that we've ever seen, we're basically tweeting out immediately after the balance patch, Royal Hogs. I think KK just put like 4 pig emojis, like. I mean, everyone was talking about how this is the winner of the balance patch, and we're not really seeing it so far.
But maybe that's like mind games. Like they were trying to like set up this tournament or another tournament, that they were like, yeah, we're going to play a lot of hogs. And so they're trying to bait out anti-hog decks, a lot of like stuff that can deal with AoEs, like Valkyries and Hunters and these kind of things that'll really clean up the hogs quickly.
Yeah, and then just like everyone brings that, and then they bring like, okay, here's a love loon. GG.
GG. Well, we'll see. It is now on to Hire to win a game here for China. If he can win it, it'll be a game number 3 between these two players. If Sandbox wins it for Korea, that's another game 1 for them, another match potentially going into their way, at least another set for sure. So far, Korea looking very strong here today, only dropping 1 game total. Barbarian Barrel is going to be cycled through. It is going to be the Night Witch. Now, this is a little bit surprising. This got nerfed pretty hard.
Yeah, it received a very sizable nerf. No more Death Bats. So we'll see how Hire gets on with this. But the Ram Rider almost had free reign there, but the Tornado from Sandbox does bring that into the center for the Bomb Tower and the Ice Wizard to take care of that.
That Tornado always makes things a little awkward because you got to be so careful about having the King Tower activated. Things like that, accidentally activating their King Tower, things like that can happen. Now, it is going to be Mega Knight Ram Rider. It's what he's going to pair with this Night Witch. I was kind of curious about where he was going to go with this. If maybe it was going to be P.E.K.K.A. or Mega Knight. Sometimes you'll see that with the Ram Rider. But now the Baby Dragons on both sides as well. First time we're seeing those here today, really. And then the Tornado is just going to put everything into that splash damage range of the Ice Wizard and the Baby Dragon and completely stalls the push.
Yeah, but I mean, Hire has this wrapped up. The Princess Tower here will take care of both of those units before any damage can get done. So Hire doesn't have to react 1 hit from the Ice Wizard, but didn't have to react with a defense of his own. So he can use everything now to build a push instead of counter pushing.
Right. The Ice Wizard hits about as hard as your average falling leaf. So it's not too bad there. Bomb Tower going to be placed here to deal with the Ram Rider in the right position to get both Princess Towers to shoot at it pretty stock standard. And it's going to be the Graveyard again here as we're seeing it from Sandbox. This is the first time I think we've seen Korea go for the Graveyard.
Yeah, and the poison is there, and that is not what you want to see as Sandbox, because as we've said before, it does kind of just shut everything down here. The Barbarian was going to get a hit in, but both are caught. Now the Night Witch, I don't quite see how the Night Witch fits into this deck over something else with the tower activation there with the Tornado for Sandbox and higher. It's not the end of the world with a Ram Rider deck, but it does obviously make things a little uncomfortable.
Well, it's still, I think, looking okay for him. The Knight on the left-hand side is going to have to be dealt with the Barb Barrel. Puts it right there. Going to get that taken down. Cycling into the Goblin Cage to get ready for some kind of push. Here comes that Graveyard. The Mega Knight is going to be what he's going to throw down. He really wants to start building up steam here. On the right-hand side, does higher. Try to make a push for this right side tower. Baby Dragon going to be placed down by Sandbox to help deal with those bats and other things. Here we go, Knight up front. It's a great counter to the Mega Knight. It buys you so much time. A good Fireball gets a lot of value as well.
Yeah, and that death damage disappearing off the Night Witch, really showing what has happened to that card, how difficult it is to make the Night Witch work, because normally there'd be a couple of bats there to help finish off the Baby Dragons, but nothing. And it really is uncomfortable. Obviously, Higher here is playing the Ram Rider with the Night Witch. Feels a bit weird, but I can see how it would work. You use the Mega Knight instead of basically the Golem or the other tanks, but he gets distracted, but one hit comes in. Poison ticking down. Is that a go time for Sandbox to lay down his Graveyard here? There's no poison in hand for Higher.
Yeah, a minute 18 left in the overtime, so Sandbox has to start finding. He had the advantage in the Princess Tower damage momentarily, but that hit from the Ram Rider has now opened the door. Fireball going to be used on top of that Night Witch, trying to buy an opportunity for some skeletons to get the damage. They do get a few hits in. 1788 to 1726 at the top. Another push coming through with Higher. No Mega Knight this time around now, so no big tanky units, but the poison going to come through, do some decent damage. Barb Barrel trying to clean things up. That Bandit's going to get a hit, though, as well. Pretty decent damage done by Higher.
Yeah, it is looking like a loss here for Sandbox. The Graveyard comes down with nothing really tanking it. Everything just stuck. So the Princess Tower, the Mega Knight, and the Bandit are just going to clean that up nicely. And there's about 100 damage. Exactly 100 damage difference between these teams. And don't forget, Poison does more damage than a Fireball if given time.
Absolutely, and there has to be a lot of defenses thrown at the front of this. The Tornado as well, dragging everything into that Bomb Tower bomb, along with the splash from the other units here. Good setup. Fireball has to be used to try to buy time, but he has to throw a Bomb Tower in as well. That is a ton of elixir used. It is the poison that comes down right at the top. That should be able to do it as we tick down into overtime, and it is going to be Higher. It's going to come through with more Princess Tower health.
Yeah, I was not expecting a Night Witch to make an appearance. I thought after the last changes, I thought that card not exactly the wisest of pick. Maybe still in Golem. Maybe still like, you know.
That's what I thought initially when
yeah.
it came down. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's always what you think when you see the Night Witch. It could have been a Giant. Like, we have seen some Night Witch Giant decks with the Graveyard. Historically, but they tend to be weirder picks.
So do you think that this pick here is him saving something like the Royal Ghost for the next match? Because he needs something that can do sort of AoE damage. It's kind of like a hybrid, right? The bats kind of help a little bit with stuff like the Graveyard with the AoE attacks. And then the Night Witch does do quite a bit of damage herself. She hits pretty hard with her single target attack.
Does. Yeah, that's a very interesting one. I don't think going into game 2, when you're already 1-0 down, I don't think you would try to save something. I think you wanted to, you know, you need to win this one, so you would put a strong foot forward. But it's actually a really good point. That didn't really burn too many of the kind of good cards.
Right.
I say good cards here. I mean the cards generally that you would see together.
In the current meta, right?
Yeah, so, yeah, he hasn't really wasted that many resources here. The Mega Knight going down, Night Witch not so much. Ram Rider,
that's pretty
has
nice.
Her uses,
but,
but there's still plenty of other cards that do the same kind of stuff, right? You could always use Hog Rider. You could always use the Royal Hogs. I mean, something like a Goblin Giant Sparky, which has been seeing a resurgence as of late, would be interesting. Yeah, he has pretty much every option available to him. So going into this Game 3, I really can't predict what we're going to see here.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think another point that's really stuck out to me so far here today is the lack of success that Graveyard is having. It just seems like right now, even with some of the changes, it's still not powerful enough. There's just so many counters to it right now.
Yeah, especially with Poison getting the buff that it did. The movement's slow. It doesn't sound like much like, oh, it slows down movement of troops through it. But that is a huge change because it does keep units in the poison. That's basically what that slows for, which means it does kind of shut down quite a lot of cards.
Oh, man, it's just more time for your battle healer and your Sparky to just build up steam for that Goblin Giant push, man.
That's dirty, man. But with Poison coming back into the meta as it has, Graveyard struggles against that. Then you have the Mother Witch, even though it had a nerf, still one-shot skeletons. So the Cursed Hogs are going to come through. There's just too many super powerful answers to the Graveyard, but people still use it because if it catches you off guard, it hurts. It's one of those cards now that, like, if you're not expecting it and you don't have anything that can, you know, quick fire like the Dark Goblin or like AoE, like the Log, you won't be able to deal with it effectively enough.
Yeah, even if you have like a single target tank, that's not good enough. Like a mini P.E.K.K.A, a Knight, not good enough to deal with the Graveyard. Yeah, it's okay, but it's not the best answer that you can find.
Yeah, I mean, Ice Golem does work in that, weirdly enough, because once it dies, the AoE splash from it does take out quite a bit, but it's not the perfect answer, but there are perfect answers to that card. So it's going to be interesting over the course of this tournament to see how it continues to perform and see if teams do decide maybe to drop that deck. But we see wall breakers here from Higher, and Sandbox gonna let one connect on the right-hand side. No need to overspend Elixir, and there's that Royal Ghost you were talking about.
Yeah, it just felt like Higher was saving for something near towards the end with that Night Witch. It's going to be the Goblin Cage, Goblin Barrel on the right side. So a quick cycle so far coming out from Higher. A few pokes from that Goblin Barrel, and the Spear Goblins do pretty significant damage to Sandbox's right-hand Princess Tower.
Yeah, Sandbox kind of looking as though he's a bit lost in this one. There's the guards. They're going to be able to take care of those wall breakers. Sandbox does have that poison.
Now, this kind of seems to me like Sandbox might be thinking about Lava Hound or something like that, potentially. Right now, he seems like he's content to try to save up to prevent significant damage. But when you're doing, like you said earlier, when you're doing beatdown decks, sometimes you have to kind of accrue a little bit of damage to buy that time for your pushes.
100%. We'll see if that is going to be the case. There's 2 cards left to be revealed from Sandbox, so we'll see if that is going to be the Lava Hound or if it's going to be something a little bit on the trickier side. Maybe even the Drill.
The Drill.
Probably not. It doesn't feel right, but I mean, this is dual format. Anything is possible. There's the Mega Knight. Okay, Mega Knight played at the back. The Princess does connect.
Oh, no.
4 Higher. That's 1. That's 2.
Oh, boy.
Is it going to be 3? Just about 3. Down to 1,000 is Sandbox. And things are kind of unraveling here, but double elixir time is almost upon us, and that might just be where this shines. It is going to be Ram Rider from Sandbox here, so he is bringing that in, and it does get the connection. 1 hit, 2 hits. Is it going to be 3? It is. 1654 remains there, and work is getting done here from Sandbox, but does he have tools in his arsenal to kind of protect against these deadly pushes? The Goblin in the back does get 1 stab. There's 994 remaining on that tower. The Princess going to start chipping away at the Brawler.
The funny thing about log bait decks is if you don't have something like the Log or the Bar Barrel, it actually is rather difficult to defend still. So right now, you know, Sandbox is having a tough time dealing with these Princesses, dealing with these barrels that are coming through. Time and time again, he has to use these single target attack units to deal with them because he needs to set up for the Mega Knight. Wall breakers just barely going to be stopped here by the Goblin Cage with the Rascals there. Good placement here by Sandbox, but the Cannon Cart is going to slow up that Mega Knight, and Higher is going to put out the Princess emote. Here comes that Royal Ghost, but he does have something like the E-Wiz available. I was just thinking that last time we saw it. to defend it. So we get ready to move into overtime. Guard's going to be placed to try to defend this, but they only get the back one at first. So the front two do some decent damage. There's another wall breaker on the right side hitting hard.
Massive, massive damage. Higher is looking like he has this one in the bag. We see another barrel coming through. Can Sandbox defend the E-Wiz comes down, but no, another set of stabs comes in. We're down to 1, 3, 9, and if that connected, that would have been game, set, and match here. Well, not match, but game and set. But the Mega Knight comes in. It's all or nothing for Sandbox, and everything is getting cleaned up. The Princess on the side, adding that little bit of extra damage, and Sandbox just cannot find a way through. He's not going to be able... Ooh, nice catch with that Mega Knight there. Is he going to be able to do this again and again, though? That's the question. It's a very expensive answer to a very cheap card. We see the Rascal Girls here getting a couple hits. 4, 6, 3. Remember, Hire doesn't have a big spell card. He doesn't even have a spell card here. So he will not be able to finish out that tower without making something get through. There's the barrel on the left-hand side. Is it going to get it? The E-Wiz comes down, but one stab comes through. If that was on the right-hand side, it would have been over. We see more push. This is a counter-push time for Sandbox to go, but Higher, all he needs is one round of stabs. The cannon cart comes in. He was expecting the barrel. The guards do their job. The E-Wiz in the back, perfectly defended this time round. And that's another great defense on the side of Sandbox, but he needs to get an offense through. Is he going to be able to? He's going to get it! He's going to get it! How?
Unbelievable here by Sandbox. At the last moment, he comes through and takes the win. Give us a bow, good sir. That was a heck of a comeback.
What did we just witness there? What a turnaround. And you can see in him right there. That was huge. Using the Rascal Boys to kind of stop the Ram Rider from going after the Tesla. I mean, that's 4D thinking there from Sandbox, knowing your opponent will probably put down the Rascals. If I put down my Ram Rider here, it'll be pushed to this side. We'll be cool. We'll be fine. We'll get the connection. That kind of thinking is insane. Even now, I have time to think about it. It's insane to do. Him on stage, pressure's on. He has 100 hit points left on one tower, 300 left on the other. To think of that, to get it to connect, that's crazy.
It's just amazing what you can do, especially in, those high elixir times, right, towards the end of the game. Because the Mega Knight starts to cause a problem, whereas in the early part of the game, you can't really use the Mega Knight to defend. Because he's about your only splash you have, right, in this particular deck. So you're relying on a lot of single targets. You're just trying to mitigate the damage as much as you can. That Mega Knight is your perfect answer. We saw that one time where it drops in, kills that Goblin Barrel Goblins just instantly, and boom, you're able to clean up that push. But early on, you can't afford to use it because if you use it on one side, then the other side is open to the attack.
Yeah, especially with the cannon card. I mean, if Higher had one spell, and any spell, even a freeze, any spell that does damage, that would have been a different story. Like, anything he could have used directly on the tower that does damage would have finished that off. Sandbox would have been walking away, losing 2-1. But not having the spell, it's always a risky play. Like, no spell decks, very risky for what you just saw there. I mean, Sandbox played that flawlessly. And, I mean, Hire's deck was perfect. It was a great deck.
Yes.
But not having the spell sometimes bites you, and it did in that. I mean, the clarity of Sandbox to be able to defend 2 lanes and counter push and use a Rascal Boy to stop your Ram Rider from moving into the center. I mean, man, what a player. There's a reason this guy is up in 4th when it comes to the CRL rankings all year long. I mean, the boy has
really good.
It's insane.
The ability to think on your feet, to change up, and to win when you're in bad situations is what makes the best of the best in Clash Royale really shine. And again, he knows the situations. He's got to buy time. He knows when to absorb some damage into your princess towers, and when he has to overcommit, to buy time to set up those pushes. And like you said, I mean, that battle ram, or excuse me, the ram rider placement, so good, because you know that your opponent's tendency is to set the towers in the middle because you want to drag things in that direction to buy more time. But if you can get some of those speedy units to go around the sides, then they avoid the threat range.
Yeah, and having like a big enough body that pushes it a little bit, and we saw that with the opponent's card as well, using the opponent's card also to continue that push. I mean, man, what a game.
That was
I'm going to go back and watch that one tonight because
it's really good.
That is something special. That's like maybe I need to set up a steak dinner for my iPad when I'm watching that one, because like that is royalty right there.
You're going to spend a very nice date night with that game right there.
That game right there, that needs some wine and some quality steak. That was something special. I mean, razor thin margins, 108 on that tower left. I mean, wow.
But he knew it once that Ram Rider kind of, you saw it in his face. When it went to the side, the poison comes down as well. He knew he had the damage. He knew he had the time. He knew he had the defense. And I mean, just so good.
And the time is important to mention because the barrel does take time to come over the arena and land on the tower.
True.
Because it takes so long, he knew he had it in the bag. He knew he had enough damage and was celebrating what was a tense match. It looked as though he was down and out.
Yeah, and you have stuff like, even if you need to buy that extra second, the snowball or something like that to just push them away, buy that extra second you need. Yeah, those Ram Rider hits are kind of slow, but they hit hard. And, you know, earlier before that, he also had a push where he was able to get those 3 Ram Rider hits in, and that really set up that final one. A couple poisons to do some chip damage, do some damage to the towers or the defensive structures as well. So, yeah, that was the best game so far today for sure.
Yeah.
Highlight real stuff there from Sandbox.
Yeah, and that is the highest placed Korean player here against the highest placed Chinese player here. What does the King of the Hill have in store? Because there's a few little surprises in there, because Cooper hasn't really been seen much. He's made it to the round of 16, the round of 32 twice in CRL. He is 93rd in the rankings. But like, D-King is good. Angel is a pretty much unknown. Like, how are Korea going to be able to deal with this when their players are everywhere? You will find games littered across Clash Royale.
That's a really good point here. There is a lot of tape to be studied for these Korean superstars as we get ready for our King of the Hill match. And this one, certainly, if that match was anything to kind of indicate what this is going to look like, Line versus Angel here. Match 2, set 2, the King of the Hill. Korea already up 1-0 in the match. The deciding set potentially in play right now.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, it looks as though the Chinese team are all together, whereas the Japanese team were, probably playing from their houses. The Chinese team look as though they're in a stadium of their own for this tournament. And that really does make a difference. Having your teammates next to you or in the vicinity thereof is really important. They pick you up when you're down. They can give tips and pointers during the games. Like, oh man, like, do you see that? That's what you need to watch out for. Like, having the team together is important. And we're going to see if this plays out, especially for Angel. I think this might be his first time on a big stage.
You could be right. I mean, it is kind of interesting to see in this event. In some ways, a lot of it is about who can make it and who can't, just due to their schedules and these kind of things. So, of course, every country wants to bring the best players. They absolutely can. But right now, you'll see this a lot. Again, if you're new to Clash Royale esports, sometimes players will just sit on their elixir for various reasons. They just want to hide what they're doing. They don't want to waste anything. Their hand and sometimes just isn't in the right order that they want it to be in. And
sometimes their deck is explosive when it hits that double elixir period. When that double elixir period hits, usually all hell breaks loose. I have casted one game that got down to like 10 seconds before the end of regular time.
Before anybody
played it. That was rough. That was a time and a half.
That is a caster's worst nightmare, to try to kill 3 minutes of time to just talk about elixir bars not moving is a bit of a challenge, but here we go. It is going to be the Goblin Cage coming down. It seems to indicate that these are heavier decks.
Yep, there's the Graveyard from line with the Cannon Cart up at the front, but the Royal Recruits from Angel is going to deal with the Cannon Cart. Arrows down to clean up the Graveyard. A couple of hits might come through at the back here, and that tower is going to take a little bit of damage. 1931. Nothing done on the towers right now. Angel's pushing a little bit with the 3 recruits, and there are the Hogs. It is the Hog recruit deck, and the mortar played right up front. It is this mortar Graveyard we see again, and that fireball is massive. One mortar hit gets in line. 17-11, taking down Angel's tower piece by piece. Does Angel have what he takes? The Royal Hogs actually aren't that great against mortar because generally they can get a shot off, and in this game they're playing it very defensively. That one shot might make the difference. We see the defensive mortar here. That's going to just rain down a little bit of destruction on the recruits as their shields do get popped. Will it take out the zappies? Yes, it does. Ooh. Arrows to take out the Cannon Cart right next to the tower. Usually you want that to push forward to tank for your Graveyard, so we can see Line resets his push here with the Knight, the Cannon Cart behind it, and he's going to go for a Graveyard. Maybe goes for the mortar up front, and that might not get... Oh, it does get the connection. Massive one hit. It's going to continue. The pain is going to rain down there. The Skeletons in the back absolutely ravaging this tower. 7-6-4 remains.
All right, you know, Angel here just not able to get those zappies in time to distract the mortar. The mortar looking to connect again. This time it is going to be the Goblin Cage down. So that is going to absorb a couple of mortar shots. You have to throw the zappies in there as well. But you have that Cannon Cart right there, and it is going to get some shots in, but the mortar shooting all the way to the other side, going to get taken down. Flying Machine right by the Hunter. Hunter not going to get out in time to clean that up. Bar Barrel here to help deal with the Cannon Cart. Cannon Cart finishes it, but there's a lot of Royal Recruits on the right-hand side.
Yeah, but the mortar is down to defend, and that splash damage from the mortar shells is going to be key in cleaning this up. The Cannon Cart there as well. And the Royal Recruits, 2 of them just decided to turn around. The Graveyard is getting work done. The Snowball to push around. 8 damage remains on Angel's tower. 1 snowball, 1 fireball, 1 scratch from a skeleton will be all it takes. Line takes the first game in this King of the Hill. Are we going to get another 3-0 here?
That one looked pretty clean. Graveyard finally won.
Yeah.
As well, I gotta say that the tempo of that match to me really started with that first mortar placement from Line. It caught so many of those units that are so vulnerable to the fireball right on top of it. He throws 1 fireball. So much elixir gained out of that. And I mean, and that just set the tempo for the rest of it, and his mortar placements were on point the whole match.
Yeah, I mean, not being able to counter push is rough when you're playing against the Graveyard player, because generally what will happen is that Graveyard will stack your defensive units together. You build up elixir, you can throw something in the front and counter push, and you have a lot of defensive units in the back that can help that. He didn't have a chance to build it up. Like, the Graveyard would come down, but the mortar was there. That would already be like, you have to put something up front, which is away from the Graveyard, so you're taking hits from the Graveyard. The mortar is raining down on those troops, especially the Royal Recruits were shut down by that. And by the time, like, any kind of counter push could build, everything is already like 1 shot or a fireball away from death. It was very tough for Angel, but Line, man, the guy that's nuts. This is what, his 3rd victory? No.
Today?
He went 2-1 in the first match. Yeah, he
so
went
his
2-1.
3rd victory, yeah.
3rd victory in a row because he lost the first set. Yeah. Right. 3 in a row. Can he make it 4?
Yes. I think so.
That's a very confident statement.
Well, that game, I mean, again, I think so much of that came down to his mortar placements, because in a way you're kind of getting the matchup you want if you're Angel here, right?
Yeah.
You've got a lot of, not the best answers in the world to the Graveyard, but enough. And you've got that fireball bait available, but it's the way that Line plays with that mortar. Like you were saying, it gets rid of the shields on the Royal Recruits. He's able to bring a lot of units together, either with the Graveyard. I thought you made a really good point here, where the Graveyard is bringing all the units on top of that tower, and that also gives you a lot of value out of that fireball.
Yeah, and then the best thing is you put a defensive mortar, and everything you just fireballed now dies to the one mortar hit that comes through. Like the mortar in the middle defensively with that fireball when you're trying to protect or push units around so that you give breathing room for that graveyard is huge. And Line executed that flawlessly. He dictated the play beginning to end. Angel didn't look as though he had much of an answer for anything that Line was putting out.
I felt like maybe he should have just taken the recruits out of rotation for a while, tried to speed things up, tried to make sure that he didn't have to spend a lot on defense, because that mortar was taking the shields down, and then the recruits don't have a ton of health underneath that shield. Like, a lot of what the recruits do is based on having that shield as a real annoyance, because single target units take way longer to deal with them because of that shield. So, yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I feel like it was a mistake waiting for double elixir for the Royal Hogs. Was it Royal Hogs?
Well, he tried it like one time at the very beginning, and then it got shut down by that mortar at the. Yeah, it was Royal Hogs. It was Royal Hogs. Yeah, yeah.
But we waited a long time for that, right?
Yeah, he threw one down at the very beginning.
Oh, okay. All right, so here we go. It's going to be Line versus Cooper. What is Cooper going to bring in this one? Line is 1 up here. He has been dominant today. He has only lost once to, what was it, Lava Hound? So we'll see how it goes. Snowball comes in. A little bit of just cycling out those first cards, trying to get the card you need in your hand, and then the waiting game begins. Line is more than comfortable waiting, but newer, younger players usually get a little bit antsy during this period here.
You can't stand the wait, man. I just want to start flinging those cards out. I want to play some Clash. But in a lot of times, it's just, yeah, if you've got some big stuff saved up. We saw big elixir cards coming out towards the end, particularly with Angel having the recruits. You know, that's 7 elixir. It's going to be a Musketeer here for Cooper, a Knight for Line, followed up by the Cannon card again.
Yeah. Okay. Musketeer here. Going to do its job. The Mega Knight here. What is it going to be tanking for Cooper? That's going to be an interesting show. The arrows come down.
Mortar again. Going to be there just in time, but there's a lot of damage here. The Hunter has to help clean up, and it is placed just in time to do so. A Prince. The regular Prince comes in. The Knight so good against the Prince. He really helps a lot. He buys you just enough time to deal with it. Right-hand side, the wall breakers, not really able to find any joy either. So far, pretty good defense from both players.
Yeah, Line doing the job he needs to do. Cooper as well, just closing it out. We don't really see the Prince all too much these days. It's been quite a while.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, I was like, is he going to defend that cannon card?
Nah, just let it go.
Just let it go.
Just take the damage.
Minor wall breakers with the Mega Knight. So we're going to try to get a big push going in to get the kind of sneak the wall breakers in behind, letting the Minor and the Mega Knight tank the damage. Even potentially the Prince, kind of.
Yeah, but much like the games we were talking about earlier where Cannon Card and Mortar was against Royal Giant, you can't really afford, as the wall breaker player, to be taking out those Cannon Cards too early, because it will distract your wall breakers.
Oof. Just in time with that mortar on the right-hand side. That's going to get a connection onto that Musketeer along with the Snowball knockback. Going to get enough to get it through there. It is the Mega Knight now setting up for another push on the right-hand side. Prince on the left. So the problem right now for Cooper that I'm seeing is with the Prince, with the Knight there to counter it. It is on the right-hand side, so he feels like he has a different answer. It's going to be the Spear Goblins, but those are just sapped away instantly. Hunter doesn't last long against it either. Mega Knight jumps in. The Mortar has to buy some time. Line doesn't have much. Finally, just in the nick of time is the Cannon card.
Yeah, and look at that Knight placement. Perfect to distract everything here. And that is a masterclass in defense there. If you want to learn how to defend a Mega Knight, that is how you do it. Line flawless on the edge of his elixir. Like, he was running dry on quite a few of those defense maneuvers there just in time. Made it work. The Hunter, though, is distracted. The Mega Knight, is it going to get a connection? No, the Knight comes in again here. Just distracting, pulling things up. The Hunter is back in hand. Minion finally gets a hit in here. 2084 remains, but this defense is Great for line, but is this going to get connection? No, the cannon cart comes just in time. It is going to be turned into a cannon defensively. That means that left-hand side is pretty much immune from wall breakers, but we might see them on the right. There's the mortar. It's going to get a connection. If these wall breakers don't, just
Great placement and timing with those wall breakers. It distracts the mortar for forever. Doesn't get anything done. Now you have on the right-hand side, arrows come down, help clean up the spear goblins, do a little bit of damage. The miner gonna start hacking away. A lot of damage being done to this mortar, a lot of units around it. The knight is there, but he is getting chewed through very quickly. Two princes are up here, another miner in the back. The cannon cart there, that isn't gonna stop much. Finally finishes off the miner, spins around on the left-hand side. The prince gets some big hits on that left-hand tower. Here comes the wall breakers. The knight is not enough to stop. Oh, it just barely stops both of them. Ooh, I thought maybe they were gonna get through, but he is good enough. The timing and the placement, perfect from line.
Yeah, Cooper is just playing phenomenally right now. He is making Line's day just that little bit worse. He's had so many wins as Line, but Cooper just made it look all too easy. The chip damage builds up over time, and Line, no matter how strong that defense was, couldn't defend everything. Elixir is a finite resource, even though Line didn't make it look that way for majority of that match because he was defending flawlessly. But Cooper, I like what I see. That was a good deck.
Yeah.
That was well played.
And eventually, like, when you can get that knight out of cycle for Line, for Prince, that opens up, or excuse me, for Cooper, that opens up the Prince. And that's a big part of what you're trying to do here, because that causes some really bad matchups at times. Like having to use a cannon cart against a Prince, not ideal.
Yeah, because you want that cannon cart front and center really to do everything else. But the Mega Knight as well was just particularly difficult to deal with because, yes, you've got to keep throwing these cheap units, but you're never going to be as Line with those cards building that counter push that you need to do. The Mega Knight is a very versatile tank. It has a lot of damage output. It has a lot of hit points. But generally, you would try to build something as a counter push. Line just didn't have the time. He just didn't have the cards he needed really to put on the pressure. I think he barely did like 300 damage, did Line. Cooper defended flawlessly and controlled everything.
A lot of the action was on Line's side of the river. So I think also there just wasn't a great answer for the Mega Knight. I mean, a lot of times you're trying to distract it with a mortar to buy time for the other units to do their damage.
Yeah, and to get back to the Knight and the cannon cart again. Like, yeah, that was pretty rough to see. Like, cannon cart's pretty good against Mega Knight. It does essentially shut it down with a little bit of help from Princess Towers. It eats the jump. But, yeah, I mean, you don't want to be cycling through a particularly heavy deck. Like, if that deck was a much quicker cycle from Line, we might have seen a different result. But getting through the mortar, getting through the cannon cart, and just everything else to try and get back to the cards you need to pull off those defensive maneuvers that don't even clean up the push, that just stop it.
Yeah, you're just stalling.
Yeah.
You can't ever get anything set up for yourself. And then when you do have the opportunity for the offensive mortar, the wall breakers are there. They're too fast. The mortar shot can't catch up to the very fast and the fast units. So they just move along ahead, and the mortar's busy trying to shoot at them, and that buys you a ton of time and space. And that's 2 elixir you're using versus that 4, and potentially maybe getting some damage out of the wall breakers if things go well.
The one thing, should Line have let one set of wall breakers go through?
When?
Like, early on in that match, if you let the wall breakers go through,
you're
not using your mortar defensively to try and stop it. Like, I
so you
feel,
just suck it up and...
Yeah, I feel like maybe he could have sucked up a little bit of hits from those wall breakers to maybe get the push going, like to get that counter offensive. But even that's risky because that's a lot of damage from 2 wall breakers. And with the way the game went anyway, he would have lost. But
yeah, it's like a good placement with... Even a Prince can cause problems with the mortar, right? So you're kind of in a weird spot as Line where where do you ever find the mortar useful outside of defending, just buying time for yourself?
Well, he couldn't. That was the problem. He just couldn't find a way to make it work. But we have the next player up on the stage. So we're about to get into this one. It is China versus Korea. It is Sado versus Cooper.
Is this the first time we've seen Sato?
It is. It's the first time today we've seen it, and a rage spell comes down, and a log. Cooper just...
Zap.
Sato put rage on his own side?
Sato put the rage on his own side. He's building himself up, man. He's powering up.
That's how he pumps himself up. He
That's
rages
right.
his own stuff.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that works. There's the Hog Rider. Dart Prince is there to help clean this up. But that's quite a few hits in for Cooper already. What does Sato have in store? He's already shown the rage, which is usually you would probably use as
Sparky, I was just thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, sometimes rage goes with Sparky. Sometimes this happens. We're probably going to be the Goblin Giant in front of it as well here. Bomb Tower going to be placed there. A bit of an annoyance for Sparky, but you put some stuff in front of it to distract the Bomb Tower. You're going to have to throw the log in as well. And those units have to be bought time from the Sparky. So the Royal Delivery comes, and it is going to be enough to get the Sparky down.
Yeah, but sometimes all you need is that pressure. And there's the Mini Pekka. That's going to deal with that Hog pretty nicely. Carves up a little bit of bacon here and then takes off the Musketeer. And that gives Sato the chance to maybe start looking at building another push. And that's the thing. He can take damage early on with this deck. You can take a few hits. As long as it's not going to put you in spell range, you're perfectly fine. Then you start seeing those Sparkies and Goblin Giants stack up on top of each other. They live together, basically. The Sparky in the back is the one that deals the damage. The Goblin Giant up front is the one that tanks it. And the little goblins on the back are the ones that just, you know, nibble at anything that flies or anything small, especially things like skeletons if they're close.
Something to note is that log did not hit the Sparky, and actually the log is kind of important. Earthquake going to be used there to deal some damage. Now loading up on the left-hand side. Pekka going to follow this big push. There's the rage. Pekka, unfettered, has to turn just in time to the Royal Delivery. The log has to be used as well. It buys just enough time for Cooper to not take any Princess Tower damage on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Mini Pekka is a powerhouse on its own. It deals so much damage, and Cooper smartly here putting pressure on the opposite lane from the Sparky, because Sato wants all that energy, all the elixir put on that right-hand side in front of the Sparky. And he just couldn't get it done. Here, Sparky is now basically nullified. We'll see, but the Mini Pekka. Whoa, Mini Pekka! Oh, Cooper is just on top of this defense. He does take 2 Mega Minion hits, but I mean, he has done all the damage he needs to do in those top towers. There's the Earthquake again, cycling a bit of damage, slowing that Sparky down. I don't know if slowing the Sparky is what he wants, but there we go again. Pressure opposite lane. Sparky in the left. Hog goes right, because you don't want your opponent to build this big push together.
I think he's looking for an opportunity to get the Mother Witch to deal with the skeleton so the Sparky doesn't shoot at it. And Cooper's ready for it this time. He uses the Knight instead. Really good mind games here, but a ton of damage. Down on the bottom right, the Mega Minions and the Dark Prince swipe through. So even though the adjustment was made by Cooper, the push was still strong enough for Sato.
Yeah, was that adjustment a little bit too fancy? Because he was dealing with that very, very well, time and time again. Obviously, he got the better of it, and then Sato just turned on the screw, like turned up a little bit more and managed to get it done.
It's a really tough thing to deal with Sparky, because he has such tremendous range, does such tremendous damage. The rage there paired up with stuff like the Mini Pekka, you have to commit a ton of resources to making sure that he doesn't get any swipes in, because he does a ton of damage.
Yep.
And then the Goblin Giant, when he's raged, he's got those 2 Spear Goblins on the back. They're no spring chickens, my friend. They are fully grown adult Spear Goblins who do some decent damage when they're raged.
Yeah, I mean, the rage is always one of those cards that it surprises some people, because your timings are pretty much known. You see the Mini Pekka come down, you're like, all right, I got a little bit of time here. I can, maybe read half a book by the time it gets to the tower. And then the rage comes down, and it's like, whoa, throw the book away. Like, you need to throw everything to try and distract. And especially pulling things into the center is a little bit tricky. Like, I know these are pro players. They have the timings down to a T. But sometimes, like, a little bit of delay on a unit in the middle, on a raged Mini Pekka, that Mini Pekka is just zooming into the tower.
He's already fast. Those stubby little legs move, man.
Yeah, they do. But, I mean, normally you would have time to deal with it. You know roughly where you should be doing. As soon as that rage comes down, it's like a racing car heading towards
It
your
kind
tower.
of throws your internal clock off
Yeah.
a little bit, right? Like you're so infrequently seeing rage.
And here's the thing, especially when it's the rage spell. When it's a lumberjack, you can manage your time. You're like, okay, he's got like 2 hits left. I know I need to put this down here.
Yes.
But when it's the rage spell, it's a little bit trickier to deal with because you're right. Your clock, your timings, they all speed up an uncomfortable amount because maybe you don't have the elixir, because that's one thing that doesn't really speed up during normal play. Like, yeah, you got double elixir and triple elixir time, but you know that's still difficult to deal with. And I mean, rage is
and that's
2
Sparky,
elixir.
and that's Sparky heaven time.
Yeah,
when you're in double elixir, like.
And this is the thing: you start trying to defend, and you need to put things close to your tower to defend the mini P.E.K.K.A. Sorry, because you know putting in the middle is a little bit difficult, and that's where Sparky's just like, oh, you're standing next to a tower. That's a very interesting position you've got there.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's cute. How about I just destroy your whole career?
It's gonna end this man's career. The Sparky motto for sure. I love what we saw here from Sato. His first appearance at ECEA 2021 takes a win. Now Korea is up 2-1 in this King of the Hill. It is all on D-King for China. It is match point for Korea. If they win, it's over. If D-King wins, we go into another match between him and Jupiter King for the final one of the King of the Hill. It's going to be a snowball out instantly behind it. It's going to be the Goblin Cage, and it is going to be a Mega Minion here for D-King.
Yeah, historically, D-King is a powerhouse of the Chinese region, especially he's among the most well-known players as well as like LCOP, who's not here today. Like, D-King is fantastic. He has won CRL East with Nova Esports. I mean, he is a quality player. Can he defeat Sato? Lava Hound from Sato.
Right now, there's no answers to be found for D-King. It's going to be the Hunter, eventually placed. Mega Minion, though, is going to follow up right behind it. Have to use the Bar Barrel to distract that Mega Minion long enough for the Hunter to do its thing. But there's a Miner in the back now, getting some shovel hits onto the tower. And that is going to be a fair amount of damage on that push for Sato. And on top of that, yeah, there is some elixir coming across the bridge, but he's built up a pretty decent lead for himself. No shot there from the Hunter. Mega Minion, is he just going to let it go through? Yes, he's just going to try to build up. It's going to be the Skeleton Dragons, going to be followed up right behind the Lava Hound.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he doesn't have Fireball to take care of those Skeleton Dragons. The Hunter is going to take care there. Ooh, good arrows. Get a connection from the Skeleton Dragon. Does Sato have anything to stop this Prince? No, he doesn't. He has to let it go, and that's a lot of damage coming from D-King here. More hits, one more hit, and that would have been towered down. 3, 4, 4 remains. 715, 700, it's still ticking down. Very late Miner there, didn't get chance to tank. Oh, the Barbarian gets stuck behind the tower.
Oh no, a bit of a misclick there by D-King, and that is going to be a little bit of extra damage. That's important. It's basically even. It's going to be the Golem is what D-King is going to start to build up for. So Prince, Golem, going to be the name of the game.
Ooh, with this Flying Machine connected, will not. The problem Sato has now is if that Golem gets anywhere near that tower, the death damage is going to be enough to finish it off. So he has to go counter. The Miner is through. It's getting the hits in. Is it going to be stopped? The guards are there. 112 remain. The arrows is not going to be enough. Oh, the Golem actually pops a little bit early, but they are going to get onto the tower. Those Golemites. The lightning comes down. D-King manages to get it. Can Sato finish that tower? 112 remains. He just burned the arrows. The Miner gets caught out by the Hunter, and that is it. D-King is going to take this and draw us to Game 5 in the King of the Hill.
Well, you're sitting there wondering what was going to be that final card, what was going to be in front of that Prince. And I felt beat down for sure is what my inkling is, but sometimes people do tricky stuff and they throw maybe something cheap in there to try for a cycle on the back of the Prince, because that Prince was still doing pretty good for himself. There weren't, outside of the barbs, great answers to what he was bringing there.
Yeah, and I mean, it was very smart to hold it until when he held it, because Golems get to towers. That's just what they do. Even if you put something in the middle, one building, golems get into the tower. It pumped just before the tower, so the golem death damage did nothing. Golemites get a couple of hits, but by then it's lights out because a couple of hits from them.
There's a
plus
lightning there too. It was like, well,
yeah, a lightning, a snowball, a sneeze, anything with those golemites would have finished it off. And I mean, it did. And Sado tried to defend, but the Prince made it a little bit difficult. Like the damage it does when charging, and when you're going a sky-heavy deck, when you're going an air-heavy deck like Lava Hound, you don't have much to catch it out. And we saw that. We saw that Prince just basically walk up to the tower and delete its hit points. Hit after hit after hit. Tower goes down.
Yep. The calculation from D-King in that situation, because you saw that push coming, right? Like you mentioned it, there's no fireball to take down the skeleton dragons. The Lava Hounds just kind of coming through, and there was not much in the way of defense being used, but that Prince comes underneath, and again, unless you have enough elixir for the barbs or the goblin cage, forget it, and he didn't. I saw the elixir bar. He didn't have enough. He would spent it all to try to make this push work.
I have a very complicated history with Lava Hound and Barbarians because there was a period of time last year where that deck was everywhere. It was dominating everything. Anytime it saw professional play, it lost. There was only one player all season long who played Lava Hound Barbs and won a match in professional play in the East region. That was KK for Japan.
Of course.
But I saw Higher play it. I saw D-King play it. I saw like everyone was playing it. Nobody was winning with it because of exactly what you saw there. You go up in the air, I'm just going to go through the ground and don't even, consider that you're going to be able to beat me.
Yeah, it's weird because with the Lava Hound in the air, there's nothing to tank some of the damage on the bottom either, to buy some time for your damage-dealing units to do their thing. You have to kind of sacrifice something to deal with the Prince or something like that.
And nobody wants to sacrifice the push. Because sometimes that push is, you might only get one Lava Hound out because the pressure from your opponent is too much. You might get two, but very rarely you'll get like 4 or 5 Lava Hounds down. So you need to make each push count. And yes, you could put the barbs down, and then, while that big push is coming, you have like the barbs coming along the ground, so you need to deal up and down. But it very rarely happens that way, especially in these kind of levels where players know that deck inside out, back to front. Like they've played it. Yeah, they've seen it. They've played it. They've beat it millions of times. And it very rarely works out in the East region. In the West, it generally was doing all right, but in the East region, it never really got done.
It seems like, it's been figured out. I mean, the Lava Hound type decks have been kind of there have been a few minor tweaks here and there, but they've been kind of the same idea back to forward. I think another interesting thing is arrows inside of there for Sado. That's not always the spell you see necessarily, but it's not, and he doesn't have a lot of damage with it. There was no good targets for it either.
Yeah, I don't know what he was expecting with the arrows, but yeah, it was kind of a wasted spell in this one. I feel like something like Fireball or even a Rocket would have been nice. Like a Rocket would have been expensive, but it would have helped a lot more. Unfortunately, Sado does go down, and we're into the final game. We've seen Cooper play today. We've seen basically everyone from the China team play in this match. We have seen everything, and here is D-King. He is looking to bring it home. Can he do it? He is up against Jupiter King, right?
It's Jupiter King, so the guy who ran the table against Japan, coming in to try to save the day for Korea and win the match. D-King himself also trying to save the day. Miner out, bats down on top of it, only gets a couple shovel hits in, and we're counter Miner here from Jupiter King. Good knight placement, catches it out. And you kind of have to put it on that outside corner, right? You don't know for sure if your opponent has Tornado yet, so you got to be really careful with that first Miner placement. It makes it easy for D-King to predict.
Yeah, you kind of always know where that first Miner is going to go. The safe spot is getting smaller and smaller every year, it feels like. But Giant Skeleton in the back. We don't usually see much Giant Skeleton. The bats are going to deal with those wall breakers. So it's minor wall breakers for D-King. What is Jupiter King going to pair with this Giant Skeleton?
Well, he has to cycle into the Miner to tank for the Skeleton, then put the Knight behind it here. A miner of his own for Jupiter King opens up a little bit of space for himself, but with that log, the explosion will not get close enough, but a decent amount of damage from the miner. It basically evens things up here.
Yeah, I don't know if that giant skeleton could have been any closer. Like, it was pushing. I know what Jupiter King was trying to do with the snowball, which was to, you know, push things a little bit closer so that he would get that death damage with the giant skeleton, but you never want to rely on that because it is so tricky to do. But I have a feeling that Jupiter King's last card might be Clone. And if it is, Clone can push a giant skeleton forward enough that it connects to the tower.
Remember the Royal, oh, it's a balloon. I was going to say it could be the Royal Giant, too. I've seen that with the giant skeleton, but with the balloon here, there's going to be a bomb tower to buy a ton of time. The Hunter there as well, going to try to do some damage, but he's not able to do significant damage. That balloon's got an open door. The snowball as well. The balloon gets one drop. Here comes the second. That's tower down. D-King on his last legs.
Yeah, Jupiter King found an opportunity. He took it, and he got it done. Nice play from him. D-King, does manage to get both wall breakers, and the Hunter shoots his shotgun a little bit late. 1-2-0-9. And the miner comes in the back. The fisherman's going to try and pull that around. The skeletons are going to take out their more explosive brethren. And we see nice defense here by Jupiter King, but D-King has a defense of his own. Obviously, it isn't going to be a clone to push that giant skeleton forward, so no extra damage on the tower. Will the Hunter turn around in time to clean this up? He does. 7:15 remains on that tower. D-King can get this done. There's 10 seconds left. There's no giant spell. Miner is going to survive, but two Hunters are just going to clean it up. D-King knows it is over. Jupiter King comes out, gets an explosive finish to this match with the balloon, and Korea take the second win here.
Unbelievable performance from Jupiter King today for Korea. In the King of the Hills, undefeated. 4 games, 3 against Japan, rolled them up, just completely took them out, wiped them out the table, and then he comes in here, saves the day against China.
Yeah, and I mean, D-King is no slouch, and Jupiter King made it look a little bit easy. The giant skeleton was a very interesting choice, but it worked. And I mean, clone would have been ridiculous, but there's always that possibility. You never know if there was going to be a clone to push it a little. The balloon, though.
That was a real nice kind of curveball that came in at the end. I mean, it completely caught D-King off guard. He knew he was not ready for it at all.
Yeah, and the thing is, you spend so much ground forces trying to deal with the giant skeleton to keep it off the tower that, like, sure, what have you got for the sky? You've already used your Hunter. Your Hunter's already expired, and Hunter deals with balloons pretty easy. But when that balloon actually came down, the Hunter connected to the balloon first. Then the giant skeleton and the bats kind of walked in front of the Hunter and started to eat those shots, and they managed to clean up the Hunter, which means the balloon then was free to continue its mammoth journey onto the tower. It was beautifully orchestrated.
And with the bats up there, stuff like the bomb tower is going to go down pretty quick. Because if any bats survive, they are going to chew through that bomb tower really fast. One hit from the balloon then opens the door for the balloon to go right to the Princess Tower. It's just really, really great play here all day from Jupiter King.
Yeah, the guy is an absolute animal. And here we have the confirmation of the results. Japan goes down to Korea 0-2, and then Korea matching that first match score against China 2-0. China versus Japan will come tomorrow. That's going to be an interesting game to see who manages to make the final.
A decider match, and to see who will face Korea in the finals in a couple days. Korea, they've already won their 2. They're in. They've done it in very impressive, dominant fashion here. Maybe what you expect with the players that came through for Korea.
I mean, I don't know if I expected it, but it is a stellar lineup. I was expecting China definitely to put up a much stronger fight, and it wasn't made easy. No. That was a long King of the Hill. That was all the way 5 games, but just not enough from China. And Korea do look like they're going to take this one. They do have the higher ranked players in terms of CRL. They do generally butt heads with China a lot in a lot of the national tournaments. It's usually China 1, Korea 2, Korea 1, China 2. So it's interesting to see how this tournament is going to develop over the long run. But Korea, they're qualified. There's no way they cannot make it to the grand finals,
Correct.
right?
Yep. Nope, they're in. So it's tomorrow's match decides who of Japan or China is going to make it through. What we saw today was China seems to have a bit of an edge right now. They seem to be a little bit more on the ball with what Korea brought, at least. So whereas Japan just seemed kind of very focused, on this mortar stuff and the graveyard kind of things, just did not fool them at all. So guys, this is going to do it for us for Clash Royale today. We'll be back tomorrow for the same thing. We're going to have a bit of a break. We have the opening ceremony at 1, and then PUBG coming up after that. So you guys don't want to go anywhere. You want to make sure you stay tuned. There's a lot of exciting stuff coming up. Maybe grab some food or something, take a bit of a break. We'll be back soon. We'll see you guys here at ECEA 2021.
영상을 플레이하는 순간 군대 간 친구가 제대를 하고 이 어학연수간 연인이 돌아오게 되는 시간 승사 탑골 오락실 진행을 맡은 허준이고요. 달의 여신 수빈 씨 나오셨습니다.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 한번 쳐주세요. 예. 우리 탑골 오락실 뭐 이런 거 하나 해야 되지 않을까요?
탑골 오락실.
오케이 괜찮다.
말씀드리는 순간 지금 첫 번째 선수가 입장을 하고 있습니다.
누구죠?
자, 실루엣으로 봐서는 지금 누군지 정확하게 보이질 않는데요.
근데 생각보다 굉장히 훤칠하고 잘생기신 분 같아요.
잠깐만. 조정석 씨인가 본데. 걸치가 깨어오면서 저 옷.
알아? 어머나.
야. 이게 아니네.
야, 이런 데가 있네. 안녕, 수빈이.
지상렬 씨 입장하게 됐습니다. 게이머석입니다.
여기 아니죠? 약간 좀 그런데.
기운이 좀 안 좋아요.
이게 터가 되게 중요해요. 수맥이 엄청 오르네. 멀쩡한 사람도 저기 앉으면 죽어나가겠네.
형이 여기 집주인 아저씨 듣고 계신데.
계셔? 얘기를 해야지.
이제 첫 번째 선수 지상렬 선수가 등장을 했는데
예전 거는 진짜 나한테 얘기하지 마. 거의 인천의 스티브 잡스야.
요 선수를 대적할 선수가 만만치 않은 선수가 등장을 합니다. 자, 과연 어떤 선수가 두 번째 등장을 할지? 두 번째 선수 등장합니다. 어린 선수인 것 같은데? 키가 아직 다 안 자란 느낌인데? 근데 지금 보면은 우연치 않게 또 50대 대표, 40대 대표 그리고 MZ세대 대표가 딱 됐어요.
MG?
네,
MZ. 여기 AZ.
AZ가 뭐예요?
아스트라제네카. 여기 형 백신 맞으셨어요?
못 맞았다, 아직. 늙어서. 근데 나줘다오.
건강하십시오, 형님.
자, 지금 말이죠. 탁구를 하실 두 분의 이제 탐색전은 여기서 좀 마무리를 짓고 게임 부심은 요거는 남자로서는 사실은 치면 안 되거든요.
그렇죠.
우리 때는 블럭 깨기가 있었는데 그거 못했으면 난 중학교도 못 맞췄을 거야. 99판을 깨면 첫 판으로 다시 가.
그러면 오락실 주인이 200원 주면서 나가.
경계 대상이야.
그리고 항상 이렇게 오락하다가 내가 졌어. 그 다음에
이렇게 쳐다봐.
얼굴 한번 확인하는 거야.
누군지 보는 거야.
나보다 어려? 그러면 한 번 이렇게 시간 한번 주고 깍지 마라 이거 한 번 해주고.
자, 근데 중요한 것은 말이죠. 지금 탁구 오락실 시간 가는 줄 모르고 보고 계시겠지만 이 방송은 대결입니다. 두 분이 자신 있는 종목들을 찾아서 많은 분들이 지켜보는 가운데서 대결을 해야 되거든요.
둘이요? 근데 좀 세대가 분리가 돼가지고
예.
형은 뭐 아까 제비우스, 인베이더, 뭐 킹콩, 너구리
인베이더는 들어오는 봤지만 제가 해본 적은 없었던 것 같아요.
근데 제 입장에서 봤을 때는 둘이 그냥 도찐 개찐 것 같은데
도찐, 개찐.
비빌만 하지 않을까요?
본격적인 대결을 한번 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다.
뭐로 가지 이거?
자, 그러면 이제 요것도 게임이에요. 가위바위보. 전 세계에서 가장 오래되고 공정한 게임.
가위바위보. 오케이.
갤러거 있습니까?
있습니다.
오케이 갤러그.
야, 이게 81년도네.
81년도네. 이때 수빈이 태어나기도 전이죠.
제가 수정도 되기 전이에요.
그래요?
공기중에도 안 떠있을 때.
두 명에서 안 되는 거잖아 이거.
그러니까 너가 먼저 해.
이제 갤러그가 이제 오락실의 거의 혁명이다라고 불리우던 게임이고요.
그러니까 얘가 세대가 다 이제 터지면 끝나. 오, 야 이거 알겠다. 이거 뭔지 알겠다.
이게 제믹스에 있어서 제믹스에.
야, 근데 얘 뭐야?
야, 저 손글게 나왔네요. 좀 전문 스킬이거든요.
뭐야?
저게 1G 스킬, 2G 스킬, 3G 스킬, 4G 스킬까지 있어요.
지금
네.
오라버니 몇 지
지금 이제 2G로 지금 주로 가고 있거든요. 2G가 뭐냐면 연속으로 꾸준하게 버튼을 누를 때는 2G가 좋습니다. 지금 말이죠. 하하 선수가 지금 모든 지금 적들을 다 그냥 공략해버리고 있잖아요. 사실 이거는 필수 스킬이 있어요.
뭐였지?
얘가 그걸 모르는구나.
이제 마지막.
큰일 났네.
이제 마지막 3목숨. 요거 이제 우리 흔히를 표현할 때 목숨이라고 표현하죠. 이제 마지막 3목숨. 끝났네요. 자,
16450.
16,450.
오우씨.
와 근데 하하오라버니
내 스타일이 아니야.
그 점수 많이 나오면 이기는 거죠.
그렇죠.
다 모아놨다 간다고?
그렇죠.
기억 날라 그래.
쌓았죠. 네, 쌓고 있어요. 네, 그렇죠.
총알 나가는지
쌓고
한번
있어요.
쓱 봐야지.
쌓고 있어요. 자, 전부 다 쌓였죠. 자, 띠디용 요 소리. 이거예요. 삐리리 키냅트. 폭격합니다. 자, 그리고 나서 얘를 다시 공략을 하면은 두 대가 합쳐져서 쌍둥이가 됩니다.
그렇지.
네.
오 침착하시다.
그렇죠. 요거예요. 여기거든요. 자, 이거거든요. 다 잡았어. 쌍둥이 합체 스마일. 이거거든요.
다 나와 이제. 다 나와.
다음 라운드만 요 상태로 진행하면 역전이 가능합니다.
이게 쌍방송이 이런 겁니다.
이거예요.
이거예요.
저 애들이 이제 팔이라고 불렀었거든요. 파리 부대 싸그리 지금 마무리 짓습니다.
와, 벌써 이겼어. 나 이겼어.
이거예요. 22,000점 넘어갑니다.
끝까지 봅시다. 끝까지 봅시다.
그대로 만약에 가게 되잖아요. 그러면 이게 뭐냐? 고인물, 진짜 썩은 물. 76,000점 넘어갑니다.
여기서 보내야 돼. 내가 10만 채운 거야.
94,000 들어갔고요. 95,000 넘어갑니다. 97,000 들어갑니다. 자, 98,000. 98,000이고요.
시간만 좀 아깝다.
안타깝습니다.
와, 진짜 얼마 안 남았는데.
지상렬 선수가 승리를 했기 때문에 벌칙은 지상렬 선수가.
요즘에 저 왼쪽 귀가 안 좋아, 오른쪽 귀가 안 좋아.
저요?
그냥 물어보는 거야.
솔직히 왼쪽이 좀 안 좋아요.
왼쪽이. 그럼 한쪽은 안 들려도 되지. 그치? 나는 미리 얘기하는데 혹시라도 한몰이라는 단어 아시죠? 본네트가 찌그러졌다 이런 거.
와, 소리 장난 아니었어요.
오케이. 가시죠.
안 아프게 했어요.
최종 게임 스트리트 파이트.
스트리트 파이터
오,
들어갑니다.
스트리트 파이터는 저도 알아요. 스트리트
요거는
파이터.
대전 격투 게임. 요게 말이죠. 스트리트 파이터가 있느냐 없느냐. 지금 현재로 따지자면 대한민국 e스포츠의 시작은 이 스타크래프트라고 볼 수가 있고요. 지금 현재 최고의 e스포츠는 LOL이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 근데 오프라인 e스포츠가 있었다고 한다면 그게 바로 스트리트 파이터였어요.
야, 난 이거 가물가물한데? 알려줘. 뭘 어떻게 해야지 움직이는 거를.
짠발, 중간발, 큰발. 짠손, 중간손, 큰손. 버튼 6개를 사용했던 유일무이한 최초 도전의 게임이었죠.
나는 무조건 캔 아니면 류.
조금 강으로 해가지고 요거를 어떻게 쓰?
저건 뭐 나오는 거야?
이게 이제 아도겐이라는 거예요. 피하셔야죠.
아니, 그러니까 그걸 어떻게 쏘는 거야?
도겐이라고 하잖아요. 요게 이제 뭐 보면은 이제 아도겐, 어류겐, 찹쌀떡 도겐 이렇게 있는데 요게 지금 따지면은 LOL에서 뭐 QWE 스킬이라고 보면 돼요.
버튼이 중요한 것 같아.
야, 뭘 거기서 집어던지냐? 어? 와, 이거 기분 나쁘네. 한 판 더 해.
라운드 2. 자, 야,
뭐요? 또 강력한 공격. 그렇죠. 이거예요. 위아래로 점프하고 막 찍어 내리고 막 하면은.
자, 얍삽이 들어갑니다. 오! 오, 갑자기 왜 이래? 갑자기.
배가요.
오! 야! 야! 오! 안 돼. 왜?
이거예요. 이게 막치기예요. 이게 막치기거든요. 짠손. 이게 막치기거든요. 짠손.
오, 깜짝이야.
야, 다 잡았는데 돼요.
이거 진짜 픽픽이었다. 이거 진짜 실력이 필요하구나. 이거 운으로 되는 게 없네요.
그렇죠. 게임은요 운이 아니에요. 게임은 절대 운이 아니에요.
아니,
실력입니다.
그러면 요번 판은 하여튼간 하가 이긴 거잖아. 뭐 벌칙?
그러면 이거 할게요.
예.
이거 피하세요.
이거 뭐지?
해봐요. 형, 이렇게 해봐요. 이렇게 맞을 수 있잖아. 그러니까 이거 피하라고.
와, 제대로 하시려고 하시는 것 같은데?
갑니다.
자, 가자.
시작해주세요.
네, 준비.
시작하자마자 때릴 수도 있어요.
준비.
시작하자마자 때릴 수도 있어요.
이때 탁구를 뭐라 그러면 꿀았냐?
나 진짜 열받네.
이때 그랬었어 우리가. 그래서 따라고요 이게. 요게 8, 90년대의 벌칙이에요. 하?
오.
들어갔어요. 정통 들어갔습니다.
이마전씨! 야, 다음 마지막은 이거야. 다음 마지막은 이거야. 이렇게 해서 발등에 놓을 거야. 정신 차려라. 알았지?
No surrender. It's forever. You know, this right forever. No surrender. It's forever. You know, this right forever.
안녕하세요. 박정석입니다. 한국 e스포츠의 달라진 위상을 몸소 느끼고 있어 감회가 새롭고 기쁩니다. 포스트 코로나 시대, 전통 스포츠계와 e스포츠가 새로운 스포츠의 기준을 함께 만들어서 대한민국이 스포츠 강국으로서의 명맥을 이을 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 보내주신 메시지를 양분 삼아 e스포츠 활성화와 발전으로 화답할 수 있도록 저희 e스포츠계도 최선을 다하겠습니다. 가까운 시일 내에 스타크래프트 한 게임 하면서 교류할 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 최우범입니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들 정말 열심히 훈련하고 노력하고 고민하고 있습니다. 팬분들께서 선수들이 잘할 때나 힘들 때나 변함없이 믿고 응원해 주시면 선수들은 어느 대회에서든지 어떠한 환경에서든지 여러분의 믿음에 보답할 것으로 확신하고 있습니다. 현직 감독으로서 스포츠 전설분들께서 보내주신 메시지가 그 어느 때보다 소중하고 감사합니다. 선수들과 심기일전해서 대한민국 e스포츠 발전에 저도 힘을 보탤 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 강범현입니다. e스포츠의 국가대표 활성화는 은퇴 선수들에게도 의미하는 바가 큽니다. e스포츠의 발전과 선수들의 권익 보호를 위해 목소리를 내고 선수들이 e스포츠계의 발전을 위해 다양한 방법으로 공헌할 수 있는 것이 건강한 생태계 구축에서부터 시작한다고 생각합니다. 전통 스포츠계에서 이러한 움직임에 힘을 실어주셔서 너무 감사드리고 이러한 노력이 헛되지 않게 저부터 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 조성주입니다. 아시안게임에서의 금메달은 지금까지도 제 선수 인생의 최고의 보람이자 추억으로 남아있습니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들도 태극마크의 엄중함과 무게를 이겨내고 좋은 성적과 좋은 모습으로 국민 여러분들의 큰 사랑에 보답해야 한다고 생각합니다. 관심 보내주시는 모든 분들이 실망하지 않으시도록 저희 e스포츠 선수들이 매 순간 최선을 다하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 페이커 이상혁입니다. e스포츠에 보내주신 스포츠 레전드 여러분들의 관심 저에게는 참 감사하고 의미 있는 일입니다. e스포츠가 더 많은 팬분들께 감동과 희망을 드리고 포스트 코로나 시대에 더 많은 재미를 드릴 수 있게 저희 모두 함께 노력하겠습니다. 전통 스포츠와 e스포츠가 함께 만들어 나갈 스포츠의 새로운 기준, 팬 여러분들께서도 큰 관심 갖고 지켜봐 주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
보고만 있을 거야?
Join us in Gangwon.
Gangwon. Together at Gangwon 2024.
같이 뛸래? 준비됐어?
준비하고 있지?
범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내려온다 범은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 해머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌우지고 새락 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎턱 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 무너지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 먹으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다 범 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다 누의 머리를 흔들며 양기 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다 누의 머리를 흔들며 양기 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 범 내려온다 봄이 내려온다
좋았다, 좋았어. 오케이, 오케이. 오케이.
above that 8.6 that we gave him earlier on, but still a very good yearning performance. Congratulations.
대한민국 스포츠의 랜드마크라고 할 수가 있겠습니다. 평화와 화합의 상징이라고 일컬어지는 이곳에서 e스포츠가 더해지는 그런 감격적인 순간이 지금부터 시작됩니다.
The first historic competition of ECEA 2021 will be held here, Seoul, Korea, the landmark of esports and a symbol of peace. And now the new historic competition will begin.
네, 자, 더욱이 ECEA는 대한민국의 문화체육관광부, 그리고 중국의 문화여유부, 일본의 경제산업성이 함께 협력해서 개최를 결정한 만큼 기념비적인 그런 대회라고 할 수가 있겠습니다.
ECEA is said to be a monumental event since we cooperated with Korea's Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and China's Ministry of Culture and Leisure, and last but not least, Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry.
네, 그리고 오늘부터 3일 동안 정식 종목인 리그 오브 레전드, 배틀그라운드, 클래시 로얄, PES 2021과 시범 종목인 던전 앤 파이터에서 우리 한중일 3국 선수들의 치열한 경쟁이 벌어지게 됩니다.
For 3 days from today, the competition will begin among 3 countries. The events range from the League of Legends, Battleground, Clash Royale, PES 2021, and lastly, the demonstration event of Dungeon and Fighter will be held.
네, 자, 한중일 이 3개국의 선수들이 함께 모여서 플레이를 못하는 그런 아쉬움은 분명히 남겠습니다만 e스포츠이기 때문에 분명히 오늘과 같은 이런 감격적인 대회가 성사될 수 있었습니다.
It's a bit disappointing, but the players from Korea, China, and Japan cannot gather in one place. But the competition was possible because it is esports.
네, 자 그러면 지금부터 그 어느 때보다도 열정적인 경기를 펼치게 될 한국과 중국 그리고 일본의 선수들을 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
We will now begin the competition. Let us meet our champions.
자, 먼저 한국 대표 선수들이 입장하겠습니다. 네, 박수 감사합니다. 자, 이지훈 총감독이 이끄는 한국 대표팀은 각 종목 5명의 코치와 34명의 선수가 ECEA 2021에 참가하게 됩니다.
Team Korea is now entering. Our team is led by General Manager Lee Ji-hoon. A total of 5 coaches and 34 Korean players will participate in this competition.
네, 자 모든 선수를 다 이 자리에 모시고 여러분께 소개해드리겠습니다만 선수들의 안전을 위해서 각 종목을 대표해 개회식에는 5명의 선수만 모셨습니다.
For quarantine guidelines, 5 players representing each game will come up to the stage.
네, 자 여러분 보시기에 오른쪽부터 던전 앤 파이터의 육식 다람쥐 한세민 선수, PES 2021의 폴리스 로키 김경욱 선수, 클래시 로얄의 사도 박세용 선수, 배틀그라운드의 피오 차승훈 선수, 리그 오브 레전드의 NB 이명준 선수가 이 앞에 당당히 섰습니다.
Following players are our Korean representatives. 한세민 from Dungeon and Fighter, Kim Kyung-uk, Police Rookie from PES 2021, Park Se-young, Sado from Clash Royale, Cha Seung-hoon, PO from the Battleground, Lee Myung-jun, Envy from the League of Legends.
네, 자 이렇게 한국 선수들이 자리하고 있습니다. 여러분, 이 한국 선수들의 멋진 활약을 큰 박수로 응원 부탁드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 자 그리고 오늘 이곳 현장에서는 방역 원칙을 지키면서도 이번 대회에 큰 도움을 주신 분들과 함께 지금 개회식을 진행하고 있습니다. 자 그러면 중국은 그리고 또 일본 선수들은 어떻게 경기를 하게 되는지 많은 분들 궁금하실 것 같은데 자 준비되는 대로 중국 그리고 일본 선수들의 자 개회식 모습도 여러분께 현장 화면 바로 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 중국 모습이 나오고 있습니다. 자 중국은 ECEA 2021 경기장이 마련된 상하이 선랜드 에이리어에서 중국 대표 선수들이 경기를 펼치게 됩니다. 자 어떻게 보더라도 우리랑 비슷한 상황이에요. 예. 자 중국 팀은 5명의 코치를 포함해서 36명의 선수가 이번 대회에 참가합니다.
Team China is entering from the Sunland area in Shanghai, where the ECEA 2021 stadium is located.
네.
The Chinese team includes 5 coaches. A total of 36 Chinese players will participate in this competition.
네. 자, 각 종목의 선수들이 쭉 소개가 되고 있습니다. 크래시 로얄 그리고 배틀그라운드 앞에 PS201도 마찬가지였고요. 배틀그라운드는 선수들이 많습니다. 그래서 여러 장이 이렇게 나가게 되는데 진정한 국가 매치의 맛을 느끼실 수 있을 테고요. 그리고 리그 오브 레전드 선수들도 역시 준비를 하고 있습니다. 중국도 같은 이유로 선수들의 안전을 위해서 대표 선수들만 이렇게 최소화해서 자리를 하고 있습니다. 어떤 뻗들은 우리랑 뭐 비슷한 그런 상황인 것 같고요. 네. 자, 중국 상황도 봤고 일본은 또 어떨지. 일본은 또 약간 다른 모습이 있는데요. 자, 일본도 준비되는 대로 바로 여러분께 현장 화면을 통해서 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 일본 선수들의 모습이 나오겠죠. 자, 일본은 자국의 방역 지침에 따라 경기장이 아닌 개별적으로 마련된 장소에서 경기를 치르게 됩니다. 자, 일본은 리그 오브 레전드 6개 코치를 비롯해 총 36명의 선수가 참가합니다.
Last is Team Japan. Following Japan's quarantine guidelines, the game will be played in a separate venue, not a stadium. A total of 36 Japanese players, including Coach Yuki of the Legends, will play and participate.
네, 그러면 일본 선수단까지 만나봤고요. 자, 여러분 그러면 3일 동안 벌써 대회가 시작됐습니다만 3일 동안 한중일의 최고의 명성을 펼칠 3개국의 대표 선수들에게 다시 한번 큰 응원의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 네, 우리 선수분들의 자리로 돌아가셔야 되겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네. 자, 이렇게 ECEA에 출전하는 모든 선수들을 만나봤습니다. 여러분께서 아시다시피 ECEA는 한중일 3개국의 정부가 한마음 한뜻으로 만든 대회입니다. 정말 공식 국가 대항전이라고 할 수 있겠는데요. 자, 많은 분들께서 오랜 시간 염원해온 대회인 만큼 오늘 이 자리 정말 많은 분들께서 축하의 메시지를 영상을 통해서 보내주셨는데요. 함께 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
The ECEA 2021 is a competition created by 3 governments. As we've been anticipating for today's competition, today will be quite special and exciting. Now, we prepared a video from those who worked very hard for this competition and who congratulate today's event.
네, 자, 그러면 어떤 영상일지 바로 직접 만나보시죠.
여러분 반갑습니다. 문화체육관광부 장관 황희입니다. 2021 한중일 e스포츠 대회 막이 올랐습니다. 진심으로 축하합니다. 이번 행사를 위해 애써주신 관계자 여러분, 참여해주신 선수 여러분, 그리고 온라인으로 경기를 관람하고 계시는 모든 분께 환영과 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 오늘날 e스포츠는 다양한 세대가 함께 즐기고 소통할 수 있는 여가 문화로 자리 잡았습니다. 국경을 뛰어넘는 화합의 장으로 그 위상 또한 나날이 높아지고 있습니다. 세계적인 인기에 힘입어 미래가 더욱 기대되는 문화 콘텐츠이기도 합니다. 한중일 3국이 주도하는 이번 대회가 e스포츠의 도약과 발전을 위한 발판이 되어줄 거라 믿습니다. 무엇보다 e스포츠를 사랑하는 세계인들이 소통하고 교류할 수 있는 장으로 꾸준히 이어지길 바랍니다. 이번 대회가 선수들에게는 최고의 기량을 선보일 수 있는 무대가 되고 경기를 관람하시는 분들께는 축제 같은 시간이 될 거라 기대합니다. 한중일 국가대표 선수 여러분, 여러분 모두를 응원합니다. 화이팅!
尊敬的黄西长官、刘振龙先生、藤田清太郎审议官、参加锦标赛的3国选手以及关注本次活动的3国青少年朋友们，大家下午好。由韩国文化体育观光部主办，中国文化娱乐行业协会、韩国电子竞技协会以及日本电子竞技联合会承办的首届东亚电竞锦标赛线上隆重开幕。我谨代表中国驻韩国大使馆对活动的举办表示衷心的祝贺。 中日韩三国作为东亚地区重要的友好邻邦，近年来不断通过各领域的交流合作巩固友好关系。本次东亚电竞锦标赛就是三方加强交流合作的重要平台，将为推动三国数字文化产业发展、促进三国青少年交流合作发挥积极的作用。三国相关行业协会2019年就此达成共识，决定用数字文化平台搭建三国青少年相互沟通的桥梁，进而增进三国民间，特别是青少年之间的友谊。青少年是国家的未来，更是世界的未来，人类的希望。我们相信通过你们的交流、探索与创新，会有更多的青年人担负起更多社会进步与发展的责任。我们呢，愿与韩日各界人士一道，进一步丰富三国友好合作的内涵，增进相互了解与认知。希望更多人士积极支持和推动三国青少年的交流与合作，为助力三国关系更好更快发展做出积极贡献。中国驻韩国大使馆愿为此发挥桥梁作用。最后祝首届东亚电竞锦标赛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
会場にお集まりの皆様、並びに本大会に出場される選手の皆様、運営にご尽力いただいている関係者の皆様、こんにちは。経済産業省で審議官を拝命しております藤田と申します。本日、韓国のケスパ、中国の ECEA、日本の JES といった3カ国のゲーム産業に携わる皆様のご協力により、本 e スポーツ大会が盛大に開催されること、大変喜ばしく思っており、また、このような大会を開催していただけることに感謝申し上げます。本 e スポーツ大会は、3カ国の友好とアジアにおける e スポーツの価値の向上を目指して、企画されたもので、e スポーツの発祥の地とも言われる東アジア地区の大会として、世界最高峰のスキルを持った選手が出場する大会となることが期待されるものであります。他方、未だ続く新型コロナウイルス感染症の拡大を受け、残念ながら本日は日本からの参加となりましたが、このような困難な中でも e スポーツはいつ誰もがどこでも楽しむことができるツールであり、こうして離れた地からオンラインにて参加できるところも魅力の一つと考えております。また、来年開催される2022年アジア競技大会においても e スポーツが正式競技として採用されており、アジア地域における e スポーツは今後もより一層の盛り上がりを見せるものと思っております。本 e スポーツ大会を通じて皆様と交流を深め、経済と社会的な交流の相乗効果を生み出すことや、各国選手における e スポーツの競技力の向上及びスポーツ精神の普及に資するような大会になることを期待しております。最後になりますが、本日ご参加の各団体及び皆様にとって本 e スポーツ大会が有意義なものとなるよう、またご参加国の皆様のご健康と参加国のさらなる産業の発展、絆の進化を記念して私からの挨拶とさせていただきます。
안녕하세요. 박정석입니다. 한국 e스포츠의 달라진 위상을 몸소 느끼고 있어 감회가 새롭고 기쁩니다. 포스트 코로나 시대, 전통 스포츠계와 e스포츠가 새로운 스포츠의 기준을 함께 만들어서 대한민국이 스포츠 강국으로서의 명맥을 이을 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 보내주신 메시지를 양분 삼아 e스포츠 활성화와 발전으로 화답할 수 있도록 저희 e스포츠계도 최선을 다하겠습니다. 가까운 시일 내에 스타크래프트 한 게임 하면서 교류할 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 최우범입니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들 정말 열심히 훈련하고 노력하고 고민하고 있습니다. 팬분들께서 선수들이 잘할 때나 힘들 때나 변함없이 믿고 응원해 주시면 선수들은 어느 대회에서든지 어떠한 환경에서든지 여러분의 믿음에 보답할 것으로 확신하고 있습니다. 현직 감독으로서 스포츠 전설분들께서 보내주신 메시지가 그 어느 때보다 소중하고 감사합니다. 선수들과 심기일전에서 대한민국 e스포츠 발전에 저도 힘을 보탤 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요, 강범현입니다. e스포츠의 국가대표 활성화는 은퇴 선수들에게도 의미하는 바가 큽니다. e스포츠의 발전과 선수들의 권익 보호를 위해 목소리를 내고 선수들이 e스포츠계의 발전을 위해 다양한 방법으로 공헌할 수 있는 것이 건강한 생태계 구축에서부터 시작한다고 생각합니다. 전통 스포츠계에서 이러한 움직임에 힘을 실어주셔서 너무 감사드리고 이러한 노력이 헛되지 않게 저부터 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요, 조성주입니다. 아시안게임에서의 금메달은 지금까지도 제 선수 인생의 최고의 보람이자 추억으로 남아있습니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들도 태극마크의 엄중함과 무게를 이겨내고 좋은 성적과 좋은 모습으로 국민 여러분들의 큰 사랑에 보답해야 한다고 생각합니다. 관심 보내주시는 모든 분들이 실망하지 않으시도록 저희 e스포츠 선수들이 매 순간 최선을 다하겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 페이커 이상혁입니다. e스포츠에 보내주신 스포츠 레전드 여러분들의 관심 저에게는 참 감사하고 의미 있는 일입니다. e스포츠가 더 많은 팬분들께 감동과 희망을 드리고 포스트 코로나 시대에 더 많은 재미를 드릴 수 있게 저희 모두 함께 노력하겠습니다. 전통 스포츠와 e스포츠가 함께 만들어 나갈 스포츠의 새로운 기준, 팬 여러분들께서도 큰 관심 갖고 지켜봐 주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 자, 축하의 말씀해주신 황희 장관님과 많은 분들 진심으로 감사드립니다. 자, 이어서 선서가 있겠습니다. 선서는 심판 대표와 선수 대표 두 분이 하시겠는데요. 자, 심판 대표, 선수 대표 두 분 무대 위로 자리해 주시기 바랍니다.
Next, the oath of the referee and players will be held.
자, 선서는 김경욱 선수 대표 그리고 문재민 심판 대표 두 분이 하시겠습니다. 네, 선서 부탁드립니다.
서. 우리는 2021 한중일 e스포츠 대회 참가 선수 및 심판을 대표하여 다음과 같이 선서합니다.
하나, 우리는 대회에 참여함에 있어 최선을 다한다.
하나, 우리는 대회가 정한 규정과 규칙에 따라 공정한 판정을 내린다.
하나, 우리는 대회가 정한 규정과 규칙에 입각하여 정정당당하게 대회에 참가한다.
하나, 우리는 페어플레이 정신에 입각한 성숙한 모습으로 대회에 임한다. 하나, 우리는 국가대표 및 대회의 명예와 품위를 손상시키는 행동을 하지 않는다. 2021년 9월 10일
선수대표 김경욱,
심판대표 문재민.
여러분 큰 박수로 두 분께 큰 힘을 실어주시기 바랍니다. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 페어플레이를 위한 김경욱 선수 대표와 문재민 심판 대표의 선서가 있었습니다. 자, 두 분 고생하셨고 이제 자리로 돌아가시겠습니다. 감사합니다. 자, 다음 순서로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다음 순서는 ECEA 2021의 시작을 알리는 개회 선언이 있겠습니다. 자, ECEA 2021 유진용 조직위원장님을 이 자리로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Next, Organizing Committee Chairman Yoo Jin-young will declare the opening of ECEA 2021.
한중일 선수단 여러분, 그리고 관계자 여러분 반갑습니다. 그리고 환영합니다. 오랫동안 기다려온 2021 한중일 e스포츠 대회의 개막을 선언합니다.
여러분 큰 박수로 대회 개막을 축하해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 그리고 이번 페어플레이 정신에 입각한 멋진 경기 펼칠 수 있도록 위원장님, 깃발 여러분 함께 다시 한번 우리와 같은 함성 박수로 축하해 주시기를 부탁드립니다. 네. 자, 저렇게 깃발도 힘차게 흔들어 주셨고 이제 선수들이 멋진 경기만을 남겨두고 있는 것 같습니다. 네, 거듭 개회 선언해 주신 유진영 위원장님 감사드리겠습니다. 자, 오늘부터 3일간 펼쳐지는 이번 대회에서 우리 한중일 3개국 106명의 선수들은 자국의 명예를 걸고 싸우게 됩니다. 이 선수들 향해 뜨거운 응원을 보내주시기를 부탁드리면서 ECEA 2021 개막식 이제 정리해야 될 때가 됐네요.
그렇죠. For 3 days from today, 106 players from 3 countries will fight for honor with pride and prestige. We will now end the opening of ECEA 2021 by giving warm support to these players. Thank you.
네, 자 함께해 주신 여러분 진심으로 감사드리고요. 멋진 경기를 보답하도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
형, 왜 자꾸 왜 태클해? 좋았어. 뭐야? 이거 너무 얕어. 너무 얕삽해.
찢어버렸어.
야, 모든 스포츠는 실수를 안 하는 거야. 이게 실력이야. 내가 예전에 이촌동에서 딘딘이랑 이거 하다가 딘딘 중학교 때 연달아서 3판 져가지고 걔 뒤통수 한번 때리고 내가 나갔대. 그때 나 완전 연예인이었을 때야. 근데 원래 PC방 먹으면서 해야 되는 거 아니야?
그러니까
그거 막
너무
이런 거
배고파.
그 G4 같은 거 있잖아.
형, G4라는 요즘
오다리,
PC방이
오다리.
형, 그거는 옛날 PC방이고.
사발면, 육개장 자식아! 그래.
근데 형이 얘기한 PC방은 예전의 PC방이고 요즘 PC방은 그냥 그런 PC방이 아니라 거의 레스토랑이야.
뭘 레스토랑이야, PC방이 PC방.
진짜라니까? 형, 메뉴가 이래. 우와. 나도 좀, 야, 메뉴야 이게. 인도 카레 정식, 떡갈비 덮밥, 대패 삼겹.
회는 너무하잖아.
횟집 사장님이 PC방을 이렇게 인수해가지고 회를 떠가지고 손님들한테 이렇게 준단 말이야. 진짜로. 진짜라니까. 이거 뭐 어떻게 해야 믿는 거야 진짜.
장난치냐?
겨울에는 방어를 떠주고 여름엔 민어를 떠주고. 이건 진짜야.
거짓말. 회 정식은 거짓말이지.
와, 답답해 진짜.
회 PC방.
회피.
있네? 딱 입구에
우와.
젓갈 있어.
야, 대박이다. 여기 한번 가봐야겠다 진짜. 배민이 등록돼 있어. 야, 진짜. 진짜로. 나를 자꾸 회피하네 씨방.
욕 아니지.
아니야. 회피 씨방 아까 치니까.
나 욕인 줄 알고 기분 나쁜 줄 알고.
회피 씨방.
이 정도 퀄리티면은 뭐 시켜볼 만은 할 텐데.
그치, 이렇게 사진 나온 대로면
그러니까
시켜볼
PC방
만하지.
음식이 맛있다는 소문은 나도 듣긴 했어.
나도 들었어. 한번 주문을 한번 해볼까? 짜게치 알지?
알지.
계란이랑 그거 뭐냐 치즈. 그 토핑 일단은 추가하고.
토핑 추가가 돼?
토핑 추가가 또 여기 다 돼. 고기도 좀 먹고 싶잖아요.
기생충이 나오는 그렇지. 짜파게티.
계란이랑 치즈.
계란 2개.
계란 2개.
됐어?
어머!
자,
주문 들어왔네. 주문 들어왔어. 주문 들어왔네.
잠깐만.
주문 들어왔어. 아니 너무 많아 진짜 앞에서.
선생님 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 예, 반갑습니다.
잠깐.
저-
요리하기 전 잠깐만요.
강재준 씨?
아니 무슨 소리야 머리가 노란색인데. DJ 소다 느낌이에요.
DJ 소다. DJ 황소다. 황소다. 선생님 요리해 주세요.
잠시만요.
잠깐만.
이렇게 해야지 제가 힘이 나거든요.
저거 하니까 혹시 얼마나 맛있게요?
제가 해드리는 짜파구리가요.
예.
난 맛있게요.
야 이혜정 선생님 똑같다.
아우 해드릴게요 세상에. 아우,
진짜로.
세상에.
선생님 여기 PC방이
네.
컴퓨터 하시는 그 매출이 커요? 아니면 그 드시는 분들 매출이 커요?
저희는 그 PC방 돈 안 받아요.
근데 여기는
오락 무료.
오락이 반찬이구나.
오락은 무료고
예.
음식은 바가지고.
음식이 바가지야. 그리고 오 마이
근데
갓.
잠깐만요. 고기 토핑 뭐 다른 가게는 뭐 살치,
네.
뭐 등심 뭐 이런 거 올리잖아요.
네네네. 뭘로? 뭐?
우린 토마호크야.
우와 이 도끼 뭐야?
토마호크야 토마호크.
야 말도 안 돼. 야 아니 그래서 얼마예요?
예?
이거 짬뽕이 얼마예요? 얼마예요 한 접시에?
일단 그 기본 재료 단가만 이제
예.
92,000원.
야 이게
재료 단가 92,000원인데
뭐가 92,000원이야?
라인 그리잖아. 3만 원 올라가요.
아니 그 라인은 우리가 그리라고 하지 않았잖아요. 본인 스스로 그려놓고서.
이렇게 하면 훨씬 맛있거든.
붙여서 얼마예요? 짜파구리 이렇게 해서.
하나씨 팬이어가지고 그냥 15만 원에 끊어. 몰라 난 진짜.
아니 깡을 15만 원이요?
나 정말 너무 좋아해 나.
더 깡패 하는 데네. 그러니까. 하여튼 선생님 맛있게 좀 해주세요.
네, 이거 엄청 맛있게 해줄게, 엄청 맛있게.
야 그러면 다시 하자. 알았어. 그러면은 지는 사람은 진짜 저거 계산하는 걸로. 진지하게. 일단 짬뽕 15만 원이야. 이거만 먹고 할 거 아니잖아. 아 진짜. 자 됐습니다. 네. 자 2021 대한민국 대 토트넘의 클럽. 그렇지. 살짝 툭. 다시 밀어. 다시 올라가.
면이 들어간다. 쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉.
와 빗소리. 비가 내려 음악이 흐르면 우와 대박.
예쁘다 예뻐.
우와 저거 봐 비주얼 봐.
난리
우와 씨. 태클 해야겠다. 됐어. 야 진짜 차이가 많이 난다. 업사이드.
자, 음식 나왔습니다.
네. 왜 닫아요?
우리는
게임이 진행되고 있는데 지금
처음부터 해, 처음부터.
손흥민 선수가 기다리고 있는데 너무 야 미쳤다. 야 정말 맛있겠다. 야 짱이다. 나 이런 거 처음 해봤어.
그 약소스처럼 만들어 먹으면 더 맛있더라고요. 비벼서 이렇게 먹으면.
비벼.
그 비벼야 돼, 비벼야 돼.
사장님.
네.
그 이런 말씀 드리긴 좀 그렇지만 같이 드실래요?
아니, 지금 가고 있어요.
아니
이거 이렇게 올리려고 이렇게.
자 그러면은 저는 치즈 꾸덕꾸덕 했으니까 이거 섞어서 한번 먹어볼게요. 네.
그렇게 한 입.
야 맛은 기가 막히다. 정말 맛있다. 진심으로?
진짜로.
진심으로?
내가 이거 진짜 잘한다니까.
진심에서 나오라? 근데 맛없으면 안 웃잖아요. 이거 와. 고기는 이렇게 먹는 게 아니라
그러면.
들고.
그지?
네?
그지, 재준 씨, 그지?
우와.
뜨거울 텐데. 이미 팔팔 났는데.
가까이 텐데. 근데 맛있어. 짜파구리 느낌이 아니라 그냥 그 뭐라 그러지? 진짜 이태리 요리 먹는 느낌이야 그냥. 맞아요. 근데 진짜 나는 알면서도 좀 놀라운 게 실제로 이런 음식들이 PC방에서 되는지 몰랐어. 나도. 상당히 못했어.
다 돼.
다 되니까요. 진짜 거짓말 아니라. 맞아. 뭐야? 300잔.
아니, 한 잔에?
우와. 사콜 사콜.
이렇게 하면은 이제 요거 맥주 느낌으로 싹.
아.
자,
아니,
7만
뭐야?
원부터 시작할게.
왜? 이게 맛있다고?
맛있어.
또 약간 또 샴페인 같아.
그게 샴페인 같은 향이 싹 나요.
근데 이거 한 잔에 7만 원이라고 하면 너무 하신 거 아니에요? 뭐 어디 저기 뭐냐 대출빚 같은 거 갚아야 돼요?
나 갖고 싶은 프라다 백이 있어.
아니 프라다.
이번 주 안에 사야 된단 말이야.
아니 열심히 성실하게 일해서 보세요. 왜 자꾸 눈탱이를 쳐가지고 하시는 거죠?
스포츠란 우선은 사실 불가능을 좀 가능케 하기 위해서 도전을 하는 거, 그리고 그 과정을 통해서 결과 이런 것들이 나오면서 많은 사람들이 거기에 대해서 좀 희망을 갖게 되는 거, 이런 것들이 좀 스포츠가 아닌가. 또 올림픽 이런 거 했었을 때 항상 중요한 게임에는 모든 우리나라 국민들이 하나가 돼서 응원을 하고 하잖아요. 그러니까 집결하고 하는 거, 이런 것들을 할 수 있는 게 스포츠가 아닌가. 예, 제 개인적으로는 좀 그렇게 생각합니다. 국가대표라는 게 그 종목의 이제 어떻게 보면 얼굴이거든요. 그래서 책임감도 생기고 거기에 대한 무게감 이런 것도 생기기 때문에 좀 행동이나 이런 것들도 그렇고 더 거기 국가대표를 유지하기 위해서 더 운동을 열심히 했었던 국가대표는 조금 더 책임감을 가지고 그 분야의 얼굴이기 때문에 또 주니어 선수들이 항상 보고 있기 때문에 더 책임감을 가져야 되는 그런 자리라고 생각합니다. 저는 사실 제가 시합 다닐 때 그 플레이스테이션이라든지 뭐 엑스박스 이런 것들을 좀 갖고 다니면서 이제 스포츠 게임을 했었거든요. 이제 그 같이 다녔던 이제 저희가 이제 항상 뭐 같은 팀끼리 뭐 저녁 내기라든지 뭐 이런 것들 내기를 하면서 이제 시합을 했었던 경험들이 항상 있습니다. 그리고 뭐 시합 테니스 이외에는 그런 게임으로 좀 많이 시간을 좀 할애를 했었던 그런 시간이 있었습니다. 우선은 뭐 지금 처음이잖아요. 뭐 최초로 이제 뭐 정식 아시안 게임 정식 종목이 됐고 이렇기 때문에 항상 힘들더라도 또 극복을 하고 열심히 화이팅하면서 간다면 모든 사람이 응원해주고 그러지 않을까. 예, 그래서 e스포츠 국가대표 선수들 정말 화이팅했으면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
내려온다. 장님 깊은 골로 대한짐승이 내렸다. 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 위에 머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 깃발로 양기 찌어지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎떡 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 묻어지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 먹으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다. 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 헐숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 헐숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports Championships East Asia 2021. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you're enjoying the event so far. We had Clash Royale this morning. We had an opening ceremony. It was quite wonderful. And now we move on to PUBG. I'm Paper Thin. This is Chobra. And we are very excited to bring you guys not only this game, but kind of this whole event. This is a really special thing we have here.
Yeah, I mean, just from how it started, right? Kind of the corresponding branches and the governments coming together and saying, well, we want to do something together. Let's use games and esports to do that. And then, they had this kind of voting process to bring in all these different games. So we're getting a variety of games across the board. And we're actually getting top players. Like, one of the things that happens with these kind of festivals is it's like, okay, well, pro teams are kind of doing their own thing, and we can't really get the top players. Not this time around. I mean, we've got some of the best in every category this whole weekend.
It's incredible. I mean, the talent that's showing up for this to represent their countries, pride, money, a lot of things on the line here. So, especially here in PUBG, I'm telling you guys, like, these are the best of the best. I mean, this is insane how good these rosters are. I can't even begin to describe how talented these teams are. But let's just take a quick overview of this whole event. Like we mentioned, 3 countries participating: Korea, China, Japan. The event starts today, September 10th, and we go all the way until the 12th on Sunday. So 3 days. A lot of it is kind of matching each country up against each other, seeing who does the best, and then a finals on Sunday with the 2 best countries kind of squaring off against each other in most instances.
Yeah, and most of these games, basically what it comes down to is, like, no matter the number of players, obviously differing per game, as you can see because of the variety of games we have, it's really just like each country as a team. That's the best way to think about this, and as you said, Paper Thin, it's kind of this round robin in most of these cases. They duke it out, and then the best scores say, all right, this is now the match, right, for this event on Sunday. So as you can see, League of Legends, PUBG, PES, we got Clash Royale, and then Dungeon Fighter Online as the exhibition as well. That'll be coming up later in the afternoon. And we've got a ton of support. I mean, not just from the developers and publishers, but across the board from the hosts and organizers, of course, coming from the branches of the government, and then also with all of our suppliers as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a who's who of gaming and esports, and of course our government support as well is wonderful. So here's today's overview for day number 1. We already finished Clash Royale. We had our opening ceremony. Now you are at PUBG. We should put a little red arrow that says you are here.
You are here indeed at 1:30 p.m. Just a little past here in Korea, right in the middle of the day. The best time to enjoy PUBG Battlegrounds here. But of course, you started off with Clash Royale earlier today, had some fun matches there, and then we'll have plenty of other games. So, okay, now this is it. If you're tuning in for PUBG right now, this is what you want to know. This is the format and kind of exactly what the numbers are for this weekend.
It's a fairly interesting format. I think, the typical PUBG format is, 4 players on each team, and then there's 16 squads. We're doing something very, very different here, where it's 20 players on each team and just 2 teams. So each country will do kind of 1 at a time here, or well, I should say 2 at a time, and then we do a double round robin. So today is just Erangel, so each team gets to play 2 Erangels today. Then tomorrow is just Miramar, so each team gets to play 2 Miramars. And the deciding thing is wins. So it's who wins that game. And whoever has the most wins, of course, will go on to the finals. If there is a tie, the tiebreaker is kills. And
that's important.
And then from there, it gets weird. But it's probably going to be kills.
Yeah, I mean, it should come down to that, especially in these kind of large-scale battles. There is going to be a big disparity towards the end, I would assume. It's not going to come down to these, like, 1v1s. That's so hard to manage. You almost have to kind of orchestrate that if that's going to happen when it's, like, 20v20. I mean, this is just grand-scale battles here between these teams.
Yeah, it's really going to be something very special, something very interesting. There have been formats that have been done like this before, but this one also, I think I want to kind of explain to you guys how the teams are going to operate. So there are actually rules on how the teams can communicate with each other. It's very, very important because so let's take a look. Okay, I'll explain this in just a second.
Actually, when we have a chance to look at the players, it'll actually make more sense because we talked about this before the event. It's very interesting, but of course, this is the schedule for today. So once again, these matches only on Erangel. Korea versus Japan will be first, then Japan versus China, and then Korea versus China. So once again, just a little round robin, and then same round robin tomorrow, but just on Miramar. So we kind of get a taste of all the teams on both maps. So 3 matches coming up this afternoon, just back-to-back-to-back PUBG.
Oh, this is going to be really fun, really interesting kind of format. You and I were really kind of talking about this, that this almost feels like a real-time strategy with the way this is going to work. So, okay, here's our player list.
Let's
now,
talk about it.
If you've ever watched any PUBG, you know a lot of those names because they are the best of the best in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, there's just notable names all around. I mean, you know, even people who might not be watching PUBG, like you're gonna see names like PO, you know, of course, just pop across esports in general, right? And then just within PUBG as well, Korea really bringing out the kind of powerhouses here for this event.
I mean, I can't imagine a better roster in some ways. It's just crazy how talented this team is, and so it's going to be the 20-man teams are composed of 2 10-man squads. So each team has to have 10 players on a squad. Those squads cannot communicate with each other except for the captains of each squad. There's one captain on each of the 10-man squads, so there's 2 captains. Those 2 captains can talk to each other. That's it. The rest of the players have to get their information through their captains.
Which is, I mean, this is really cool. Like, there have been some other games in the past that have had similar online formats, and it's always very interesting because it really comes down to more of this orchestration rather than just pure individual talent. Of course, as we look at the Japanese roster, and speaking of individual talent, I mean, Japan maybe not bringing the strongest players that people might be used to, especially compared to the Korean roster. So we'll have to see, I mean, what they're bringing out here. You know, do they have some kind of individual flavor that maybe they can show off this weekend?
Yeah, this is, I'd say about half for the Japanese roster, half pros. There's a lot of Rascal Jester on there and a few other players from various teams. And then half kind of like really talented like streamers and other things from Japan. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag with Japan. So I think my guess is with Japan is there's going to be one squad that's pros and then the other squad is like the stream team.
I'm all for it. I mean, recently Korea sent a stream team in another game right over to Berlin to represent the country. So listen, I mean, there is a chance here. I mean, especially just because in FPS games, I think in general, like the way you play when you're kind of just having fun streaming and trying to show off versus like in a professional setting is very different flavors. And now that you've mentioned this mode itself is kind of unique to this weekend, anything goes.
It really does, because this, I think, is going to come down a lot more to understanding how to attack the circles, how to take control of territory, how to get flanks on the other team, how to control space is really what this is going to be about. Individual plays aren't going to be as important. They're still important, of course. It's still going to be important to land your sniper shots and all that kind of stuff, but it's going to be a lot about the decision-making is going to be a bigger part of this. So for sure, if these Japanese players and teams come in with better ideas, they have a good shot to win this.
And I also love that the Japanese players, even though they're playing from home, we get to all see them right in kind of the squad format, assuming maybe this is kind of the 10v10 split here, but of course they're all playing from home. And of course the Korean players here in the stadium with us, so different environments there as well. But it really shouldn't hold anything back again because it's 20v20. Like you said, it's more about the map movement. Although, you know, maybe in 20v20, if you shine here, you really shine.
Hey,
I mean,
you know,
you take the spotlight.
Imagine if somebody gets like double-digit kills in one game, like they wipe half the team.
Yeah, that's more than half the team.
That's amazing.
That's insane. I actually kind of want that to happen.
I know.
In at least one game. Just
Just
at
once,
least one. Yeah.
just a little.
You know,
like,
they just go on a rampage, right? Just right from the landing. They just find everyone. Everyone lands in the same spot. And then they just wipe out half the team.
Can you imagine if both teams just decide like this circle's on top of Yasnaya and both teams are like, nah, we're just doing it. Like
and it's just a 20-on-20 fist fight. Like, we don't even have time to pick up anything. You just see this mob rushing at each other. It's like a movie.
crowbars and machetes flying through the air. It's like, oh my God.
Oh, man.
I also do want to mention it is important to know how the circle settings are and the map settings. It's the normal esports rules, basically. Not quite with the circle movement, but it's really not that different. So the circles still have to touch the first plane path. So if you're new to PUBG Esports, for example, the first circle has to touch the plane path.
Right, so it can't just be like
it's
on
not
the other
like,
side of the map.
Yeah, it's not like pubs in PUBG where the circle can go literally anywhere.
Yeah, where it seems to happen more often than not. You know, this is probably bias, right? But you remember the ones that didn't land on the path, right?
You're like, all right, this plane is way north. I'm going to go to the military island. And it went there. Oh, I did it. No, so this is... The teams have a general idea of of possibilities where the first circle can go and the likelihood of those kind of things. So we'll see how those teams adapt to that, how they focus on it. And again, it is going to be Korea versus Japan to start as our very first match. If you're just joining us, get out there, spread the word. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I know Chobra and I have been very excited about this. We've been talking about it all week. What we're going to see, what's going to happen, and what this particular game mode is going to look like. 20v20, let's get it going. Korea versus Japan here at ECEA 2021.
This will be the first match of the weekend for PUBG Battlegrounds. Korea versus Japan in this round robin. Once again, only Erangel today as we see the flight path going southeast across the map, fairly close to the center, so should be pretty easy for these teams to try to decide where we want to go as we start to see these players choose their drops.
Yeah, so it looks like Japan might be thinking Pachinki here, and indeed Korea is going to be spreading out a little bit more towards the northeast. Now, again, this circle is not going to go way to the northeast, but it's got a lot of options for where it can go otherwise, so center of the map going to be fairly powerful for Japan, but it looks like there could be a little mixing here of the two teams, right? Korea in blue, Japan in red. What's this going to look like towards the Milta area? Looks like there might be some congestion.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a little bit of collision while, of course, the Pachinki area pretty much all dominated by the Japanese players. And here we go already. We're just seeing them, say we already made up our minds coming down to Milta, and we should get some action right away as we kick off this first match between Korea and Japan.
You got half of the Afrika Freaks here along with Adder and Guyon. Very, very talented players from Korea, but they are completely surrounded. Now, that's not the end of the world in this format, and indeed it looks like we're going to be going pretty center. If you're seeing the circle, it's not super likely to go to the island, but we'll get to that when we get there. First down is Masahi, and it's going to be Adder with the BSS that puts him down.
Doesn't hold back, and Akari trying to get a second one right off the bat, not able to connect too much with the Tommy gun at that range here. He has to duck out a little bit. He's safe for now, but I mean, if you're already running into this congestion, again, 20v20, you get some of these early kills, that number advantage starts to rack up.
It really, really does. And again, kills are important because they're going to be the tiebreakers if you tie the other teams in wins. So every little moment counts. And here's another thing for these Korean players. The longer they can delay this fight, the better, because there's so many Japanese players here.
Yeah, they are surrounded. So in some ways they're fortified, but at a certain point, they're going to start to kind of close in. They're actually just rushing in with a couple PP Bisons here.
Oh, Hansia with some really good timing on that Molly. Now going to cook a frag grenade. Try to bounce it around the corner to see if he can catch one of them. Getting a little bit aggressive. Soulman still blocked by the Molly at the door. So the frag grenade from Hansia doesn't find any value. Coming around the corner. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man. Just zones in on Jinsei, and then he will go down, tries to swap to the shotgun. He had the right idea, but he will be taken down for now, trying to see if he can get res. No, he's not going to.
And Renba is going to show up to the scene. Adder's teammate from Ghibli has made his way down, found a knock. So Japan in dire straits. But the good news about having more players than your opponent is it's easier for you to get the reses off. And so we'll see if Japan can find their teammates. Renba has taken a bunch of damage trying to push into the city, just barely going to get in.
Yeah, and he's going to find just the corner maybe to try to heal back up. Yep, he thought about it a second time. But honestly, I mean, the Korean players starting to think about maybe aggressing a little bit in counter now that the Japanese players are the ones stuck in some of these housing complexes. And we'll see how this fight... I mean, I feel like this might be the momentum that really determines the map at this point because of so much collision.
I think you're absolutely right. I think this is kind of the decider here. What is Korea's reaction going to be? Are they going to kind of build a wall around Milta with their remaining forces? Or are they just going to kind of let these players do their thing, try to fight this out? Renba's out of bullets in the micro. He's got one knock, but not able to find another before Hiro-chan makes the hero play the pump shotgun.
That could have been a crazy moment if he was able to swap just a bit earlier. But as you mentioned, we already saw on the mini-map in the low right earlier, some Korean players zoning in. Meanwhile, a little bit of collision here on the school. Wesker just all alone against 3 members. Is he going to get all of them?
Oh, he does! Unreal! Wesker, the rascal jester. Oh, my word. That is devastating for Korea.
And he's going to make it out safe and sound. 1 player still on their knees, so that should be able to get rezzed up here by Too Hard. But, wow, Wesker, what a play.
This is huge. This is huge for Japan.
Oh, and
this might be the match right here.
Yeah, and now the rest of the Japanese players are coming in. They're coming up the stairs, so all falling in one by one.
It's Too Hard this time with the barrel. Mows down 2 members, Rui TV and Shinobi have been knocked for Japan, but he had to get out of there. So there is not a lot he can do off of this except heal and try to continue to delay. So Japan with a counter move, trying to pick on these members of Korea, and it's going to be Vulo taking 1 down. Now, bottom of the stairs, looking for another. Nope, not able to find a connection.
Yeah, there's a lot of vertical mind games going on right now. Meanwhile, Jinsen's just going to be able to creep up back in Milta here against one of the Korean players, and he's looking for another one. Jinsei is popping off right now here on the 2nd floor. He's trying to find the 2nd target, make sure he can get out alive.
Well, now Japan has kind of lost control of Milta. The reinforcements continue to kind of pour in here for Korea. I can see Max Zora and Raining from ATA have showed up, and that's been a big boon as Korea now starts to take control of Milta, but at what cost here, Chobra? They're down 13-15.
Yeah, they lost a lot of members. Meanwhile, Adder just going to get a nice knock with the shotgun right on the staircase, best place for it. And they're just trying to make sure that they're safe before they clear out the kill. So now Korea off of that, suddenly back in the lead. I mean, this, because of that congestion both in Milta and then around the center of the map, we are really running down the numbers right off the bat.
Oh, Too Hard still just absolutely taking names, tries to come around the corner, doesn't get enough damage. Finally, it's going to be Fia-chan from Japan who finds him.
Look at how many players there are. This is like the last stand by Too Hard. They're in that corner. He's just trying to take him down with him, but he just wasn't strong enough, wasn't quick enough. So now 12-10. I mean, you know, 2 members, when it started as a 20v20, it's still going to matter depending on kind of what the positioning is. So you can already tell the Korean players now saying, all right, we have to start working the map here, given that phase 1 already closing in. And now it's just all about map play. There's still now 3 members ahead.
And they did get the finish onto Hiro-chan behind. So there is no one left in Milta that Korea needs to deal with. And it's kind of this last 9-man squad for Japan. So these guys are all in the same squad. You can see it on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen here. This is one of the 10. So this is going to be a fully functional Japanese squad. The comms are going to be all there. There's no going to be kind of the distraction between 2 different squads, as these are 10-player squads. And again, they're not allowed to communicate with each other outside of their captains.
Yeah, that's a really good point that we can really keep track of that, right? Because now there's no risk of that communication being broken down and having to go through another relay. So they're just playing as one team still, you know, just smaller number. Not going to be too bad, making sure they secure vehicles here for the Korean players as they work their way around the map. I mean, they realize they're coming in kind of from a corner side, so they're going to have to maybe spread out a little bit more to make sure they get coverage.
Absolutely. It's really important now for Korea to get vehicles and get those positions. And look at how far ahead Nefiex is. Now Manju is going to be the scout for Japan. Manju has a very nice spot here. That hill gives you pretty good vision. There's a couple other hills around Pachinki that are really powerful in a circle like this.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese players choosing to land on Pachinki really paying off. I mean, it's still centered right around this first circle. We'll see where it moves to. It's going to shift a little to the east side, so now Japan is the one who maybe has to make the move a little bit earlier, and you can already tell the Korean players recognizing this, starting to inch towards that mountain right in the center of the map.
Yeah, so now you have kind of a tough decision if you're Korea. Do you try to take Potato Mountain? Do you try to gain control of that high ground? But that's a risky play because that's an area where players can sneak up on you pretty easily. Or do you just maybe say, we've got the eastern side of the map. If the circle shifts east, there's a lot of bad situations that Japan could find themselves in, having to cross bad terrain.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a gamble, like you said, going, on the path to Potato here for Korea. It's still a lot of kind of this low ground, right, where they still have to attack the mountain. The Japanese players were closer on the map, so I think the Korean players just deciding they're going to kind of hold this compound, send a couple scouts out, and just see where the circle goes, right? Play the map once again. We talked about it before the game started, Paper. Then at this scale, it starts to become a strategy game, kind of a real-time strategy, and the captains really have to make the right calls here.
Precisely. I like what you said, that Korea also has to respect what Japan is doing and where they dropped, and so they can't necessarily push far forward. Now, here goes Japan. They're on the move. Of course, the more vehicles you have in PUBG, the better. Not only are you more mobile as a team, but you can use the vehicles to set up defenses even. So Japan here going to potentially push this compound.
Wow.
Max Zora's out on an island.
Japan just running in, and they're just doing drive-bys right here, but Max Zora is going to get one on the pass, and he's looking for another. Now they have to care about Max Zora on the outside.
Oh, but quickly, Japan, they lost a couple, but their initial push is going to find Pio and Max Zora. Pio has been cleaned up. EJ out in the open trying to escape, cannot. This push looks really good for Japan right now. Deva and Dangche, the only two left in their squad, trying to hang on. Deva doing a decent job getting damage, hasn't found any knocks just yet. Dangche from long range with the SLR, trying to help out as best as he can, but these angles over this hill are tough for them to push right now.
Yeah, I mean, Manju being the one even further out on this complex, really being the deal breaker here. He's still alive at half health, about 41 HP, and now he's closing in to support the rest of the team. But Korea not wasting any time, trying to make sure they still hold on to this complex, finishing off whatever knocks they can, flushing them out, and Japan now making their way into the buildings. Waylo
doing a good job there with the barrel. I think he's about to get found out. Indeed, he is.
Wow.
And that's it. Korea is going to take game number 1. Fast and furious.
You know, it was crazy because we were talking about it and Korea was in the comments, and I was like, all right, we're going to wait until like phase 3 or 4 until we see some action. It's going to be a slow creep. And then just this army of cars, and they're like, this is our moment. And Japan charges in, and honestly, it looked like they had a chance. I mean, they were, like you said, it was fast and furious, and I think even the Korean players weren't really expecting it because you're usually more used to this kind of strategic slope, but there's no reason to rush in. So I think the Japanese team trying to play the element of surprise doesn't work out in their favor this time.
Yeah, I think the Japanese team calculated that that compound might have less defenses than it did. They might have just thought, okay, we want this spot. We know this is a really good spot in this circle. If the circle does go east, we can at least get some information from there and these kind of things. And then there's just like most of Korea actually was there. And huge for Korea that Dangche and Deva were able to like stay alive on the outside.
I mean, it really just came down to a fight from the outside, right? If you get a couple more knocks, and now the complex fight really just comes down to these kind of more typical 4v4s, 2v2s, and Korea was still able to hold on to that complex. And Korea now comes out with a win in this double round robin, feeling good, trying to inch their way towards that final on Sunday.
Yeah, I think this is the expected result of that game, but definitely not in the manner that I was expecting. I'm very shocked to see the Korean teams and the Japanese teams have these early fights. I was expecting it to be more of a kind of cat and mouse game.
Yeah, I mean, especially 20v20, it is a larger platoon, but it's not that big, right? Like, you can pretty much say, okay, we'll just take this side of the map. They'll take that side. That's okay. We'll play it slow. But this time, I mean, you know, they all kind of landed on Milta. And I love what the Japanese players did as well, right? They focused on Pachinki, but they still sent kind of the sub-squad into Milta to try to challenge that and get some of those early picks. And it started to work out, but in the end, I mean, Korea kind of having that better map positioning, really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I fully agree. It was just... if it takes a long time to have a fight in PUBG, that's worse for the team that has the advantage, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah, I can see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah, because that Milta fight, even though Japan had the numbers advantage, it just took too long. And then eventually the reinforcements start to trickle in and kind of encompass Milta.
Yeah.
Make things just really tricky for the Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, and we had some hero plays from individual players on both sides, but in Milta, I mean, Two Heart really kind of helping out, or rather in school, Two Heart really holding his own and kind of evening things out by the end, right? He took that last stand, but he took some members out before they really closed in on him. And then over in Milta as well, like you said, I mean, kind of playing around just because there's so many houses, right? If they can just play around it and drag out that time, we have people coming in from the fields, and then Korea was able to come out on top. So that's our first taste of this mode, and you know what? I mean, if this is what it's going to be like, I'm down with it.
Well, I mean, look, it's fun. That's for sure.
Well, what I love is it's different for everyone, right? It's different for those that might have always followed PUBG esports, right? Because it's a kind of a new mode, and even in terms of the large-scale battles, it's a slightly different take. And then for those who maybe haven't watched as much PUBG esports and you're tuning in just for this event, I mean, it's kind of this fresh take, even for as players, like casual players. It's not something we get to see every day.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, sometimes in events like this where there's a new kind of format being tried, sometimes teams don't really have that really fully thought it out, and so they're just kind of like, let's just rely on our gun skill and let's just go.
Yeah.
Like, just we're better than them. Let's show them that we're better than them. And I kind of, Japan, that early game, they looked like they might be able to take a lead in that kill count. They were doing good. Wesker,
yeah,
with that triple,
it was
nuts.
pretty back and forth. Yeah, Wesker was kind of the biggest hero, I think, on the Japanese team for sure. Even stayed alive before that last fight as well, joining in with that squad of 9. So overall, I think this was a good showing. And now that we've kind of seen a taste, I mean, all the players, I think, for all 3 regions, all 3 teams are starting to decide, okay, well, if this is how it's going to play out, like, what do we have to do here? I don't think anyone expected this. Like,
yeah, this is how it's going to be. Like, all right, let's go.
Like, yeah, I see how it is,
yeah,
right?
Buckle up. We're just going to throw down. I mean, gloves are off. Like, that was just an absolute brawl to start this. So, will the next game be the same is my question. Japan versus China?
I was about to ask you, like, also, how much of that was it that we got such a, in some ways, like a stable flight path and circle, right? Everything was pretty centered around these big loot zones, right? The towns really just both Pochinki and Milta, and you could even go out to school. I mean, these are some hot zones that are free for the taking. And when it starts to shift into some of these other areas of the map, I mean, do you really have this freedom to go for these early fights and then kind of get aggressive?
Yeah, that's true. I guess it does open up some space for you to try to do those things. So, guys, we are going to take a very short break before our next matchup. We have Japan versus China coming up next.
안녕하세요. 박정석입니다. 한국 e스포츠의 달라진 위상을 몸소 느끼고 있어 감회가 새롭고 기쁩니다. 포스트 코로나 시대, 전통 스포츠계와 e스포츠가 새로운 스포츠의 기준을 함께 만들어서 대한민국이 스포츠 강국으로서의 명맥을 이을 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 보내주신 메시지를 양분 삼아 e스포츠 활성화와 발전으로 화답할 수 있도록 저희 e스포츠계도 최선을 다하겠습니다. 가까운 시일 내에 스타크래프트 한 게임 하면서 교류할 수 있다면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 최우범입니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들 정말 열심히 훈련하고 노력하고 고민하고 있습니다. 팬분들께서 선수들이 잘할 때나 힘들 때나 변함없이 믿고 응원해 주시면 선수들은 어느 대회에서든지 어떠한 환경에서든지 여러분의 믿음에 보답할 것으로 확신하고 있습니다. 현직 감독으로서 스포츠 전설분들께서 보내주신 메시지가 그 어느 때보다 소중하고 감사합니다. 선수들과 심기일전에서 대한민국 e스포츠 발전에 저도 힘을 보탤 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 강범현입니다. e스포츠의 국가대표 활성화는 은퇴 선수들에게도 의미하는 바가 큽니다. e스포츠의 발전과 선수들의 권익 보호를 위해 목소리를 내고 선수들이 e스포츠계의 발전을 위해 다양한 방법으로 공헌할 수 있는 것이 건강한 생태계 구축에서부터 시작한다고 생각합니다. 전통 스포츠계에서 이러한 움직임에 힘을 실어주셔서 너무 감사드리고 이러한 노력이 헛되지 않게 저부터 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 조성주입니다. 아시안게임에서의 금메달은 지금까지도 제 선수 인생의 최고의 보람이자 추억으로 남아있습니다. 우리 e스포츠 선수들도 태극마크의 엄중함과 무게를 이겨내고 좋은 성적과 좋은 모습으로 국민 여러분들의 큰 사랑에 보답해야 한다고 생각합니다. 관심 보내주시는 모든 분들이 실망하지 않으시도록 저희 e스포츠 선수들이 매 순간 최선을 다하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 페이커 이상혁입니다. e스포츠에 보내주신 스포츠 레전드 여러분들의 관심 저에게는 참 감사하고 의미 있는 일입니다. e스포츠가 더 많은 팬분들께 감동과 희망을 드리고 포스트 코로나 시대에 더 많은 재미를 드릴 수 있게 저희 모두 함께 노력하겠습니다. 전통 스포츠와 e스포츠가 함께 만들어 나갈 스포츠의 새로운 기준, 팬 여러분들께서도 큰 관심 갖고 지켜봐 주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
보고만 있을 거야?
Join us in Gangwon.
Gangwon. Together at Gangwon 2024.
같이 뛸래? 준비됐어?
준비하고 있지?
범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내렸다 범은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 위에 머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌우지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎 턱 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 무너지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 먹으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한짐승이 내려온다 그의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한짐승이 내려온다 그의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 범 내려온다 범이 내려온다
좋았다 좋았어 오케이 오케이
Welcome back, everyone. We are live from Seoul, South Korea here with ECEA 2021. We're in the middle of PUBG Battlegrounds. We already had the match between Korea and Japan. Korea coming up as the winners in that one. We continue on to the next match between Japan and China. Chober here with Paper Thin. And Paper Thin, Japan went all aggressive in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely not what we were expecting, and I have a feeling the Chinese players were rather surprised by how that one kind of turned out. So the real question to me now is, like, is this Japan's strategy? Are they just going to try to punch these other teams in the mouth?
Well, yeah, we talked about it during the break a little bit, too, because after that first phase, it looked like they did want to play it slow, right? They sent Manju, I believe, out to kind of scout on that second mountain kind of down south, and they were just all hanging around the school, around Pachinki a little bit, just playing it safe, and then they just ran it in. I mean, like that. I'm trying to see if I can elaborate further, but that is exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because Manju's scouting was virtually worthless.
I mean, he saw nothing and it didn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it came down to. So, I mean, we'll see. Is this what they want to keep up with as they go up against China? Of course, this is the first time we're seeing their roster here for this weekend.
This is all pros, literally all pros. This is basically 17 gaming, new happy, a little bit of Pero, and 4 a.m.
All pros. I mean, China's here for the win.
This team is nuts.
I mean, I love to see it. And, you know, when it comes to especially kind of any type of East Asia tournament, you know, of course it is all friendly in name, but there is a lot of pride on the line. There is a lot of pride on the line. So not surprised that they're coming out with the best players that they can muster here for China. And now you got to consider, I mean, even though it's just a quick double round robin, you've already shown your hand a little bit for Japan. China's probably watched it. You know, how does that really affect things? In China, they're probably like, okay, no one expected that here this weekend. Yeah.
I think they're saying bring it.
Oh, yeah? You think they want it?
I think they are fine with that. I think they are absolutely fine with that. I mean, this is the other team I forgot to mention in there is GFY. So literally 5 of the Chinese teams, I'm pretty sure all 5 have qualified for PCS 5A. I mean, like, literally, these are the best of the best of the best in China right now.
That's crazy. The fact that they were able to bring in all those players, right, as they're still competing at the top level. Of course, taking a look at the Japanese players here as well. Not able to be in a stadium for them. Of course, earlier we saw the Chinese. For a second, I thought that was our stadium because the layout was so similar. I was like, wait, hold on a second. That's not the Korean players. So the Chinese players all in a venue in China, and they'll be playing from there. And then the Japanese players playing from home with their own setups. But, I mean, that didn't seem to matter for Japan. The communication definitely was there. I mean, they were all on point. It's just the style was not something I think anyone expected here for PUBG Battlegrounds. Well, this is going to be the second match for PUBG this weekend. Japan versus China on Erangel. See if Japan can get a point back after that first loss, or if China's going to come out swinging with the best players they brought in for the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how this is going to pan out. I'm pretty sure that's the fastest game of PUBG I've ever done in my life. Before that, I'm pretty sure the fastest was 25 minutes. I think that one might have been 12. So I'm pretty excited for this to see if it is going to be Japan just trying to kind of go at China's drop spots. Now, China's out early on this plane path. We're going north to south, starting from Stalber, heading down to the military island, and they're out to Yasnaya right now. And is there going to be some fighting over Pachinki potentially?
Yeah, looks like it. Although I would say this time, yeah, the numbers advantage seems much greater for Japan than the first game we had between Korea and Japan. So the Chinese players will just kind of swerve back towards school and Razak to try to get maybe some of these mini compounds and scout out a little bit. You know, you have to wonder if the Chinese team was like, listen, if we don't get out first, Japan's just going to, like, crowd around us and just wait for us to drop. So they drop out north early ahead of time.
Well, so this is going to be a very different game. there's going to be little to no overlap between these teams at the beginning. So, you know, for China, you can see that it was in their early decision-making where we're seeing their general thought come into this, which is very different from what we saw in the last game. They're like, nah, you guys, all right, go ahead and you guys do your thing over there, Japan. We'll take the north side. if this is a northeastern circle, which it is, now they have priority on the powerful positions.
Yeah, I love it. And because it was kind of this straight down the north to south, I mean, the fact that they just kind of trickled all their drops really works out in their favor here. I mean, worst case, you just have to run in for the fight, but you're kind of betting on the fact that it's not going all the way down to the island, and it does pay off for China. So the Chinese team, I mean, they are not chased by time. They're not chased by the circle. They can just make sure that they are well geared up and take positions early, and it looks like, Paper, than Japan this time they will have to run it in at some point.
Yeah, exactly. So for Japan, my real kind of big question is, do they just send it at where they think China's going to be again? Are they just going to try to make that power play like we saw in the last game? Or are they going to try something maybe a little more tactical, maybe just kind of you could swing around underneath Milta, go around the prison, and come up through the Lipovka area and just try to fan out on the east side, maybe see if you can avoid any contact early, try to work east to west. It's not as good as working from China's position, but look, China got priority on the circle because of where they dropped. That's the nature of the game. You have to play around that now.
Yeah, the thing about kind of these big platoon battles that I find interesting is, from a viewer perspective, is just that you really have to weigh the options between kind of spreading out if you're the one kind of closing in on the circle versus do we all just want to group up and go for this big battle, as early as possible, right? Because when it's squads of 4, like, you can always afford to send one to scout out a little bit, get a little flank. But when it's 20v20, if you end up all just going in maybe as like duos, for instance, around the map, it could work out if you get a good position and a good guess. But otherwise, you're just getting picked off one by one.
Yeah, true. You got to be real careful. If you're going to do like thin numbers, thin lines, and you have to be able to cover each other very well, you have to really have thought out your positioning. Whereas, yeah, if you're going to fight as a team as kind of a ball of death, it's more about just hitting your shots, being in the right places at the right time, using your cover properly, making sure you don't overextend. So, like, if you get knocked, you're in a resable position. Those kind of things are going to be more important if that's the battle that we see.
Yeah, you were just saying, do we go for the kind of spreading thin? And in my head, is it the pancake strat or is it the ball strat, right? Is it the pancake strat or the ball strat? Japan, what is it? Last time it was the ball strat.
I like that. I like
the pancake.
But I really like pancakes, so maybe we can go with that.
Like a pancake's okay, but once you get to crepe territory, like that gets really dangerous. They're spread out too thin.
Too
right?
thin. I like that.
You gotta stay at the right consistency of the pancake. All right, fluffy but not thin.
Yeah, and you don't want to put too much syrup on it. You don't want it to get drenched.
Oh no. You don't want a soggy pancake.
Okay,
I want that.
Yeah, well, China's gonna find this crate 100%.
Oh my gosh, everything just coming up for China here. I mean, they've already got their vehicles going for the early positioning. They already feel confident with their early loot here, and they'll get this crate, so they'll be even tougher to break through. And listen, I know it's still 20v20, the circle hasn't moved in yet, but right now, Japan's already fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything is kind of coming up China for sure. So we look to Japan to just, see what their decision-making is going to be like. In the last game, it was much more of a, drop the gloves and just go. And here it's going to be more of a, we have to take our time just because of the way China's playing it. China were the ones that backed off the Pachinki fight. So they kind of ceded that territory to Japan to try to play for more of a strategic game. And yeah, here goes Japan wrapping around the south side. A little bit of lacking on loot are they as well. It should also be noted that because this is on the esports settings, that loot is higher. A little bit higher than in your pub games. There's a higher spawn rate of sniper rifles, DMRs, assault rifles, those kind of things. So it is a little bit easier. Like the quote-unquote trash compounds aren't quite as trash in this mode.
All right. You'll always find something to work with, hopefully. Not as much as some of my games where I'm kind of stuck with maybe just a PB Bison and then I have to run across the entire map. And listen, I love the SMGs, but there is a time and place for them, okay? When I'm running up the mountain with no trees, not so hot.
Yeah, what do you mean? Like, those 9mm bullets have great bullet velocity. I don't know what you're talking about. The PB Bison, man, that's the best gun in the world when it's a 1v3 in close quarters.
That is true.
Ways, other than the pump shotgun, but.
That is true. Again, time and place for everything. So we'll see. But yeah, obviously everyone's going to have some form of a assault rifle here and some other pickups. It's just that it's taking a little longer, and you can already tell. I mean, China's positioning, they're already finding positioning across the line of the circle. They want to make sure Japan doesn't even get in here in phase 1.
Yeah, they've set up a barricade on the phase 1 circle just by the outside of the school, and it is going to be Lambu, who is going to be maybe the first player to engage Japan as their vehicles begin to crest this hillside. Actually, they're going to back off, but there's no way they didn't see that, Dacia.
Yep, and they do start to fire in, so Japan just fires back a little bit. Already a bit of a trade, but China just wiping out one Dacia entirely. Japan gets a couple trades back, but China's still on the loose here, making sure no other players get in. Oh, no. A little derby action between the Japanese players over here in the upper left side. And, I mean, both teams now just closing in to make sure they can res and flush out any of the kills that they already secured.
What in the world? Nobody took any damage in that collision on the Japan player's side. I just want to point that out. I thought they hit each other pretty hard, but here you can see China, even though they sacrifice a few players early on, now here comes the flanks. Here comes the swarm. They are trying to surround Japan. Japan trying to reinforce their lines. Hiro-chan up front picks up a big double. Here comes Aches left and Ming, though, as now it is going to be China firing back.
It's just a battle over this hill. Not too much cover either, just a couple of rocks, a couple of trees, and China's actually going to have to push over the hill if they want to secure this battle where they don't have any cover. So they're a little cautious as Japan trying to res whatever teammates they can. 11-14 in number. China's still in the lead for now. We'll see if they can keep it.
Crazy up front with that level 3 gear, trying to be kind of a tank for his team. Got a little bit of damage with the AUG, but not too much. As things start to kind of even out between these two teams, you can see there's a lot of knocked players for both sides. Reses just aren't tenable right now because the action is so fast and furious. But Nan, with a very nice flank, got the final spray down with the barrel to find Joy. And now things are starting to go sideways for Japan very quickly. It's over.
That flank was huge from Nan because, Japan gets just a couple players back. They might still be able to push back, but well, you were talking about the shortest game you've ever cast, and I think we just beat
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did it. This is.
I mean,
we're just setting records today.
Well, this was again one of those cases where it is, it's platoons, but it's only 2 teams, right? So China just had such an advantageous position. You really can't expect anything less. And you called it. They brought their best players, and the way they set up that kind of barricade and then the quick just back up while they're just holding them off from that hill, it just works out huge for China.
Precisely. I thought that was very well thought out by China there and kind of had a pretty good read of what Japan was going to do. I'm here sitting here like, all right, Japan, well, you could just go to the east side of the map and avoid this. But no, you're just going to drive right into it, right where China's set up, and you just bite so hard.
There was a sliver of a moment where I thought, well, they found that like small opening in the middle. Maybe they'll just drive by, lose a couple players, just give up on them, get to the middle and see if they can even go deeper into the circle. And it was like, no, Japan was like, oh, we got shot at. We got to get out of the cars right now.
This is going.
Yeah, they're like, oh, they picked a fight.
Oh, no, they didn't. Yeah, like, they're coming out, man.
That's what happened.
It was pretty even for a long time.
And it was.
But eventually China just got too far around.
I also think that the Japanese players maybe were a little too rushed to go for the reses, right? You called that out. I mean, you saw those smokes and they were like, okay, well, we've got smokes and a little bit more cover, and you saw them kind of floundering around to go for it, but then China was just like, we'll just spray because you can't see us either from within the smokes. And then that gave time for players like Nan to flank around and finish off a lot of those that are still alive trying to get those reses. And then it was just so quick flush towards the end. I mean, we saw it just bump down from like 7 players to 0 right off the bat. So, I mean, China just really having a little bit better map sense, better strategy sense in that game. There's no other way to put it. I mean, Japan just went aggressive, and I think they were kind of just being chased too, right? Totally. Just because of the positioning and the circle.
I mean, again, China just read the Japanese players and what they wanted to do. They saw that first game. They knew what Japan's game plan was, and that's to fight. Now I'm really curious about what's going to happen with Korea and China, because I think that is going to be taken a little bit more seriously. I could be wrong, but
definitely slower, I think, right?
I think so.
Because, I mean, you saw the Chinese players had no reason to be not confident to pick early fights, right, just given their reputation as individual players. But for them to even back off of any like early kind of picks in Pachinki, even if you're outnumbered, be like, oh, well, if we just get a couple picks, we're stronger, so we'll have an even better advantage. They were like, no. We just want a full 20 versus 20. We want that lead. And I think the Korean players will also say, okay, well, if that's what you want, like, there's no reason for us to like rush into you early, right? Just kind of gauge for that position. And now it's going to be kind of more of that brain battle between the commanders of each kind of splatoon here, between these two teams or these two countries, and see who comes out on top, who reads the map better.
For sure. I mean, I'm really curious about what that's going to look like. I mean, Korea was happy to fight Japan, but in a very different way. They because it started out early, right? In the cities, there was fighting there. And then Japan brought the fight to them, and they were already in a defensive, entrenched position. So, of course, you have to react to that. But I don't know. I'm super curious. I thought, like, stuff like snipers were going to be important today, but they're really not. It's all just assault rifles and other guns that are, like, close-range fighting for the most part. I mean, you see some people using their DMRs, but...
Yeah, we saw a little SKS action earlier in Korea versus Japan.
Because SLR there somewhere, I think.
Yeah, we saw, like, 1 or 2 knocks. That was about it. Maybe a finisher in there.
That's wild. I mean, it's just been...
That's true. It's just been spray control through and through every time we switch viewpoints. You're right, but that changes now.
The Korean players
I'm
didn't
sure.
even have to leave their seats. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're still just sitting.
Yeah,
there,
they're just hanging out. They're like,
we're ready to go. Yeah,
they were like, well, can we go to the bathroom? They actually know the game
No,
ended.
you
Like, you can't go to the bathroom.
They're like, all right, guys. Same plan last time. Let's just get this over with.
Well, this is crazy.
It's been insane. I was not expecting this. Honest to God, thought this was going to be like long, drawn out, like fights, and then maybe like phase 6 is where it'd pick up.
Yeah, like we were ready to talk a little bit of map strategy. I was gonna, kind of set you up to talk about kind of what happens in other modes, but we are ready for this next game. Korea, of course, we saw earlier. I mean, all of these players performing well. Of course, Too Hard early on, and then we had Deng Che with kind of that good positioning towards that last fight. But going back to the match styles, I mean, this has been super action-packed, but Korea versus China, this is probably where things change.
Yeah, this is kind of the highlight matchup. I think that's why it was slotted as the final matchup of the day here. I think, you can see that some of these players who play with each other on teams were backing each other up. I mean, to start out with, Hikari and Hansio were together. EJ as well plays on that Afrika Freaks team. You've got Raining and Max Zoro are on ATA together. Indigo actually plays for a Japanese team right now, so kind of cool to see him come back and play with his home country. He plays for a team called E36. But yeah, Chinaman, it's so funny because like I look at this squad and I'm like, oh, any of you could actually win the global championship at the end of the year. Like,
That's so crazy.
These are all that, like all these teams are that good.
I mean, it's because... anytime, not even just like in PUBG or any other esport, but just in general in terms of any competition, when you have these national competitions, you have a couple star players, right, that return because of their nationality and they'll play for the national team, but it revolves around kind of those star players. And right now, I mean, Korea has some of the top players, but China's like all the squads, right, like coming out in full force. And that is not something we get to see commonly in festivals and events like this. So this is a treat to see this kind of face-off between these two teams.
Precisely. Yeah, this is actually, I was so excited for this event when I got to see the rosters because I'm like, yes, these are the best of the best, and I could not be happier to have this opportunity to watch these teams and players kind of square off like this. Yeah, it's kind of for fun, but trust me, there's pride here.
Oh, yeah.
There is 100% that both these teams want to win this, and they want to look good doing it and kind of set the tone for, like, some of these future nations events.
I mean, let's just be very clear. This isn't like a friendly like showcase between influencers that are just kind of there to really hype up the game or anything like that. This is like pro players competing for their country, for the reputation, for the pride, and to really start maybe some of this storylines, as you said, in the future for these national competitions. So, while the first two games were quick, I mean, these players, they are full focus once the game loads up. So we'll have to see how it goes between China and Korea as we now see this kind of face-off between the top players.
Yeah. So there is a technical issue with one of the players. They're resolving it. Shouldn't take too long, I don't think, usually. Those can get resolved pretty quickly, typically.
I mean, in another dimension, we're, like, still in match number 1, so it's okay.
Yeah, really, actually, I thought... I told you before this, and I'm like, well, 3 games of PUBG, if it really goes down to the wire, maybe we'll have like a 2-hour broadcast, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, we might be done in like an hour and a half.
Yeah,
maybe
because
less.
you casted Clash Royale earlier. I'm casting Dungeon Fighter Online right after this. I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna have like a full slot of PUBG, and then I'm gonna switch gears and no, we're gonna be able to sip on our coffee a little bit, chit chat over some biscuits and tea, and then I'll get to cast DFO later.
Yeah, dude, which is pretty cool that like that game is kind of like having a moment here. I don't know a lot about it, to be honest, but you are like...
Oh, yeah.
I'll
be casting with Ending Life later, and we'll talk more about that once we get there. But for those who don't know, it is a very old game that's been around for quite some time in Korea, but it's like a side-scroller beat-em-up, but it's a fighting game.
That's super cool.
And it's very flashy. So I would stick around for that. It's very flashy.
I'm excited to watch it, actually.
Yeah,
I am like kind of getting...
Some of the players are kind of nutty.
A tutorial in it, so
Yeah.
I'm definitely excited. But back to the PUBG. Again, we've got Korea versus China coming up next. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you for helping us spread the word. And if you're, again, enjoying this, you want other people to come watch, just let them know on your social media, whatever platform you prefer. And yeah, this should be the marquee matchup. So this is the one you don't want to miss. This one I think should
You're afraid to
go
say it,
a little
aren't you?
bit beyond at least phase 2.
We have not. I mean, I guess we started phase 2 in that first match. We didn't even start phase 2.
No, we
in this
didn't even get to
one.
phase 2 in the last game.
No. Phase 1 hadn't ended yet. It had just started closing in.
Yes. Then it was done. Because I saw phase 2 in the last one. I'm like, okay, maybe this will be because we had to see that shift right to the east in the first game.
Yeah.
When
That's
there were
what it
no
was.
circle shifts.
No. It landed on Yasnaya, and then they said, "Here we go." Everyone full throttle.
It's like I don't know how much hockey you've ever watched, but like sometimes it's like everybody on both teams just gloves down and we just fight. And that's the day.
I've seen. I've never actually really. I don't know hockey. I've watched it just because it's so different from any other sport, right?
Yeah.
So I've watched it both for broadcasting and casting, and just to kind of. And I think there's a lot. You can still get hyped about hockey even if you don't understand all the rules. Just because
it's
like
simple.
you said,
There's a little black disc that's got to go in nets.
And they fly around on the rink, and then they go gloves off, and then they punch each other, and then they go back to flying around the rink, and they're yelling in the penalty booth.
Yeah, it's best of all
Can
worlds.
you imagine if we had penalty booths in esports? Like
For
someone
PUBG.
chatted in all chat, they're a little toxic. They're like, all right, well, you got to go in your own soundproof booth. And they're screaming in there with their own headset, and no one can hear them.
They got to miss 2 games.
Yeah, and they're purposely in their own Discord channel that nobody else can get into it. They're screaming into the void.
But what if they had a chat scroll where fans could
no.
say mean stuff to them?
No. That's terrible. Or it's a rewind of all the mean tweets. You have to record it into your own Discord channel, and that's your punishment for being
Dude, that'd be amazing. I'd actually allow that to be done to myself. Just give me all the mean Twitch chat and
that one's free.
Tweets that
all
everyone
you
said about
TOs
me.
out there, that one's free.
This is good content.
Yeah. No, this is content. You thought reading mean tweets in a studio was fun? Get them to read it in a penalty booth live during a match. That's it. That's the future of esports.
We're pioneering esports right now.
ECEA 2021, pioneering esports right here, live from Seoul, South Korea. We are waiting for those who are just tuning in. We're just resolving a quick little PC issue for one of the players. As soon as that gets going, we'll be jumping into the third match already here for PUBG Battlegrounds between Korea and China. And again, we're hoping that this one's a bit of a slower match, a little more traditional as it can get in a 20v20.
Yeah, I mean, I think to prepare for this, I was watching a lot of the war mode games that have been done throughout various tournaments before, and usually, they go pretty long, and usually it's around phase 5 or 6 that the action picks up. That's typically where these teams decide, because the circles are getting smaller every couple minutes, right? The circle kind of forces the issue eventually, and teams are trying to figure each other out, do reconnaissance, see where everybody is. No, this one is
5 or 6 is unheard of. 5 or 6 is too high of a number.
Yeah, that's a
we
lot.
Can't get there,
that's more than one hand, and that's a lot to count, Chobra.
The refs just don't want to go that high, okay?
No.
We want to end it at phase 2,
Yeah.
all right?
I've got 2 fists, and I want to use
all right,
them.
phase 1, phase 2, game over. That's what's happened so far here at ECA for PUBG. I mean, and that's what the Japan team did. I mean, they just went full brawl mode in their matches, but it looks like the game is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for waiting with us. If you have other friends that are interested in watching some PUBG action, let them know right now, because Korea versus China. Top players from both regions coming in for this one as we get into Erangel here for the third and final match of the day for PUBG Battlegrounds.
Well, this is going to be rather interesting, and we're moving over to the other side of the map, likely. Again, first circle has to touch the plane path, so this one is very likely to go west. It can't go all the way to the east, just due to how big that first circle is. It's rather big, but not big enough to cover that much real estate, as there's a little bit more mixing and matching here. Now, China is sending out 5 members early onto the military island, hedging their bets a bit, because this one has the potential to go to the military island. It's over it, so you have this kind of internal instinct as a PUBG player, if you played long enough or watched it long enough, that this one could be.
Right, and if it goes there and you're the only ones there, like, you're in such a great position, and the rest of your members in terms of a 20v20 can already kind of duke it out. Looks like we're going to see some collision right across at the gas station here, though, from the bridge. China's just trying to get some vehicles and get out, most likely. Let's see if Korea wants to pick those fights early. And Renba just finds the gun first, and he's going to get that first flush here, leading with 1 member here right off the bat.
Yeah, it looks like Lambu had just found a double barrel, but wasn't able to get it out and load it in time. So, Circle going to sort of favor Korea, kind of. I don't want to say it's a full favor just yet. Now, this early fight, by the way, is because if the Circle goes to the military island, control over that bridge is super important. Because if one team has it, then you kind of know what the other team is doing. A Tungmu.
4 HP.
Aye. Is that a level? He's got a level 3 vest, though.
Okay.
There's that.
But
it's not going to help.
Yeah,
one bullet's going to do it.
Yeah, at 4 HP, we'll see. But along here, waiting right across the fence to provide backup, maybe a little bit of crossfire. Going to go for the frag as well. I mean, this is very tense, because this is still going to be a key point, as we have some members from China still on that military island if they choose to come up this bridge.
Yeah, they're really committing a lot to protect the Tungmu, and it doesn't look like it's going to pay off. There is Juanita and Lambu, actually, the ones who are going to get some crossfires, get the knocks, and it's going to be Korea that does win this kind of mini gas station battle.
Yeah, and that should kind of send a signal to China that they're going to probably have to play it a little slow here now that you've lost control right across that bridge. You're not able to just all funnel in. So we'll see how the rest of the map starts to play out. We had some members of the Chinese team drop in the northeast part of the circle, closer to school, closer to Pachinki. So we'll see what their movement is here in a little bit.
I think now for China, it's probably going to be some kind of regroup, east to west, and try to get maybe some of these high grounds that are just to the west of Pachinki. Try to hope that the circle does what we saw in Game 1, where just hard shifts over to the east. See if they can catch that, and then, catch Korea in a bad position. Because right now they have to kind of seed the percentages that that Korea's going to have a better circle to.
Right. I mean, that is for sure. And Hikari going to find Forever as he's driving by. Forever a little nonchalant there, driving by with the buggy, and he's going to get picked off right away. So Korea feeling really good about this early lead.
Yeah, that's huge. Forever one of the best players in PUBG esports history, consistently at international events, consistently one of the top fraggers. So having him down for China, yeah, a pretty big loss early on. As, yeah, indeed, it looks like China's going to regroup around the Pachinki area and then try to figure out where to go from there.
Yeah, I mean, you're already down 4 members. You can't make any silly mistakes at this point. I mean, early on, and this is what we talked about, a little bit more of kind of this strong strategy coming in between these two teams. China seeming to favor to trickle their drops along the flight path. Korea answered with that gas station drop, trying to make sure that they don't get control of the bridge. So China now has to take things a little slow. Korea also now starting to group up and see if they can mark some of these positions around this phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, Korea is probably gunning for some of these hills around Pachinki. I mean, they know where China dropped. They saw those parachutes. They know where most of their players are, and they're kind of making a slow, methodical surround around Pachinki to really keep those Chinese players pinned in. Now, the interesting thing for China is you do have these players we see on the screen right now just kind of coming out from the military island across the eastern bridge, but this opens up kind of an interesting flank potential for China if there is a big battle that breaks out.
Okay, we're thinking kind of all around, you mean? Just along the north side? I mean, we saw the crate there as well. I don't think it was touched yet. This squad could go pick it up as well. And then come for backup. Okay, I like that. I'd love to see it because right now, I mean, if they just join the rest of their team in Pachinki, you're putting all your eggs in one basket.
And then you darn well better hope that that circle just keeps shifting towards you.
Because if it doesn't, I mean, look at this. Even just right here on the screenshot, you can see the Korean players all lining up on the hill. And for the Chinese players to get out, if they want to go straight west, they got to cross that field, and that is not somewhere they want to be. Korea not taking too many risks. They're not sending too many players to the north, but they've already got a mini squad up there.
A scout squad out for China to try to establish a little bit of a foothold for themselves. They do get there. Korea hasn't really brought the full force to bear down on top of that field you were just talking about. But if there is a big move, I think they might do that. But right now, Korea's kind of just watching. They're like, okay, if the circle moves away from Pachinki, you know, we have all the directions covered that China can go out of Pachinki. Like across the field, we set up on the hills. If it goes north, we have to set up actually off the hills because we've got to watch them come down from there. There's a lot going into this setup here, and Korea is trying to see if they can maybe get a pick on this reconnaissance squad that China has sent out.
You're telling me that they don't feel the need to just drive it into the other team? That is insane.
Shocking, I know.
Unbelievable.
Maybe they're waiting for these guys to get back, and then they're going to send it.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, given the history of these individual players and also what we've seen from both teams in their first matches, I believe you're right on the dot there, Paper. Then just going to wait it out. I mean, again, you have so much time, right? Still more than a minute left here for Phase 1 to finish, and then we'll see Phase 2. And even then, you're going to have some time to try to figure out how you want to maneuver if you have to leave. In China's case, Korea, I mean, even if it shifts east, I think they should be fine for the most part, being able to take some more time through Phase 2 to decide what their move is.
Yeah, Korea will not likely have to move much, if at all, even if it does shift. So you can see China is actually just going to fully group up in Pachinki. This kind of makes me think we might be seeing something.
And China's like, oh, you know what? Japan was actually onto something.
Yeah, we got this. We can do this way better than they did.
I mean, they have vehicles. I mean, they still have the opportunity to wrap around north, right? Korea hasn't really gone for a full wrap, not spreading themselves too thin. We talked about that earlier. So just holding that hill, a couple scouts on the north side, but not too bad. So with the vehicles, maybe China feels that they have the opportunity to go north or south, depending on where Phase 2 shifts along the map.
Yeah, it isn't a full contain for Korea. It's hard to do, of course, on Phase 1. I mean, actually, Korea's literally spread out across probably about a kilometer, maybe a little bit more. So that's a lot of territory to cover, for sure. And there's holes to be found. There's things they can do, but we're just right on top of it.
I love it. I love it. This is great.
Okay, now we can go grab some popcorn and some other things. Just
waiting for Phase 3.
I think it's going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah, again, no reason to move for either. You've already felt comfortable enough with your gear. I mean, Phase 1's done. You're all grouped up on both sides. China's got the buildings. Korea's got the hill. Maybe we'll see a scout here or there to try to edge for north and south, but I feel like Korea's probably got that advantage right now as they're more out in the open.
Yeah, the circle can end in Pachinki. That can happen. Like, there can be city finishes. That is possible. So that, but it's not as likely. There's more space outside of the city. And Korea currently controls that territory better because of these high ground positions they have. Oh my goodness, Nefiex has a vector? Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah,
I feel bad. Feels bad, man.
Well, also I'm wondering, as you were mentioning, that in the case that it actually shifts hard just into the edge of Pachinki here, I don't know. We didn't really see Korea use too many vehicles to get to this position. They just had to kind of shimmy along. So, I don't know what their options are there.
Yeah, so because they kind of spread out early, maybe they don't have as many. I'm not too sure. They might have to bunch up, a little bit more into the cars and, do 2 in each car or something like that.
Right.
Is what might have happened. I'm not too sure. We'll see. It's hard to keep track of the vehicle situation in a game like this, too.
They're spread out so much, and we're not really seeing it. We see a couple here scattered across the hill. So, I mean, they're not out to dry here, and Nefix with that vector, almost kind of just using his body to scout out a little bit, get some information on the exact numbers here in this compound, and there is a fair amount.
Yeah, China continuing to reinforce this position, trying to, again, use it as a foothold to push forward, and at least something that, again, if this does shift back like northeast, then this is a super powerful compound, and it will make pushing into the next couple of circles very, very difficult for Korea. So, China trying to get out of Pachinki because, again, if it leaves Pachinki, it is very difficult for them to maneuver in and out of it because of the way Korea has themselves set up. So they need to get as much territory, get as much space as they can.
Yeah, just trying to do some economic damage here on both sides. We see the ones with the scopes and the rifles just trying to poke at each other and try to drain out some of that health.
Dengche going to take the worst side of it. Look at Pio going way up to the ruins, kind of worrying about what you were talking about earlier. That northern side is open. It's hard to drive through the ruins because of the way the terrain works, but it's doable. So you gotta respect it.
Yeah, and he's scot-free, right? Oh, and it goes south. But this means China's the one who starts to have to make a move, right? The chances of them getting the advantage as we get nearer in the further phases is not too high.
Yeah, exactly. There is a very unrealistic chance that this ends anywhere nice for China right now. So China has to really consider, is this the time to take the fight, to just try to, outgun Korea, or is this the time to make a long kind of flanking maneuver trying to reposition?
Oh, they're going to go for the reposition, it looks like, trying to wrap around the southeastern side of the circle. Now, either way, though, they're going to be seen from a mile away, right? Because the hill is kind of on its own, surrounded by these fields.
The Korean casters are really excited by this rotation. I think everybody's excited. A real rotation today? That's a thing?
Movement?
Teams can do that?
Okay, so they just take the kind of edge of the hill here, and they decide, all right, this is where we stake our claim. See if they can survive for the moment, but we've already kind of got that spread from early on from Korea. Do they get a spot here? They said something.
Yeah, so for China now, it's more of, well, we're not in Pachinki. You can't get stuck in Pachinki. Of course, the circle's going to leave it anyway, and you can't be stuck in those fields. So you got to do something else. And this hill was basically the only thing left open by Korea. Korea had fanned out further to the north than not, and then it hard shifted south, so they couldn't really cover this particular mountain in time. And that's given China the opportunity to at least push forward, maybe try to get some, sniper damage done. There is the opportunity for that.
Oh, man, we're actually seeing sniper battles, a little bit of scoping in. And, it looks like the Korean team, they had the scouting crew here down in the farmlands, but, of course, they're at a bit of a disadvantage, so maybe they'll just stay there for a little intel and start to move out depending on the next phase here. Still just trying to poke at each other, doing some economic damage. Pio now coming back to join the team after scouting out the ruins earlier to make sure if the circle went north.
Yeah, the superstar.
Oh!
Renba's got an AWM. That is a big gun to have in a format like this.
Wow, that is huge. And he already gets one across the field. So now China, they know what they're up against. This is really dicey. You can't take any kind of silly peeks here against the AWM.
Yeah, Nan currently calling out, are there any helmets left in any of these shacks? Please, God, is there a helmet? I need one so bad. Because any 7.6 bullet that hits your head when you don't have a helmet is a knock. Then you are just donezo. So definitely going to be looking for that as the AWM took that off. This is a very important circle shift here.
Yeah. If it goes east, China, they kind of come back up top, but it just goes right on top of both. China definitely has a bit more of the hill here, but it's really going to come down to the next phase, it looks like.
Yeah, this is very, like a family feud. Like, it is spread out over two hills. There's a valley in the middle.
I love it.
And you can't cross that valley.
This is just a standoff. Until push comes to shove, neither team really forced to make a move here. But But of course, we have to respect the AWM on the side of the Korean team, so China can't try to get too many advantages across. We just see those tracers across the hills here, and that valley just straight down the middle as well. I mean, this is so different. Important to note that Korea has not lost a player yet, so still 4-member advantage here, 20 versus 16.
This is tough. You as both teams, you don't want to let anyone get into that valley because that valley's kind of raised up. So the flanks of the valley, you have to also push uphill, which exposes you. So it's kind of like this cat and mouse game. It looks like another crate going to go in Korea's favor. Those are huge in this mode. Every little advantage you can find, and Korea's hitting some good bolt shots. It's going to be Lambu finding the Pero superstar Aches left with a headshot. So Korea doing some really good economic damage early.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting these knocks, right, taking down, you know, all the gear and then the health as well. And there's nowhere to go to replenish at this point. You're stuck with what you got here, especially for China. I don't know what's left here in the farmlands here for Korea, but this is starting to get a little dicey. I mean, do you think China at this point is just praying and hoping that it comes east?
Yes.
You don't really have any other option, right?
No, that's exactly what they're thinking. Another AUG. Pio already had a Mark 14, which is scary, giving one of the best players, if not the best player in the world, the best gun in the game. That's pretty nice for Korea. So a lot coming up their way so far, but it's not over for China by any stretch of the imagination. They've only lost 4 players in the grand scope of things. That's not that. Look at that.
Yeah, you called it.
Filthy.
I mean, given P.O. the Mark 14, and he just makes use of it right away. He catches sight of one moment, and he doesn't lose it.
Yeah, the war of attrition now feels like it's starting to tilt Korea's way. Not just because of the kills, but the damage that's being done to the armor, to the helmets, all of those things.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at the numbers, and like you said, the attrition as well. Even if they have to go east, I mean, Korea doesn't feel too bad about having to push in. You know how much damage you've already done. You still got 4 extra members. You play your cards right. Either way, you still hold an advantage here for Korea.
Exactly. And, you know, Korea's playing it very, very right. They're not letting anybody get onto their flanks. They're not letting anybody get underneath them on the hills. It's a fantastic setup they've got.
I love that the Korean players also just never let go of this final compound in the farmlands, right? They just always hold on to it despite potentially getting picked up. And we're just zooming in. Enhance even more down into the map.
We are the worst episode of CIS ever. Now this gets a little tricky because this is starting to favor China. This has shifted enough that China has control over that little kind of middle hill in that valley. And that makes things very, very difficult for Korea. It's going to take some good shooting, some good control of that territory to really be able to dislodge China.
I want to see them just gather around that middle hill and then send in one player at a time, 1v1 at the top of the hill, King of the Hill style. It's like a little boxing ring.
I'm okay with that.
In the valley, I mean,
gloves off, feet off, shirt. It's just nothing but the starting gear.
There you go. There you go. Just a little punch out there between the two teams. Like you said, China now feeling a little better. Renba thinking the better of it. He does find one player. It looks like HSM just peeking out. Can he get the shot? He's waiting.
It's hard to hit people who aren't stationary with the AWM.
Yeah, and he doesn't have too many bullets left, so he's kind of trying to save it up.
Yeah, you only get 20, right?
Yeah, he's down to 10 now, so he's already... Oh, but he does connect with one, and Maxora as well. So much more damage being done, and this might have been the signal for Korea to just start to rush in.
Yeah, look at this. They're in grenade range now, and once you find those knocks, the grenades can fly. It's going to be Milt going down. More grenades! Gyuyeon at her!
It's just a chain effect, the domino of grenades, but Little Ghost fires back. He gets 3 with 1, and now it's just a frag battle. Smokes down across as they try to see if they have a chance to maybe get a res or at least play around the side of this hill. I mean, now it's just going to be ring around the rosy. Who catches the tail first? 19 to 15 members still total in favor of Korea.
It's a gutsy play call here from Korea to try to take this hill from China. They know it's a power position in this circle, and they want it. So far, not too bad, but China, like you said, punched back very nicely. They did get the reses on all 3 of those players. More grenades are raining through. Mental finds 911. The rest of Korea kind of scrambling back as this counter artillery barrage comes out from the team across their way.
Yeah, it looks like the initial look at all these smokes. I mean, pretty much one from every player now to cover and stop tracks on both sides. And most of the throwable equipment seems to have made its way through. CPM1 gets still one. Little Ghost again with the molly. And China's just actually answering back in a strong fashion right across the hill. Oh my gosh!
This is now going very sideways for Korea, very, very fast. China knows they have them in a really bad spot. Here come the flanks. Here come the repositionings. There are a few snipers on the hill to cover, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh no, Korea's all gathered around. They've all been knocked with the grenades, and they're just dropping like flies. 7 members left right now, and China's just rushing across the hill. They know they have the numbers advantage, only 3 members, and China right now trying to finish off the last member here for Korea, and it's Deva. 1 versus 14. Just his mini and a tree standing in the way of the Chinese squad.
I don't know. You can't even peek.
There's no way. I mean, this is... Wow. What a game.
There we go. That was a very, very good game. Very, very smart stuff from China here.
Yeah, I mean, China really just playing as patient as you needed to, given the rough start right off the drop on the gas station. They already lost some members. Korea had the advantage in phase 1. And then Korea, I mean, can you really blame them for hedging their bets in that last aggression? I don't think so.
No, they made a good move. It just wasn't quite strong enough. You have to have control of that hill because the circle is very likely to stay somewhere near it. Just the way that circles work, they're pretty likely to kind of be within that vicinity. And so you have to play the bet. You have to play the odds there as Korea, because if China maintains control of that hill and it shifts towards that 1 or 2 more times, it's over. You just forget it.
I mean, Logos kind of triple frag and then the molly, huge, right? Because also, if you get a triple knock with a frag, you know they're in the same vicinity, and now they're all grouped up, and China just didn't drop a beat as they answered back right across that hill.
Yeah, you can set a ping there for your teammates, and then just everybody can just, just Kobe it right on top of it.
Man, I mean, that was a battle. That was a battle right there. I mean, the circle kind of being in our favor as well to really set this up for both teams. But as you called it, Paper, then in each phase, both teams making the right choice, China just was able to come out on top in that final skirmish.
Yeah, that's all it came down to, was that last battle. There was all of a sudden a moment where a couple of Korean players got knocked by those buggies, and then a big grenade came in. You saw it just blew 3 of them apart, and that's where China knew they had opened up a flank. That's where they knew that they had kind of broken the lines of Korea, and it was just a full charge down the hill.
Yeah, I mean, because at that point, you've now evened up the numbers, right, because those members are still knocked, and now Korea has to be the one, the ball's in their court. Do we res, do we try to go for another flank, do we answer back? And China said, well, we're not giving you time to decide. We're just going to rush across on both sides of the hill, and it came down to a 14 versus 1. You kind of feel bad for David being all left alone on that back line, but China comes out strong, and they take both of their matches today here in day 1 on Erangel.
Yeah, they looked really, really solid in this game. They, the circle did favor them a little bit as the game went on, but not a lot. I mean, still Korea was doing the right things, fanning out properly, and they made a good move. It just wasn't quite enough.
Well, you're right, and we called out all the points of the match there, right? Korea still had the numbers advantage, and they had the advantage for the first half of the map, and like you said, the advantage for China at the end was minuscule. It was there, but Korea kind of tried to counter it the best they could, and China was just as patient as you could be.
Yeah, just really, really smart, tenacious stuff, as you would expect from this Chinese squad. Again, just literally the 5 best teams in China right now are put together to make this 20-man squad for them. So, yeah, like you said, the 2 wins going to come through for China. Korea won the one against Japan. So tomorrow is Miramar all day. Today was all Erangel. Tomorrow is all Miramar, and an important day for Japan. Kind of wonder if maybe they're going to go and rethink the strategy a little bit.
Yeah, there are more than 2 phases in PUBG. So, I mean, listen, it was fun to watch, but you got to wonder after seeing, typically how these larger battles play out, Japan might need to reconsider a little bit. Of course, we are in Miramar tomorrow, so we'll see maybe if that changes things. But China, I mean, since you got both of your wins today, China, I mean, you basically win one tomorrow, you're set, right, pretty much. So you should be feeling pretty comfy. Of course, they ideally want to win the match versus Korea because that pretty much secures their way into the finals on Sunday. But I mean, China's got to be very happy about the performance today.
Oh yeah, they looked solid as you would expect. I kind of favored the Chinese team coming into this. The Korean team very, very good as well. But as you saw here, both these teams are very, very smart, very well disciplined as well. And it just came down to who had a few better grenades in there that really opened up enough space was really kind of the name of that one.
Yeah, it was really just positioning and the nades, because that's what opened up the fight. And after that, the momentum had already swiveled back to China's favor, and they simply just had to take advantage of it. So, again, wise plays on both sides, and I think kind of excited setup for what's to come potentially tomorrow and maybe even Sunday.
Yeah. So tomorrow, again, 3 games on Miramar, and then our 2 best teams through all this go on to the best-of-5 finals on Sunday.
Yeah, well, that is going to be it for PUBG here today on day 1. Of course, as you just mentioned, we'll see Miramar tomorrow, and then Sunday we get to see a mix of both maps kind of alternating, so that should be exciting. So plenty more PUBG Battlegrounds to come over the weekend. Of course, here at ECEA 2021, we've got plenty of other games going on. Earlier we had Clash Royale. Next up, it's going to be DFO. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be Dungeon Fighter Online as the exhibition game here for ECEA 2021.
보고만 있을 거야?
Join us in Gangwon.
Gangwon. Together at Gangwon 2024.
같이 뛸래? 준비됐어?
준비하고 있지?
요즘 생기 왜 이래? 생기 있단 맛이 있다 순식간에 힘이 난다 5가지 비타민과 아미노산 탄산까지 내 몸 지키는 5가지 비타민과 아미노산 탄산 순식간에 생기 충전 오로나민 C 생기발랄 탄산 비타민 오로나민 C.
제가 생각하는 스포츠는 신체와 정신을 함께 단련하고 발달시키는 거라고 생각을 하고요. 저는 스포츠를 통해서 인내력과 협동심을 배웠고 일단은 항상 운동을 할 때 좀 더 나은 나를 만들기 위해서 매일 갈고 닦는 것도 있고요. 경기장에서 흔들리지 않기 위해서 삶 전체 온 생활에서 좀 나를 단련하고자 하는 것들이 있는 것 같아요. 태극마크는 우리나라에서 그 분야에서 최고만이 이제 할 수 있는 거라고 생각을 하고 우리나라를 또 벗어나서 세계 무대에서 또 최고의 자리에 서기 위한 과정이다. 이 스포츠에 대해서는 예전에 그 중고등학교 때 PC방에서 포트리스랑 리니지 조금 했었던 것 같아요. 그것도 레벨 올리는 게 있어서 좀 경쟁심이 좀 붙었었던 것 같고요. 뭐 한 번 뭔가를 할 때는 좀 잘해야 된다는 그런 생각을 갖고 있어서 좀 몰입해서 그때는 했던 것 같아요. 한 경기를 준비할 때 그 전에 있던 생활 모든 부분에 대해 좀 많이 절제를 하고 경기를 위해서 모든 것을 다 맞춰 왔는데 그래야지만 경기장에서 흔들리지 않고 단단하게 경기를 할 수 있는 것 같고요. 경기 중에는 경기가 끝날 때까지 끝난 것이 아니기 때문에 이기고 있다고 해서 방심하지 말고 지고 있다고 해서 포기하지 말고 끝까지 스스로를 단련해서 경기 마무리하시길 바라겠습니다. 일단은 굉장히 국가대표로서 이제 국가대항전을 나간다는 것 자체가 또 심리적으로 평소에 해왔던 경기와는 다르게 부담이 많이 된다는 것을 잘 알고 그만큼 가치가 있는 것이니까 항상 이제 선배로서 항상 지지하고 응원하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스 원딜 프린스입니다. 한
한중일 e스포츠 대회가 오는 9월 10일부터 12일까지 한국에서 개최됩니다.
민관이 함께 주관하는 세계 최초의 국가 대항전이 본 대회로 우리의 자랑스러운 국가대표 선수들이 참여를 하고요.
국가대표는 언제 들어도 참 설레는 말입니다. 그 책임감의 무게는 무겁지만 선수에게 있어 참 영광되고 의미 있는 자리입니다.
선수에게 국제 경험은 실력과 멘탈을 성장시킬 수 있는 힘을 줍니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회는 분명 선수에게는 성장의 동력이 되고 대중에겐 e스포츠를 조금 더 친숙히 대할 수 있는 기회가 될 것입니다.
여러분은 그동안 볼 수 없었던 새로운 e스포츠 대회를 보시게 됩니다.
아시안 게임을 앞두고 이러한 새로운 형태의 국가 대항전이 펼쳐진다는 것이 매우 흥미롭습니다.
선수들에게 또 다른 꿈의 무대가 될 e스포츠 국가대표의 활성화를 앞당길 한중일 e스포츠 대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다.
대회를 통해 e스포츠가 누구나 함께 즐기고 열광할 수 있는 새로운 스포츠이자 문화라는 것을 많은 분들이 느끼셨으면 좋겠습니다.
선수들의 치열한 경쟁이 아름다울 수 있는 것은 선수들을 응원하는 팬분들이 계시기 때문이라고 생각합니다.
이번 한중일 대회 많은 응원과 관심 부탁드리고
앞으로 이 대회가 꾸준하게 성장해서 더 많은 선수들이 참가하고 싶은 대회, 역사와 전통이 깊어지는 대회로 성장할 수 있기를 바라봅니다.
이번 대회 출전하시는 모든 선수들 힘내시기를 바라며
세계 최강 대한민국의 e스포츠의 저력 모든 선수들이 보여주시기 바랍니다.
5개 종목 모든 선수분들도 좋은 성적 거두시길 바라겠고 응원하겠습니다.
아쉽게도 코로나로 인해 더 많은 분들과 현장에서 이 대회를 함께 즐길 수 없게 되었지만
모두 함께 대한민국 대표 선수단의 선전을 기원하는 마음으로 응원할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 대한민국 파이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅! 대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
좋았어. 오케이.
Congratulations. welcome back, everyone. We are live from Seoul, South Korea with ECEA 2021, kind of an international tournament between China, Korea, and Japan across multiple game titles. My name's Chobra. I am returning after that PUBG cast, and I'm joined this time by Ending Life. And Ending, we're here for a very special game.
Oh, yeah, it is. And, you know, as I think somebody mentioned before in the previous cast, that it is a trial cast or a tournament, but Dungeon Fighter Online. I don't know if you guys, well, you guys probably knew it was, you know, on the list, but I wanted to say you never expected that one.
Well, yeah, I mean, Dungeon Fighter Online, especially for the global audience, if you followed it through and through, of course, you're familiar, but it's not as well known, especially in terms of the esports scene. But this is a game that's been around for a long time here in Korea, and it has had an esports scene for quite some time as well. So this should be interesting. As Ending mentioned, this is kind of the exhibition category here for ECEA 2021. So it's not part of the main game categories, but it's here to still showcase the game and also use it to kind of test some of these new genres here for ECEA 2021. Well, here's what's going on, and we talked about it. Dungeon Fighter Online here for the demonstration title, but we've had League of Legends, or that's coming up later, PUBG earlier, Clash Royale, and then PES 2021 actually coming after, and you'll be casting that as well.
Oh, yeah. Football is just amazing to watch, but unfortunately, we're on Dungeon Fighter Online right now, so I'm very excited. Even though it is an exhibition or demonstration title, the game itself, the moment it starts, it's so exciting from beginning to end. There is no dull moment in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very flashy game. If you have no idea what you're getting into, if you're just tuning in for some of these other games and you're trying to figure out what's going on with DFO, at the end of the day, it's a fighting game, but it's kind of unique in its own style. And we'll get to that once we get into the game as we take a look at just all the people that are supporting this. Of course, we have the developers and publishers, but then we've got the supplier sponsors. And of course, this is organized by the corresponding branches in the government for each of these countries as well, and this time hosted in Korea, so kind of hosted by the branch here in Korea as well.
Yeah, and I'm very excited. This is actually the time in Korean Standard Time for the games that are going to be played today. And right now we're at Dungeon Fighter Online, as Chobra mentioned. But either way, I'm very happy that this 16-year-old game is still alive and well in an esports scene.
16 years old. I mean, there you have it. Not many games can boast about that, and this should be fun. So here's what we're getting into. It is double round robin between the countries across the first 2 days, and based on those wins, we will decide who plays in the finals on Sunday. And you saw there, we'll start to talk about the format a little bit here, but these are best of 5s, but there's 2v2s and 1v1s. And you're probably wondering how this works. Well, 1v1s are pretty straightforward.
How does that work?
It's just one player versus the other. But 2v2s is the easiest way to explain it is it's King of the Hill. It's called Captain's Match in the game, but it's King of the Hill, right? You send one player each, and then the winner gets to stay. The second player comes on, and then you duke it out to see who's the last one standing.
Yeah, exactly. So it is King of the Hill, and whoever stays alive, they do recover a small amount of health. The person that wins doesn't get, you know, replenished full health, so, you know, don't mistake for that. And this is the matchup for today for the round robin, and it's Japan versus China for match number 1.
Yeah, Japan versus China will be kicking things off. Ymir Shignaris on Japan. Chen Yang and Lao Chu here for China as well. So we'll see what these players have to bring. Now, 2v2s, not the most common format here for DFO, so this is also a bit of a twist as we have in most of these games here for ECEA 2021. Just trying to make sure we can still incorporate these kind of region versus region matchups, and this is what we have, 2v2s, and again, alternating between 2v2 matches and 1v1 matches here for the best of 5.
Exactly, and you know, as Chobra mentioned, it's a BO5, and we're gonna have a couple of 2v2s, a couple of 1v1s, but you know, you're not gonna see the same player come out for the 1v1s multiple times. So just keep that in mind. So if you have a player that you want to see play a 1v1 and he didn't come out on set number 2, he's definitely going to come out on set number 4 if it goes to that.
Right, as long as they can stay alive until then, they don't get 3-0'd right away. So you can't just field the same person again for the 1v1. So there's probably a little bit of mind game here as well, because for those who don't know, now this is a class-based game, right? And these players had to submit their choice of 3 that they would choose from coming into these matches ahead of the tournament. So now you have to kind of figure out, okay, well, I know maybe you have some some intel on what these other players play, and you decide, well, who are we fielding first in this 1v1? Because it might come down to that, because that's in the middle of those 2v2s, and that decides whether you can go to that fourth match or not.
Yeah, it definitely does. And, you know, we talked about how this is a class-based game, and that being said, like, you're going to have infighters. You're going to have offensive, defensive players. You're going to have zoners in terms of classes. And zoners are a little bit, you know, worse against players that are more infighting. Like, they're coming. They approach you super quick. So, you know, class is definitely going to be one of the key things to look out for when the match starts.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a matchup here that we have to consider. Lots of, I mean, this is a very movement-based game, so sometimes the speed is what it's going to come down to. Again, if you've never played or watched EFO, you're in for a treat. I mean, it's just such a flashy game, and now we can talk about the game a little bit more ending, but this started as kind of this side-scroller beat 'em up. Oh, we're actually going to jump right in, it looks like. Okay, so we have Ymir and Shignaris, the Japanese team, on the left, Chen Yang and Lao Chu on the right, and we're going to kick things off right away.
We have the Lancer and the versus the female striker here. A female striker is, you know, one of the classes that you see more often than not compared to the other classes. One of the top tier classes in terms of what the players rank the class in tier. So we'll see if blue team, Team China can come out on top with this.
Yeah, Chen Yang starting with that fighter and already got that juggle on the wall. Now there is a little bit of protection in this game, so you're not indefinitely juggled. So you have a couple opportunities, you get a couple buffs, but it looks like it's gonna not matter.
That is the combo on the ground right now, but he does let him get back up here.
Yeah, I mean, with the striker, I mean, you can get in and out so fast. You're very combo-based, right? And the Lancer has a little bit more range, but if you can't get that zone, I mean, we see Chen Lang not giving a moment here for Ymir to do anything here in this first game of the 2v2.
Yeah, like the Lancer, the Lancer is usually good at is, you know, you got to pressure with the pokes and then wait for your opponent to kind of abruptly come in and make a mistake. But right now, like Chober mentioned, Chen Liang just taking his time, and he knows he has the advantage right now. The comeback is actually happening. He catches him in the air and continues with the combo with the resets. But here we go. Chen Yang gets back up here.
It's just a sliver of health, a pixel left here for Ymir, and he's just running for his life. But it's, just one punch was all that was needed. And if you're watching right now, if you're trying to keep track of the health bars as you usually do in any type of fighting game, you'll often see this blue marker show up on the HP bar, and that kind of signifies when you'll start to see these buffs come in to give you a little bit extra evasion and things like that, so combos are not indefinitely chained. Well, now, looks like we're going to have the female strikers face off against each other. Shignaris coming in with a striker for himself.
All right, striker versus striker. So keep in mind, each team respectively can't have the same class on the lineup, but obviously this is a different team, striker versus striker. Like I said, we see a lot of strikers, we see a lot of brawlers, female. So there are some popular classes that people bring out to this PUBG scene.
Yeah, and as we see, Shignaris trying to answer back with his own combo just to even things out. Ooh, not looking good. Just to mention, with the reason we keep pointing out the gender of the characters, because those are different classes. There's a male striker and a female striker, and as we see, Chen Yang actually just taking it easy, only loses 50% HP. He's got the juggles down. You can see him just kind of laughing a little bit, saying, all right, that was pretty easy.
That was not a BM laugh. He was just happy about getting the all kill. So, usually we would say all kills because sometimes there are 3v3s as well. So, if the first player that comes out, like in King of the Hill, and he beats everybody on the opponent, right? We call that an all kill. And right now, Chen Liang, with this female striker, is just going to literally just own the Japanese teams, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think really Ymir coming out with that Dragoon and just not being able to do much, right? And this is something I think even in the most recent league in Korea, some of the players tried to bring out the Dragoon, and even the community was like, why are you bringing out that class? Like, there are just so many other stronger classes, and you can have your favorites. But there is, some characters are just a little bit stronger. You got to consider that, and I would say Chen Liang taking that pretty easily. Again, best of 5, though, so only a 1-game win here in the 2v2 for China. Now they will play their first set of 1v1s, and then we'll go back to a 2v2 for game number 3.
Yeah, so, I was going to say in the intro that, this game is going to be, breaking universes, breaking planets. But when strikers come out, when brawlers come out, the most they do is throw meteors. So it's like, yeah, like, when we get, like, soul benders and, like, some of the summoners class, like, they'll be summoning some gods from, alternate universes.
Right.
Like, yeah, you'll see some exciting moments, I'm pretty sure. But for now, in the first match, it was more of a UFC kind of.
This is an appetizer, right? Just a couple
yeah.
punches here and there. At the end of the, every fighting game has kind of the most standard, characters, right? They're really just revolving around what you would see maybe in like a UFC match. So those are the strikers right there, very just bread and butter. Here for Chen Yang, and we didn't even get to see the other characters potentially here for China. So we'll have to wait to see if that changes up. But maybe in the 1v1, again, we don't know who they're fielding right away. Of course, they did have to submit it ahead of time, so we'll find out as the players get ready. But I'm glad you mentioned that the other classes, because we like hyped this up. We're like, oh, it's like super flashy, and then the strikers just like, all right, well, we're going for it. We just juggle in the air, and then we wait for them to get up. Now this game has some mechanics when you're getting up. Most fighting games, of course, you have a little bit of invincibility. This one, you also have the option to go for further invincibility if you choose, and when that happens, we'll call it out. But the character just kind of crouches there, and you'll see them get a couple extra seconds to regain. So just a couple things to note, and it's cool to see that again. That you can't be infinite comboed, right? There's always a comeback chance as long as you are aware of the matchup.
Exactly. So like Chobro was saying, there's some escapes. There are some super armors where every skill is negated except for the grab. So there are some skills that you can use, and here we go into the 1v1.
Okay, well, we're going to see Ymir bring the Dragoon back out, and it looks like the Witch here for Lao Chu, which is what we didn't get to see. But once again, Ymir not looking so hot right off the bat.
So I'm going to say this Witch is one of the favorite characters that one of the Korean players that will be playing today actually won the Korean DFO champion with. So we'll see if Lao Chu has what it takes to, wield this character.
Yeah, and the Witch is kind of this, it's the jackpot character, right? So you're kind of relying on a little bit of RNG here to make sure that you can get the damage done, but it looks like the combo's still staying true as you just keep the air juggle here for Lao Chu, and Ymir just waiting for a chance to answer back. He's not going to get the hit on the wake up.
Jeez, timing is perfect. Ymir did get a chance to get up. You saw him crouch and get up, but the moment he got up there, Lao Chu, he knew the timing for his backstep, and he caught him just right at the right moment and just airborned him again into a new combo.
That was just quick thinking, quick feet there for Lao Chu, just backs it right up. So making sure that he can still keep that win for the Witch here for Lao Chu. And Ymir, now again, the players had a pool of 3 that they could submit. Now we don't know if they don't have to submit all 3. They could have just said, well, I just made one character or one class, so I'm just going to submit that one. We'll see though. Ymir's Dragoon not looking so hot right now for Japan.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping for a different class to fortunately counter with the Dragoon, but unfortunately it hasn't been that. So we'll see what happens. For me personally, I'm a one-trick berserker, so it's depending on who I get matched up with, it's like maybe I'll just /FF forfeit. It's like, all right, well, I can't beat you, so
listen, it's hard to juggle multiple characters, man, in any game, but especially in any type of any genre of fighting games. It's hard. First you have to know your moves, and then your combos, your time. Then you have to know matchups, and there's just a lot of steps to this. So we'll see. Japan again. Now we're going back into a 2v2, and now you've seen kind of the play style, right, and what they're bringing out in terms of the classes they chose on the Chinese team. So we'll see. If Ymir starts again, hopefully he can. If you can whittle down at least to half health or further, there might be a chance for a comeback here when Shignaris comes in for the second game.
Yeah. Definitely, and I'm very excited that we're moving on to set number 3, match number 3. But let's hope that it's not a 3-0.
Yeah, we want to see more, right? Especially because some of these games can go by pretty quickly, and if you start the snowball, as is with any fighting game, it's very momentum-based, and Japan just has to hold true. Well, it's going to be game number 3 here between Japan and China. And now we are going to reset for the countdown. Ymir once again kicking things off against Chen Liang's female striker.
All right, well, this is a deja vu right here. Different terrain for the battle, but the classes here are the same. We'll see if the outcome will be different this time around.
Okay.
Ymir gets the first hit.
Yeah, Ymir just trying to kind of gauge what's going on, but Chen Liang just doesn't miss a beat, goes right in for the diagonal dash.
Ymir gets up here, uses his, escape to get up and, cancel out the combo, and he does some damage.
All right,
but not as much.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just gets a little poke, but wasn't confident in being able to keep that juggle. Just so backs out, tries to start a new one. Okay, and he's going to catch him again against the wall.
Here we go. Nice reset. But the combo is definitely not long enough and not powerful enough to bring him down.
Okay, yeah, down to half health, and it seems like he has a better read now on Chen Liang's kind of patterns here for how he wants to get in. Trying to block or guard right at the right times, but Chen Liang gets in again, and here comes Joe, and we've seen it. Chen Liang doesn't miss it. He's gonna be able to go through the combo for as long as possible. Brings him up to the wall, isn't able to continue it.
Yeah, he could have gotten a reset, and he could have done a little bit more combo damage, but Chen Liang is also human.
Chen Liang's not, going to be able to get the off kill every time. Already a better health line here for the Japanese team, but it looks like Chen Liang might have his number. He's bringing him close to the marker. Can he continue it? He's just going to push it all the way through, see if he can get a finish. Tries to go for the reset as well. Not able to, as we saw. Ymir take advantage, and he just crouches in, gets that invincibility, and now he tries to answer back.
All right.
He's going to push him in against the wall.
Here we go. It's possible. Gets the reset off the ground. Oh, there we go. Gets up, and now the counter comes through, and I think this is it.
Yeah, I mean, Ymir had so little health.
Oh my God! Look at the HP.
Yeah, I mean, he almost had it, but right at the end, not able to continue it, not really connecting with the last hits. Of course, Chen Liang able to get through, and he answers back. Ymir just didn't have enough health to really take advantage of any of those invincibility options. So now, still looking better though, right? Shignaris, if he can get the first hit here, he can finish him in one combo.
Oh, definitely. We'll see if the bash will connect. Oh! Chen Liang gets a little bit of pose. Here we go once again. A little bit. He's playing it safe right now.
Yeah, I mean, Chen Liang at this point, looking at his HP, I think his goal is just to bring the HP down as much as possible. But if he can get the combo, he's going to go for it.
The much as possible is actually happening, Chobra here. Oh my goodness, he grabs it in to finish the combo here and gets basically more than 50% HP in one combo.
Yeah, and that's what you see, right? A lot of these players will do is as that marker approaches, you go for some of this burst that you're able to get to go over that marker and guarantee that the hit connects. So Chen Liang just doing as much. I mean, Chen Liang's already done his.
Oh my goodness, that was a mistake by Ymir to allow Chen to use his long-lasting skill, and Chen Liang just timed it perfectly into the airborne, into the catch, into the combo, and now he's.
Oh my gosh! I was going to say Chen Liang had already done his job, but like you said, Shignaris goes for his channel, and it's just not connecting, and Chen Liang. Just happy with his second all kill, and that's going to be a quick 3-0 in favor of China.
Well, his partner is not going to get paid.
I mean, Chen Liang doing all the work here for sure. I think this was just clearly an outclassing by Chen Liang, especially when you see a mirror matchup like that, which the mirror matchups are possible. You just can't repeat it on the same roster. So, for instance, like China can't come out with 2 female strikers. But, of course, mirror matchup possible, and Chen Liang showing that he just has a better understanding of the spacing a little bit, of the timing. I mean, he never really missed anything. Sometimes he was just kind of gauging where things were at, trying to get some confirms. But other than that, I mean, it was really Shignaris kind of feeling the pressure, and he tried to take that risk, and eventually he went for a channel instead of a confirm. Not able to connect.
Exactly. And for, any of the viewers that, have been on this channel since Clash Royale or PUBG and don't know much of this game, it's not a 3D PvP game, but it's a 2v2, but it has a Y-axis and an X-axis.
Yes.
It's not like Tekken where it's just...
Well, and a Z-axis, right? Because you've got the airs as well. So there is actually a lot of things you have to consider in terms of how you want to position yourself.
Exactly. So it's not like a Tekken, 1v1 Street Fighter fighting game where it's just you go left and right and that's it. So that's why we talked about classes. Like they have AoEs that will cover some of the y-axis as well as the x.
Yes.
Some of the skills will only cover the x-axis.
Yes.
So, you know, things like that are very important. And you mentioned that Chen Liang has such a great understanding of each character. And, you know, he's able to counter and time the perfect timing to catch and put his opponents into the air for a combo.
Yeah, so Chen Liang has already shown his power. Well, this time it's going to be China versus Korea. We already saw what the Chinese players have in store for us. Now, on the side of Korea, I mean, these are two of the best players here in Korea for DFO.
Yeah, so for the Korean side, Han Se-min right on the left, he is a champion in the most recent DFO tournament. And on the right, Cigar, he's actually the runner-up.
Yes.
So we got the best two in Korea to represent Korea. So we'll see if, you know, they can, you know, maybe show us the second runner-up or second player for the Chinese side, because Chen Liang has just been dominating.
Yeah, I think they'll give him a run for their money. I mean, Han Se-min, if you've seen any of his play, I mean, he is just so quick. And any group that he gets into in the Korean leagues, like over the summer, he was in Group A. Well, that's instantly the group of death because like everyone has to go up against this guy.
Yeah.
And it's just a miracle if you can even take a round off of him as a newcomer. So he's really got that reputation. As you mentioned, Cigar often right behind his tail. So these are two of the best for sure showing up for Korea. And we'll see what they have in store for us. I know Han Se-min, his Korean ID actually, it's funny because it's actually Carnivorous Squirrel. And it's because he likes to use the squirrel avatar and he runs around as the Swiftmaster. So we'll see if we continue to see that. He had to come up with an English ID here, so he's just going with the name. But I wish he had just gone for Carnivorous Squirrel. It would have been a long one, but that would have been one of the best esports IDs I've ever read.
Yeah, we got the squirrel just beating and eating everybody up.
Yeah, I mean, he's a vicious squirrel.
Yeah, he
Han
definitely
Se-min's
is.
a vicious squirrel. So we'll see if he continues that theme here at ECEA 2021. If you're just tuning in, we're live from Seoul, South Korea, and we've got a slew of games, right?
Oh,
We started with Clash Royale earlier today, PUBG. After this is PES or eFootball, and then League of Legends to wrap up the day. Each day will have all of those games featured, and it will always be between China, Korea, and Japan in these round robins until Sunday, where it's going to be the finals.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be exciting. And tomorrow, you know, the order of the games being played shifts a little bit, but either way, you get all 5, and it's going to be an exciting 3 days, including today, and I'm very just happy to be here and be part of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice for one. It's been so long since I've been in like an actual stadium, even if we aren't able to have audiences, right? Just with the lights and the players on stage, at least the Korean players here. As you noticed, the Japanese players are playing from their homes. China was able to set up a stadium for their players, but they're playing from their own venue online. So we're not able to have everyone due to the pandemic, but still, just to kind of take in this environment, you know, kind of at its 70% value, it feels good to be in a setting like this again.
Yeah, and you know, for me, I look at my screen and I see the background, and it's not CG. We're not in a green screen room,
That's
right?
true,
Like,
yeah.
This is live. That's what he's talking about. The hype, even though there's no audiences.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes also, like, one of the caster desks are usually in a separate room just because of space, right? If you're in a studio, it's hard to make sure that every time, depending on the game, you can have like 2 caster desks and maybe an analyst that's like all in the studio. This time, all of us are here. The Korean caster over there, we can hear them over the loudspeaker. I don't know if that's picking up on our mic now and then when things get hype, but like we miss that. And this is starting to happen more and more around the world, and even here at a smaller scale now that these government branches were able to come to terms to say, all right, well, let's do something between our countries and have this esports tournament. It's kind of great to see, and featuring all these games as well, and kind of these different modes to make sure that we're catering to a more regional battle.
Yeah, regional as well as reasonable in terms of rules, right? Giving all the players, you know, the best chance they have to redeem themselves if they lost the previous match and stuff like that. Unfortunately for Japan, in match number 1, it didn't go their way.
Yeah.
We'll see, you know, what happens with China versus Korea, because obviously Korea is definitely one of the stronger regions of DFO because it started off as a Korean game and then it branched out globally. So, you know, China was actually one of the countries that actually had a separate Dungeon Fighter tournament within its own country and had its own league. So that's probably one of the reasons why the Chinese players are actually very experienced and skilled.
Yes.
So it's going to be a very exciting match with China versus Korea.
Yeah, and China versus Korea have gone kind of head-to-head before as well with their top players. And in fact, I think the most recent one last year between these two regions, the Chinese players seemed stronger, and they were just stronger through the bracket, but Han Se-min was able to just power through it to try to bring the victory back for Korea and representing the Korean kind of reputation of DFO. So there's definitely a lot on the line here in terms of pride, even though this is just the exhibition category or the demonstration title here for DFO at ECEA. These players, they're the top players. And this is something we have to mention. In an event like this ending, normally people are like, oh, well, it's probably like influencers and ex-pros. No, these are like pros that are currently playing in leagues across all these games.
Yeah, current pros. And, you know, since we do have a little bit of time to talk, I also wanted, because China and DFO, what it reminded me of, on Netflix, there's a Chinese soap opera.
Where is this going?
No, because on Netflix, there's a game soap opera. That's a Chinese soap opera.
Oh, yeah.
And it's actually based on Dungeon Fighter Online.
You're right.
Yeah.
I totally forgot. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Okay, well, we just got told the game is ready, and there it is. Oh, do you see the squirrel already? He's just chilling out here in the lobby. And so it is going to be Han Se-min there with the squirrel.
So here we go.
All right. Looks like they're going to have to reset the lobby here. There we go. It's actually going to be Cigar kicking things off with the Demon Slayer. So, all right, keeping Han Se-min in the back pocket, and he's going up against Chen Liang's female striker. And he gets the first confirm. He's just keeping him at range. He has a bit more of that range advantage, but Chen Liang, again, dashes right in.
All right, there we go. Chen Liang, as you guys saw in match number 1, he's not going to mess up his combos. He gets what he needs to, and he just backs out like a pro. He knows when to back out, and once again into the air. A new combo is starting, and it is not looking great for Cigar right now.
Yeah, off the wall, and finish with a burst, and an air juggle, and the grab as well. Chen Liang making sure he doesn't miss any advantage as he's able to keep that juggle up. This is huge. I mean, Chen Liang still showing the dominance he did in the first game.
All right, well, for Cigar right now, we do see some off-the-screen knockdowns as well, and, you know, those are one of those expert moves that you do. Like, none of the noobs can do it. I can't do it, but these pros off the screen, as you notice, like, you know, as these two players move left and right, you know, the screen follows them. It's not like a one full screen stadium or a matchup or arena. So it's very important, but as I was saying that, Cigar,
yeah, I mean,
down, it's like, oh gosh.
The Demon Slayer just needs to keep at distance, right?
Yeah.
A bit more of a zone in here, but here we go. Han Se-min on that Swiftmaster, and he is just known for this, but okay, Chen Liang doesn't want to give him a chance to get started.
Here we go. Waiting for his time. He's going to let him do the combo up until the grab, and here we go.
Okay, he dashes out, but Han Se-min,
this is the start.
Yep, gets the confirm. He's just going to juggle him with the whirlwinds. And the Swiftmaster is a very quick combo-based character, and he's going for it. Is he going to go for the big burst here right at the end of the marker? He's going to go for a mini one. He hasn't used all of his moves just yet. He's waiting for the perfect moment.
Both of these classes, they have to kind of pressure and fake and, you know, make an opening, create an opening for yourself, or, you know, let your opponent make a mistake. And here we go, Han Se-min playing some mind games.
Yeah, has a lot of mobility, much more than the female striker. And you can just see Chen Liang taking that time to readjust his headset because he knows he's already in the air. Han Se-min, is he going to try to go for a big finish here? Yeah, he is. He goes for it, and he just finishes him off. Han Se-min knows at what point he's going to get the clear.
Yeah. Basically, what you noticed is Han Se-min, 2 combos without any mistakes will literally just kill your opponent. And that's what we've seen Han Se-min do with the Swiftmaster just now. We'll see if he'll be able to do so here against the Witch. It's not going to be as easy.
Yeah, the Witch definitely has a lot more AoE to try to keep him at bay, which is going to be very useful given the mobility that the Swiftmaster has. But Han Se-min gets it. All right, a little blink from the Witch to get out.
So if you notice, I was talking about the Y and the X-axis, and both of these classes, they are able to control so much area, so it's not all about the X-axis left and right? Up and down is very important, and you notice that both Han Se-min and Lao Q is just in a different Y-axis, but just doing the AoEs to get the opponent into the air, and that's why it's a little bit harder for Han Se-min as well to finish his opponent a little bit easier compared to the Blue Team.
Yeah, because for the Swift man, he's actually just going to try to go for the burst early, but he misses it, and now it's going to be the retaliation from Lao Chu. That was a huge mistake.
It is over. Ooh!
Oh! Han Se-min tried to go for one last chance with the invincibility, but not going to happen. And wow, China taking that game. I mean, I gotta say, Chen Liang and Lao Chu really showing up here to win.
Yeah, everybody showed up here to
you know what? No one ever shows up to lose. This is a fact.
Yeah.
This is a fact. No one shows up to these events to lose. But I mean, Chen Liang. I mean, the fact that he was able to still get the first kill just kind of clean, and then still bring a little bit of chip damage. But I gotta say, you called it, kind of that matchup difference, right? With the Witch just having so much of that Y-axis AoE, really kept the Swift Master at bay.
Yeah, so you notice when, Han Se-min was going up against a striker, right? A very close combat infighting class, he was able to take control of the battlefield, like by himself. He didn't need to be face to face. He was a little bit, adjacent to him and using his AoEs, AoEs to aerial into a double combo and 2 combos, like I said, just finished off the striker. So, but Witch and any other zoning similar classes to the Swift Master is not gonna work as easy because you also have to keep in mind that you can also get aerialed by the similar moves by your opponent. So
well, and then the other thing to consider is when you're going against something like the female striker, both of you eventually want to get in. Yeah. So you can use some of your close range AoE to counter that, but against the Witch, like you're the one who has to go in. But now they have coverage on all the angles. Yeah. So you have to really play those mind games. And he had a moment, but, the first combo coming in from the Witch, from Lao Chu, just a little too strong. So now this 1v1 gets really important because we've seen that they're pretty evenly matched. Yeah. China had the advantage. This 1v1, if Korea can win this, there is a chance that we go maybe all the way to game number 5. But if they lose here, I think China might take 2-3-0s today.
Yeah, we'll see.
You don't want that.
No, I don't. Even the first match, even though it was very one-sided, a 3-0 sweep by China, I still wanted to see Japan at least get one set. Because, it's esports, and I want to see as many matchups as possible.
Yeah, especially since we have the alternating modes between 2v2 and 1v1, just getting a little different flavor. And they're in different stages, too, which does matter in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Just given the terrain and what you can use to your advantage there. So there's a lot to consider. Just to talk about the game a little bit more as well, there is gear, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then there's armor types, which kind of helps determine which characters are a little bit tankier than others. It's not just base health or something like that. There's a lot going on in this, and there's a lot of skills to use as well. Like, you think, oh, well, it's kind of this, more retro-style graphic. Surely it's not complicated. There are a lot of inputs to remember.
Yeah, so when you're PvEing, you're going to have like rows and rows and rows of buffs going through. So it's definitely a different game in PvP and PvE.
Yeah, there is a PvE aspect.
Yes.
I mean, that's the kind of main build-up, right? Yeah. And then now we have the PvP kind of arena going on here for Dungeon Fighter Online. So if this is your first time, it's a treat. Now we're going into a 1v1, and it looks like it is indeed going to be Lao Chu the Witch versus Cigar with the Demon Slayer.
All right, well, this is something that we've seen again in the first matchup. Lao Chu was the victor here. We'll see if Cigar is able to redeem himself in this matchup because there is no runner-up here. It's a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, this time the Demon Slayer, able to zone a bit more, not having to deal with the striker trying to run in. So it is kind of range versus range. Of course, a lot more AoE burst advantage from Lao Chu. So it is going to be on Cigar to have to really deal with everything, especially some of these summons coming out from the Witch as well. So just using the terrain to his advantage for Cigar.
Here we go into the area. I was going to say the Demon Slayer, as long as he zones him well, gets up close for a combo, he has a chance, but like you see on your screen here, Lao Chu is not going to give him the chance to do so.
Yeah, and a good retreat from Lao Chu as well. He's just keeping him at bay. He gets out zones until he's confident. He has his cooldowns back up for another combo.
Yeah, as you see right now, you don't see both the classes on one screen. This is the thing I was talking about. Off the screen poking here. Both of these classes long range. They want to do off the screen poking and pressure. And at the tip, he gets caught. That is so unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate because now it is just one catch and it's game over here for Cigar. Lao Chu just has to wait for the perfect opportune moment, trying to catch him with whatever cooldowns he has. He's just rotating through all his skills.
All right, he gets in the Demon Slayer. Like I said, one combo. He has to do some damage and he is trying, but he's not able to continue to the fullest of his combos.
Cigar caught in the upper corner there, not able to get out. And this is the power of the Witch. I mean, he got caught in the corner, and the Witch just says, well, here's a giant AoE. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, so you have that small little piece in the corner where it's the safe zone. But yeah, you'll stay there. I'll time it. So because it's my AoE, I'm going to go in it while you wait there, and I'll give you a slow death.
Yeah, that was, I think, just clean play from Lao Chu, just understanding what he had to do. And I love the way, you know, he gets that combo and he just backs out, just putting out all of his other cooldowns, right, just to make sure that he can stay up, but he doesn't get caught with any of that kind of off-screen poking or zoning, and then giving a confirm to the Demon Slayer. So Lao Chu playing it smart in that 1v1. Now China's up 2-0. This is, it's already match point again. Here for China, leading 2-0. Back to the 2v2 captains match. The King of the Hill here. Can Korea bring it back?
You know, maybe switch things up a little bit. Like Chober said, he talked about this over and over. They submitted multiple classes, right? And these pro players, they're not like me. They're not a one trick, right? So they're going to be able to switch things up. They've played each other twice now. They should, you know, start to understand each other.
Yeah, we'll see how that happens here in this 2v2. Korea really trying to bring things back. The last time these two regions fought in a tournament head-to-head, China versus Korea in individual brackets. Korea eventually able to come out the victor thanks to Han Se-min's miraculous run. Can they do it again? Cigar kicking off as a Demon Slayer against a Striker. This time needs to get a bit out of that earlier zone. If Chen Liang gets in again, things are going to look dicey.
Here we go. A little bit different, but you know how Chen Liang's Striker is. And once again, into the air. This is bad news bears if you start in the air against Chen Liang.
Yeah, the air juggles, especially on the Striker, and he just knows exactly when to time it for that burst.
Yeah, 1/3 of your HP gone with just one aerial combo.
Okay, just trying to push him against the wall, though. Can he get the rebound?
All right, there we go. So far, so good. Gonna back off.
Yeah, he wants that distance again, but Chen Liang just catches right up, puts him in the corner, and now the juggle comes back once again. Just a relentless assault from Chen Liang.
Oh my gosh. What is this, punch for punch?
This is looking rough.
Here we go. He's going to continue. Cigar gets his invulnerability and gets up into the aerial combo. He's not going to go down easily this time around. He's very low on HP. And ooh, nice counter.
Okay, wasn't able to get the confirm on the wake up, but gets the counter, and he keeps him zoned again. Can he get the confirm? All right, he's able to continue, reset the combo.
This is going to be a different outcome possibly for Korea in this 2v2 here. Cigar, can he finish him off?
If Cigar gets this win, it's huge. Just a pixel left, and Cigar's going to get it. Chen Liang, you see him, he's like, oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a bit unfortunate. You saw that on the camera. Well, now we go right away. So Cigar gets a bit of a health region, but not much, as you can tell. He's still pretty low. Oh, okay, Cigar saying, now I've learned how to go against your Witch. I'm not going to give you space anymore.
Yeah, he's not going to allow him to be zoned. He's just going to go in straight away, back up for the cooldowns, and then I'm pretty sure he's going to just go right back in there and not play the zoning and not play the poking game against this Witch.
Yeah, just waiting for those projectile spam to end a little bit. Okay, catches the Witch on the stationary, just trying to deal damage, or trade damage rather.
You gotta get out, you gotta do your own combo or get out and not take damage because you're low, but he has actually done significant amount of damage to the Witch right now.
Yeah, the Witch are sitting there with the channel, and Cigar says, well, I've already taken one player down. I will just trade you damage so that Han Se-min can take the victory. So I would say his job's still done. Now we have Lao Chu sitting at about 60% health on the left side as the Witch, and Han Se-min's Swift Master, the carnivorous squirrel, comes back in to try to take this to a game number 4.
All right, we'll see how hungry this carnivorous squirrel is, because if he's not as hungry, he might just, you know, play around with his food like he is right now and just not finish him off.
Yeah, Han Se-min worked around the invincibility twice in a row. He gets 2 resets, and he's continuing his juggle once again. And there's the dash out from Lao Chu, but he's already so low. Lao Chu has to feel the pressure right now.
Right, he definitely has to not make any mistakes. But Han Se-min is just going to finish him off easily. But I got to give props to Cigar in this set number 3, because he has taken out the first player. He has taken out 50% HP of the second player as well, giving Han Se-min a lot of breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, both players on both sides played really well every time, but the real game changer, I agree, was Cigar, right? Getting that first kill and then going for 50% extra HP on Lao Chu, and that's huge. And you could just tell he had a different mindset. He figured it out. He said, okay, so this is how you want to play your characters. Now I understand. He tried to keep even more distance away from the striker and then gets the confirms this time, which he wasn't really able to land the first time around. And then the Witch, he says, well, you want even more room, so I won't give it to you.
Yeah, he's like, all right, you're gonna zone your skill. You're gonna put your AoE skill here, but I'm just gonna dash past it and just be right in front of your face, and that skill is not gonna be, do anything.
Yeah, and then abusing the channel on the Witch as well, right? Just really understanding that matchup. So props to Cigar, but you still gotta be a little afraid, especially I think Chen Liang. Lao Chu, we haven't had an opportunity to see too much of because Chen Liang's been all killing as much as he can, but Chen Liang is a force to be reckoned with here on the female striker. So it's still a little bit to consider, and that should be the next match then, since you can't have the same players come out of the 1v1. It's going to be that female striker from Chen Liang and then the Swift Master from Han Se-min. And for Korea, for Han Se-min, he needs to win this to get to that final 5th match, right, the 2v2.
Yeah, but on the I think it was set number 1 where it was Han Se-min and Chen Liang, and the Swift Master actually took him out really quickly with the aerial damage, and we'll see if that will be the same outcome, or did Chen Liang kind of adapt to the playstyle of Han Se-min, the Swift Master, and maybe the counter will come through as well, because both of these players, as you saw, set number 1, 2, and 3 are totally different because they're adapting on the spot.
Well, we are about to find out game number 4 between China and Korea. It should be the 1v1 match this time around. If you're wondering, we are alternating between 2v2 captains matches and then 1v1 matches. And of course, you can't repeat the same players. So Chen Liang on the left side on the red color with the female striker, and Han Se-min on blue with the Swift Master. And at this point, these two classes, it really just comes for turn by turn, right? Whoever is able to take advantage of their turn on the combo is going to have the lead.
Here we go. This is the combo that Han Se-min has been using and showing us, and that we all know of.
Oh, gets the push against the wall as well, and then the rebound.
We're going to get the big tornado coming out very soon. Oh, he's just going to let him go.
I think he always wants to try to save it for the kill rather than trying to just get a small advantage. You can always start up your combo again. You don't want to take that risk going past that potential invincibility. Oh my gosh. The damage. The striker, you think because they're quick, the female striker's quick, they're not going to be strong, but they can actually get so much burst damage in one single combo. So meanwhile, the Swift Master really has to go for the full extent of your combo. So this is the big difference between these two classes.
We'll see Han Se-min a little bit on the back foot here, but we'll see if he's able to come back, because if Chen Liang wins this set, it's over. China is the victor, and they'll be 2-0. They would have beaten Japan and Korea. So
yeah, this is match point. You can tell very, very tense between Chen Liang. Now some zoning here from Han Se-min. And Chen Liang just waiting for those cooldowns to get in, but a blink out from Han Se-min, but now he's in the corner. Chen Liang, does he have an opportunity?
Oh, he's going to use the big tornado I was talking about.
Yeah, Han Se-min just uses it to buy some time just to try to get out. He's looking for an angle, but he's not finding the confirms he needs.
Oh, okay, there we go. He was waiting for that, and he knows, Han Se-min knows that he can't be on the same x-axis as the striker. Oh, but he does get the airborne first into the combo. I don't think this is going to finish Chen Liang,
No, he's going to have to go for another one, but can you get enough? Okay, the invincibility coming through, but he times it to get the confirm on the super, and now Han Se-min just needs one hit, but if the combo starts from the female striker, this could be game over either way.
Chen Liang is very low, but whoever catches the opponent first.
The damage from the female striker, you can't ignore that.
Ooh.
Oh, Han Se-min able to get the read on the position. You can see how happy he is to make it to that final game. He was so nervous, and you could tell because he's normally a very aggressive player in Korea, but he was just biding time in that middle of that game, and now we get to go to the final game.
Yay!
This is good. I mean, it now comes down to a 2v2 captains match, and now we've seen both sides, both regions, adapt to each other's play style. Can Cigar do it again to set up Han Se-min, or is Chen Liang going to come back with vengeance to maybe go for an all-kill again?
All right, so all the way up to set number 3 with watching two sets of 2v2s, right, so far. It just seemed like up to set number 3, Korea has been adapting a little bit because they lost set number 1, right?
Sure.
To China. But China, they haven't been really adapting because, you know, why fix something that's not broken, right?
True.
But finally, in set number 5, I have a feeling that China is going to switch things up here to surprise Korea.
Yeah, I think the real big question is the witch, right? Because we've seen what Chen Liang can do, and if worse comes to worse, I think he'll still break even, right?
Yeah.
He'll still do his like minimal part, but the witch seems pretty telegraphed so far. And now once you have the read, it's a matter of getting in. And if Cigar can get to the witch and do damage, a lot of pressure away from Han Se-min Swiftmaster. Well, this is going to game 5. Now it's match point. Tied 2-2 in this best of 5 between China and Korea. Reminder, China already beat Japan in today's round robin, so they already have a win under their belt. If they can get a 2-0 today right off the bat, I mean, they're sitting comfortable going into day 2's round robin to try to make it into the finals.
Yeah, great start for China regardless of what happens this matchup, to be honest. For Korea, on the other hand, this is their first matchup, so they have to come out on top. Currently, the score is tied 2-2. This set number 5 will decide the winner, so we'll see what happens here. But like I said, I'm expecting some changes from China. You know, it's one of those types where, oh, you think you have us figured out, right? It's like one of those times where they're going to bring out or change up their play style. We'll see.
Yeah, all right, so Chen Liang versus Cigar, as we've seen in the captain's matches, and Cigar gets the first confirm, just a little bit of damage. You can tell Cigar is still very cautious. You don't want to jump in unless you can confidently chain from the confirm.
There we go. The aerial right off the bat.
Yeah, and once it starts, you know he doesn't drop it until the kind of invincibility starts to kick in a little bit. But Cigar, this is what he's been doing. Once on the wake up, he doesn't waste time to try to get a second confirm.
All right, well, for both sides, right? Cigar stops the combo of Chen Liang with his invulnerability, but Cigar, I think he made a mistake there. He could have continued a little bit more with the combo, and this time around, he's not going to make the same mistake twice, and he's going for it.
I love it. Pulls him back in, tries to get the rebound onto the wall, but not able to get blocked a little bit by those sandbags. And so he's just going to be happy with a bit of extra poke. Wow, what a read from Chen Liang, coming in diagonally to get the confirm.
And on the wall into the aerial, he's going to take, Cigar is going to take a lot of damage here, and there we go. The finishing blow, or finishing combo with that power dragon.
Yeah, this is looking pretty risky. Cigar tried to, he went for the gamble. He tried to get the convert across the screen, but not able to connect.
Yep.
Oh, man. Chen Liang is dominating today.
He's a beast.
Yeah, I mean, his striker, he just knows the movements here. Now, again, the Swiftmaster has a bit of extra movement than the Demon Slayer, so a little bit of an advantage, but now with this map, you've got a couple obstacles in the center and the left side of the screen, so both players just trying to revolve around the right side here.
Han Se-min, he's not going to want to take too much damage, probably like at most 1/3. If you think about the heals you get after this round is over, so we'll see how much damage Han Se-min is actually going to take.
Oh, Hansen is not able to continue off of that. He did pick up the haste in the middle, so that there's a haste that comes up that you're able to get for a little speed boost, but okay.
No, Chen Liang, he has his hand off his keyboard. He's like, all right, it's going to go on for quite a while, so scratch my head.
I think he's going to just be able to finish it here.
He's going to try, and there we go. Woo!
What a read on the health bars, and that now it really just comes down to a 1v1, which versus Swiftmaster. Lao Chu versus Lao Chu kind of chuckling there. Okay, this is what it comes down to. Now, there is, again, that AoE range advantage from the Witch.
Basically, it's a full HP versus full HP. Not much damage has been taken by Han Semin in the first fight here. Let's see what happens.
Swiftmaster does have a little bit more zoning capability. Tries to counter right there, and he gets a couple confirms. He's able to grab and push him right back, but there's the blink coming out from the Witch. A little bit extra mobility on that Witch as well to try to get another turn.
Han Semin definitely forces him out to use his escape, and the combo is going here.
Oh, the setup is perfect. Can he get him all the way to the wall? He is going to get it into the corner under the sandbag as well. And can he get the finish? He does it! Han Se-min all the way from 90% health down to 0. And he is the hero once again for the Korean team here. This time at ECEA, Korea takes the win, and they win the match 3-2.
What even is this guy, right? In set number 1, like we saw him, we're like, all right, well, he is supposedly the number 1 DFO PvPer in Korea, so we expected as much, but in this set number 5, just out of this world with the combos and the mind game.
That was huge, and just knowing exactly what damage he can do, and especially getting him across to the wall to make sure that he's going to secure his full combo. Just brilliant play coming from Han Se-min, but I got to give a round of applause to especially Chen Liang. I mean, Lao Chu as well, but Chen Liang, of course, as the starter, has had a little bit more screen time, and you could tell the Korean players were scared of going up against his female striker.
Yeah, definitely the striker. Any fighter class, like I said before at the start of this broadcast, in more of the regional PvPs, you see a lot of the fighter classes, like the brawler, the striker, right? So because it's very fun to kind of continue your combo, reset your combo, catch again to continue your combo. It's not that flashy as you saw, but it will do the job. It will get the damage done.
Yes.
And it kind of tests yourself to see if you're able to not mess up and basically play the piano on your keyboard to continue on with the unlimited combos. And that's one of the, the merits of playing the fighter. And, we saw Chen Liang basically dominate. Unfortunately, the Swiftmaster was a little bit more
but that's
top.
But that's Han Se-min's Swiftmaster, right? you can't be angry about that. And I think there's you could tell even the Chinese players, I mean, they were kind of giving respect. They were kind of you could see Lao Chu was like, oh, okay, it's coming down to me. It's coming down to the 1v1. I mean, I think this is kind of what, and you could tell the relief that Han Se-min had as well on that win. I mean, I think both sides were kind of afraid, and they weren't sure who was going to take it. Korea eventually takes it 3-2, but this is already setting up for a potential great final if day 1 is any indication so far. Of course, we're not done yet. We still have the match between Korea and Japan as the last match of the day 1 round robin here.
Yeah, and for Japan, as you know, they're starting off with the 0-1, so they're going to want to beat Korea in this last matchup here. And if Japan does come out on top, it will be a 1-1 tie all around. So we'll see what happens on in this matchup, match number 3.
Yeah, Ymir and Shignaris, they did not have a good showing against China in that first match. 3-0 victory for China, and then an all-kill by Chen Liang in that first 2v2 as well. So pretty rough. Ymir coming out with the Dragoon, and then Shignaris coming out with the female striker. And I would say in this matchup, I mean, maybe a little bit more room, right? Because we see the Demon Slayer coming out for Cigar. So you have a little bit more pacing as the Dragoon. But we'll see if he's able to take advantage of it, because the couple windows he had in that first match against China, he still wasn't connecting his first confirms to try to go into a combo.
Yeah, definitely. Compared to what we've seen with the no mistake combos that we've been seeing here in the couple matches, there have been mistakes of the catches with the combos, right? Like I mentioned in one of the China versus Korea, where I think it was Han Se-min. No, it was Cigar. He could have continued a little bit more with the combo with the Demon Slayer, but I don't know if it was a mistake or if he was just gonna actually back off to kind of play mind games to force the opponent to waste their super armor. But whatever the reason may be, there are some times where these players make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be perfect all the time. And of course, again, DFO does have some mechanics to try to make sure that you can't just go for these infinite combos.
Yep.
So we'll see the mind games, especially around that as well. Now we are kicking off. This time it's going to be Shignaris actually kicking things off, reading the Demon Slayer coming out first and trying to just get in, but Cigar's already had the training against China's Chen Liang, and now he starts off with a good 40%, 30% chunk against Shignaris.
All right, very good start for Cigar, but Shignaris, he definitely wants to get up close, and he does, into the wall. So that combo, we know how devastating it is for the person on the other end, and there we go. Look at the HP bar now.
Oh, Shignaris, yeah, I mean, he's really showing it up once again. Again, the strikers have really good damage on top of their quick combos, so this is something that the Demon Slayer has to watch out for, but I think Cigar's got the reading on the timings to try to get his confirms first.
All right, Shignaris, I think he was just approaching Cigar a little bit too honestly right there in front, so he got comboed, and now he's very low, and once again he goes down.
Oh, and
ground.
he has to use the invincibility to try to
ground,
get out,
and
so Cigar just waits for it, and then he comes in, and that should be the finish here by Cigar. Gets the first win here, and now he awaits Ymir to see if he can go for an all kill.
All right, very good start for Cigar. Dragoon's out once again. This is going to be a little bit different. We'll see what the outcome will be here, but Cigar definitely kind of trained after going up against the Chinese striker.
Yeah, and we saw Ymir right there, had to use his invincibility right away, so now Cigar just looking for another chance, and then he'll be able to get a good chunk down, and there it is.
Called it. The moment Cigar makes that opening, he's going to do his combo. Not going to do as much damage as he did previously, but ooh!
Oh, a good opportunity. Gets the window here for Ymir and pushes him up against the wall, gets the launch back into the rebound, and is able to get a good chunk of damage down as well. Both sides are making sure that they'll wait for the right cooldown. And Cigar just trying to get a lot of burst before he goes into his combos, but not connecting this time.
Right. Both are just literally just poking, watching for the perfect timing, and here we go. Cigar does make his move. He's not going to be able to finish him off, but he's going to get a good chunk out of Ymir.
Yeah, I mean, this is already job well done by Cigar. The Korean team still has Han Se-min to be able to come in after this matchup. And the Dragoon for Ymir already sitting early at about 40% health.
There you go. Ooh, nice positioning by Cigar, and right after the skill was done, Cigar goes in and gets him in the air. He's going to do more than enough damage.
Yeah, and this is something we've seen from the Japanese players. They get a little antsy as the game drags on, and they go for these longer channeled skills early on. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, this is definitely one of those uh-ohs.
Can he get the finish here? Oh, the invincibility comes in for Cigar, and he wants to get the all kill. He wants it, and he gets it. He gets the mark onto Ymir, and that is a pixel health left for Cigar, but he gets the all kill to kick things off here for match 3 here for DFO.
He's not gonna even do the job himself. He's gonna call out the demon. He's gonna be like, all right, Reaper, you're gonna do it. I'm just gonna be standing by and watching off screen. And Cigar definitely well played. There was a moment where Ymir had that chance to finish him off. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Like you said, sliver of health. We could barely see it. And Cigar gets up. He's very confident, right? Like, even if he loses, he's done so much damage that Han Se-min could do half a combo and finish off Ymir. So, even though he was getting hit, he gets up, he tries for his last combo before he dies, and he kills him.
Yeah, I mean, using that invincibility and then dashing across to
Yeah.
leave that mark, of course, that skill, giving that mobility, and just a really good read by Cigar. It's so unfortunate because Ymir, if he had a burst saved up at the end and it connected, and this is what it comes down to. I mean, in this game, with those mechanics in play, you really have to calculate, like, at which point in my combo do I go for the burst and end the combo, right? Because how much extra damage can I do past that marker when that invincibility or that evasion starts to kick in, and the buff gives an advantage to the defender. Well, 1-0 lead for Korea. Now we go into a 1v1 for set number 2. We'll see which players each team fields here and see if Japan can bring it back to tie at 1-1.
All right. Well, with the way that Japan is playing compared to how they played against China, I think there's definitely a chance to tie things up. I don't know if it's going to be this set or set number 3, but I have hopes.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen a little bit more confidence from Japanese players, and now in a 1v1, it really could go any way, especially, once again, with the striker. They get one connect, one confirm, and that should be about 30% health down already for Cigar. So you can tell Cigar is being very careful, just trying to stay at zoning distance.
Yeah, he's keeping his distance like Chober was mentioning, and Cigar's not in a hurry right now. It has to be Chignaris who has to make that close quarter combat move first towards Cigar, and he's just waiting for that. And he's gonna be just poking. And there we go. The crouch is used already. There we go.
Right.
Crouch for crouch.
Yep, Cigar just using his crouch as well, but Chignaris still sticks to him, this time not giving any window. Now he's trying to push him back towards the right wall here, make sure he can get the rebound against the wall, and there it goes, already below 50% health. But this is what happened last time.
Yeah, the counter is coming through from Cigar. I don't think it's going to be enough to finish him off, but he's going to get a good enough damage here to kind of force Chignaris to play it a little bit cautiously, maybe not.
Okay, well, I mean, both players not wasting any time on their wake-ups, right? And Chignaris goes in. Oh, he was afraid of that. He knew it was coming once again. He still gets caught for a brief moment. But across the couches here, Cigar gets the confirm, and he gets his AoE, and there is the juggle against the wall. Cigar, can he finish the job? Is that going to be enough?
And the demon.
Oh,
my
no,
goodness!
It's not enough.
The counter has come through from Chignaris, and I think it's over for Cigar.
Cigar was banking on the damage being enough from the demon, and it just wasn't able to finish the job. Chignaris comes back to life and wins the 1v1 and ties the match 1-1.
Oh my.
That was one hell of a finish to that game.
Cigar across the couch. When you said that, I was like, oh, it's over, right? Like, he summoned the demon.
That's what it looks like.
I was like, all right, the couch dealer. Literally across the couch. It's like,
yeah, I mean,
like he was going to die.
Yeah, he got the confirm of the AoE to bring him closer, and then he uses, of course, the mark to get in and try to finish the job, but the burst just was not going through. It was not enough, and now they're tied 1-1, brings it back to the captain's match. And, Cigar, he thought he had it too. You could tell he was a little disappointed at the end. So, that's going to weigh on him a little bit. And now his shoulder's a bit heavy going in as the starter here for this 2v2 captain's match. If he can get an all-kill here, that's redemption, right? If he can get the all-kill again, that'll be big redemption for him to try to get the lead back for Korea.
Yeah, and, Korea as well, like Cigar, he almost had to kill. It's a disappointment for set number 2 for Korea. But if it does go, well, it's going to go to set 4, right? And we have Han Se-min waiting there. So I don't think, Cigar would have wanted, or Korea would have wanted to make it a 3-0, like a clean victory to feel good about themselves. But right now, Japan is coming back. And this set number 3, like you said, I hope that Japan doesn't get all killed again.
Yeah.
Right? Because they've been getting all killed today, and you don't feel good. So, like set number 2 happened, right? Like a great comeback from Japan in set number 2. Set number 3, let's see if they can throw a counter punch to Korea to see, bring the fight to them.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, Ending, if it goes to set 4 and Korea's already in the lead, I'm just because it's the Dragoon, I'm pretty sure Han Se-min's going to win that. Okay? Like, no offense to Ymir and his choice of class, but it's not looking so hot here today. this weekend for DFO here at ECEA. So we'll see if Japan can take the lead for once here in these best-of-5 matches, and if they can win this captain's match 2v2. Once again, if you're just tuning in, it is going to be King of the Hill style for Dungeon Fighter Online. And that's not the only game we have this weekend, right? After this, there's PES, and then there's League of Legends, and then we return tomorrow with the other games as well. Once again, all games across all 3 days.
Yeah. All 5 games every single day, right?
That's
like
a lot of games.
Yeah, like because some of the events you have to kind of choose the day to watch a certain game. This event you don't. Just like tune in. It's like all right,
and just leave it on.
It's gonna be on for the whole day.
Yeah,
right.
And you get a taste of all these different games and genres. Maybe you don't play some of them, but then you watch it and you're like, okay, now I want to try it out. Like DFO, you know, it's an old game, but it is very flashy. It's a lot of fun. There's a PvE aspect as well if you're interested in that in terms of MMORPGs. So there's a lot going on here for DFO. Of course, DFO this time around for ECEA 2021, the exhibition or the demonstration title here as we're live in Seoul, South Korea. Well, this is going to be set number 3. The 2v2 Captain's Match returns between Japan and Korea. And I like it.
This time around, it's going to be Hansen Min.
I wonder if this is partially because Cigar got the all kill, right? Just to like give Hansen Min a chance to see if he can do it as well.
Yeah, we'll see. And right now, the start is very good. Usually, it was Shignaris that gets the first combo, right, as a striker. But this time around, it's a little bit different here with Hansen Min coming out first. The counter does come through, though.
Yeah, good read from Shignaris. He was waiting. He was positioning to wait for that blink across the map, as we've seen Hansen Min doing that time and time again to the center. And so, Shignaris ready for it. Tries to go for the invincible, but there is the tornado. And Hansen Min using it to make sure he can reset the combo, get the confirm. And now Shignaris already down to 30% health.
All right, you guys probably caught on by now. One more good catch from Hansen Min. The game is over for Shignaris. Unless Hansen Min's keyboard all of a sudden stops working. If that's not the case, one more aerial is going to finish the game. And you can tell that Shignaris knows that. Oh, the counter.
Hansen Min went for the gamble, jumped forward to try to get the confirm, but Shignaris gets the counter, and he's going for the full extent with the throw as well.
All right, now they're in a very similar situation here.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh.
Hansen Min took another gamble. Doesn't pay off. He has to go for the zoning play at this point. He has a bit more advantage, and he gets the confirm.
This is it.
Yep, as long as he doesn't mess up his inputs, the invincibility rather, and the evasion not going to kick in time. And of course, the air juggle means that Hansen Min doesn't lose a beat. So Hansen Min gets 1 kill. Can he get the all kill? He's only at 40% health. It's a little dicey.
Yeah, but I think it's possible. But we'll see. All right, well, once again, Hansen Min starts off with his combo first. I was gonna say, if Ymir gets the first combo, you know, it's gonna look very grim and dim for Hansen Min, but it's not the case.
Oh my
gosh.
Hansen Min with the mind games, uses the backdash and then gets the zone, pulls him in and goes for another combo against the wall. And now he just repositioned. He wants to finish this right now. Blinks across the totem. He's trying to go for it, just making sure that he doesn't get a chance. The Dragoon is significantly slower. Good dodges from Hansen Min.
Perfectly playing right now. They're both zoning. They don't want. Ooh, but he does approach. Hansen Min pressuring, and the small pokes going back and forth right now.
Yeah, just well-timed counter hit from Hansen Min. Hansen Min wants this all kill. You can tell because he's not going in. He's not going in until he needs to, and he gets it. He goes for the all kill, and Korea leads 2-1 in this best of 5.
All right, well, you know, I feel kind of bad, I guess, because even though it is tied, well, is it tied? No,
it's 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it's 2-1
Korea,
lead. Yeah. So, like, even though they got their set number 2 for Japan, the set 1 and 3, it's been all kills.
Yeah, it is a bit
like it's different. Like a 2-1 where it was very close in set 1 or set 3. Like it's a different feeling of just literally just winning one set, which is a 1v1, and when it's like a teamwork kind of 2v2
Sure,
kind of
sure.
game, and you don't even see the secondary guy on your opponent, like, because you get all killed. Like, it's one of those demoralizing moment, like, mentality. Like, I hope the Japanese players are holding on to it, because in set 4 it's Han Se-min.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that if set 3 goes to Korea and they move on to set 4, it might be a very high possibility of a 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, especially in the matchup right now, we know it's going to be, of course, Ymir coming out with the Dragoon, and then it's going to be Han Se-min with that Swift Master here in set 4. Match point for Korea. Japan, they need to win this 1v1 once again to take it to one last 2v2 captain's match to see if they can get a win on the board here on day 1 of ECEA 2021. Ymir's Dragoon on red, Han Se-min's Swift Master on blue.
Yeah, we do, like, I guess in a way, have been hyping up Han Se-min because we know how experienced he is. However, we know that he's also not invincible, because we saw what happened when Korea was going up against China. So we'll see what happens if Ymir can somehow come back and tie things up here and go to set number 5.
Han Se-min not able to keep the air juggle, but gets the confirm once again with his AoE. That covers all around him 360 degrees, and this time over to the left wall, gets the huge burst. And Ymir only down to 15%. Okay, he just decides to use it as an escape rather than a confirm, because he saw that Han Se-min knew the timing.
Lives for the time being, but here we go.
This is just going to be quick.
Look at Ymir, he's smiling. He knows.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, as long as Han Se-min doesn't drop the air combo, it is a game over. So Han Se-min with a swift, near perfect there against Ymir, and that brings it to a 3-1 victory for Korea against Japan.
A pretty clean win, I would have to say.
Yeah, I would say so.
Even with the escapes that Ymir was using, Han Se-min he just waited. He knew the timing. He played this game so much that he just knows what to do.
Yeah, I mean, Han Se-min's really just this kind of veteran now here in Korea in terms of his skill and reputation. So, and he's at the top currently, right, still. So this guy, Swift Master, is something that's feared even just within the Korean leagues. And even against China previously, he's proved it time and time again. Now the Japanese players have had a taste of it for themselves. Yeah. And it's pretty scary looking. I mean, I would say out of all 6 players that we've seen today, it's really coming down to maybe Han Se-min's Swiftmaster and then Chen Liang's female striker on China, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think that's kind of the ace match here in DFO.
We'll have to see what happens in day number 2 tomorrow, but for so far today, I'm very excited. And also, you guys also have to keep in mind that these players may change their class tomorrow, or maybe save it up until the finals to show up and surprise their opponents.
Yeah, there could be some variance. The players were allowed to submit up to 3 classes to choose from each day, so we'll see how that goes. But these are the results so far. China 3-0 Japan today in the first match, and then Korea edging it out 3-2 against China in match number 2, and then Korea with a bit more of a confident win against Japan in match number 3. So we will have the round robins on both day 1 and 2, and then the 2 teams with the higher win score will move on to the finals on Sunday here for ECEA 2021.
All right, well, this result is just showing us who is a little bit stronger than the other regions, but it is only day 1. We do have day number 2 to kind of prep, redeem themselves for those regions that lost today. So we'll see what changes have been, will be made up until tomorrow's matchups. But that was pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, some of the
all in all, right?
Yeah, DFO can get pretty quick sometimes because it is, again, it's a fighting game. It's combo based, and while it does have mechanics to kind of prevent infinite combos, it's still a very, very it's a fast-paced game. I mean, you just saw from the movement. That's why some of these faster classes are generally preferred by many of these players, because it's a very momentum-based game.
It definitely is, and there are a couple of classes that I thought would come out, but didn't. So I'm just gonna keep in mind to see if they come out tomorrow or the day after.
Yeah, I mean, again, there is a chance. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the Japanese players, at least, just because it's do or die time for you, right? You're down 2 losses. You need to pretty much win both of your matches tomorrow against both China and Korea. And so far, both China and Korea looking stronger here for DFO in ECEA 2021. So something to consider there. But of course, the event's not done yet. We're done with the matches now for day one for DFO. But then, of course, we have other games coming up. Earlier, we had Clash Royale and PUBG Battlegrounds as well. So this whole weekend filled with multiple different titles with representatives, top players, mind you, like top actual current pros across all titles from all three regions.
Yeah, it's not going to be any influencers like you were talking about. It's so exciting. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, that should be it for DFO. Of course, DFO will return tomorrow with another set of round robins, but don't go anywhere after this break. We will be returning here in ECEA 2021 with some PES 2021. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
보여주고 있습니다. 첸양 선수의 표정에서 이기는 했지만 그래도 본인이 위험한 순간이 시작합니다.
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스 피넛 한왕호입니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회 개최를 기쁜 마음으로 기다리고 있습니다. 아쉽게도 코로나로 인해 더 많은 분들과 현장에서 이 대회를 함께 즐길 수 없게 되었지만 마음 많은 경기장에 두고 한마음 한뜻으로 응원하겠습니다. 이번 대회를 통해 e스포츠 선수들에게 그리고 또 팬분들에게 e스포츠 국가대표에 대해 친숙해질 수 있는 좋은 기회가 되기를 바랍니다. 국가대표는 선수에게 최고의 명예입니다. 출전하시는 모든 선수분들 최선을 다해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 대한민국 파이팅! 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스 리치 이재원입니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 아시안게임을 앞두고 이러한 새로운 형태의 국가대항전이 펼쳐진다는 것이 매우 흥미롭습니다. 아시아 e스포츠의 강호인 한중일 세 국가의 선수들이 이번 대회를 통해 정정당당히 기량을 겨루고 우애를 다지는 좋은 기회가 되기를 바라겠습니다. 저희도 관심 있게 지켜보면 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
요즘 생기 왜 이래? 생기 있단 맛이 있다 순식간에 힘이 난다 5가지 비타민과 아미노산 탄산까지 내 몸 지키는 5가지 비타민과 아미노산 탄산 순식간에 생기 증산 오로나민 C 생기발랄 탄산 비타민 오로나민 C.
안녕하세요. T1 구말시 이민영입니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 선수들의 치열한 경쟁이 아름다울 수 있는 것은 선수들을 응원하는 팬분들이 계시기 때문이라고 생각합니다. 이번 한중일 e스포츠 대회가 아름다운 경쟁으로 새 나라 간 우애를 다져나가는 뜻깊은 대회가 될 수 있도록 저희도 함께 응원하겠습니다. 팬분들의 많은 관심과 성원도 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. T1 미드라이너 페이커 이상혁입니다. 선수에게 국제 경험은 실력과 멘탈을 성장시킬 수 있는 힘을 줍니다. 드디어 우리 후배 선수들에게도 이러한 문이 열렸다는 것에 기쁘고 설렙니다. 이런 힘을 주는 한중일 e스포츠 대회를 만들어주신 정부 그리고 모든 관계자 여러분들께 감사의 마음을 전합니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회는 분명 선수에게는 성장의 동력이 되고 대중에겐 e스포츠를 조금 더 친숙히 대할 수 있는 좋은 기회가 될 것입니다. 이러한 기능을 충실히 감당할 수 있도록 우리 모두의 관심과 응원이 필요합니다. 모두 함께 대한민국 대표 선수단의 선전을 기원하는 마음으로 응원할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
대회에서 스포츠란 저한테 굉장히 큰 책임감을 줬고요. 또 제 인생에서 전부라고 생각하고 이제 모든 걸 다 이제 걸었던 많은 희노애락을 같이 이제 인생에서 많은 걸 느끼고 배우고 그렇게 경험을 했던 그런 유일한 종목이었던 것 같습니다. 태국마크라는 그런 느낌은 책임감으로서 외국에서 이제 다른 나라 선수들과의 경쟁이나 대결 구도 속에서 대한민국이라는 나라를 이제 외국에 알리고 제가 하고 있는 스포츠를 이제 많은 분들에게 알릴 수 있다라는 그래서 그만큼 그 무게감은 굉장히 크다고 생각합니다. 네. 저는 어릴 적부터 오락실에서 살았고요. 펜싱을 하면서 약간 힐링의 한 부분으로 컴퓨터 게임을 통해서 재미 요소를 처음에는 먼저 찾았었던 건데요. 계속 하다 보니까 내가 목표치가 생기고 그 순간순간마다의 해결해야 되는 상황도 있지만 그 다음 상황에 대한 대처를 해야 되는 상황도 계속 발생되기 때문에 그 게임을 하고 나서 운동을 시작할 때 집중도가 좀 더 많이 생겼다는 그런 느낌을 굉장히 많이 받았어요. 저는 스포츠가 가지고 있는 힘이 굉장히 크다고 생각하거든요. 이제 외교적인 관계에서도 이제 풀 수 있는 열쇠를 쥐고 있는 것이 스포츠라고 생각하는데 e스포츠 경우에는 저희가 하고 있는 종목의 스포츠보다 스케일도 굉장히 크고 또 그 기회를 좀 잡을 수 있는 이제 영향력이 좋다고 저는 생각해요. 보통은 결혼하고 임신하고 출산하고 나서 다시 재도전을 하는 사례는 별로 없어요. 제가 도전을 하면서 많은 이제 여자 선수들이 자신감을 갖고 했으면 하는 바람으로 이제 그렇게 지속적으로 노력을 했거든요. 그래서 e스포츠 또한 많은 분들이 이제 도전을 하셔서 e스포츠가 여자 선수들도 태국마크를 달고 또 활동할 수 있는 멋진 모습을 보고 싶습니다. 그래서 우리 후배 e스포츠를 하고 있는 국가대표 선수들이 그 좋은 기회를 꼭 반드시 이제 좋은 결과물로 해서 반드시 잡으셨으면 좋겠습니다. 저도 이제 선배 입장으로서 응원하겠습니다. 화이팅!
내려온다. 장님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내렸다. 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 위에 머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌어지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎 턱 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 무너지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 먹으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다. 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다. 그의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다. 그의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다.
이번 한중일 대회 많은 응원과 관심 부탁드리고 저 또한 응원하면서 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 이제 선수들이 대표로 나가는 만큼 부담감이 있을 텐데 떨지 않고 잘 했으면 좋겠습니다. 파이팅!
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠 초비 정지훈입니다. 이번에 문체부에서 주최하는 대회에 많은 관심 부탁드리며 선수들이 활약할 수 있도록 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 한중일 대회를 통해 한국의 힘을 보여줬으면 좋겠습니다. 대한민국 화이팅!
Welcome everyone to the ECEA 2021, the inaugural competition between these three countries, Japan, Korea, and China. My name is Simon. With me is Ending. Ending, how's it been, man?
It's been good. I'm very glad to be back here with you. I know we've casted some other games before previously, and it's been a while since we casted together.
Man, I feel
How
like
have
I
you been?
haven't seen you for years, but that's besides the point. We are going to be getting into eFootball PES 2021. It's going to be an interesting day of football, soccer, whatever you want to call it, because these countries generally are pretty good at these kind of games, especially Japan, where Pro Evo is... I'm going to say Pro Evo a lot because I'm British, but Pro Evo is basically the king of football games over in that country. Whereas in Korea and, you know, China, there's probably a lot more competition, but Pro Evo is Japan's game. So it's going to be interesting to see how both Korea and China go up against the juggernaut that is Japan.
All right, well, you already have Simon's predictions, guys, so we'll see if it comes true here. But on your screen, we do have the overview. You know, we've been going over this. In the beginning of every single game, we have the 5 games for the official title. We have League of Legends, PUBG, Clash Royale, and PES that we are going to be streaming right now. And Dungeon Fighter Online that we just did before this. So, you know, if you guys missed out, you guys can look at the VODs. And if you want to continue watching, we still have League of Legends after PES. So, you know, it's a very, very long day full of games.
Yeah, I was the one who kicked it off this morning with the Clash Royale, where Korea ended up taking that. Then it was PUBG, then it was Dungeon Fighter, now PES, finishing off with League of Legends after that. It's a amazing tournament to be a part of. There have been so many upsets, so many like walkovers. It's been a crazy tournament, like a lot of unexpected results. I wasn't expecting a lot of the Clash Royale. The PUBG tournament was absolutely insane. Dungeon Fighter, I watched a bit of, but I know nothing about that game personally. So it looked great, and I believe Korea won that one as well.
Yeah.
Overall today.
Yeah.
And now we're getting into eFootball PES 2021 season update. 3 matches today, 3 matches tomorrow, and then the final match on Sunday. It is going to be a double round robin. As you can see on the screen, day 1, day 2, double round robin, best of 3s, and it is the 2v2 format. that is so popular in these kind of tournaments. And the prize pool again, 10 million Korean won for first, 5 million Korean won for second, third is 3 million, then MVP is 1 million. It is going to be a great tournament. There is a lot of rulings that nobody really needs to know. It is on, I believe, PlayStation this time round. PlayStation 4 is the console of choice for this. And there is a limited selection of teams, so it's going to be interesting to see who picks what.
Yeah, and you know, Simon's talking about teams and being picked, which teams will be picked. But I also want to focus on the individual players, like the players that are actually controlling these teams, to see what kind of style they have, right? Like you definitely, like as a player, you definitely have something that you prefer. Like, would you prefer a cross into a header, or would you prefer a short pass or a through pass down the middle to a connect? So you know, like those are the things that like interest me more when I'm watching either real football, right? Tournaments or any eFootballs that we are casting today. So you know, there are personalities that come out when you watch these games.
Definitely, and the formations really do tell that right at the beginning. If you're playing 3 at the back, you're probably going to have 2 wingers, so you're probably going to play out wide a little bit more. If you're playing a traditional 4-4-2, most likely you're looking for those long balls upfield to your 2 strikers. But the matches today, we are starting China versus Korea, then Korea versus Japan, and finishing off with China versus Japan. 3 matches today, 3 matches tomorrow. It's going to be a crazy tournament. I can't wait to get into it. Like, let's just speed this up a little bit. Let's just go into it. I want to see how these teams are going to line up against each other. There we go. We have Saga and Avi playing Juventus for China, and then Munich, Bayern Munich for KJ Beanie and Police Rocky. It's going to be an interesting tournament. I believe I've seen Police Rocky play a couple of times before. KJ Beanie, I think I've seen as well. I've been watching quite a bit of PES, but I can never remember the names of the players because I just focus on the teams.
I'm going to agree with you on that. I'm not going to say I know these players, but I actually do. Not these players, but I do know some of the players, but not for PES, for FIFA though. But you know, it's very similar. So we'll see how these players decide to play with the teams chosen, as you see Juventus and Munich. So. Oh gosh, 2v2s. Personally, I just like playing 1v1s, like just me just controlling everything. Because I don't want to make a mistake, and I don't want to piss off my teammate by making the wrong, pass. It's like he wanted a through pass, but I make a short pass, and like, it all messes everything up.
Oh no, when I was in university, it came to blows a couple of times when we were playing teams. But these players, I believe, have won tournaments. They've been on stages before all across Asia for Pro Evo. So it's going to be difficult to see, especially when it's the online play. They are playing in different locations for this. The Korean players are here in the studio. The Chinese players, I believe, are in the Chinese studio. The Japanese players, I believe, are mostly playing from home. I know Clash Royale and the other game I watched, PUBG.
Yeah, and Dungeon Fighter were also at home. So
it's going to be interesting to see how that will play up, because especially if you're playing the 2v2 and you're not next to each other, communication does become a little bit difficult, especially in this kind of game where you're basically shouting orders and, I'm timing my run now, let's go, through ball, over the top. But I believe we're about to get into this one. I cannot wait. You cannot wait. We're going to see how China versus Korea goes on. Remember, it is best of 3. So one match doesn't decide everything. You do have to win those 2 matches.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's see the formations.
Mostly 4 at the back for both teams, but a little bit different on that front line. There we go. As we can see here, a 4-1-2-2-1, and with obviously Ronaldo sitting up top with that 93. But don't forget, Bayern Munich are no slouches. Lewandowski is a fantastic centre forward in this game. But again, 4-3-3, a much more, I want to say, orthodox formation, but a couple of changes going around. Cristiano Ronaldo there moving deep into the defensive midfield, not a position he's particularly known for playing.
They're still switching it up.
Yeah, they're still switching the players around, as you can see.
I was going to say, like, they're not going to put Ronaldo.
Defensive midfield?
Yeah,
I mean, maybe his legs have gone a lot further than we considered, but 4-2-1-3 against a 4-3-3, but the 4-2-1-3 is a very kind of unorthodox style. You don't usually see like that diagonal line across your formation, and we are about to get into this, I believe.
Yeah, so the 4-3-1-2, 4-3-1-2, right, on the Japanese side.
4-2-1-3? I think it was 4-2-1-3. I've completely forgotten.
Well, either way, the diagonal that you were mentioning, I also wanted to add on because that shows that the Japanese players that are playing, they definitely have.
Chinese.
Oh, was it the
China,
Chinese side?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
China.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. But the Chinese players, they have something in mind regarding strats, right? Like how they want to approach rather than playing the conventional, 4-3-3 or 4-4-2, right? So we'll see what happens.
I mean, it really depends on how they set things up here. It might be that they push things out wider. Here we go. Oh, nice tackle there, just stopping the ball. Nice ball up front. Can this get through? No, nicely defended.
That was definitely that through pass was just being too greedy. That was not going to make it.
Early on, you just kind of want to feel out your opponents and find out if you can find those spaces in their formations. If you can, like right here, Arthur kind of almost got through. Obviously, Goteska is a little bit quicker on the defense there, but finding those spaces, picking apart your opponent takes time. And usually we see in these Pro Evo games is that it does take a while for a goal to be scored. It takes a while for both teams to kind of figure out where these spaces are going to be, and that might come into play there. That little flick on might become key later in this game. But Mula gets the ball. Can Nabri? No, he does get dispossessed there as Chesney plays out from the back.
All right, they're going to play. It seems like the Chinese players are playing it on the sidelines.
Yeah, very much taking it out wide, but then still putting it back into the middle. It's kind of...
They're rotating.
Yeah, it's not very positive football, but it's defensive in a way. Like, you are trying to find these moves off the ball. You're trying to pull the AI-controlled players out of position. So that you can find spaces like this. Ronaldo in a dangerous position. Tried that little cheeky cross over to Dybala, but unfortunately is blocked and out for a throw-in. And we see that Bayern Munich get the ball back. So Korea with a little bit of control here.
Pick it up the middle, bring it out to the side, open wide.
Nabri is free, but Lewandowski cannot get available. Oh, it's Müller that's available. The ball comes in. Is it off? It is indeed slightly offside. Look at that line.
Jeez.
That was a close one. And as you can see in the possession, Juve have 70% possession. Chinese team is currently just dominating the possession in the game, but they have yet to find a way through. But this might all change. The defense all kind of shambles there, but do manage to get it away. Can the Chinese team manage to load it back up? They do. Arthur on the wing looking for Cristiano Ronaldo in the middle, but the ball goes out for another throw.
Yeah, the cross took a little bit long to actually shoot for the power gauge to fill up, as you can see, since this is a game. Oh, here we go. It's a very open wide.
Ramsey on the edge of the box passes it through to Ronaldo, who tried to skill it around the defenders. And sometimes you just want to shoot, but this is all open. Dybala does put it in the back of the net. The keeper all at sorts there, had no idea what was going on. Back to the ball. And China take an early lead in this match.
All right, 22 minutes into the first half, the Chinese players get the first goal in, and it was pretty clean. And Simon, you were mentioning that the possession rate, the percentage. The Juventus side, the Chinese side, just has the ball in front of Korean side all the time, juggling around. They haven't made too many shots, but still.
One shot, one goal.
Exactly. I was just going to say that.
I mean, the defense on the Korean side there was abysmal. I don't want to be too strong, but everyone got pulled out.
Yeah.
There was you should have just booted it away, get it out of possession, because you are under this massive pressure. And if you do lose the ball, as they did, it was basically a 2v2 right in front of goal, with Dybala just finding all the space in the world to move into. And that is not what you want your defense. They're both pulling defenders towards the ball instead of knowing their positions, knowing where they should be. And having that player in front of the keeper there is a bit of a risky play there, because if he does touch the ball, he is considered offside.
Yep.
But we'll see how it continues. It does try to, I guess, distract the goalkeeper, but it doesn't quite work here. Muller gets the ball on the edge of the box, knocks it back out. Will the ball come in? A nice pass there to Davis. Davis.
Rotate around.
Again, it's that cheeky ball. They're trying to get these passes into the box to try and, get those shots off. But at the moment, Bayern Munich they just need to start shooting.
Just gonna shoot it.
Nice defense. But look at this. The defense this time, you can see that they kind of tried to keep that shape. They're trying to keep that back four this time round. Whereas when they conceded that goal, their back four was kind of on top of each other and compressed, and that's how they ended up losing the ball. But now they get a quick break. Nice through ball here. Does manage to get it around. Muller does knock it out for Lewandowski. Lewandowski, can he get a turn? No, Muller gets the ball. A nice knock on the outside of the boot there. Ball in. Gnabry, can he score? No. Defend. Delight is in the way. Gnabry!
Ooh!
Keeper has it, but it looks... That is
offside. Okay.
Oh, that is a close one. That's the kind of call that if you're in the stands, you'd be complaining about the referees being biased on that one.
Exactly. This is able to be called because it's an AI. But you can tell that already that
it's a great ball. Nice. 1-2 there. Gnabry does get the space. Lewandowski, can he turn? Yes, he can, but does get shut out. Can he get possession back? Gnabry might find the ball here, but no. Szczesny comes out and collects. Once again, shutting down the Bayern Munich attack. It is looking like Korea are getting more and more into this game. That early goal by the Chinese team kind of set Korea on a correction course. They are now controlling the ball a little bit better. They're finding these spaces. They're trying to get these through balls in. Their defensive line is looking a lot nicer, but they have to start scoring. There's 5 minutes left in this half. We have another 5 minutes after that to decide who's going to win this first set here, this first game. But it's not looking good as Muller takes the ball, does get pushed off here. And that's one of the problems, I guess, with the Bayern Munich squad is in this game, at least, they do find it kind of difficult to maintain possession when you are in that physical contact range where it's side by side. One person has the ball. It is easy to push them up. But Muller might just find the space here. Lewandowski does move out.
Nice centering, and it's not going to connect, but one more chance here. Gonna bring it out, and they love the center. They don't want to play it wide.
Just easily lose possession there, but the defense is going to manage to pick it up from the back, and that is 1-0 at the end of the first half. And we can see that when the Chinese team scored, it was 70% possession to 30. After that goal, the possession has definitely evened out quite a bit. It is now around 50% for each team. I think it was 52-48. We can see that Juve do manage to pick the ball back up in defense here. Are they going to be able to push forward? The ball, there's options available. I can see them on the minimap, and so can the Chinese team. Nice first touch there. Ronaldo gets the ball, but is instantly surrounded by red shirts, and it is going to go out for a corner here. Cristiano Ronaldo is going to be taking it.
No, that's going to switch it up.
Going to switch it up. It is Saga taking it, I think. I can't see it because the thing's in the way.
Who is that?
It's Dybala is the
Dybala
player, but it's still Saga
kicking. Yeah, here we go. He's gonna head it out. But I want to talk about how the Korean squad, they love just going for the short passes into the center of the box, whereas the Chinese side, they're playing both. Right, when they scored, they passed through the center of the box, got the connection into the goal. But sometimes, from time to time, they play it wide. They try to do some centering from the sidelines, but the Korean squad, they always just kind of greed into the center. And
well, Pro Evo is one of the games where you want to make sure that your shots on target go in the back of the net. The more efficient way of doing that is those short passes into the box to tap it around the goalkeeper. It works like an absolute charm if you can get it done. And we might see another one here. Kulveski tries to put the ball in the box, but it is blocked out. But as I was saying, that gives you the highest chance of scoring. Those
Yeah.
long shots look fantastic, and you know we all love to see a screamer every now and then, but they're not giving you the best chance to put the ball in the back of the net. It is much harder to hit the target. It's much harder to challenge the goalkeeper in those situations. So
Once
yeah,
again, I want to say they kind of, the Korean squad, they just keep greeting for the center, and I understand that you just explained that it you know, if it does connect, it basically, you know, connects into a goal. Once again, they're always just greeting for the center, whereas the Chinese squad, they sometimes greet for the center, but they play it wide, they rotate the ball around, right? They kind of take their time, whereas Bayern Munich, they're trying to play the fast-paced game.
yeah, and I mean, Juve here, what the Chinese team are doing is kind of collapsing that defense into a very brick wall down the middle, because they know the Korean team are going to try and play the ball down there. And you can see that when that ball is coming down the center, there's about 4, 5, 6 players all in a very narrow kind of area, blocking everything up. And it just makes it incredibly difficult to break down on the side of the Korean team on Bayern Munich. It is really hard to break it down.
Yeah, they have to rotate the ball around, and you know, something that you mentioned at the beginning of this game is the Chinese squad, they rotate the ball not to confuse the players, but to confuse the AIs, right? Like pull them off their position, and then they could get the through passes in to connect to the goal. But the Korean squad, I think they are lacking that a little bit here.
Yeah, we can see substitutions coming in. Looks like both teams looking to do something here. Juve changing the formation slightly, splitting things, spreading the front up a little bit more and a little bit wider in play. Mostly, I guess, to slow down the play. They don't need to score another. They can do, you know, the England national side thing where you go 1-0 up and then defend for the whole game. But it doesn't always work out. Like, you do sometimes concede that goal, end up going to extra time, penalty kicks, which is all what will happen if it ends in a tie. So we might see a little bit, maybe that's a little bit too early to start doing that kind of formation. There's still 30 minutes in game time, roughly 3 minutes left. But we can see Lewandowski, Koeman, Gnabry
Here we go.
on the edge of the box. Koeman!
Oh, that shot! Ooh, the post!
Hits the post, and Bonucci gets it away, just yeets it over to the sideline. That was a close one.
Yeah.
Like, they finally started to find a way through the brick wall in defense. Look how deep the Chinese team is sitting. There's currently 7, is that 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? About 7, 8 players at the back here. Ronaldo with a quick ball up, and you can see the counter press is instantly shut down. Davis gets the ball back, but Juve trying to get possession here.
This looks good.
Koeman
Ooh.
just dragged his feet a little bit, tried to get around the defender, forced the defender to kind of like jump in front of the ball before releasing that shot. But Szczesny has sticky gloves for sure and does manage to pick that one up relatively easily in the end. But it was a good chance, and we can see now the through ball comes in. Koeman again finds the space. Is he going to find Gnabry in the middle? No. Acrobatic defending there. Nicely away. But again, Bayern Munich come back. The Korean team really piling on the pressure after these substitutions. But that was a pretty much nothing ball there. Szczesny easily able to pick that one up.
Yeah, the Korean side definitely is under pressure now. In game time, 7 minutes left, plus you know, a couple minutes for the extra time. But they have to score. Obviously, they don't want to. You know, realistically they can't score 2. They could, but they want to just tie things up to at least even things up right now because there's so little time left.
Oh, but Ronaldo here might make it too.
Oh my goodness. Good call out for the goalkeeper to kind of step out.
Yeah, pulling the goalkeeper out there was instrumental to stopping that from going in because it was definitely a dangerous situation. Ronaldo in that kind of area generally puts the ball in the back of the net. Real life and in games, he generally will have the ball in the back of the net. But
he's coded.
Yeah, I mean,
if he's that close with the ball,
if in 6-yard box, goal.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we are just having a tactical substitution, probably just to give a little bit more time of a little bit more injury time at the end of this half to give Korea the best chance to pull one back. But it is a Chinese corner here. Can Bayern Munich defend? Will Juve score? The ball comes in right down the line. Goalkeeper punches it out. Not what you kind of want to do in that position, but long ball up front, upfield, and into no man's land. Juve easily able to capture the ball back, and we can see a little bit of time wasting here. Rabiot brings it out wide, but does manage to pass it. Can Bayern Munich break here? They are looking like they can. A nice back pass there, but that slows the play down, and it gives a chance for this to happen. Ronaldo, almost got through. Managed to pull him in just in time to block that through ball. That would have been a nasty, nasty situation, and that is the referee's final whistle in the first match of this. It's 1-0 to the Chinese team, which is gonna put us into game 2. I don't know what needs to be done, but the Korean offense never really, they had one good shot.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was a little bit of a toothless display. Like they kept trying these through balls that kept getting shut down. And I mean, the Chinese team defended excellently. It was like 9 at the back for most of that game but then they get the ball. And the way that they push forward, the settings they've had, that counter push was unreal. Like, it was from back to front nearly instantly. And I mean, Ronaldo is the point man, right? You do want to pick him out in those passes because he is one of the players who nearly always puts the ball in the back of the net. But he didn't need to score.
Yeah.
It was mostly about holding up the play.
Exactly, and you talked about, the Korean side having that one good shot being blocked by the post, right? And I was talking about this throughout this whole first game where China, they're more, how do you say this? Like mobile in terms of strats, right? Like they try different strats. Like they're not solely just focusing on making one thing work, whereas the Korean side, there was one center pass coming through from the sidelines, and even that was being forced out by the Chinese team, saying, "All right, we're gonna kick it out," and then the Korean side intercepted into a cross. But other than that, like they were always driving down the middle, whereas the Chinese teams, they've had a lot of crosses which didn't connect, but still they were trying different things. They were trying headers, they were trying through passes, I think it's just a difference in approach.
Yeah, and I think the defensive side of the game from the Chinese team was much better. It was a defensive mistake. Sorry, that caused Korea to basically lose out there. They did get dispossessed right in front of the goal, and that is bad news bears for everyone. But when you were looking at the Chinese team, every time that ball was being played in the center, you saw the defensive. It was almost like a defensive V around where that ball would go, would collapse in on itself and make like a solid wall.
Yeah.
And in that position, when you are the South Korean team, you should probably try to pass it back and out wide a little bit so that because you've narrowed in the defensive positioning of the Chinese team. So you've opened up those wings, but they never really tried to challenge the wings all too much. They were playing a very narrow, direct center, straight down the middle style.
Yeah.
But sometimes, as you've said, like, you have to vary it up. And the space was opening on those wings for them to, like, exploit. But they were very route one. They wanted to go straight down the field. They wanted to plow down the middle. And it just didn't work. The Chinese strats read it like a book.
Yeah, and they played it like a game. I'm really glad that you mentioned about the AI, kind of fooling the AI, like juggling the AI with the passes. The Koreans, like you just mentioned, like they didn't really take advantage that there's only 2 players that are, they can switch players around to control, but there's only 2 players that can control the selected, characters or players. And the Chinese players, they took advantage of that. They rotated the ball around. When it got too tight, they reset it. They spread them back out, and then they looked for another opening. Whereas the Korean teams, they barely reset. Like they just forward.
Yeah, that's kind of what you have to do. You do have to not abuse, but like manipulate the AI a little bit. Try and get it to reset those wide positions so you can get those narrow channels where you can go down and take the shot. But we are about to get into game number 2 here of PES 2021. China is up 1-0 in the set. Can they make it to and close this first match out? We'll be finding out real soon as both teams get us underway. And instantly the Bayern Munich team on the offensive here as Juve do manage to close out that middle ball. Again, can Cristiano Ronaldo make himself free? It doesn't look like he can, but Dybala still has possession. Ramsey was trying to get behind the defense there, but is blocked.
All right, well, in the beginning, we take it slow. They're going to try to play it, back and forth and wide. And keep in mind, the first half of the first match, China had most of the possession and just playing around in front of the Korean side. So we'll see if that will repeat itself or has the Korean players, coming through very close.
Yeah, tried to get the turn there, was shut down again. We can see even more of that defensive collapsing in on that center position, because as soon as the ball was there was 3 players, and you can see just how narrow the Juve team is set up. Look at the space on the wings.
Yeah.
You could drive a bus down both sides and not even need to be careful of hitting anyone, because there is nothing on the wings on the Juve defense. But again, straight down the middle. It's this central play from the Korean side that is just getting eaten alive by the narrow defense of the Chinese team.
Well, right now, they're playing it slow. They're going in deep, but that through is not going to connect. Lob it out.
It does manage to get over Bentancur there, but unfortunately, Kabini couldn't quite capitalize on it. Wasn't quite quick enough with the character swapping, and no dice, no through ball there, but that would have been a good opportunity. As you can see, trying to intercept the passes, trying to just close down. But look, there's 3 in the back. Now there's 4 in the back on the Bayern Munich, but they do get the tackle. They do manage to counter attack here. Can Müller get the ball into the center? No, he is dispossessed, but gets possession back almost instantly. Nice long back ball there. Kimmich gets the ball. It is going to be played out wide. Lewandowski is offside, and that was by a country mile and a half. It was looking good. They were starting to play it out wide. It was looking like it was going to work for them, and unfortunately, it is just offside. As we see Bayern Munich again coming back up front here, trying to make a way through. Down the center it goes, but you can see now they're starting to play a little bit wider. Look at the narrowness of the defense, but they're...
See, like this, there's 3 defenders that you see, and they're trying to get a through ball
on to Lewandowski.
Like, that is just...
The defense of the Chinese team is well set up for everything that the Korean team have been bringing, and they're not, as I said, like they're not really exploiting the fact that the wings are nearly empty. Like a little bit of that kind of play might be more beneficial, especially to get in and around the box, because right now they're getting shut down on that 16-yard line, and we see Gnabry here does get dispossessed, but I believe that is considered a foul, or was
it was a foul.
Yeah, it is. And this is a proper offensive chance here for Bayern Munich. Can they get this one in? Up and over the wall, it looks like it's going. Will it go in? That is the question. It curls just wide of the post.
I thought it went in. These always confuse me. Oh my gosh. It does hit the net.
Yeah, but it's not that kind of game. It's not that kind of game, unfortunately. Otherwise, my favorite team would have been champions last season, because they did nothing but miss the target. But that is a nice through ball, but Lewandowski instantly blocked out of possession again and again. Every time the Korean team comes forward, they're looking for that central man who's up front. And this game, he's either offside or blocked. Like, there has to be a plan B, because right now it only looks as though Korea has a plan A. That's a nice shot, hits the post, and Alaba manages to get the rebound there to kick that out for a corner. But look at this, finds the space, turns him
around.
And that instant shot is sublime. It's unfortunate that it hits the post, because that was a thing of beauty. But we do see the corner is going to be coming in.
They're going to probably switch out Ronaldo, obviously. You don't want him. Well, sometimes you do, but...
Yeah, Ronaldo has the craziest jump out of most football players. Like, I believe he can jump 8-9 feet or something.
He's probably he could have been a basketball player.
He could have been. He is absolutely insane. And there we go. There he does. He gets on the end of it. talking about jumping higher than everyone else. There it goes, but unfortunately, just a tad over the bar, and no dice there. But the Chinese team are looking deadly whenever they get in and around that final third of the pitch. It's just so hard for the Korean team to break it down. Again, through ball instantly. Look at the narrow 4 players there and the players coming back to help. And again, we're on the counter-attack here from both sides. It's counter versus counter, as you kind of have to play in these short half games. Cristiano Ronaldo gets the ball. Dybala was still onside there and being played on by the AI. He does get a lucky knock on, but Neuer is there to pick up the ball. The Korean team, again, still struggling to get a footing in this game, but maybe this is it. Maybe you can pressure the defense to make a mistake here. Great away by the keeper.
Yeah, and you talk about counter versus counter, but honestly, right now the Chinese squad, they know how to counter the Korean attacks. They know how they approach their goals. Whereas the Korean side, they have to always be thinking: are they going to play it wide? Are they going to go through the middle to Ronaldo to one of those turnaround shots, to one of those through pass shots to connect? I think the Korean side have a lot more homework compared to the Chinese side in terms of defending here.
Yeah, we got another foul here. A bit weak, I would say that one, but who am I to argue with the AI referee? Okay, so what are we going to see here? Is it going to be a ball to Ramsey?
We're going to get a pass, yeah.
Nice short pass there, playing a nice ball over the top.
Oh, it goes over.
Yeah, Ronaldo does manage to get in and around the box. Can Arthur find a way to break through? Nice pass, but unfortunately it is blocked. Great idea this time round.
Yeah.
But no goal resulting from it, and we go into halftime at 0-0. Now it's looking a lot better for Bayern Munich.
The possession was 50. I think it was 54 to 46. So it's definitely a better first half compared to the first match.
Yeah, but they're just not getting the shots off. They're not getting on target. They're not even getting in particularly dangerous areas. Like the final third, when they're in there, they basically have to turn around and knock it back, and then it gets, intercepted. The pass completion rate on the Korean side, I have a feeling is pretty low.
It definitely is. The pass fails have been happening.
Oh,
and
this
here
might
Müller.
just be it. Müller. Gnabry does manage to get him back to Müller. Müller.
Oh, what?
That was a huge blunder by the Chinese team, but not punished at all. It was a nice move. They finally get that position for Lewandowski, but unfortunately over the bar, way over the top here. Unfortunately didn't manage to keep it down and control the ball.
Yeah, so, in this game, you can see when you do through passes, you have gauges. When you do shots, you have gauges. I think a little bit less. If he let go of the button a little bit faster, I think that could have connected. But it does go over, like you said, and it's very unfortunate because that was the moment to punish the Chinese players for making that small mistake, for giving the Korean side that small opening.
Yeah, well, we might have another opening here. That's a nice ball to Gnabry, and Tolosio gets the ball, but away it goes, and we can see Cristiano Ronaldo pulling up the front. But again, Bayern Munich here, holding the line, pushing forward, trying to find space. That pass was a little bit wayward, but finds its target eventually. Nice balls through, manages to just body his opponent there. And nice save by the keeper. A little bit of acrobatics, maybe not necessary, but again, pretty decent showing now. Much more aggressive, much more clinical from the Korean side, but just nothing really hitting that target. Like, they're getting the balls through finally.
Yeah.
They're finally getting these chances, and this might just be it.
Ooh!
Off the post and in. There we have it. It finally worked. They finally managed to just separate that Chinese defense, and they do take that 1-goal lead. It comes from a bit of a dispossession from the throw in here. We can see a nice, clever back heel, open space, one touch, then the shot comes in on the half volley. Absolutely beautiful. That back heel, MVP move right there. Little flick on, nice shot. Keeper had no chance.
You know what I call one? You know what I call these like the touch into a goal is like the Arsenal style of play back in the day.
Yeah.
They don't play like that anymore, honestly. But like back in the day, like I don't know, like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
The problem with Arsenal is they
Yeah,
always try and walk it in.
Yeah, they do the tiki taka, like the short passes going through. Like, yeah, it looked great. It looked great. It was a great play coming in by the Korean side. It's 1-1 though.
Well, 1-0. This match is 1-0.
Okay.
Don't-
Sorry.
No, it's an easy thing to do, but here we go. Can
1-0.
the Chinese team bring this one back? Their defense has not looked as solid. Like, I don't know if they've changed something here, but they're not closing down as effectively as they were in that first game. And their offense, not really much bite, but Arthur might be trying to change that. Dybala tries to get a ball through. Second to the ball again is Arthur, and now Bayern Munich are on the break. You can see the runs coming in. Müller to Gorteska. Can he get the through ball to Gnabry? No, he is pushed out by Dembele. But again, coming back with the possession.
Pelosi back.
Müller cannot quite get on the end of it. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the Korean side, like they've definitely been having the possession of the ball a lot more. They've been, taking shots.
Ronaldo is onside there. That could have been nasty, but again, he is
That's
a little
huge.
bit. Yeah, he's too far in front of the defenders. Player error there. Should have tried to.
Yeah, pull him back.
Or pass to someone else.
Yeah.
While he was trying to get into that onside position, but ball down the line here. We can see these wings kind of empty. The ball comes across, instantly shut out, but you can see that when it's going down these wings, they're getting a little bit more purchase. They're getting, the ball into the box or, freeing up a player. But Morata, Cristiano
that's a
Ronaldo.
good shot.
What a goal. Completely against the run of play, I would say here. I know that's kind of interesting to say, but it really did feel like Korea were coming back into this one. They had the one goal. It looked as though they could play, the style they've been trying to play down the center.
Yeah.
And just keep, running out the clock. But the hold-up play here, that ball there, and then once Ronaldo gets a sight on goal, it's always going to be trouble. You see here, just holding it up. There's the ball. Look at Ronaldo's run. Perfect positioning. Perfect
Nobody in
angle on
front
the
of
run.
him.
Yeah, the angle on the run was sublime. Just manages to get on the ball. The defender was looking the wrong way. Has to turn around. And when you have that turn speed, it does make defending those kind of balls a lot more difficult. But we can see there is a substitution incoming. Who's coming off? Who's going on?
Hold up, Müller.
Yeah, Coman's coming back on as well.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good move last time around because Coman looked the most dangerous player on the field when he came on last time around that 70-minute mark. The fresh legs and the speed definitely help him out quite a bit. But we're getting back into this one. We're just waiting for the players to all confirm the changes. And here we go.
Now it's 1-1. We have
Lewandowski does manage to break. Can he get the ball across? He does try, but the keeper, big foot there. But Delight runs into Rabiot, and that almost made him lose possession and give Bayern Munich the ball back as a gift, but is shut down. The ball comes across into the center. Lewandowski does manage to get the turn. Ball again to Coman. He is that danger man at this point of the game. He has those fresh legs. He has that speed that just kind of troubles the Juve defense. But getting the ball, getting him activated seems to prove a lot more difficult as Bayern Munich give up possession. Again, Cristiano Ronaldo, they're trying to force him onside, but he just seems to want to sit in that offside position just behind the defender. And he is trying to get the run, does turn. Will he manage to do it? He does.
He has an opening.
Pavard pushes him off the ball, but it's not over yet. Rabiot, Morata. Oh, Morata not quite getting the ball there. And I believe there is, no touches there. It is a goal kick.
Oh, man. That opening with Ronaldo, if one less step and just getting ready for a shot, could have at least taken a shot. Maybe it wouldn't have connected into a goal, but it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, Lewandowski there trying to get bullied off the ball, but it does manage to win it back, but Sané is offside. Passes completed 75% for the Chinese team, 71% for the Korean team. And that kind of paints a picture of the quality of passing on display here, because a lot of interceptions, a lot of wayward balls, a lot of, one touch and then trying to find it back. But Murata
oh my God, under the leg, and it is a goal.
The nutmeg into the center for Cristiano Ronaldo to put it in the back of the net, and that gives the Chinese team a lead with only 5 in-game minutes left. And you can see on the faces of the Korean players, they do not look happy. We can see the scoreline there is now 2-1 to Juve, and of course, who else would it be but the former Juve star, Cristiano Ronaldo? I mean, just look at this. The ball over the top, stunning. That nutmeg there was a little bit on the lucky side. Cristiano Ronaldo, as pretty much he always has been, right place, right time, in between the defenders there, gets the ball through the legs, and there was never a doubt that he would get that in the back of the net. And China take a 2-1 lead with 5 in-game minutes left. We can see another tactical substitution coming in here just to run out a little more time, trying to bring on a player that can change this for the Korean side, but I'm just not sure they're going to be able to.
Yeah, the Chinese side actually, they didn't, swap switch their formation, but they pull their formation altogether from midfield to the striker side towards the right side. So it seems like, they're switching up the side that they have been kind of strategizing and trying to, take a different approach. And you can tell.
But they're on a break again.
Off the get-go.
Rabiot here passes it back. Now look at all this space he has in the world. He does decide to turn, holding up the play. Tried to pass it out, but doesn't even need to follow that up. Does get the throw in as it comes off a Bayern Munich player. We can see now Juve trying to find the spot. Ronaldo's going long.
That was greedy.
Oh, that's a corner.
Oh, yeah, it is.
That's a huge mistake on the defense.
Yeah.
But look how few white bodies there are inside that box. There's no one for Juve in there. They do manage to change it up, but there's only 3 in the center. Are they going to bring any more?
No, they're going to just go for the header. They're not desperate for a goal right now. It's a Korean side that needs to score.
The short pass, holding the ball up, gets
buying
tackled.
time. It's already past 90 minutes.
There's 4 minutes of added time here. What can the Korean team do? They'll only get 1 attack if they can even get the ball away from the Chinese team. But that drawback, whoa. That draw there, look at this. Absolutely stunning. Finds the space for Ronaldo, but cannot quite get it done. And I believe the whistle will go shortly after this corner. It doesn't even look as though the Korean team are going to get the attack that they desperately need. They have to do everything, and you can see the Chinese team not overcommitting here. They only have a couple of players up front. Again, Cristiano Ronaldo holding the ball, but coming, gets the ball, and we might have a breakaway here. Oh, look at this. Moting turns. Can he take another? No. Gnabry in the middle. Nothing but Moting.
This might be their last attack here, and they lose the ball.
Yeah, I was trying to get that long ball over the other side to, Sula, who is on that wing. But unfortunately, nothing doing. Well defended. And the Chinese team take it again. A nice 2-0 for Saga and Avi there. Beautiful, beautiful play by them. They dictated the game beginning to end. The Korean team looked a little bit lost on the attack, couldn't quite find a way through, couldn't find a way to break down their opponents. So China take the victory.
Yeah, KJ and Police Rocky on the Korean side. It seemed like they were struggling in the first match. However, in the second match, they score a goal. They get some passes down the middle, what they wanted to do in the first match, which didn't work out. However, in game number 2, they made, a couple passes. They made a couple shots, even though only one connected into a goal. But, they were showing improvements. They were showing adaptations. However, I don't think that adaptation, the width of the adaptation was wide enough for them to at least tie things up in match number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, getting that early lead and then losing it is always a rough feeling, especially when you're in this 2v2 situation. We've got to see if they can bounce back in their next match against Japan. I believe it's Korea-Japan next, and then Japan-Korea, China will finish us off. That's going to be interesting to see how they can rebound off that. There's still plenty to play for. This is a double round robin.
yeah.
So losing 1, not so bad. Losing 2, though, it's going to be a hell of a lot harder to qualify for that final day on the Sunday.
Definitely. And, you mentioned that Japan is very strong in
Yeah.
PES in this game. And right now, with, the Korean squad playing against China in this first set of series, I hope that they have, some backup plans, different strats, right? Like different approach to shoot and connect their passes into at least a shot, right? Like it doesn't have to connect into a goal. Like hit some posts, right? Like kind of pressure your opponents. But we'll have to see what happens here in this matchup right away. KJ and Police Rocky will be playing right away. They're warmed up. That's their excuse. Match number 1, it was a warm-up, right? Like now they don't have an excuse if they lose to Japan.
Yeah, Masachu and SR are coming out for the Japanese team, and it's going to be a replay of the match we just saw. It's going to be Bayern Munich against Juve. Very difficult matchup. Masachu and SR are incredible players. I believe both of them have won regional tournaments. I think they've both placed pretty well worldwide. Police Rocky and KJ Beanie really do have everything to do in this match. Like they need a win here to keep them in contention. Because if you do go 0-2 down, there's only 3 matches more to play for your team. Two more matches. Two more matches. So the best you can finish is 2-2. And that puts a lot of pressure on that day too, because they have to come out tomorrow. They have to get the victory against teams that they've already lost to.
Exactly. And if they do lose 2-0 here, for instance, against Japan, that means China and Japan, when they face off each other, one team is at least going to be 3 or even 4 matches up on the second day and moving up into the grand finals. And like you said, if Koreans are 0-2 today, it's gonna be very hard to make it up in there after giving both the teams a 2-point lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't think they'll be able to come back from it. So they have to get it done here against what I would consider the most difficult opponent of this tournament, the Japanese team.
We'll see.
We got to see. I think a formation change or even just like an overall strategy change from the Korean team would be nice to see. I think they were set up more to defend wide and never really corrected that. Maybe this time around they will correct that and adapt to what their opponent is doing. Like at least playing a narrow a narrow 3 might be good against what themselves are doing, what Korea was doing. Maybe they'll try something like that, because the Japanese team, I believe, do also like to play very central, like down the middle. But I mean, they got Cristiano Ronaldo, and we all know what that player is like in every game that he's ever in.
Doesn't matter what year Ronaldo it is.
It doesn't. Like you get his starting year, like you're playing way back when Pro Evo. Cristiano Ronaldo still knocks him in for fun, and then you play like modern day. It's like 20 years later, and he's still doing it, and you're like, how? It's 20 years, man. 20 years of Pro Evo. But yeah, we're going to be getting into this one very shortly. Japan versus Korea. Do you think we're going to see a very different formation from the Japanese team here with Juve compared to what we saw from the Chinese team?
Well, honestly, as you mentioned, you said that the Japanese teams previously also liked playing down the middle. So if they do, I think obviously we're going to see a different formation compared to the Chinese team, where the Chinese team, they were a little bit more flexible. Yeah, they scored some goals with the passes connecting through the center, through the middle, down the middle. But the Japanese team, I think they're going to be obviously focusing a little bit more towards the middle, like you said, and kind of not playing around the wing side. And I hope that the Korean players catch on to that if the Japanese do decide to play that way. And you're always able to call out timeouts in the middle of the game. You're always able to switch out formations and kind of make your wings go a little bit more wider if need be. So I want to see those adaptations happening instead of just having one strat that you brought or that you've practice the most and just going through with it until the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We could
Yeah.
see the park the bus strat, which is basically 11 people behind the
Yeah.
ball, and it
Follow the
works.
ball.
Basically, you just sit on the line and hope that nobody scores. Back in the day when when you play with your friends and you pull everyone in, you're like,
Yeah.
okay, I got a strat, and you just pull everyone
Everybody,
up.
yeah.
Or everyone back. Nobody plays a role in those
Yeah.
kind of games. Like
Yeah.
back when you're like 6 or 7, it's like I just need to score goals. That's
Yeah.
how I win. Who
Yeah.
needs a defense when I can score 6?
Yeah.
And then you get absolutely slammed by someone who's
Yeah.
a little bit older than
Yeah.
you. And Pro Evo has a very long history in my family. There have been fights over this game between me and my brother. We're both super competitive when it comes to this. But we'll see what is going to happen in this one. Should be starting up relatively soon. I assume we're just trying to get the connections up and running, because remember, this is online, although we do have a physical venue here in Korea. China has their physical venue. I believe Japan is playing from home, so there is a little bit of setup needed to make sure that those guys are getting together, make sure that everything is okay on their end, their communication is good, because the last thing you want is to call for a through ball, it gets crackled up, and they knock it back for you when you're not in that position and your opponent counters attacks. Like, that can happen. So we're just waiting for the setup here between these two teams.
Yeah, I want to get into the game to see the formations, to see what both of the teams are bringing out. Obviously, they're going to have to adapt. Like, in the first matchup against China versus Korea, we did see some timeouts called out to kind of shift their positions a little bit. We didn't see the formation change in general, but we saw a little bit of shifts here and there, but that definitely did not help the Korean side. So this time around, we'll see what happens.
I will say the substitution in 70 minutes for Koman happened both games, and it kind of did change things up for the Korean side. Like, they looked a lot more deadlier with Koman coming in on that 70-minute with the fresh legs, the fresh energy, and that just allows him to outpace a lot of the defenders. But unfortunately, he just couldn't get a shot away. He never really found an attack. He never really found the solution to the problem of scoring another goal. Like, the thing is, though, one goal from each side in that match was basically a gift.
Yeah.
In the first game, the Juve shot was a gift. In the second game, again, it was a bit of a gift for the Korean team.
It was wide open.
We can see here both teams choosing very, very similar strats. Look at that. A nice compact 4-2-1-3, which looks more like a 4-1-2-1-2. But we'll see how it goes. 4-3-3 on the side of Bayern Munich again. Might choose to play a little bit wider with Muller playing behind front two with Lewandowski and Gnabry. And a very similar but much more narrow formation on the side of the Japanese team here. That is an incredibly narrow line. The wings will be wide open. That might come into play because the Bayern Munich side is set up a little bit wider. If they can exploit those spaces, they might find great success.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind even. You can start with this, but as they go into the game and they realize the formation, like Talisa, they can pull him out to the right side a little bit more. Like, I don't think that would hurt that much. So we'll see if the Korean side are able to kind of adapt and kind of understand what the side of Juve is playing and the formation that they're coming into this game with, and kind of exploit, like you said, the wing side and play it a little bit wider to just at least get to the other side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think I'd rather have like a front three.
Okay.
One up front with the two playing
in the
out
back,
much wider. But the teams have stuff prepared. They know what they want to do coming into this. And I mean, we get the hindsight of seeing these formations before they're set. We get the benefit of not being there, like backseat driving. We're backseat gaming here. That's basically what we do.
You gotta do this to win.
Yeah, just press shoot, man. That's how you win games. Just
Control the
knock it forward.
gauge.
But we are going to be getting into this one. It is Korea versus Japan. Who is going to be taking this one? It's Bayern Munich against Juve. Let's get into this. Anytime soon. Here we go. The kickoff is here. Bayern Munich kicks us off. It's Police Rocky and KJ Beanie on the side of Bayern Munich. And it is SR and
Masachu. Yeah.
Masachu. Sorry, I couldn't read my own handwriting there. Mueller tries to get a ball through. This is much better from the Korean team, but is shut out. Sandro here trying to get the ball back across to the goalkeeper. That might be. Oh, he had to slide there to make sure he got on that. Lewandowski getting the ball there would have been an absolute present for the Korean team. But we can see now, beautiful play. They are playing a little bit on the wings. Will that continue, Chile? Oh,
but look at this.
Yeah, nice controlling play there by the Japanese team here. Getting ball back through an interception. Again, dodgy passing all around here in the early stages of this one. Hernandez does get a hit off there, but Sula manages to pick it up. Neuer knocks it into the center. And again, look now, Juve. Dangerous counterattack, but Cristiano Ronaldo misplacing that pass to Chiesa. Nothing doing there, and the pressure is on. And we can see there is that high pressure over and over again, just trying to force out those dodgy passes. Chiesa almost got the interception there. Tolisso does manage to find Nabria on the wing. Can Tolisso get anything done? He brings the ball back. So nice control here. Holding up the play, trying to find the right space. There's plenty of space on the wing. Lewandowski!
A little bit too wide. And what I noticed is that the Japanese squad here, compared to the Chinese squad when they were playing the Juves, their defensive positioning, the back four, are a little bit more wider compared to how the Chinese team was playing. And it's giving the Korean side a little bit more room to take shots at least.
Yeah, they definitely get to penetrate the defense a lot simpler than they did in the last game. But the setup of the Japanese team does allow them to have these dangerous attacks. Every player just seems on the ball in the perfect position to receive passes and to take those nice shots off. So it is 50-50 at this point. It is a very attacking game. This feels like the kind of games that you play with your friends where, like, you know, the only thing you want to do is dunk on them and score like 8 or 9. Dybala tries to get a pass into the middle. Cristiano Ronaldo is there, but I believe... foul.
Oh, it was a foul, okay.
Yeah, right in the D.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
We're going to get a hook into the top left corner. We're going to get a nice ball onto the top right. Chiesa, again, blocking the goalkeeper. It's looking like it's going right, but Dybala is the one that takes the shot. Neuer, big stretch, big hands there.
Into the
getting
corner.
on that one. Yep, knocking it out for a corner.
Here we go.
Delight
Cross.
finds plenty of space.
Ronaldo!
Ronaldo! All the space in the world to put that one in the back of the net, and it is blocked right in front of the goalkeeper. I mean, it will not get closer than that without going in the back of the net, that's for sure.
Wow, that was close. It even bounced off one, and it was so close. I thought it was going to go in as soon as I saw the gauge go up, but it was blocked. Well played, and now once again on the attack.
Yeah, Dybala finds space, does manage to get round 2, tries to put the ball in for Ronaldo, but it ends up being a through pass that looks like a shot, hits the post. Ronaldo picks up the rebound, but gets the ball trapped under his feet. And SR and Masachu looking deadly. But look at this, we might get a counterattack here by the Korean side. KJ Beanie and Police Rocky are now in that final third. Can they get anything done with this one? You can see they're changing the throw strategy here, holding it up. Nice ball back to Alaba. Can he get the cross in? He does. Can Muller get on the end of it? No, he cannot. And it's out for a corner.
Here we go. We're going to switch it up here. The cross does go up, and it's very close, and I think
out for
the keeper,
corner.
yeah.
Yeah,
Keeper punches it out.
That could have been a goal on its own. That looked like it was going in. That was directly down the line. And again, we see it again, but Chiesa does manage to come out. Police Rocky, Masachu with the block there. So.
A close one. But right now, the Korean side, offside. I was going to say, they're playing it on the wing side. They're going to get a cross over, but
They
offside
are
is
getting
correct. Yeah.
they are getting a decent amount of success down those wings, and we were saying
Yeah.
like, you know, there is a very narrow defensive line that's being chosen here. Those wings might come into play, and we can see they are definitely doing. Arthur there dispossessed. Lewandowski finds himself with so much space he may as well launch a rocket into it, but unfortunately the ball is getting trapped under the feet. Lewandowski does knock the ball back. Nabry!
Ooh.
Nice block there. Can Juve get the defense? Yes, they can. Arthur knocks it out. And now Chiesa. Now the counter-attack begins. Classic Italian football style here. This is the early 90s of Juve. That counter-attack style. Cristiano Ronaldo gets the ball on the edge of the box and just runs it out for a goal kick. And that is the end. And we can look across at Masachu. I think that's Masachu. Yeah, he's got a massive smile on his face. He knows what had just happened.
Oh my gosh, he was about to send Ronaldo home. He's like, "All right, you're tired, right? Go home with the ball.
Put him on the bus. Get him out of here." All right, Chiesa gets the ball. Now we might have a powerful counter-attack coming through. Picks up the ball again. A dodgy clearance from the Korean side here. Does knock it out wide. Finds Arthur. Arthur knocks it back. Nice 1-2. McKennie. Can he get it through? Chiesa finds the space, knocks it, taps it in, walks it into the back of the net. And once again, we find Juve 1-0 up in game 1 of match 2, much like game 1 of match 1.
Yeah.
Different country, same result.
Same result, same teams, same first half.
A very different setup, though. I will say, like, the Japanese team here deciding to drop Aaron Ramsey in favor of a couple of more classical, gifted players. Ramsey's no slouch, but the Juve side, you know, might be better off without him, as we can see. Like, that was a nice ball here. Chiesa just taps it around the goalkeeper. He had ample space and still nearly knocks it into the goalkeeper's hands.
That was actually like on the side of the Korean side. Like the goalkeeper, it hits his knee, it turns, and it goes in. It was a close one. It wasn't like an obvious goal if the goalkeeper was able to body block it fully. But, you know, unfortunately, that's not the case here. And the goal does go through and sweeps it out right now. But the Korean side does have the throw in here. We'll see if they can make something out of this.
Yeah, and the clock is ticking. We see the change there to open up the space for Alaba. That's one of the nice little features of the throw-in when you change player. It does buy you a little bit of space, especially if you're finding it hard to do what Tolisso is doing there, and that's finding that gap. We can see already Alaba again with the ball. Tries to knock it through. Pavard doesn't manage to get on the end of it. It's going to go out for another throw-in.
It's
quick throw-in this time, though.
There you go. Cross.
He's in front of his defender. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah.
But
it looked good.
Yeah, and the counter-attack begins for the Juve side. Japan here breaking away. Nice turn on the ball. Dybala finds himself with so much space. He is juking and jiving, and there we go. Chiesa knocks it in for 2, and look at the smile on the faces of the Japanese team here. I mean, that was a beautiful turn. And look at all the time in the world here. Nope. All right.
And then the pickup right there.
Yeah, it did take a cheeky deflection, but I mean, there was ample time to react. But that turn is the thing that you could put that in a museum. It was that, you know, priceless.
Yeah.
That was the deflection. The goalkeeper all had swords and an easy tap in when the goalkeeper is basically in a different postal code.
Yep.
He was somewhere else in that one.
He didn't even look at the ball going.
And it is 2-0 to Japan at half-time.
Well, this is definitely a little bit gloomy for the Korean side. 2-0 first half. It was only 1-0 when they were going up against the Chinese team. Now they have a lot of work to do, and the Japanese side, like you said,
Cristiano Ronaldo, beautiful through ball there. Can he get on? Oh, he cannot. I thought there was a definite shout for a penalty there, but unfortunately, not going to get that there. And Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't quite keep the ball. We see a nice turn. Cristiano Ronaldo again, edge of the box, does take a cheeky shot. That is a team that has no worries whatsoever. There was time to move around. They could have got a pass, but nah. just going to take that shot, have a little bit of a dig.
Yeah.
And it is just over and wide. But look at the smiles on the faces of the Japanese team. Like, I mean, both players are just having fun with this one. And I mean, the Korean team almost making it too easy for them. They're just not finding any kind of defensive roles here. Like, everything is kind of at sorts. They're sitting deep. Their midfield doesn't quite push up. Their passes are all at sorts. They get dispossessed as easily as that. I mean, they're making the Japanese team look like absolute gods here.
And they're not even doing anything.
Yeah, this is game one of match 2, though. We will say game 1. There is still another game after this, so plenty of time for the Korean team to bring it back. There will be another half and another game, but great possession here. Nice pickup. Can we get a good pass going? That's a good ball. Nabry decides to let it go, let it run on, turns around, finds the space, knocks it to Taliso. Lewandowski, edge of the box. Nicely blocked, but Alessandro could have got himself into a little bit of trouble with a little bit of pressure from the Bayern Munich players, but nothing doing there. Lewandowski comes from an almost offside position, does manage to get the ball, does turn here. Is he going to get the shot away? He does, but the keeper, big hands keeping that ball out of the back of the net, but it does go out for a corner. And we've seen that the Korean team can be a little bit more dangerous when it comes to these set pieces.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because in some of the corner kicks that we've seen from the Korean side, it almost connected in a couple of, the centering. So we'll see if they can, at least score a goal here. And nope, it was too low.
Well, it's exactly the same as what they did last time, where Chiesa comes up forward and just gets the block. They're making it a little bit too easy. Ronaldo just slicing through the defense there like butter. Does get dispossessed in the final hurdle, but you can't blame him. They're just buying time. They just need to sit out for 30 minutes. A 2-0 lead in football is considered one of the most dangerous leads, because you kind of sit back and relax a little bit too much. But it looks like Juve here are looking for that third. Can Japan get the third? I mean, that is a lucky bounce to keep the ball there. Tries to turn his man, but I believe he gets a foul there. Yeah, he does. So free kick on the edge of the box. Nice position here. Changes are coming. It's about the 70-minute mark, so I imagine.
Is he coming in?
There he. Oh, Sana comes in first. Oh, it's 64 minutes. Sorry, we still got 6 minutes before those changes start rolling in.
But Chiesa, is he gonna get the hat trick? I don't know. It seemed like he was about to just now before he got fouled. We'll see what happens here. The Japanese squad, they still have possession here. We'll see what they decide to do. Ooh.
Yeah, Masachu and SR are just controlling this game perfectly. Even though they're playing online, the communication seems flawless between the two of them. But we might get a quick breakaway here. Boateng does manage to get the ball. Lewandowski has the ball to Nabry. Nabry is tackled off the ball, and McKennie is now the one to break away. Tries to get the ball up front to Cristiano Ronaldo, but Goretzka gets the ball. Nice long ball. Lewandowski doesn't quite manage to get the head on it. Can Coleman get it? He isn't going to. Coleman did come on in that last substitution, so he is on the pitch again, and he is deadly when it comes to this like 65, 70-minute mark, where the fresh legs and the speed can definitely help break defenses down. But he's going to need to perform a miracle here if the Korean side of KJ Beanie and Police Rocky are to get through.
Well, it seems like even though it's a 2-0 scoreline right now, the possession, if you see overall, the Japanese side is just having such an easy time just holding on to the ball, buying time, even going into the box of the Korean side and taking some shots, making some fouls happen, and they're just literally just wasting or even buying time, and it's already 73 minutes into the second half.
Yeah, it's almost like they're toying with their opponent here. They're just trying to find new and exciting ways to score a goal like that. That could have been a nice pass across goal, and they would have found plenty of space.
Took the shot.
We'll be playing no goals from inside the box, because a nice through ball, a nice pass across the front would have absolutely tore that goal apart. But they did pull it back. Shot on the edge of the box, didn't quite make it. We can see that the passing accuracy here just feels a lot stronger on the side of Japan. Every pass just seems to find its target. And Korea really only really managing to dispossess players. It's not really errant passes that are swapping the play around here.
And you can tell that, Korea is feeling desperate as the minutes go by because they're starting to do longer passes than they have been doing previously. Look at this. The pass like this just now connecting, it's very good when it does. And now, Koeman
gets the ball across. Lewandowski doesn't get in front of his man. Doesn't get his big head on that one. And it is out for a goal kick, so it must have come off him.
Yeah, but I was just going to say, those long through passes, the long lob passes, if they connect, yeah, great. That's perfect. You cover so much space. But most of the time in this game so far, with the Korean side feeling desperate, making those long passes, they've been losing possession because of those long, inaccurate passes. So, I hope that, they take it easy, only do long lob or long through passes from time to time to cover up a lot of space instead of just doing it over and over and over again and praying that it connects.
The interceptions also tell a story. I don't know if you... Oh, look at that. Passes completed 81% on the side of Japan, 60-something percent on the side of the Korean team. And I was going to say the interceptions is 15 interceptions for the Japanese team, but that's a nice shot. That's a nice goal. Make it 3. And everything is going right for the Japanese team. Masachu and SR, they're laughing. I don't think they expected it to be quite this easy in game 1.
This laugh right now is one of those laughs where it's like, I just took the shot. I didn't know it was going to go in kind of laugh.
I just held shoot.
Yeah.
It went in. What am I supposed to do?
Literally.
I mean, the ball here, look at that. Ripped him apart. All the space in the world down that center line. And that, you just don't stop those kind of shots, especially with that much space. I mean, he basically parted the seas there.
Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
My team needs to score. Give us a third. Bang, it's in. I mean...
Like the defender's hand wasn't even on, right? Like usually you would see the defender at least touching.
Yeah.
Right? Like at least touching, but he wasn't even touching.
Absolutely ripped apart in this game 1. Like it's looking bad, but Lewandowski trying to get a consolation goal here. Goals do end up counting if there is in case of ties.
Yep.
So the more goals, the better. But nothing going right for the Korean team. As it looks as though Japan are looking to get a 4th here.
Oh,
absolute
gosh.
Humiliation going into game 2 of this match. And free kick.
Yeah. He does get the touch, though.
I thought it was going to be a penalty. That would have been a little bit a little bit mean.
Yeah.
Especially when you're already 3-0 up, like getting a penalty on top of that is icing on the cake. We can see like the Japanese team are just making sure that each of their passes connect to the target. And again, another interception there. As I was saying before, just after the last break, 15-10. Now it's got to be up to like 20 interceptions on the side of the Japanese team, who are just getting it done. And mercy has been called. 3-0 to Juve, 3-0 to the Japanese team. They're clearly thrilled at getting this win. Masachu and SR taking the victory in that game 1.
It was definitely a lot more devastating compared to the first loss that the Korean side had against China. And I guess, you were correct about how strong the Japanese players are in PES 2021. And I don't know. This Korean squad, they have to do something. They have to call a timeout, go to the bathroom, wash your face with cold water and come back. I don't know.
I don't even think they have the option to do that at this point. Like, I really don't think they do. I think they've just got to grim this one out.
Yeah.
And after today, take a good, hard, long look in the mirror and go, like, you can do this. 2-0 tomorrow.
Jeez.
We've got it. We're going to have to score at least
Is that what you do in your
goals.
bathroom? Simon, you can do this. And
Exactly.
then everything works out.
That's called motivation 101. That's how you get in the zone. You call
Self-prep
yourself
talk?
out. Yeah, man. that's how they've got to do it. They've got to find a way. After this, they have to go back to the drawing board because what they've bought here today just is not getting the results they need. Their passes are a little bit sloppy. They're being dispossessed every time they're in possession. They're not holding the ball correctly. The players always seem off balance when they're getting the ball as well, and that in this game makes a huge difference because if you're balanced correctly, as soon as you get the touch on the ball, you can turn, you can shoot. As we saw there from the Japanese team, it's like the ball just magically finds its way in the back of the net when you control your player well. And every time the Korean team seem to get a chance, they seem to be slightly off balance. They're shut down a little bit too easy, so they have to find a way. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen today, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. And, you're talking about the positioning when the passes happen. And usually, that usually happens with the through passes, right? Like the short passes, you're passing straight to the player. So most of the time, the AI is going to be in position unless, you're forcing it. But the through passes that the Korean teams are trying to make, or whether it's a long through pass or a short through pass, like those are the ones where the players have to control the players in game to be in the right position to tap it into a dribble, into a pass, into a shot. And, they're not doing that very well today.
I was going to say every pass is a through pass if you're not accurate.
Oh, okay.
Because you do have to aim it up.
Yeah,
like you do have to aim your normal passes regardless.
Yeah.
So if you're always slightly off target with those passes, every ball is a through ball because no one's on the end of it. Someone has to run to try and get it, but we are getting back into this one. Can Korea pull this one back, or can Japan close this out 2-0? It's not looking good going into game 2 for the Korean team, but for the Japanese team, if you're supporting that team, they're going to be in a dominant position, and we're just waiting for the kickoff to start here.
All right, well, the fun part of about esports is, anything can happen when a new game starts, and we'll see if anything changes here in this second match.
Yeah, nice hold off there. Nice ball through.
It's a fast one.
This is a dangerous attack already. Sula gets goal side of his man, gets the ball into the center. No way he should have been able to do that, but it is blocked out, and we can see the Korean team now trying to get a counter on the way. But most of the Juve players are back in formation. Pulled a little bit narrow here. As we can see, Muller is dispossessed, and the defenders instantly go back into that four at the back shape here. Now there's 3, but they're going to slowly rotate as Cristiano Ronaldo gets the ball on the corner, does his man in. Basically, you could be arrested for murder on that one, but dispossessed in the center. And again, look at this, the whole play, the turn, the touch, the shot, everything just going right on the side of the Japanese team. I mean, they're showboating at this point, but that's what you need to do at this level. That's what separates the players, right? These little touches, the little bit of skill thrown in here and there, the turns. That's what separates the highest levels of play. And, I mean, the Japanese team have that skill in abundance.
Yeah, and even the short passes that the Korean teams are trying to make aren't even connecting. And, those are huge mistakes that you're not supposed to make. You only get a couple of those. And, when you consistently make those mistakes that you're not supposed to be making, that's why you're not going to have the possession of the ball too much. And that's why your opponent is going to be playing around in front of your goal instead of you guys playing around in front of their goal taking shots. So right now, Korea, I don't know, something is off today.
Yeah, the play does break down, but they get possession back. Chiesa hits the post, almost gets the rebound there. But it is played away, and now a quick counter-attack by the Bayern Munich side, but instantly shut down again. And we see this time and time again. It looks as though the Korean team are going to get this attack going, and then they get shut down. But Lewandowski does manage to get the right way. Mueller, no, offside.
Oh, it's offside. And even if it wasn't, it was a little bit too long, it felt like.
I mean, he could have slid for it and maybe got it there, but it still looked as though it would have been a bit of a stretch to hit the target. The keeper was standing right on top of it. They do manage to pick up the ball from the goal kick. Interception there. Good tackle. Dybala in front of goal. Does get shut down, but he might get a second chance here. Doesn't decide to go up for the header there as Cristiano Ronaldo gets a leg in front of the ball. Stops these balls from being lobbed upfield but given away possession again. And we can see the Japanese team ruthless in their attack. You give them an inch, they will take a mile and a shot nearly every time. They're just picking up these loose balls far too easy. KJ Beanie and Police Rocky need to solve this issue. Their passes are errant. They're going everywhere they shouldn't be. They need to tighten this up. Are they going to be able to? Are we going to see another corner that just goes straight in Chiesa's face?
Nope.
Not this time.
This time, it does connect with the head, but it's not going to connect into a goal. The sweep out.
Yeah, Taliso.
At the Korean side?
Yeah, Taliso does manage to lose the ball again. And we saw that hold-up play there, just waiting for these runs to begin, waiting for, you know, Cristiano Ronaldo to be selected, and he does make a breakthrough. Arthur gets the ball, tries to pass, passes across the goal. The goalkeeper all at sorts in the center. Any Juve player on the end of that would have put it in the back of the net, but this gives the Bayern Munich team, the Korean team, a chance to counterattack. Gnabry gives away possession again, and that is the story of this game. Possession wasted by KJ Beanie and Police Rocky.
All right. Well, Diabala right now gets the pass to Cristiano Ronaldo. It's not going to connect, but another chance here. Chiesa.
It's going to come out for Cristiano Ronaldo. He looked like he was a little bit offside, and that was a pretty nasty tackle, but fortunately injuries are not on. Arthur knocks the ball, deflection, and it's out for a corner kick.
Yep, the shoulder.
And that was a wild tackle there.
Yeah.
Lucky he didn't give away a penalty, but
it was one of those NFL football tackles instead of
wrong sport, man.
Yeah,
wrong sport.
Oh gosh. But here we go with the corner. We haven't seen a lot of corners coming in from the Japanese side, so we'll see what kind of corner kicks they like. Okay.
Yeah, same.
A very tight, short corner kick gets blocked right off the bat. The Korean side have possession, but I don't know.
Lewandowski, can he get past his man? No. Has to give it to Kimmich. Kimmich to Muller. Muller to Gnabry. Can he find the space here? Can he get the ball? No, another errant. I mean, I could see what he was trying to do, but there just was not enough on the pass. And even Lewandowski wasn't really in a body position to be able to make that quick run that he needed to. But I tell you who does have the position right here. Cristiano Ronaldo, edge of the box. Big hands.
Yeah. He's just going to take that shot.
I mean, look at the body positioning difference between like the Korean team and the Japanese team. Every time the Japanese team get the ball, they're in a good position. They're in a good body shape. They're able to turn, whereas it's always a little bit on the sloppy side for Bayern Munich.
Exactly. The positioning, like the way they trap the ball into whatever they're going to do next, right? Like whether it be passing, shooting, or just dribbling through. Like it takes like a lot less time for the Japanese players to make their next move after the pass connects compared to the Korean side.
Yeah. And remember, we are just 2 minutes. We are 2 minutes away from the end of this first half. Japan already have a one-game lead.
Yep.
1 game lead in this set. There we go.
There
and
we
they
go.
look as though they're going to take the match, but it's still 0-0 here. Anything can happen. Football is a funny old game.
They try to be cheeky with a very close, tight centering right there.
Well, I've seen those kind of kicks go in many times for my opponent when I play this game.
Yeah, but it doesn't work when I do it, right?
Nope, not a chance. Nice back heel there for Ronaldo to knock the ball forward, but shut down and possession wasted.
Yep.
Considered an interception, but he basically just was on his own. There was no real challenge there in that interception. And at halftime, you can see 55% of the possession goes to Juve, and they are just controlling this one far too easily.
Yeah, it's still 0-0, 0-0, but the first game was just so dominating, 3-0 for the side of the Japanese team that they're not in such a hurry to win. They can just take their time, and it just feels like we can score a goal anytime at least, if it's just one goal.
Yeah, almost a nice ball through for Gnabry there, but shut down. Szczesny just holding it back, choosing the pass. Chiellini knocking the ball around. They're looking good on possession. Unfortunately, do manage to give it away there. And now can they break? They don't have the advantage in numbers at all. Müller here tries to find space, turns, does get the shot away with the keeper. Big hands on that ball, and it goes out for a throw-in. It's looking a little bit better so far this half, not gonna lie. The early blows exchanged by the two teams definitely going towards Korea, but again, the passing needs to be more accurate as we see the Japanese team here just controlling the pace, turns his man. Cristiano Ronaldo is released. He's got one in the center.
Yeah.
He's got one
Dybala
following that.
following
There's two
in.
following, and that is a good shot.
Another one.
Second.
The rebound.
Yeah, there's the follow through. Manages to get a rebound off the keeper, knocks it in anyway, and that is 1-0 and a very deserved goal, one has to say, for the Japanese team here.
You're wide open on the left wing, and the Japanese players, they catch that. They're going to just drive it through all the way with Ronaldo and just make it. And the rebound shot was definitely good, because if you mess up with that shot, like, they can fluke it and they can just kick it out. But it was very well controlled. They stayed calm, but
well, I mean, the way they set up their attack, they had options as well. Like,
oh yeah,
it hits the keeper there and it comes back to him. But if it didn't and it bounced out again to the right-hand side, if it bounced away from him, there was another man following the ball, and they would have had a second chance off that. The way they've set up their attacking formation and their attacking like runs and stuff just seems to perfectly suit them. It's like they have the style that suits the pairing instead of trying to get the pairing to play to a certain style.
Exactly. So, like, you know, you won't always have the pairs up front doubling.
Tears them apart, peels them like an orange on the counter-attack. Everything was taken. The skin off the Japanese team's defense was absolutely peeled. No, just look at this.
Right,
counter-attack. 1, 2, through ball, make that 3, through the legs.
Oh, God.
And I mean, he had enough space there, he could have read a book.
Yeah.
Like, he could have sat down, wrote a novel, maybe had a bit of a sip of coffee. Look at the penetration on that.
That's beautiful.
And then, I mean, he could pick any shot that he wants, the goalkeeper, in no man's land, and we get a bit of DJing going on there by the Bayern Munich players. I mean, it is what it is. It is 1-1, and that might be the boost that KJ Beanie and Police Rocky need to kind of reaffirm that they deserve to be here, that they're, you know, able to take games off the Japanese teams. They couldn't quite take one away from the Chinese team, but they're definitely capable of taking these games. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out so far, but they are now 1-1. They do get the equalizer. They need to score one more and bring us to a third game between the two teams.
All right, now whoever scores the next goal is basically gonna be victorious here. We're 64 minutes into the second half, and once again, the Japanese team playing right in front of the Korean goal.
Yeah, they're trying to walk it in now, the Japanese team, and you know, they had a bit of success when they were messing around from the outside of the box before. So, that's a terrible, terrible knockback, but keeper was on it.
Yeah.
Chesney, quick
pulled him
reactions
out.
there, yeah. And a substitution is coming, and I'm not even going to hazard a guess of what the Korean team are planning and who they're bringing on, because Coleman, again, might come on. It's 70 minutes and just try to get business done. He's yet to do it, though. Dybala absolutely skinning the Bayern Munich players here.
It was 2-1.
Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo with a cheeky touch around the defense, but couldn't quite follow it up with another touch of his own. So we see more plays here. Chiellini gets the block. Sandro to Chiellini. Chiellini to Kuldaskovici. I don't know. Chiesa finds the space though, and that is...
Oh my goodness, just wide open.
Yeah, and it felt like he was in a very narrow window, but Chiesa just manages to like break through, and it almost looks like they're in disbelief that that worked.
Yeah, it was actually very close. It wasn't one of those where, like, when Chiesa took the shot, he was open, but the pass that actually connecting to Chiesa was unbelievable. Look at this.
Nice control on the
And
selected player.
Three defenders, they were hesitating to run forward, and obviously I think you don't see the arrow on the defenders, the 3 defenders, and the players didn't control him.
Yeah,
Only
there, but
following up.
Yeah, I mean, trying to control the player there, but you're already behind him.
Yeah.
You're better off being in front, especially when someone's trying to break through quite like that. And again, interceptions 19 to 15. And it's just telling a story of errant passes and terrible runs on the side of Bayern Munich. But it is only 2-1. There's plenty of time. They need to bring one back to take us to that extra time window where we might end up getting, going all the way to penalties. But right now it is not looking particularly healthy for the Korean team.
Yeah.
Just the Japanese are all over this match.
Exactly. The possession rate, the pass completion rate. Simon, you were saying that it tells a story, but if this continues, I think the story is going to end very soon. And the Korean side needs to tie it up. It's 75 minutes. We don't have that much time. The in-game time definitely a lot faster than real time in football. So they have to make something of their next possession and not get their ball intercepted.
Morata was almost through for a third there. It's just not working out for the
19%.
Koreans.
That's just way too low for pass completions.
19?
Yeah.
I feel like that's an errant number. That doesn't sound right. But anyway, McKennie coming through here. 19% is just that's
maybe I read it wrong.
That's poor. But anyways, Morata tries to get the ball across. I mean, if it's 19%, that's just awful. But
maybe it was just maybe I read it wrong. But either way,
just walking it out.
Yeah.
Now, the Japanese team possession 41 to 59. I mean, it's absolute domination, but they broke away before. Can they do it again? Can Gnabry turn around? He does. And it looked as though Sané was going to get through there, but it is going to be a free kick. Play on probably could be called there, but
they're playing very aggressive as well. Like you can see, like the fouls are being called. There was no foul in the first half, in the first game as well. But right now, the Japanese side is pressuring the Korean side, even if it's a very slight, small possession for the Korean side, kind of trying to bring it up. They're putting the pressure on to not have the free will or the free space rather to make whatever plays that the Korean side wants to make. They're forcing the Korean side to an uncomfortable position, trying to make them pass, forcefully and make a mistake.
Yep. Oh, Lewandowski gets the turn, shot away. Nice save though.
That was a good shot as well.
Yeah, beautiful turn. Beautiful shot. Keeper with the big hands, knocking it out for a corner. But that was close. That could have been 2-2. Where's this one going?
Oh,
right in the middle. Lewandowski was all alone, but nice defense catching him up. Morata might be able to break away. No, he hesitates to get onto the ball. Alaba there does get on this one, though. Can he get the pass away? He does. Hernandez knocks it, tries to knock it through, but again intercepted by Juventus here. And Bernardeschi does try to do that outside of the foot, through ball to Morata, but it's locked down. Kimmich. Oh, but again, look at that, the interception. Almost there. And can we get a breakaway? Gnabry does
This
find
might be
Lewandowski.
takes the shot and is blocked, and now it's 90 minutes. 2 minutes extra time. The Korean side.
Oh, that's a gift.
Oh, what?
That's an absolute gift.
Oh, my goodness.
Is he gone? No, only a yellow.
Yeah.
That looks as though it
that was brutal.
We have to see how this one goes. Will this make its way? This is the last chance for the Korean team to bring this one back and take us to extra time. The shot's in.
Oh!
Pick that one up. That was postage stamp perfect. Absolutely beautiful. And that's the problem of giving away a free kick in that position, because all it takes is one person to be able to take a free kick like a pro, and it's guaranteed to go in. The postage stamp there, and you can see kind of like things are getting a little bit serious on the Japanese team. They're not so happy, giddy, smiley anymore. It's more of a grimace.
Well, they're regretting now because honestly, I'm going to be honest, that tackle from the back,
Unnecessary.
You didn't. Yeah, you didn't need to do that. You didn't. You definitely didn't need to. You just could have just stuck on the man, waited for him to turn around and try to steal. But that tackle was definitely unnecessary, and I can tell the Japanese players, yeah, they were ahead. It was already past 90 minutes. It was 91 minutes, if I remember correctly.
Yep. And there was only 2 minutes of
extra time. So I think they were just feeling very confident, and that small tackle mistake tied things up in this second game.
Yeah, and we can see they go from a defensive formation into an offensive formation to the Juve team, which means that the Japanese team are going to start pushing.
Yeah.
Got to go for that next goal. They tried to play very defensively, but were caught out here. So they're going to change things up. So do the Korean team. They look as though they're going to put a few more men up front, but extra time is going to be a bit spicy between these two teams. And if it goes down to penalties, anyone can take it. It doesn't matter how good you played. If it ends in a tie and you go to penalty kicks, it's anyone's game.
We'll have to see if anybody, Korea or Japan, can make.
Oh, Murata gets through.
Really? Cheap shot. Oh my.
Yeah, how did he get through there? There's like no time left in this match, and it almost finished. Kimmich scored on 90+2. There was 2 minutes of added time. Murata almost scores a 90+2 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, nice balls through, nice ways to make it through, but there is one more substitution for each team. We do get, I believe, one extra sub when we enter into the extra time window, which is what we're going into at this moment. I think they canceled that out.
We'll have to see. We'll wait to see. Seems like, they're subbing in and out, so yeah, there's definitely going to be more. But oh gosh, I feel like the two Japanese players, they were just too confident in thinking that they were, they already won their second match with that tackle. And that tackle, I'm telling you, things like that, just being too comfortable to do whatever you want and kind of enjoy, enjoying the game is good, but I think that crossed the line where, now it tied things up into 2-2, and now we won't know anymore. It could have been a clean 2-0 win for the Japanese side if they just, kept it calm.
Yeah, we can see the Korean team going for that disjointed formation again, where they're kind of in that diagonal line.
Oh, did they do that again?
Yeah, so we'll see how that works out for them. They tried to take it basic for most of this match. We can see nice long ball there, defended pretty well, knocked back. Could have been a bit of trouble, but everything A-okay. That's a nice ball out onto the wing, and Murata finds so much space. He's all alone. Gets the ball, tries to get it across to Cristiano Ronaldo, and is intercepted. I can see why you would do that. There was too much pressure around Murata to get the shot away, and Danilo does get the defense here. Does manage to pick up the ball, and Delight is going to lose it, actually. Kimmich does find himself with possession. They're playing it wide, biding their time. Dispossessed, though. McKennie now with the ball. Finds Murata. Murata is going to do his man one more time, and that's what he does. Alaba in no man's land. Dybala gets the shot away and pick that one out. Everything went well. Japan came out on the front foot and take an early advantage in this extra time.
The positioning, the passes, the decision-making is just perfect when the Japanese players are serious mode. And right now, in the first half of the overtime, they score right off the bat in the first 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to sound like an old man here, but I remember a day where that would mean the match is over.
Look at this.
Golden goal just tears them apart, drives the players in the wrong direction. I mean, look at this.
They're both being controlled right now. You can see the arrow on the Korean side, and now he takes a very big, wide turn, the Korean player, and it actually gives the opening for the Japanese player to take that shot.
Yeah, trying to run and get the possession means that, if that player takes a little bit of time, you're going to run past them because momentum will carry you forward. We see now, nice defense here, back to the goalkeeper. Are they going to sit back this time? They got punished for doing so in the last match. The last game, Will they do it again? No, this is a nice through ball. Cristiano Ronaldo holding up play. Dybala, is he going to find Morata? Is Morata going to do his man one more time? No, he is not. But that was essentially a rugby tackle. But, I mean, Juve get away with it.
And Dybala is keeping busy 2 players with that rugby tackle that you just saw right there. Buying so much time, and now they have possession once again.
Yeah, the through ball does get
Oh
dispossessed.
my gosh!
Morata again with the strength.
Oh,
what a turn! What a shot!
Oh my!
That someone clip that, because that is a masterpiece. Slapped out next to the Mona Lisa because it deserves a position in the Louvre. Look at that turn. Beautiful spin around. Takes the shot. Goalkeeper basically has holes for hands at this point because, I mean, that ball.
Oh my gosh.
Inch perfect. Takes possession again. Like, the 2 players cross each other from Korea. If you looked at it, the 2 defenders kind of bumped into each other, and that's what caused the possession to switch hands there. And now another 2-goal lead. Can they hold it this time round?
I gotta say, they have to hold it this time around. And even that goal just now with Morata on the left side, we had Cristiano Ronaldo wide open as well. So if they decided not to take the shot and just get a short, connecting pass to Ronaldo, I think Ronaldo could have also scored that goal as well because they were all bunching up towards Morata.
Talking about Ronaldo, can he do his man? He's done 1. He tries to do 2. He does 2. He's going to get the shot away and pick that up. It is now 5-2 to Japan. This is an absolute dismantling of the Korean team by Masachu and SR, KJ Beanie and Police Rocky, all at swords, and this is a humiliating loss at this point. 2-2 into extra time. It is now 5-2.
This is brutal. The Japanese players need some policing from Police Rocky because right now they're just out of control.
I mean,
3 in the overtime, 3 goals.
Yeah.
Wait,
absolutely.
is it 2 goals?
Look at this. Look at this. 1, 2, does 1.
Okay.
Yep. Make that 2 through his legs.
There we go.
Oh, look, I still got the ball. Make that 3.
And the lefty.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
3 players skinned alive on the pitch in front of your eyes right there, and the goal goes in, and that just shows the gulf of class. When they want to turn it on, the Japanese team are absolutely dominant, but Morata picks up the ball here, is going to be able to bully his way into the box. Are they going to make it 6?
Look at this. What is happening here?
It's definitely something, but maybe we can get a 3rd. Maybe the comeback can begin here for Police Rocky and KJ Beanie. The ball is played forward, but nope, defense instantly on that.
What?
Yeah, I feel like that was a consolation goal. That's something. A consolation goal, it definitely looks like, because, I mean, you kind of just give it away at this point. I guess tried to do him and pass it out from the back, and just misjudged the situation. I mean, they're already 5 up, so not particularly worried with this one.
Yeah.
And we're going to be getting into the restart of this. It's 5-3. We've gone from low-scoring games to arguably the highest scoring game here. And I mean, Juve closing up shop. We talked about them needing to do that, needing to close up shop, needing to, actually defend. And not quite happening. They've had a massive lead, cut down only to 2 goals now from 3.
Okay.
But is this going to be an extension? No, it's not. Blocked at the last minute, and Bayern might be able to counterattack here and make this a very interesting final few nervy minutes. Oh, the space is there. Oh, not the strength, not the skill to be able to get past his man.
Morata, though, it connects. The perfect law pass.
Tried to find Dybala. Blocked. Alaba does manage to get the ball. Goretzka. And that is the end of that. I mean, so many goals scored by Juve that it has to scroll down on the score screen. I mean, Great play there by Japan, and I mean, they're all smiles and all giggles because that was an absolute dismantling of the Korean team, and they really do need to go and take a good hard look at what happened today, find out what they can do tomorrow, because I mean, both of them look barely challenged on the Japanese side here. Just domination.
Do you, like, if you're the Korean team, right, do you go back, do you re-watch and try to, fix your mistakes or find out what you did wrong, or do you forget about today's matches? Because both, the matches against China and Japan was a big, big stomp. So you sometimes, reviewing your mistakes is good in esports, right? But sometimes also forgetting about the big, huge losses that tilt you is also good. So
especially the mistakes they made. Like, I feel like if you go back and review this footage as a player and you're like, okay, my job here is to, see where we're making errors and tidy it up for tomorrow, they will write like a full ream of printer paper of every error. Like, the passes were sloppy. The shots were barely non-existent. They were picking up players when they shouldn't have been picking up players. They were both picking up defenders in the center and dispossessing themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, those things are very, very sloppy when you come into 2v2 play at this level. Like, you're here representing your country. That's not the kind of mistakes you should be making. Like, dispossessing a teammate, that's one of the roughest things you can do. And it doesn't look as though they might be able to fix it for tomorrow. That looks endemic to the gameplay that they showed.
Yeah, it just looks like, it's just built into the way that each player plays. And when you're playing alone, like I said in the beginning, I like playing by myself.
Yeah.
And like let the AI just be on the other end of the pass that I do. Like, it's a lot easier when you're playing it by yourself rather than playing it with the teammate. You have to match things up. You have to communicate, and you have to know how hard or how fast you're going to pass in order for those through passes to connect well.
Yeah, it very much felt like the Korean team weren't using the stick to choose their player. It felt very much like they were just pressing the button to change player. Because, you get that little bit of extra control when you flip the analog sticks. But anyway, that is done. Saga and Avi, they are 1-up on today. They beat Korea in the first match. They're going up against Masachu and SR, who also won one match, but won in a much more emphatic style against the same opponent. It is China versus Japan. And I mean, Masachu and SR look phenomenal together. They know how each other plays. They must play a lot. I believe they've entered multiple tournaments together where they just dominate their opponents. Saga and Avi, they have their work cut out, but what we saw in the first game, it was more of an even match. Yes, they were breaking through and the Korean team couldn't break through, but it felt much more even than what we just saw. And that terrifies me coming into match 3 for this Chinese team, because if they're on the same level as Korea, Japan are in a different universe, man. They are so far above what we have seen from China today.
Yeah, and you can tell the moment that the Japanese team went into overtime and they turned on their serious mode.
Yeah.
Right? It looked so smooth. All the passes, all the shots that they were taking, there were some unnecessary shots, but they had the chance to take it. So, just take it, and all the other passes, perfect positioning, like you were mentioning throughout the games.
And
like, it just feels like they're just one person.
Yeah, the accuracy in those passes were phenomenal too. I mean, when we were looking at the China versus Korea game, the pass accuracy was around 60%, 60-70%.
Yeah.
When we were getting into the Japanese team, they were up at 82, 83%. And that is a sign of a top quality team. But we're about to get into this one here. It is going to be Juve versus Juve. China versus Japan. We've seen both these teams in action already. It is going to be Avi and Saga for the Chinese team, and
Masachu and SR.
There we go.
Yes.
All right, now it is a little more difficult. You can see that we are streaming this game from, I believe, the Chinese studio because observer modes.
Yeah, we're getting the feed, so it's gonna be not as smooth as the Korean games.
Yeah, and we can see, like, again, the Chinese team do pick Ramsey up. That is the one difference mainly between these two teams, is the player structure of their team is a little bit different, and that just shows how they want to play. Ramsey plays it back to Cialini in the middle of that defense. Ramsey again. And we can see the 1-2s coming up. Dybala trying to make a run. Can Arthur get the ball through? He does.
Okay.
Nice pass. Plays it off of Cristiano Ronaldo, but a little bit too heavy, and it does end up going out for a throw-in.
All right, the first 10 minutes, it's not going to be too much, but the Chinese
Oh,
players.
that's a great ball. Brilliant defense there. Is shut down, but that ball was absolutely stunning from the Chinese team here, who seems to have kicked it up a notch against a much more solid-looking opponent.
Yeah, and they're playing it a lot more aggressive. And once again, in front of the Japanese side's goal here, and nice through pass connects to Ramsey.
Yeah, but does get bullied off the ball, but takes it back from under the feet here. Does get the turn, the cross comes in. Ronaldo, can he get on the head? He does, but hits the crossbar. Gets the rebound, and you can see the pop-off on China. They know what this means. They know they were against two of the best Pro Evo players in the world, and they take an early lead from a great header.
Yeah.
Great width to their play. Ramsey dispossesses there, makes the turn. Look at that.
Look at this
Great
cross.
ball in, and then you just do not beat those heads. Hits the bar, follow up as quick as possible, gets it in the back of the net, but early leads are dangerous. We've seen it before. Will they be able to maintain it off the bar? There goes the rebound, just knocks it in. Keeper, no chance to stop that. And we are 1-0 up. China takes an early, almost shocking lead in this one as we go in to the next set of play. It's only been 10 minutes of in-game time.
Yeah, the first goal was made by Ronaldo in the 13-minute mark. And now, once again, China just going to keep pressuring, and they're going to just steal the ball back again. Once again, Dybala gets it to Ronaldo.
Does get the turn, no, is dispossessed. It's kind of hard to tell occasionally as we see the ball knocked out here. Is he going to be able to find a way through? Ronaldo is trying to find that path. There's the ball, but no good doing. Dispossessed. And back on the China attack. Sagar and Avi looking to find these spaces. Intercepted here. Is he going to get back to the second ball? He
nice
is.
backup.
But yeah, great play by the Chinese here. The overlay, perfect. Manages to get past his man again. Ramsey showing why the Chinese like to pick him. As he has the skills, he has the body. And there's the cross again on the head of Ronaldo. Basically pinpoint sniper cross. And it is dispossessed. It is knocked out. And look at the possession. 67% possession for the Chinese team right now. The ball comes over the top and it is out of play.
All right, well, the Chinese side definitely switching their play style up. Against the Korean team, they love kind of matching and going towards the middle a little bit. However, this time around, we've just been seeing cross after cross, and one of them actually connected into a goal.
Yeah, the pass completion is much better this time around. 80% from both teams. As the ball... Oh! Defensive blunder there. Chesney, I think, knocked it into his own goal, which is why we're seeing it here. I mean, that was a calamity here. I mean, there's the ball, turns him, takes the shot. I mean,
I think it went between his legs.
Stumbled into the back of the goal.
He does get the touch on it.
Keeper.
Oh my goodness.
It's the keeper. It's the back of the keeper's legs managed to put it in, and I mean, suddenly it's all gone quiet. It's 1-1. Own goal is bringing Japan back into this match. It's 1-1, as I said. Can they make it 2-1? We saw last time against Korea, the Japanese team turned up the gas. They can play at a much higher pace. But the Chinese team showing that they only need to play the pace of their opponents, not expending too much energy against Korea, and are playing much more fluid Pro Evo right now. As you see again, Ramsey
was a little bit weak with the header. If he was maybe 2 steps back, the header would have been stronger, right?
2 steps back or a foot taller.
Or that.
Okay, so we see now the Japanese team of Masa Chu and SR on the counter attack, but lose possession, gain it back, but are going to lose it again. Cialini is first to the ball, but they're getting it back again. Nice ball through. Can he get the shot away? He cannot, and it goes straight into the feet of the defense of the Chinese team, and the clearance is there. And the pass it, they managed to keep the ball from that long clearance. Ramsey cannot do his man this time round. No skin on that there. But we can see the Japanese team trying to break away. Playing width-wise here, shut down.
Nice defense.
Yep, absolutely beautiful. Defensively stunning, and that is a bit of an errant pass from the Chinese players as,
a little bit too long for the through pass. The throw-in does happen on the Japanese side here. And I don't know, the Chinese team, they've been switching things up on their attack. We'll see if the Japanese team will do so. And the connect is not going to be a goal.
It does manage to get that sneaky first touch in there to get that shot away, and it is a brilliant save. But look at that, Cristiano Ronaldo's on the run. He has found space up front. Can he get past his man? He cannot, and is shut down again. As Ramsey putting on the pressure, we've seen what he can do in the hands of this Chinese team.
All right, once again,
Space
the attack.
not there. That was an absolute waste. The run wasn't there. It just wasn't coming.
Here we go once again, though. They do get the position, and as I say that, it will go out.
They run into a brick wall. Yeah, they run into a brick wall. It's going out for a throw-in for them.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can get done on this one. It's going to be a long throw. No, it's just a nice pass out.
Are we going to see a cross?
We should
There
do
we
here
go.
from here. No, front post. Defense all over it, and that finishes the first half. A very even first half. A lucky goal for Japan to bring them back into this one at 1-1. But the play from China has been a level above what they have shown so far this tournament. So we're going to get into the second half as Cristiano Ronaldo is unleashed again. The keeper comes out, though, does pick it up. That could have been a repeat, basically, of what we saw in that first half where China took that 1-0 lead from Japan.
Yeah, and now Japan needs to play it a little bit more aggressive, and there we go. They're going to go into the box, back out.
Yeah.
And lose possession. It just seems like the Japanese team is kind of losing it right now. They're not showing the pressure that they have been showing against the Korean team in the previous game here, whereas the Chinese players, they're taking control. They're taking control. They're resetting, and all their passes are basically connecting.
Yeah, and for those who are not aware or just need further clarification, the Juve in the blue, that is the Chinese team, and the Juve in the white and black, the classic style. The classic style of Juve is the Japanese team.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I could bust it out, but I know. Do you know why Juve play in black and white?
Oh, why?
Their kits were donated by Notts County, British football club, an English football club, one of the very founding members of the Football League, who wear black and white, and they donated the kits to Juve to get them started.
Oh, okay.
A little bit of trivia there for everyone.
All right, I see you.
Okay, so we do see the Japanese team of Masachu and SR breaking forward, but Demiral just having none of it. A free kick is given, and that's a quick free kick. Can he break away?
Oh,
he gets past his man. Cialini is all at sorts, and that was a beautiful flow of play here. Look at this. Quick free kick. Yep, there we go.
Pass.
Over the top.
And Ronaldo follows through right away.
Gets the hand on it, so it is going to be a corner. Szczesny does just have to tip it over the bar.
Here we go. You have to keep in mind, the Japanese side didn't score. It was a mistake, right? And the 1-1. It's still a 1-1, but it just seems like the pressure that's been putting on by the Chinese side is just a lot better.
Yeah, the formation change, the positioning, going to that right-hand side of the field, reorganizing everything here. So we'll see how it goes. The Chinese team are the team in blue, and they do quite like having Ramsey on at the beginning and do change for Murata. So a lot of substitutions coming in from both sides here. Ball played right across the face of goalkeeper, nowhere near it, not even thinking about commanding his box. And that's a long-range effort, a good try, but no dice this time round.
Yeah, and the blue side Juve, they've definitely capitalized with Ramsey being on the side, and right now, once again, it's a little bit dangerous, but now they're going to sweep it out.
Yeah, and this is going to be a quick counter-attack. They got quite a few fresh legs. There's Murata, who we saw in the last match absolutely dominate when he comes on with those fresh legs. In extra time, he's going to get under his man as Cristiano Ronaldo holds up the defender. Arthur, edge of the box. Little bit too far forward, instantly intercepted, and we might see a breakaway here from the Japanese team of Masachu and SR. That is a beautiful play into space. Are there any runners? There's a couple coming into the box, but they have run into like the offside trap. There's just nothing they can really do. Cristiano Ronaldo holding the ball on the edge, does manage to get the turn, doesn't get into the box, does get the ball off the back of his opponent. That's one less defender. That's one way to do a defender here. As we see on the edge of the penalty area, we get the ball back. Cristiano Ronaldo moved into that offside position. Pass wasn't available there. And the attack almost shut down here. It is going to go out for a throw to the Japanese side.
Wow, that was a long period of time for possessing in front of the Chinese side goal here by the Japanese team. And once again in possession, right away.
Yeah, giving it away. China, this is a great through ball. Does he have the space? He knocks it through for Ronaldo, and it is offside.
Oh, that
was close.
Yeah.
And you can see the complaints. Yeah. Everyone who plays football, I was in the line. What's that going off there?
Oh, my goodness.
Linesman doesn't know what he's doing. He needs glasses. But yeah, okay, we see the Chinese team now coming out. It is Saga and Avi with the ball. Avi trying to make the run. He does get it through. Cristiano Ronaldo does get that turn. Is kind of turning himself into a little bit of trouble. Murata does have to slide to stop the ball, and it does, I believe, go out for a... There we go. Yeah, it does go out for a goal kick. It is not quite an offside. It looked a little bit like it could have been an offside call. It looked like the run came a little bit early, but not this time. And the Japanese team counter-attacking here, and the ball passed into the middle of nowhere, but they do manage to pick up possession. Again, the loose ball is Japan's, and they get the turn. There's the through ball, and there is the goal!
Murata. That was some nice passing going on back and forth right there, and the trapping by Murata into a shot right away, not wasting, a step.
Yeah.
That was just amazing. Yeah. Let's see the replay. Oh
a great counter-attack, and just kicks the post in frustration. Yeah, I mean, this just opened up, and the holding play here, nice back heel.
Yeah.
Pass. Bit of tiki-taka, finds the space, and I mean, when you get goal side of your defender and a through ball comes in, as weighted as that was just perfectly weighted, perfect power, one touch, bang, on the half volley. I mean, what are you going to do? Your goal side, you have that edge, you have the advantage, your body is in that better position, and all it takes is a touch to put it in the back of the net.
Exactly, and you saw the defender being maybe a step or two behind Murata just because of the momentum, right? Like Murata and his teammates, they already had the momentum of running forward, expecting that pass to come through, and fortunately for Murata, it connected perfectly, and the defenders couldn't do anything. They had to just watch.
Yeah, Saga and Avi definitely doing what needs to be done here. But it's just, are these substitutions and the formation change going to be enough to bring them back into it? They are down by 1. 10 minutes of normal time to go. That's in-game time. It's about 2 or 3 minutes of real time So let's see what happens here. Murata might be able to find a way through. Does not, and the ball easily picked up by Masachu and Eshar, who are looking like they're going to take a 1-0 advantage as we go into game 2. But anything can happen. Football is a funny old game. Saga and Avi could definitely pull out the equalizer. We saw in the last match a late equalizer is definitely possible against Masachu and SR, but it is out for a goal kick.
It's okay. 4 minutes is more than enough time to, steal the ball once and, go for an attack. Here we go.
It's going to be a free kick. Thought the referee was calling up time there, but not quite, not yet. We aren't inching closer to the end of this match.
Yeah, China, they have to take the possession away
instantly.
Here, 2 minutes. Well, it's 2 minutes plus a couple extra minutes for that extra time. We'll see.
What's going on here? Not quite sure. Free kick. Okay. Japan get the ball back instantly. No attack from China possible there. They did manage to take the ball from the throw-in. Nice long pass into space. Going to hold it up in the corner.
Oh, gosh, he gets that opening.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Edge of the box, has the space, doesn't want to burn the possession, wants to try and keep it as long as possible. Might have been worth just sitting it down in the corner flag. Like, you're 2-1 up, and the last time you went 2-1 up with a few minutes to go, you conceded an equalizer in the last couple of seconds. So, I mean, it might be time just to play those defensive strats of just sitting on the ball, making sure your opponent doesn't have it. And there is the final whistle. China really did make the Japanese team work for that one. That was a very tough match, and you can see the relief on Masachu and SR's faces. They're going to be going into game 2 very shortly, but they look relieved. I mean, look at that. That's a smile and a half. Like, it never leaves his face. But that was not easy. That was not the way we were expecting that to go.
Yeah, and after the Japanese team scored that second goal, unlike what they done with the Korean team, they played it a lot more safer, right? They were smiling still, and they were playing it a little bit different after they got that lead. However, they were still rotating the ball around. They were sweeping it back towards the defenders to get those lob passes to buy time, like you were talking about. And I think when the Japanese teams play seriously and they don't joke around, or they joke around less, right? Like, they just have the skills to just be the best.
Okay, just took a quick look at the rule book.
Okay.
Every goal that Japan scored against Korea in that slaughter we just saw, they don't count towards the final standings. It's only goals within the regulation 90 minutes. So they got +0 in that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, they get the win.
They get the win.
They because of the
but
goal
if
difference.
it comes down to goal difference, only goals in 90 minutes count. So any goal scored in extra time, I believe. I'd need to double check because I just checked. But any goal scored in the extra time doesn't count.
Oh, jeez.
So if it comes down to that and it doesn't count, that's going to be a sticky situation. But let's go through what we just saw. We saw the Chinese team come out.
Yeah.
Started strong. They made a statement within the first 13 minutes of that match.
Yeah. They were on the side of the Japanese side of the field for the first half. And I was saying, like, they scored the first goal, right? The Chinese side. And they had possession for a majority of the first half. And I was like, wow, like, maybe Simon was wrong. Maybe Simon wasn't right. Maybe the Japanese team isn't the strongest. And then come the second half.
I mean, I'm never wrong, man. Come on. Everyone knows this. I'm never wrong. No, but that was just phenomenal, like, opening plays from the Chinese team. It took the Japanese team an own goal to come back into that. The ball ended up hitting the back of the goalkeeper's butt, I guess, or leg.
Thigh.
Goes in the net, own goal. that's how they came back into it. And then in the dying breaths of that game, they managed to pull one out and win 2-1.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go into game 2. China match point. No, sorry, Japan match point. China have it all to do. Do you think they can do it? I mean, they look good in the opening, but they did kind of lose that steam.
Yeah. The momentum that they had in the first half, as
Yeah.
I was talking about how you were saying they came out so strong, scoring the first goal in the first 13-minute in-game time. And, you know, they couldn't carry that momentum into the second half.
Yeah, and we're going to get into the next match. Will they run out of steam again? China starts strong, chug towards the end and lose it in the dying breaths. Or can they take down the dominant Japanese team in this tournament? It's a hard ask. Japan have looked strong, but the Chinese team look incredible. So we'll see what happens in this. Remember, at this point in time, both of these teams, China and Japan, have one victory apiece over their Korean rivals. This will put one team on the top of the table going into day 2.
Here we go. An early shot from the Japan. Wait, are the team colors the same?
We got to take a little bit of time to figure out who's who.
Yeah. But an early shot taken by the black and white Juve right there. It was well blocked.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, that was China.
Wait, so this time China isn't blue?
China is in black and white this time.
Okay, so they switched it up.
Yeah, because yellow and green arrows are Massachusetts and SR.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So this time around, black and white is China.
Ooh, Chelsea. And again, the strong start. They had the strong start coming into the start of the last game, and they're starting this one equally as strong. Saga and Avi now playing in the black and white. Don't get it mixed up. They are black and white. They're the traditional Juve colors. And a bit of emojis coming out here from the players. And we can see there again, Ramsey is the center of this team, and that's how you generally know, because the Japanese team don't seem to rate him as highly as the Chinese team. And we can see the breakaway coming from Massachusetts and SR, and the ball. Oh, and the referee does pull it back for a free kick on the edge of the box, and it seems like you have the same reaction as Delight there.
That was an early tackle right there.
It felt like it got the ball, but referee sees something not quite right with that. So we'll get this shot on the edge of the box. It looks as though they're aiming it. There's the touch.
Okay.
No, just wide. Hits the support post there, rattles that. But not the actual post, and definitely not in the back of the net.
All right, well, this time around, the Japanese team is actually, punching back. However, it is still in the first half the Chinese team who is putting the pressure onto the Japanese team. So we'll see if this could continue into the second half or possibly into a goal in the first half. And like I said, they're always just in front of the Japanese team's goal here on the other side of the field.
Yep, well, we do have a breakaway from the back. That's a nice pass. The pass percentage must be really high right now, and somehow manages to get that through.
Oh my.
Bit of the old triangle passing going on. Breaks through, holds up the play for his teammate to make the run, and is going to run straight into Aaron Ramsey, the Chinese secret weapon here on this Juve team, especially early in the game, but it doesn't matter. It looks as though Japan are going to get the break. The lucky bounce, and it's in! The lucky bounce.
Oh my. Really?
I think even they thought it was in. Like,
oh
my
gosh.
The bounce off, it goes in, and I think we were all expecting this to go 1-0 up. But yeah.
This game is
the delay on the
brutal.
offside, man.
Yeah.
It hurts. It definitely does.
Oh my goodness. It's playing tricks.
And again, trying to find that space up front. And China wise to that move now, so maybe they're going to try to readjust a little bit. See how it goes. 77% pass completion for Masachu and SR. 60% now for Saga and Avi as they get that long ball through, and it is knocked back to the goalkeeper. Nice and safe, but passing out from the back. And we can see the difference in the defense here. Just like making sure that nobody is crossing each other, making sure that, you know, they have the space to defend, they have their marks. Oh, he does him. Can he do
Ronaldo?
another? No, Chiellini just is a slab of just pure Italian meat in that defense. Impossible to get around.
That was a Manchester United Ronaldo where he could pass, but he doesn't pass and he loses possession.
The old days.
Yeah, the old days.
Yeah, it might be the new days. You never know. Okay, so we do have the ball go out again here for a throw-in.
Oh my goodness, that offside is still on the back of my head. Here we go.
Going to be dreaming about that tonight, calling the goal, and then you know, the linesman putting up his flag. It's always painful. Okay, so Arthur on the edge of the box trying to find space. Here's the Chinese team. Saga and Navi trying to get through, holding the ball, waiting for the players to get out of position. Opens up Ronaldo, but the keeper does manage to get a big hand on that and knocking it out for a throw-in. Look at this. The possession here just pulls the players towards him so that you can open up that space. Phenomenal understanding of how the players are going to be moving around at that point.
The shot was great as well as the block, so I love these. And now for the corner kick for China. Here we go.
This comes in. Nice play back post. Ramsey will be able to get the rebound here, probably knock it back up. There we go. Bentancur gets the ball. Bonucci.
Arthur passes. They're resetting. So right now, they're taking it easy. They're not. The moment I say they take it easy, they cross the line and they overextend here with the pass.
Too long, too far, not pretty enough, but they are going to come back out here.
All right. Japan loses possession. China is going to play it safe. They're going to sweep the ball out. Chiesa into Ronaldo.
They got the numbers here. It was 4 against 4. It could have gone a very different way. But now we have the counter-attack by Masachu and SR. But Chiellini picks it up. Ramsey knocks it out. Dybala, where is he going? Nice. He does get dispossessed. And that is a strong counter-attack. The linesman flag is down, but it is blocked. And that is no good there. I felt like that should have been more. I felt like that was the breakthrough needed for the team, but not quite this time round. Japan have to try and find another way through. Masachu and SR in possession now.
This is actually a lot closer than the first match, the first game here against China versus Japan.
Oh,
nice!
Oh, that is.
It's a 1v1.
Oh, the touch was too heavy there. Knocked it on a little bit too far. The keeper, all the time in the world to collect that out of the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. And we see again the passage of play swapping around. Ramsey is going to have this line all to himself. Knocks it forward. Dybala has space to run into. That's an open square. Chiesa tries to get in front of the ball. And look at that. Look at that calm, collected, nice little defensive turn there. And these passes penetrating through the lines here. Can he get it again?
Nice.
He does.
This is a goal.
Oh,
what?
The keeper gets a big head on the end of that, but possession picked back up by Cristiano Ronaldo. He's going to do one. He's going to do two. Does what Ronaldo likes to do.
Nice.
Here we go.
Oh my goodness. I was so sure that was going to be a goal, and that was just such an honest kick by Ronaldo into the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting half. No one can deny that. Chances on both sides. Japan, towards the end of that first half, were getting these penetrating balls through. They were ripping apart the Chinese defense, and maybe the halftime came at the right time for China. They get a chance to, you know, reset slightly, bring together, sellotape the pieces of their defense back together because they just got completely torn up by the Japanese team. And we can see now the Japanese team, Masachu and SR, trying to find space.
Here we
Ball
go.
knocked out on the side. He's going to do him. Does one. Brings it back, holds it up, waiting for the play to open up, and dispossessed as he tries to get through there.
Here we go now on the counter-attack for China. Ronaldo, Chiesa, they're going to go back and forth, and Ronaldo
tries to body his opponent, but doesn't realize that his opponent is just a brick wall in front of him. Long ball. Yeah. Chesney does manage to pick it up on the back post, throws it out.
But it was close right now. Both Japan and China, they're going back and forth, taking shots, pressuring their opponents, saying, you better pull back, you better pull back. And once again,
yeah, I feel like all it will take is one side to overcommit slightly for the other to punish, but that is, look at the space there. He's got all the room in the world to run into. Tries to do the turn there, tries to just turn his opponent, but, you know, no doing, doesn't take the bait, waits for the perfect time, dispossesses. We see that's a good ball again. Playing into the space, but now we're in the box. Defensively, though, that was good by Saga and Avi to just bring the ball back under their control. Chiesa cannot penetrate through, cannot get past, and we're expecting substitutions any time soon. Ronaldo gets that big ball through. There's a bit of a run going on here. There we go, into space again. And dispossessed at the last minute. I feel like a cross was ready to come in.
Yeah, I was expecting it, and they had the numbers inside the box. If the cross, you know, was able to be kicked, I think there was a chance for the Japanese side to do something with that. But unfortunately, Bonici is going to take that out of his foot, and now it's going to be a throw-in.
Yep, substitutions going on, and a bit of change in the game style of their teams as we go in to the last few minutes of this one. There's 30 minutes left in game time. That's about 4 minutes of real life time. Here we go. So the counterattack now begins for the Chinese team. We see that Avi does have the ball, passes it. Morata, Cristiano Ronaldo, back to Morata, penetrates through the defense, splits them open, but a good turnaround here from the Japanese team. And we are, oh, look at that. That's a beautiful cutting pass. Penalty. Nope.
No. Oh, my goodness.
Felt like a bit of a push.
Yeah.
But, you know.
But it was a light one. It was a light body fight right there, but.
Bit of pushing until, once again. More space found here. Down that side, still in the box, pushes him out. Turns. Nice pass, but no one on the end of it there. And there now is the opportunity of the counterattack, but no. Possession changes hands again. Shot from outside the box. Morata is saved.
That was a pretty good shot. We haven't seen such a clean long shot in a while in this game. Ooh.
Big hands for the keeper.
That's great right now. And as you see, it's 1-0, well, for the game score. And it's 0-0 right now, so whoever scores right now, if Japan gets one goal, it's over.
I wouldn't say that. There's always a chance for an equalizer, and there's still plenty left. We've already seen one goal. I mean, that was so errantly wide. My goodness. It couldn't have been wider if you tried. Okay, so that's the goalkeeper starts us back off. We can see the Japanese team building back up here.
Such a long pass. If it would have connected, giving pressure to the Chinese side, and they steal it back.
Yeah, it gets the turn. Now we have a little bit of a break coming on.
Okay.
Finds another player, knocks it into the center, but no one is there. But look at the pressure by Morata. Instantly across to try and put that pressure on, get the defender to make a mistake so that you can capitalize. And it's just not happening here. But the dispossession, nope, just about gets a foot on the end of that one. And another kick here. Morata finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo absolutely cut down on the edge of the box. Again, this has happened.
That's a yellow.
Is it a yellow or a red?
I assume it's a yellow. Yeah, it's a yellow. Okay.
And this happens again to the Japanese team. Dying minutes of the game. And we have a free kick, and it's saved here.
Was going the right direction. Keeper had it.
China now have a chance to nick this one at the dying seconds because they have the possession, they have the corner. And look at that. Rabiot might just have the ball all on his own.
He has it.
On that corner. Is he going to knock it in? Pushes his
pass it. Ronaldo
Dispossessed.
was open.
But get it back. Start passing it back. The run's being made. Bonucci. Nope. Oh. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh! That's a goal right there. Good turnaround once again.
8 minutes left of this one, and China take the lead.
They don't want to give, they don't want to get swept 2-0 by Japan. And right now, 8 minutes, like you said, Simon, that's how much time the Japanese team has to score an equalizer. And we'll see. It's definitely possible. But, they were so close. They were so close. If they had just scored the first goal and defended, they could have finished it 2-0. But
again, though, the undoing of the Japanese team in Game 2 is a dodgy tackle on the edge of the box to give it away. I mean, they gifted it to the Chinese team here because, I mean, they had no right getting that done. Like, it was a close game, and all it took was one silly tackle for the free kick to just make the difference.
We're seeing a couple of decisions being made by the Japanese side regarding tackles. And here we go.
But they so controlled 99% of the game, and then one silly tackle brings it all crashing down. But there's the through ball. Knocks it out. Now it's 4 against 3. Finds the space. Can he get the goal? No, is dispossessed. And the ball is cleared. One more attack, most likely, from the Japanese team here. Can they get it done? 86% pass completion on the Japanese side, and they're going to go down. But that's I thought the space is going to get capitalized on there.
2 extra minutes. They have to steal it right away from the Chinese.
And
they don't have to steal it. Yeah,
they
here
get
we
it.
go. They have to score.
Can they get the ball into the box? The ball is in the box. The ball comes
Oh
across, and he's
my
gonna get
goodness!
it! It's another goal, all tied up, 1 apiece. And you can see the Chinese team in shambles shouting at each other. They knew they should have done it. And I mean, the crowd is pumped, and that has deflated the balloon of Saga and Avi, because right again, Masachu and SR take it in the dying minutes. There we go. The space was created. Someone should have been on the end of it. It felt like the ball just phased through. 1, 2,
players.
3 nutmegs in a row.
Oh my goodness.
And then, I mean, Murata didn't have much to do, just had to put his foot on the end of it to get it in the back of the net. And now it is 1-1. And we saw what happens when you get to extra time with the Japanese team. They turn it up to 11.
Yeah. They're going to we'll see if the same thing could happen here against the Chinese team, where, against the Korean team, the Japanese team just dominated, stomped over, just became totally new players and just aggression after aggression, scoring goal after goal. So we'll see if that can happen for the victory, because if the Japanese team wins here in this overtime, it's over.
Yeah,
they're
the
done.
day is over.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Underway again. We have Saga and Avi
in the black and white
against Masachu and SR in the blue. And here we go. The counter-attack begins. The ball played down that right-hand side. Will we see a dink? Will we see a turn? There's the turn. Gets the ball through legs again, but this time straight into the arms of Szczesny. the man between the sticks for Juve at this point in time for both of these teams. Choosing him over Buffon, I mean, Buffon is a legend, but you know, he has basically retired.
He's a legend.
Yep, nice long ball here. Finds the space. Ronaldo
hits his back.
Couldn't quite find the body shape needed to avoid getting hit, but now we have the counter-attack.
Ooh, nice steal.
Dispossessed right off his foot, right when he was looking to get that shot away. As you see, more people piling forward, actually, from the Chinese team, and that is a great pass into space, but the follow-up pass on that, absolutely errant. No one on the end of it. Great long ball into the striker. Decides to pass it into nowhere. No one was nearby, and that was the end of that. We see now, again, the attack coming forward from the Japanese teams. No, dispossessed.
Yeah,
China get it back.
Going back and forth. China is, trying to put the pressure
Ronaldo
on.
gets the space. He takes it around, and it is wide.
Oh. I think that was well played by the goalkeeper, coming out kind of disturbing Ronaldo, because if he had waited for Ronaldo to take the shot, I think that was like a 100% goal. So coming out kind of disturbing his shot, and at least making it into a corner kick. Oh, it's not a corner kick. Okay.
No.
That was the end of the first. Okay.
It was the end of the first.
Okay, so either way, good call to pull out the keeper.
Yeah. Okay, so
Oh,
now
my
we have things going the opposite way. China on the attack. This is actually kind of breaking through. Morata is known for just destroying defenses in this game, but not this time around. The Japanese team do manage to do it. A nice turn.
Nice.
Does get the pass off. There's plenty of players in support. The shot comes off, but the keeper gets his big hands on that. And again, Morata, the target man here, is just getting these shots away. Look how he just bodies one challenge, gets it away, gets back on the end of it. Unfortunately, is saved, but just some great play, and that is a dangerous player to bring on when they do. Like the decision to bring him on about 90 minutes in, 70 minutes in, is just paying dividends for both teams, because both teams do it.
Such a tight kick from the corner that sometimes it's confusing when it overlaps. Here we go. I assume it's very similar here.
Oh! They finally got it. We have seen it attempted so many times today, and it has finally worked out for the Japanese team. There we have it, in the back of the net, over the line. You can see that both teams are just kind of like, there's really not much we can do about this.
Oh my gosh.
And it's Chesney again. The poor, unfortunate soul of that AI is just tortured.
Getting scored on both sides. Feeling sad, and now that goal.
You can see that Avi and Saga kind of entered that gaming stance where you lean forward while playing a game of Pro Evo to try and get those extra milliseconds out of your brain to try and just get the game to play the way that you want it to. Everyone knows that gamer stance when playing these types of game, and it might actually pay off. That's a lot of space.
Oh my goodness.
That's a good shot. Oh, what a save by the keeper. The positioning of the players, inch perfect, and it almost went back to 2-2.
Are we going to match 3?
I certainly hope so. This has been a very entertaining game between these two teams, and I can't wait to see them play tomorrow again against each other. It is a double round robin, so remember, any team that loses isn't out, but there's definitely a challenge to try and stay in this for any team that loses today.
Here we go. They're making their stance here.
Ball. Ronaldo gets it on the edge. Is this going to be 2-2? Are we going to penalties?
Oh.
No, we are not. Keeper with the big hands. Burns a little bit of time. Big kick. There we go. Hold it downfield. Oh, look at that.
Woo.
All the way down. Swaps possession, and Japan take it with the cheap corner. No, I can't say cheap.
No.
With the curved in corner kick. that Chesney punched in the back of the net. Masachu and SR are all smiles. They have dominated today. They finished the day 2-0. China finished the day 1-1, and Korea finished today 0-2.
Yeah, and you almost said the cheap corner shot, and honestly, I don't want to call that a cheap corner shot because Japan, they've been trying that every time they got the corner kick, right?
I mean, all teams have. We saw China do it as well.
Yeah, and it only worked once. If it's if it should be considered a cheap corner kick, it should work more. And it's like a cheap free goal, but it wasn't that.
Yeah, but if someone scores that on you and you're face to face, there's controllers going through
Yeah.
the TV. Everyone knows that
Yeah.
because when that happens, it is one of the most painful gaming experiences anyone can have. Like, you can take losing to like a 6-pool in StarCraft.
Yeah.
You could take, I don't know, any other kind of cheese, but losing to a goal directly from a corner kick where your goalkeeper punches it in, that is the lowest point of the low. And just to get the confirmation of the results today, China took match 1 2-0 against Korea. Korea then went 0-2 against Japan, and China went 0-2 against Japan again. Japan definitely the stronger looking team, but China gave them a run for their money. That was a lot closer than I was thinking it was going to be. I think that was a lot closer than the Japanese players were thinking it was going to be. Nobody thought it was going to be that close.
No, and game number 1, as you said, China making the mistake and giving Japanese the equalizing goal to get the momentum to get the first game win was actually a shocker because it could have gone to game number 3.
It really could have. And I mean, the free kick from Japan, again, the chopping down of a player right in front of the box at the end of a match. Just, it's rough.
Yeah, definitely is. And unfortunately, the game score is 0-2 for match number 3. But like Simon was saying, it was a lot closer. So I'm very excited to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is the second round-robin day. So we've seen every team play each other once so far. They have to play each other one more time tomorrow, and then the finals will be the top 2 teams going against each other on Sunday. I mean, that Japanese team, phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
The Chinese team completely surprised me. The Korean team were much weaker than I thought they were going to be as well.
Yeah.
I think that pretty much sums up today, right?
Yeah, like they were very weak. I'm not going to lie. I hope they show up tomorrow and get at least one match win.
Yep,
right?
They looked lost at sea today. But guys, it has been a pleasure casting this with you. There is one more game after this that will be the League of Legends match between Japan, Korea, China. But we'll see you all next time.
Join us in Gangwon.
Together at Gangwon 2024.
같이 뛸래? 준비됐어?
준비하고 있지?
요즘 생기 왜 이래? 생기 있다 맛이 있다 순식간에 힘이 난다 5가지 비타민과 아미노산 탄산까지 내 몸 지키는 5가지 비타민과 아미노산 탄산 순식간에 생기 증산 오로나민 C 생기발랄 탄산 비타민 오로나민 C.
선수 때부터 지금까지 계속해서 이 스포츠와 함께 살아가고 있고요. 사실 이 스포츠는 이 스포츠가 갖고 있는 가치 훨씬 뛰어넘는 그런 많은 역할들을 하고 있습니다. 국가가 국가 간의 어떤 소통의 창구가 되기도 하고요. 또 어린 친구들한테는 꿈과 용기 그리고 열정을 심어주기도 하고요. 그렇기 때문에 이 스포츠라는 가치는 저희가 말로 형용할 수 없는 무궁무진한 가치를 만들어내는 거기 때문에 저는 스포츠인으로서 굉장히 자긍심이 있고 자랑스럽게 생각하고 있습니다. 이렇게 뭐 잘 하지는 못했고 많이 하지는 않았지만 선수들과 같이 훈련이 끝나고 나서 가끔씩 즐기긴 했습니다. 근데 지금에 있어서는 저는 IOC 위원으로서 중심이 되는 e스포츠 협회에도 고민이 됐고 또 e스포츠가 발전하는데 작은 역할을 할 수 있음에 굉장히 감사하고 있습니다. 감동이라는 단어를 좀 쓸 수 있을 것 같은데요. 그 선수들도 아마 본인의 팀 부착되어 있는 유니폼과 대표팀 태극마크가 부착된 유니폼을 입었을 때 또 다른 느낌으로 어떤 경기에 나서실 수 있을 것 같은데요. 그만큼 고귀하고 가치가 있는 어떤 그런 부분이기 때문에 저는 항상 그렇게 뭐 다를 때마다 항상 감동을 느꼈습니다. 저는 이거를 하나의 스포츠라고 생각을 하고 그렇기 때문에 제가 e스포츠라는 용어를 쓰고 또 e스포츠로서 기능을 하기 때문에 아시안 게임도 정식 종목으로 채택이 됐다라고 저는 생각을 하고 믿고 있습니다. 정말 이번에 아시안 게임에 정식으로 입성함으로써 앞으로 더욱더 많은 어떤 목표를 갖고 저희가 지금부터 준비를 한다면 대한민국의 대표적인 효자 종목이 되지 않을까 이렇게 생각합니다. 네, 여러분들이 주인공이라고 생각을 하시면 될 것 같습니다. 대한민국의 e스포츠는 전 세계가 집중을 하고 전 세계가 배우고 싶어하는 그런 무대입니다. 특히 그 중심에는 선수 여러분들이 계셨고 선수 여러분들이 그런 분위기를 만드셨기 때문에 여러분들 자랑스러워 하셔도 될 것 같습니다. 또한 가슴엔 항상 태극마크가 있다는 생각을 하시고 좀 더 자긍심을 느끼시고 국제 무대에서 마음껏 활약하시길 응원하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스 원딜 프린스입니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회가 오는 9월 10일부터 12일까지 한국에서 개최됩니다.
민관이 함께 주관하는 세계 최초의 국가 대항전이 본 대회로 우리의 자랑스러운 국가대표 선수들이 참여를 하고요.
국가대표는 언제 들어도 참 설레는 말입니다. 그 책임감의 무게는 무겁지만 선수에게 있어 참 영광되고 의미 있는 자리입니다.
선수에게 국제 경험은 실력과 멘탈을 성장시킬 수 있는 힘을 줍니다. 한중일 e스포츠 대회는 분명 선수에게는 성장의 동력이 되고 대중에겐 e스포츠를 조금 더 친숙히 대할 수 있는 기회가 될 것입니다.
여러분은 그동안 볼 수 없었던 새로운 e스포츠 대회를 보시게 됩니다.
아시안 게임을 앞두고 이러한 새로운 형태의 국가 대항전이 펼쳐진다는 것이 매우 흥미롭습니다.
선수들에게 또 다른 꿈의 무대가 될 e스포츠 국가대표의 활성화를 앞당길 한중일 e스포츠 대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다.
대회를 통해 e스포츠가 누구나 함께 즐기고 열광할 수 있는 새로운 스포츠이자 문화라는 것을 많은 분들이 느끼셨으면 좋겠습니다.
선수들의 치열한 경쟁이 아름다울 수 있는 것은 선수들을 응원하는 팬분들이 계시기 때문이라고 생각합니다.
이번 한중일 대회 많은 응원과 관심 부탁드리고
앞으로 이 대회가 꾸준하게 성장해서 더 많은 선수들이 참가하고 싶은 대회, 역사와 전통이 깊어지는 대회로 성장할 수 있기를 바라봅니다.
이번 대회 출전하시는 모든 선수들 힘내시기를 바라며
세계 최강 대한민국의 e스포츠의 저력 모든 선수들이 보여주시기 바랍니다.
5개 종목 모든 선수분들도 좋은 성적 거두시길 바라겠고 응원하겠습니다.
아쉽게도 코로나로 인해 더 많은 분들과 현장에서 이 대회를 함께 즐길 수 없게 되었지만
모두 함께 대한민국 대표 선수단의 선전을 기원하는 마음으로 응원할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 대한민국 파이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
대한민국 화이팅!
좋았다, 좋았어. 오케이, 오케이. 오케이.
above that 8.6 that we gave him earlier on, but still a very good yearning performance. Congratulations.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to ECEA Seoul 2021 League of Legends. I am Atlas, and I am very proud to be alongside the Valdanalist for today's broadcast. This is going to be a big one, brothers.
This is going to be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to this matchup as here we are, guys, actually live from the studio. Really cool to be here. It's going to be a lot of players that we don't get to see all too often going head-to-head, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the new talent in the Asian scene.
Yeah, me too. I actually think it's really cool that we finally get, tournaments like the LDL and Challengers Korea actually facing off against one another. Japan as well with their academy rosters. Although I think there is some LJL mixed in there with the Japanese squads. So we'll just have to see how they are going to go. Of course, so far in the tournament, Japan actually just coming off a victory means that they are on the board. But so far, when it comes to the ECEA, Japan has been falling behind. So let's see whether they can do better here today. Of course, they are up first against Korea, which we think could be quite difficult.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's the fun part about events like this. Of course, the ECEA here, it's about all these different games coming together at one event, right? Like, a lot of events are just like, oh, this is a League of Legends event, or, oh, this is, you know, this is a Dungeon and Fighter event. But this is, you know, you group them all together, you got the different regions fighting off against each other, which is really fun. But as you did mention, we've had a lot of different games here today, but today, right now, we're doing League of Legends. So this is where Korea and China especially, being major regions for kind of the, you know, the regular League of Legends circuit, we are expecting them to be favorites here, but I am curious to see, you know, what else Japan and the LJL has to offer.
Yeah, especially when you look down the list of, I especially looking at China, I was like, I'm pretty sure that guy's played in the LPL. This doesn't seem all that fair. That being said, Youngjae is in there for Korea as well, and he did play one game for Gen G. Wasn't a great one, but he still did, so spent some time in the LCK as well. Let's have a look at the overview, though. It is, of course, Korea, China, and Japan, duking it out across a whole slew of video games. League of Legends, PUBG, Clash Royale, and PES. I'm not going to say what the sport is. You guys can infer that for yourself, but it definitely doesn't start with an F. Okay, Dungeon Fighter is, of course, going to be the new one as well. This was introduced by Korea, and that is sort of the debut, which is kind of exciting.
Yeah. It's kind of the cool thing about this tournament as well, the different regions kind of like selecting which games they would like to have in the entirety of the tournament. League of Legends is kind of being one that we have here as default. Obviously, a lot of hosts, partners. We got official partners, official sponsors, official suppliers. So shout out to everybody who's helping making
can
this
you go
possible.
through? Can you rapid fire them for us?
I think that's your job.
all right. CCEA, Jesu, Kespo. I can't read. That text is impossible to read almost to anyone. The one on the right, do you recognize that logo?
Korea Tourism Organization.
Oh, there we go.
Of course.
Maybe my
I just
screen
had to
is
lean
a little
forward
bit smaller
about
than
3 feet.
Yeah.
1 meter.
Yeah, but thank you so much to all of the sponsors here. We couldn't put on a tournament like this without you. Of course, this is the schedule. We have made it to the very end of the day. League of Legends will be the final game of the day every single day, and I don't think that is, you know, because we're saving the best till last. I think it's because League of Legends is notoriously difficult to schedule around, and therefore you just throw it at the end and then you can end the show whenever you feel like it. It does make some sense. But of course, there's been a lot of esports today.
We've had games in League of Legends that go 17 minutes and some odd seconds. We have other games that go for 70, 90 minutes at a time. So
90
that's
not so much anymore. You know, I've dodged both of those. You got the 72-minute game that was this year, right?
Yes,
and
I did.
and Achilleos got the 94-minute a couple of years back. So that's
boy.
Don't worry, Brendan, you're in safe hands.
Today,
I've got you. We don't have those extremely long games where I'm from.
Today, I think definitely could have some shorter ones. It is double round robin with best of one, so we're playing 3 best of ones today, and that's, you know, every region's gonna play twice.
Yeah,
that's kind of the way it's gonna go.
And the prize pool is actually kind of huge as well. Basically, 10 million. You might be seeing this as like huge numbers. We don't really understand. That's basically 10K USD. And if you are the MVP, then it's pretty much $1,000 just for playing really good on the day. So actually, pretty decent prizing. So hopefully, we'll see all of our players put their best foot forward. But that's a lot of that out of the way. What we need to talk about, Valdez, is the fact that we're playing on 11.17, which is a patch that we haven't experienced thus far when it comes to LCK commentary. We finished the World's Gauntlet only recently, but that was 11.16. There's been a few changes.
Yeah, there has, and I think that some new stuff coming out of the woodwork as well, you know, such as will we see Tryndamere mid today?
Yeah.
Will we see him at all? Obviously, you know, because we had our finals for the LCK That was done at the end of August. So it's been about 2 weeks, I guess, since that happened. So obviously some developments as everybody's kind of getting ready for Worlds and new stuff, new patches, as you mentioned. So really curious to see, as well, especially if like Korea is very dominant, which could definitely happen. Maybe we'll see some fun picks and maybe they throw out some cool stuff today.
Yeah, and perhaps we'll save that until, we've got a few results under our belt.
Yeah,
because that could be a little bit difficult. Couple of games being played here today for both of our teams, and then we repeat the process tomorrow, and then we have that best of 5 between the top 2. We won't be having any tiebreakers either. We will be able to break those ties without actually playing games based on game time and head-to-head and things like that. So we don't need to worry about that one so much. Everything is going to be pretty cut and dry. And we'll make sure that we have all of that information to you guys as soon as we get it, because sometimes calculating all of the fastest win times and stuff like that, unless you've got certain teams like that just absolutely smash everyone, we'll just have to figure that one out. Anyway, Korea versus Japan will be the first cab off the rank here today. And I am expecting Korea to do pretty well, but Japan have surprised in the past when it comes to League of Legends. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to bring forward for us today.
Yeah, I mean, even as recently as MSI for this year of games, Damwon, the team from Korea, almost got upset by Detonation Gaming, the team from Japan.
Exactly.
So, maybe we see a little bit of that here tonight as we're going to go through some of the players that we have here. These are the Korean players, so you might recognize some of these names. Bonnie coming there from KT Rolster. He has definitely shown his face in the LCK. Ilima, a guy who everybody is talking about over in Challengers Korea. We might be seeing him in the LCK.
We might,
for
but
next year.
He's also playing for Afrika Valdez.
True.
So therefore, it's very hard to, take Keen out of his throne. So we'll just have to see. Of course, very impressive player, though. You're exactly right. And on the other side, we have the Japanese roster. It's going to be Van or Ban, I think is how he pronounces his name. We're probably going to call him Van because that's what it's said on the screen. Claw's going to be in the jungle, Ree in the mid lane, Telly there as your bottom lane. Pekote is how you pronounce it, but we might mix it up there. And the substitution support is Shakespeare, of course, from Rascal Jester. And exciting to have a girl player here as well.
Yeah. Pretty cool. We might be seeing her play a little bit later. Maybe she subs in for the first game as well. Not 100% sure. We'll get confirmation on that as the tournament comes along, but definitely pretty interesting as well. And just a lot of players that are from, we have DNG Academy, so Detonation Gaming Academy there. We have a couple players from there, Burning Core Academy, a couple players from there. So definitely representing a lot of the Academy or, challengers level players that are coming into this tournament.
Yeah, exactly right. And if we go back to the Korean side of things, there are some exciting players that are playing. We already mentioned Ilima, and I think we spent a lot of time talking about him, but Jonghoon as well is someone that a lot of people have been very excited about, mostly Chronicler from the LCK. This guy, because he does very much like the Challengers League, he's been talking about this guy a lot, so I'm excited to see what Jonghoon is going to be able to do there towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, shout out to Chronicler. He does a lot of the co-streams for Challengers, so he helps in terms of, even for us, for preparing for this, allowing us to get a little bit closer to those players and kind of see in depth what they've been able to show throughout the Challengers League. Also excited for Vikla in the mid lane. We also have Toland, the support.
Yeah.
Or not the support, but the
substitute mid laner.
Mid laner. Substitute for this team, main mid laner for Live Sandbox in Challengers Korea. So maybe we get to see him a little bit later on as well. Yeah. Also a great player. And I mean, if you're watching this, you could be like the hipster in a couple of years. You're like, I saw Vikla. He was playing at the ECEA in 2021. I knew he was going to be big.
Yeah. When I
saw him.
We were watching. We knew. Also, we have to talk about Vikla because he's playing alongside Bonnie. Both of these players are playing for KT Rolster at the moment on their Challenger roster. And it means that there might be a little bit more inbuilt mid-jungle synergy that we have seen be very, very important in a lot of our matches. So
True.
I think it sort of makes sense how this roster's put together. You put Ilima on his island on the top lane, and he solo kills people because that's just basically what he does.
That's what Afrika top laners do.
Yeah.
They just
It
kill
seems to be the way.
people. I don't know why. They're so good.
But I mean, you have to remember that Keen, he raised Summit.
Yeah.
And now
There's another one.
Now he's raising Ilima.
Yeah.
He just creates, I guess, God's substitute players that need to go to other teams because they're never going to be able to actually move Keen from his top spot there on Afrika. But certainly is going to be a fun player to watch out for. And I think that a lot of people are going to be looking forward to when the LDL and Challengers Korea face off, or in the China versus Korea match that is going to be our last one for today, because that is where it all comes down to. Because I guess we get to see both of these teams play, but it's when they play up against one another that we'll really get an idea as to the development of both of these regions. Of course, the LPL very, very strong at the moment, but how is the LDL? How has it been as far as creating all of that power for the LPL? And is Challengers Korea enough to get over the top? That's the question.
Yeah, I think on paper when we look at it, especially because Korea and China are major regions for League of Legends, for the World Circuit, it should be those two teams that make it to the final day. But again, I don't want to take anything away from Japan. We don't watch a lot of LJL Academy, to be honest, right? So
I don't know. You can
in my off time, maybe but. Yeah, I mean, we hear a lot of awesome things about the LDL as well, about how they have a ton of strong players. So there's a chance that maybe the LDL players just absolutely crush this tournament. That could definitely happen. And, I'd look a fool for touting Korea as the strong one because LDL is supposed to be really strong.
Yeah, they are. And there's actually a lot of Korean players that have come back to Korea and then played on LCK teams after playing in the LDL.
Yeah.
So I mean, if that gives you a little bit of an idea of how strong, just China is in general, but the LDL as well, that is definitely a little bit frightening if you are a fan of Korean League of Legends. So I'm definitely on the lookout for China and probably going to put them as my first seed if you're going to create a tier list before the series has really started. We don't necessarily know very many of the players, but thankfully now we can just let their play do the talking as we're about to hop in to pick and ban for game number 1. Korea versus Japan. This is a best of 1. And so that means that all the cheese should come out, Valdez.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it because the first ban out of Japan is Nidalee. Obviously, Bonnie can play a mean Nidalee, but you talk about cheese, Renekton and Nidalee can be one thing that you see. Just try to absolutely stomp an early game and win from there. But at the end of the day, they end up giving up Lee Sin, who is a monster in the current day and age of League of Legends.
Yep, you have to remember as well that Bonnie played behind Blank for a very long time. Blank pretty good at the old Lee Sin. As Japan going for the old Felios Thresh. Are you sure we're on 11-17? I haven't really seen too many changes just yet, Valdez, but of course, that's not really where the changes were focused. Thankfully, we got rid of mid-Graves, because obviously that was running rampant on the last patch. I mean, it was on LS's stream, but otherwise, I didn't really see it.
Yeah.
As that is the Rise left open as well. So if you grab the duo like this Thresh of Felios, it does then leave a bunch of pretty good solo stuff open.
Yeah, Kennen being another one of those. So it looks like we're going to be seeing Ilima Kennen tonight. Definitely blind pickable as well. So you can just go ahead, pick that up, and, get to work. As Jarvan also gets locked in here. Very interesting. Maybe they want to play some kind of protect the Aphelios composition.
Yep, also really like Jarvan alongside the Kennen, into the Kennen, because you can sort of just put the little Pikachu in a box, and then it's going to be more
quarantine him, indeed.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're all about that here. Stay safe and all that sort of stuff. Of course, we did see Clid recently do this in the LCK, picking up the Jarvan once again. And you can see the Japanese squad looking to do so one more time. Jinx going to be taken away, not wanting to deal with the added range that you do have available there. And now we've got some solo lane bans coming through from the Korean side.
Yeah, like the Jinx ban. Definitely one of those safer lanes that you can play into the Aphelios, the Ezreal. Another one where you can kind of just leave him down there, he'll farm up, and eventually be a late-game powerhouse. So I think this is Japan trying to cut down a bit more scaling from the side of Korea and say, okay, we're going to have a monopoly on that and just try to play front-to-back League of Legends. A couple of mid lanes banned away from Ree. We see the Orianna and Azir, a couple of safe mid laners, control mages that can kind of sit there, farm up by themselves. And, of course, help out the Aphelios very much.
Yeah. Now how is Japan going to round it out? They do need a solo laner now, as Akali being considered.
Whoa.
It's a ninja off here in this game. Which is the better ninja, the Pikachu variety or the one that actually looks like a ninja? Not entirely sure. We'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, the Akali pretty interesting. That we do see it coming out here. Obviously, a pick that can kind of jump in and out of the Cataclysm. So maybe if you're looking to isolate one pick, you can kind of get in there and create a lot of space. And you can be very annoying when everybody's focusing on the Aphelios. So you just go ahead and do that. The picks here for the bottom lane of Korea also pretty interesting. Kaisa, Leona. So very much want to just kind of bang your heads against the keyboard and everybody goes in when you do get into these team fights.
It's would you say that there's a range advantage for one of these teams, Valdez?
Yeah, a little bit. A wee bit. Yeah. One team has Aphelios, the other does not.
Yeah,
so.
And I mean, to be perfectly honest, Japan... Oh, here we go! I love that it's Japan that brings out the Tahm Kench top lane as well, because we haven't experienced it so much here in Korea, but Evi from Japan was the first top lane Tahm Kench god that I ever saw play the game, and this was like 5 years ago or something like that, about when Tahm Kench was released, and I realized just how good this champion was in a solo lane. And thankfully, it's Van that's doing it this time around. However, still a Japanese player, so I'm glad that we're sticking to tradition.
Yeah, pretty much time here in this tournament in game number 1, and it's up against Illimus Kennen, so definitely has a lot on its plate. Obviously, Tahm Kench, very famous for basically getting a ruby crystal and never dying, and sitting there and being extremely annoying to deal with. So maybe Illima just tries to go call and farm it out and scale up a little bit better than this Tahm Kench, as he has changed his summoners into Ghost Teleport as well. So no flashing needed when you have that Abyssal Dive, I suppose.
Yep, and if you are basically just a brick wall, it is kind of better to make the brick... like maybe the best analogy...
It's like a freight train.
Or a steamroller. But imagine if the steamroller went really, really fast, Valdez. So I guess maybe freight train makes a lot more sense. But I think steamroller, you know, I've got that scene from Austin Powers in my mind.
Yeah. I think
just
they're both
screaming
good,
for a
yeah.
long time. Yeah, well, here we are, thankfully saved by the video game and not our terrible humor. Into
I thought
game
your
number
humor
1.
was great.
Oh, thanks, Valdez. That's probably why everyone's not very happy with it. Elsewhere, you need to do a better job. Okay, it is pretty standard these days to have the teleport ignite, but often on top lane for the Akali. We'll see how it goes here in the mid lane. I guess it's a shorter lane, so you don't need to worry about it as much as far as you know, being able to get back to the safety of your turret, but still you're against a Ryze.
Yeah, and it was pretty interesting. You know, you mentioned the early Ryze pick from Korea was left open because they got Lee Sin first pick, and then Japan very highly prioritizing Aphelios Thresh bottom lane. So Korea was able to get a couple of big priority picks in the Kennen and the Ryze, and they were able to also ban out a couple more mid laners that they could go up against that are very popular into the Ryze. The Orianna and the Azir, you see them all the time into the Ryze. So some of the picks for this Japan mid laner, Ri, were taken away. And so he had to kind of dig into his champion pool, and I believe that's part of the reason why we do see the Akali here.
Yep. And also might just be one of his preferred picks just in general, and happy to just forsake the earlier game. But the thing that can be difficult is that if you sack mid prior, then you often lose a lot of control in your jungle, and then we're going to have to see how well Japan play on the back foot. Already some aggression here towards the bottom side of the map. Of course, you might recognize Envy as the Samira one-trick from Challenger. He was extraordinarily good at Samira, and I feel like Kaisa sort of has a similar vibe, you know, about the same attack range at least, and you do like to go in. As we've got some plays going back and forth, but otherwise not too much. Envy taking a bit of damage, but I feel like that's just a Kaisa's life in this lane.
The only one who is hitting anything so far is the 80 carries. We have a very aggressive run to the bottom side, though.
Jonghyun going to get flayed back, is immediately going to flash now as Floor's made his way in. It looks like Jonghyun is going to be absolutely fine. However, did have to invest his flash in trade for just the exhaust.
And I like this. You know, you were talking about cheese in the pick ban, but how about cheese in the play as well and in the jungle pathing? I mean, this is something you rarely or basically never see in Korea is to see a Jarvan go, you know, it's a Jarvan jungle first of all, but then he goes red into straight bottom lane gank. Like, he didn't farm anything else on the map.
I feel like I haven't seen that since I was an LPL caster. And it's always,
been a while.
it is a Jarvan thing to do. There was a time where it was programmed in my brain to think level 2 gank for Jarvan.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Not since moving to Korea.
And the problem with this is it's cheese, right? If it doesn't work, you're going to fall behind in one way. And so they know Jarvan is down on the bottom side of the map. And this allows the Lee Sin to come in, steal Krugs, and potentially gank this Tahm Kench very early on.
This is a big wave. As Bonnie's going to look for it, there's the teleport, and it's a 3 versus 1. Can the Tahm Kench keep himself alive is the question as the Grey Health comes down, and Vikler is going to be able to pick up the kill. The tower does a lot of damage, but it is going to be okay as Envy down to about 150, but it's Pekate that has to flash, get himself out of the way. Envy also just supercharges out of it, but Telly's going to flash after him. That's going to be the passive, and it's a double kill for Envy. Disaster for Japan. One after the other, the dominoes fall over.
Oh man, this is just, you know, I didn't want to say that I was expecting this, but right off of the get-go, a couple of things go wrong, and immediately this Korean team just stomps on them. And I mean, we're probably going to see a replay of the top gank, but that one was just tried and true. Like, you've done that a million times in scrims, right? You know, you build up the wave, the bottom, or the enemy junglers down on the bottom side of the map. It's you have Prio up there, you teleport your mid laner up there. Very easy peasy. We'll have to see how that bottom lane trade went, because it looked like Japan was getting very aggressive, but then Korea just kind of responded well and ended up just taking the trade better. So, Flaw is here again.
Well,
but
so is Bonnie. Yeah, this time around, as the Zenith Blade is going to go wide. There's the flash to get the knock up onto Envy. They're focusing all their damage onto the Kaiser. Eventually, they'll be able to pick him up, but it's traded 1-for-1 as the Jarvan will then go down. Now Telly's in trouble. Another Zenith Blade's going to land, and Korea are just trading up everywhere. This time, though, at least Japan got a kill.
Yeah, well, they got their first kill on the board. That's something we can say, because they don't have much else. As, oh, okay. Bonnie going to have to flash, yeah.
Pekate not going to be able to get in any further, and Safeguard was there from Bonnie anyway, so that last auto probably not going to have enough flay stacks in it.
That was a pretty cool play from Pekate. Don't see that very often. Bonnie with a little bit of an overstep, but I think he'll feel fine. He's 2-0-1 at the moment, and he can just go back to farming ahead of this Jarvan, so... Yeah, and Flaw's been down on the bottom side like 2 or 3 times already, so definitely not the most fun for him, because nothing is quite working out based on where he's putting that pressure from the jungle.
How many dragons do you think are going to get taken this game? I feel like both of these teams are
One.
focusing on killing each other rather than actually taking neutral objectives this time around. As already, I mean, I guess it's only been alive for about a minute, but I just don't feel like it's going to be one of these dragon-focused games. The ante has certainly been upped a little further than that.
Yeah, I feel like both teams really just pedaled to the metal. You know, I think that Korea had a plan with the top dive, but then we didn't quite see Flaw's early gank coming down in the bottom side, which was pretty cool to see. As we have another roam up to the top side here, it's going to be Realm Warp into behind the turret.
I've seen this one before, Valdez. Let's see whether Van can get out of it. There's a slicing Maelstrom, and the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no. He won't. And now it's another huge wave that's just going to go into the abyss.
Yeah, and it's a couple of problems. Flaw showing on the bottom side led to the first gank in the top side, but another thing to mention is that, again, Van didn't take flash, so it's like, yeah, you can ghost and try to run around real quickly, but especially the second time around when he doesn't have ghost, he's just a sitting duck. I mean, he's
catfish.
Not a sitting catfish, yeah. That would have been smarter to say. That's why I'm a play-by-play, I guess.
Yeah. You'll work on it, you know. This is just game number 1. It's been a while since the Valve analyst has been brought out, as Vikler is going to be removed from mid lane just temporarily here, but he'd already gotten rid of the minions. He's going to be absolutely fine. No flash required.
Yeah. So, not only did Ilima go cull early, but he got 2 huge ganks in the top side from both his jungler and mid lane. And he's super far ahead. Like, it cannot be overstated just how far ahead he is at this point. In time, he already has the alternator and the Tier 2 boots completed. Still working on that call. We do have a second call in the game. Was purchased by Tele, but he's 0-2. Does have the farm lead, so maybe that'll be where Japan put their chips.
Yes, well, right now, Van is abyssally diving towards this cannon, but Illimar is more than happy just to throw damage back in his face. This is a matchup where eventually Van just will stop taking damage. Very hard for Cannon to get through tanks. We'll see how he does go, but it looks like with you know, his cookie alternator situation, Hextech, that he is going to be going the dash cannon instead of something like a Leandri's that I guess can help you against health stackers, but that's not what he's doing. He's designed to kill Aphelios and not Tankage. So theoretically, Van should be okay as he starts stacking up the health and magic resist.
Seems like a back in the bottom side gave Tele a little bit of time to pick up a plate. So again, I feel like this is the one guy who's really doing well for the team so far in terms of the farm. Picks up a plate. He's going to be getting some extra gold. I kind of liked Vikla and Bonnie's decision to just take the Rift Herald because, yeah, you can spend time and probably kill the Tahm Kench again, but you know what's worth more than that is just taking a Rift Herald and getting back to farming your mid and jungle faster. So they do that, and they get it basically right after it spawns, so another big objective to Korea.
And also, Illimar is zoning Van away from absolutely everything just by himself. So he's sort of not required to have the rest of Korea up in there on the top side of the map. And will only mean that Tele can keep pushing this advantage ever further. Currently about 17 CS in the lead, but as you can see, Envy's got a bit of a wave here to deal with. And that will help him out as Jonghyun is going on a bit of an excursion towards the mid lane right now, but has been spotted on a ward.
Yeah. Saw that flaw. He was down here towards the bottom side, but nothing quite working out as the hook did not land. Jonghyun thinking about getting a little ward in there. Finds flaw, and
what's behind door number one? Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan not finding too much luck here. Does have the only kill for Japan, but that is about it.
He also has a 1 CS farm advantage. There you go.
Big. Large.
There's another large if true. Well, Valdez, it is. As Bonnie is going to be taking this Drake 5 minutes after he did pop out, but didn't find himself with too much more to do, especially with the wave state on the bottom side. As okay, slicing Maelstrom onto Van. He does have some grey health. Eats through it. As there's the Devour right underneath the turret. Flash still available from Illimar, and he gets the Triumph and gets away. Solo kill for the cannon.
Yeah, and this is almost unfair. We talked about the crazy
so
lead.
Close.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We talked about the crazy lead that Illimar has in the top lane, but, I mean, this guy, it was well played by Van. You know, as we talked about, he didn't have flash, or maybe he could have even gotten the cannon a little bit farther under the turret, but nice little try. But, yeah, Illimar's a guy that, you know, if he wasn't on a Freaka, he might be already playing in the LCK, so got to give the man credit, and he has been fed by his team as Flaw has snuck into the bottom lane here.
Yeah. See how unseen he is. He does have flash, so the knockup has a gigantic range. As, yep, he is spotted, I believe.
Yeah.
I was hoping that was the right toggle when it came to the vision. I was like, wait, isn't that Japan's vision? Like, yes, they can see him.
It's a little bit awkward because there was a turret in the brush, and I think
there was a turret in the brush?
Yeah, the Aphelios turret, and I think that Flaw was just like,
and then it auto-attacked.
Didn't you see me? Yeah, because the minion went into the brush, so.
I got very confused because I thought it was a minion that walked into the brush, not a Aphelios turret, and then I thought that the turret had been misplaced.
This is just unfair.
Yeah,
this is bullying.
Are you allowed to do it 3 times in a row? Can we talk to the observers and just say don't watch because it's just a little bit too much as Bonnie's going to be able to collect that one.
And Ree was like 10 seconds off of his teleport. I don't even know if it's worth, right? I like them going for this play instead.
I mean, there's a seafood joke in there somewhere. As there's the Flash Cataclysm from Floor. Does get a decent knockup, but the buff that Zenith played was great. Out of Jonghyun is now everyone's turned up. Envy trying to kite as best he can, and yes, they got 1 kill, but Pekate is extraordinarily low, and now Korea are flashing after to pick up the rest of these kills. There's a slicing Maelstrom. It's another one for Illimar. Make that 2, and Korea completely cleans up. The sacrificial Envy every single time.
I don't know what Envy had to say about the Japanese team tonight, but everybody seems to hate him a lot.
Yes.
And everybody else on Korea is very happy with that. They're like, you can die a bunch of times, that doesn't matter, because we're so far ahead in this game that your sacrifice will not be in vain. I liked Japan's idea to try to, dive the other side of the map. Korea just went to the top side and spent 3 players up there. But at the end of the day, you're going extremely deep for this. It took a very long while for the follow-up after the Jarvan Cataclysm, and they're just too long under turret, and it's very early on, and of course the response double teleport from Korea absolutely helping. So you think you're going up against 2, but actually you're going up against 4. You commit so deep in there after the teleports are used that you just get yourself into a really sticky situation that doesn't work out.
It was an attempt at a pretty cool play, though. If you actually had a look at it, the lantern goes down, so the idea was Jarvan gets knockups and then immediately takes the lantern. But unfortunately, Award was just placed on top of the lantern, and then both of them died.
Yeah. Well, then you just kind of sacrifice your Jarvan, but it's just it's a no feels good kind of situation for Japan right now because they are very far behind.
I just wanted to shout out the attempt at a cool play. That's about all we really had the option to talk about because it's 14 minutes into the game, and it's a very, very, very close to a 10,000 gold lead, which is a big lead.
They're there
14
again,
minutes.
by the way.
Yeah, Bonnie's down here. There's 4 people from the Korean team as there is the knocker. So there is going to be another kill to go over to Japan, but they trade it back immediately, and now everyone is in amongst this rise. But there is at least a kill for the Akali. Immediately, though, she gets taken down by the turret, and now the cleanup is here. Which turret's more scary? The actual turret or the rise? And I think it might be the rise.
Yeah, I think the 5-0 and 6 rise and the 5-0 and 7 Lee Sin now are much, much scarier.
And also it's a 4v5.
Yeah, Illima didn't even need to be here, right? He's like, I don't have my teleport, just have fun, guys. And it's just complete chaos in this game. I mean, Japan, you gotta love that, they're very far behind, but they just don't care. They're like, yeah, let's just fight. They have 2 teleports advantage, and they're like, of course, maybe this is our way back into the game. But the roam comes in from Korea, they don't see it coming. And, some nice moments, the Akali assassination there to kill Envy once again is good, but at the end of the day, of course, Korea will come out on top.
At least Envy isn't 100% of the deaths anymore. That is definitely good news. And he gets some revenge as he just dives underneath the eroding turret here in the mid lane. Does manage to pick up that kill. Of course, we didn't really talk about it, but the Akali was picked into a Lee Sin. Always a really rough thing to do throughout any meta. Lee Sin does pretty well into the old Akali, being able to boot her out of her shroud and things like that. Right now, though, champion picks are basically irrelevant because we have crested that 10,000 gold lead. As, we're just we're playing with our food a little bit here on the Korean side. As at least the hook is going to connect, but Envy's getting more kills.
Yeah, I think he should have let them just fight it out.
Supportal
combat. Yeah, exactly. I think at this point in the game, we're ready for that, because
shout out to Doa as well, who's in Korea right now.
Yeah.
The man who coined the supportal combat.
He's back. All credit and all trademarks and restrictions do go to Doa Inc.
Yep.
For that phrase.
Wasn't there someone that was like praising you for coming up with it multiple times?
Somebody in the community was like, "Wow, that was really hilarious when Valdez said that," but actually, that's a Doa. That's a Doa phrase. So, absolutely, all credit to him. As man is
he's going for a walk. I'd say he could flash over the wall, but he definitely does not have that ability. As what just happened there, Valdez?
Trying to kill Envy again. What did he say to him?
Why is he there? What is happening? We just like scroll down and I see all these flashes and things going on. I guess Envy just flash healed to get out of the way of a Jarvan that then died.
Yes.
Catching up as best I can. 12.5 thousand gold lead.
17 minutes into the game.
I think it's still doable.
They do have Mr. 200 Years on their team. But I don't know if that's going to help out too much. Again, all the eggs into the Aphelios basket. They did try to draft essentially 2 carries and then 2 beefy boys and 1 utility boy. But sometimes, as you mentioned before, the comps don't matter when you're down this far behind. It is 21 to 4 kills. And yeah, Korea is just dominating the map. They took both dragons. And now they're just kind of playing 1-3-1, which is what you can do with the Rise and the
Look
Cannon.
at this bait coming through here. The Zenith Blade to try and get back to the team as Illimar's just going to flash forward. Pekte's real dead, but actually no. Manages to get a little bit further away. Killer Instinct coming on through here for Envy. They're not going to be able to find anything else. And Ree also misses the backflip and has to use the ult to escape ever further. Another Rift Herald comes down. I think Korea would have done Baron if Baron had a spawn. Thankfully, they're going to be able to at least utilize Shirley and now push through the bottom side as well. Getting the extra picks, certainly able to help open up the door for breaking open the base. And let's see whether it can actually be a less than 20-minute victory here for Korea in game 1.
This almost looks like a Baron push. You know, they don't have Baron, but they're making it happen. Here we go again.
It's a really nice stun onto the Jarvan as immediately Van's also going to die. So both of those beefy boys you were talking about eliminated first up as Tele trying to take matters into his own hands. He manages to get Envy, but Envy's made it his job to die this game. And it's a triple kill for Bonnie as we round it out, as inhibitors are falling down left and right. And we've got 1 minute, and it is going to be that sub-20-minute victory here for Korea in game number 1. Everything starting off absolutely beautifully. The dive, well orchestrated. The bottom lane, a bit of a disaster for Japan. Almost felt a bit flippy down there, but once it happened, it was all over. As we've got another Realm Warp to deliver all of the minions into the base. Come on, guys, you have to win. Yeah, okay, they are going to be able to do it. So that is 37 seconds before 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely no chill from Korea. They came here for one reason, and that was to stomp, I suppose. Really nice draft. Very standard, I suppose, outside of the Kaisa, but they made it work. They won the 2v2 in the bottom side.
It's a very envy pick anyway, so I think
absolutely is. And yeah, I mean, we said it before we got started. These players from Challengers Korea, they are kind of insane. And when you get a tournament like this, you can kind of bring some of those MVPs from a lot of the different teams. And that was a Omega stomp.
It was definitely an Omega stomp. It was. Of course, Bonnie spent time in the LCK, so you can understand why he was playing very, very well. But I'm glad that you guys now got an opportunity to see Illimer and how terrifying he is. And now are also as frustrated as we are that he plays for a Freak of Freaks' challenger team instead of any other one.
Yeah.
Because he's so talented. I'd rank this guy as, like, if he was playing in the LCK, I feel like he'd fit into at least 5th place.
Oh, yeah. He would be,
it's crazy how good he is.
Top 5, rather than bottom 5, you would have to say. There's a lot of other top laners that you could say he is better than, and you know, again, we need to see him against the top tier talents.
It's true. Maybe I'm getting a little bit excited. However, he is very, very good, and I guess playing Kennen doesn't exactly express your skills that much. So we'll see what else he's going to be able to bring out.
Korea just kind of made that one look easy because the Tahm Kench was quite literally just a sitting catfish. He used Ghost, and then he was like, wait, this isn't going to help me against this dive. And then they dove him again, and then again.
And then again.
And then again. It was just kind of unfair. And the fact that the other lanes also went in favor of Korea meant that the game ended really quickly.
It did. Also, you know, you can point fingers at sacrificing the mid-priority in the draft, allowing Rise to freely roam wherever he wants, Jarvan not finding the level 2 gank, and then things obviously fall apart from there, etc., etc. There are things that we can talk about, but that is going to be it for game number 1. We are going to be going towards our next match very, very soon. It is going to be China versus Japan, but that will be after this very short break.
이번 역은 경복궁, 정부 서울 청사역입니다. remember like my first time. 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face. 젊고 아름다운 난 서울 같아. 난 아주 trendy하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘. I'm just trying to love you better. So many stars like a big universe. 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 떠들고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지도 영어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 맘 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 맘 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah 회색 도시 안에서 고개를 오를래 정해둔 상식에서 벗어난 뒤 반복되는 알고리즘 on the way 그래도 어떻게 차가운 도시가 나를 바꾸게 원해 올라가는 몸 변하지 않을 건 우린 괜히 keep it clean 우리는 도시 안에서 빛을 보면서 눈을 넘어가 안녕하세요. DRX 서포터 준이라고 합니다. 역사적인 한중일 e스포츠 대회가 e스포츠 주도국 대한민국에서 개최된다는 것이 매우 기쁩니다. 코로나19 등 여러 가지 어려움 속에서 대회가 진행되는 것만큼 우리 모두가 한마음 한뜻으로 응원해야 한다고 생각합니다. 앞으로 이 대회가 꾸준하게 성장해서 더 많은 선수들이 참가하고 싶은 대회, 역사와 전통이 깊어지는 대회로 성장할 수 있기를 바라봅니다. 선수의 한 사람으로서 대한민국을 대표할 모든 선수분들에게 특히 진심 어린 응원의 마음을 보냅니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 한중일 e스포츠 대회가 곧 개막한다는 반가운 소식을 들었습니다. 한국 e스포츠의 오늘과 내일을 이끌어갈 최고의 선수들이 펼칠 명승부를 들뜬 마음으로 기다리고 있습니다. 이러한 대회가 더 많아져서 더 많은 선수들이 자신의 실력을 확인하고 검증받으며 더 많은 팬분들과 소통할 수 있는 기회가 생겼으면 좋겠습니다. 저희 DRX도 한마음으로 한중일 e스포츠 대회의 성공을 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
좋았다, 좋았어. 오케이, 오케이. 오케이.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ECEA Seoul 2021 Esports Tournament Extravaganza. I'm Atlas, still joined by the Valdanalist. And we do have, unfortunately, a slight delay getting towards our second match, which will be between both China and Japan. The Chinese players are suffering from some ping issues, so we're sorting all that out to make sure that we can have the most fair game possible, which you can understand.
Yeah, of course. Just got to make sure everybody has no lag and that you can play the game well. And if that can happen, then we can start the game. Japan, we just saw them. Yeah, struggled is one way to put it against Korea and some of the LCK Challenger League players. It was a 19-minute game.
Yes.
By the end of it, it was
minutes.
Yeah, it was like almost 20,000 gold.
Yeah.
It was almost more of a gold lead than there were minutes in the game, so it was extremely one-sided. The Chinese team as well, we're expecting to be quite strong, and if we see similar play like that from the Japanese team, I think this might be another quick one.
Yeah, and looking down at some of the names here, you might recognize XLB. If you've been watching any Demacia Cup recently, some of that does get broadcast in English. He was actually on the Royal Club team that managed to win a couple of years ago now, but certainly has been playing for a long time and is someone to look out for. Of course, Royal Club, pretty good. I hear they did well at MSI this year.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not quite sure. They also have the top esports academy bottom lane. Just the whole bottom lane.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's pretty good.
I have something to pose to you, though, Valdez, because the best part of what we saw from Japan in our last game was the bottom side of the map. But now, I think you'd argue that perhaps that is the strong point as far as synergy is concerned for this Chinese roster. So they're going to be tested in a different way this time around. Didn't quite manage to live up to the mid-jungle that Korea put forward in the KT representatives of Vikla and Bonnie. But now, bottom side of the map is going to be the target.
Yeah, I would imagine so. The Japanese bottom lane was not able to win with the Felios Thrash. They took a lot of very aggressive trades, which, while you can into a Kaisa, if they go wrong, then you kind of lose some of that scaling and you're not feeling very good. Here's the Japanese roster once again. It looks like Shakespeare is coming in for game number 2.
Ooh, interesting.
Which is, I thought that Bakade was actually one of their best players, but...
he was all right, but you may as well shake it up. And hopefully, Telly and Shakespeare do have something planned for the bottom side of the map. Of course, Kame, you might actually recognize the name, was actually playing in the LPL. He is going to be the support here for the Chinese roster. And he is alongside Key as well, or K. It's not Key, because he's an old support player.
K, actually.
K? Is it K?
I mean,
according to our Korean pronunciation guide,
well,
it is K.
You guys will see them on screen in just a moment and see what we are talking about, because I believe it's pronounced K. But, I mean, for the purposes of this broadcast, we can probably call him Key. I think that's fine.
Wow. And this is actually very strange, because which one is correct? Our piece of paper in front of us, or this roster that we have right now? Oh, as of course, we do actually have Kame in the mid lane. He was the substitute, and he has been subbed in, so it's my bad.
Yes, Kame going into the mid lane. He's going to have XLB with him in the jungle. Xiaolong Bao, as he's formerly known. Shanji, we got Fodic and K.
K.
K. Okay, we'll call him K.
I think K might be easier to say.
Yeah, it is for us.
It's. I wonder, because we've got Phonic as well, and Phonic, sorry, which is very close to Phonic, and phonetically would be how we're pronouncing K to the best of our ability.
I wonder where the name Phodic is from, because I play another game and I play with a guy named Phodix. So it must be from somewhere. Or it must be referring to something. I don't know, though. Phodic.
And we should have done more research into why Phodic is a cool name.
Yeah, we did some, but we didn't quite think about looking up where Phodic is from, the name.
Yeah.
Perhaps if you guys know, you can shout out at us on Twitter.
Shout at us.
Or you can just shout at us. That's okay, too.
Yeah. We might not be able to hear you.
At Atlas TV.
Yeah. Yeah. I take voice memos via DM, I guess. Might be the best way to get that information over. But this is going to be a difficult time for Japan, is how we're really going to round it out, because this squad is looking scary. So, of course, China versus Korea will be coming up immediately after this. But this is going to be a huge test for Japan, and it's going to feel rough going down 0-2 on day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is what we are expecting, especially based off of what we saw in that last game. I think that Japan was going for a bit of some cheesy stuff. The comp was pretty interesting. It's not something that we see all that often here in Korea. The priority on the Akali, I think here we might have seen a AP jungler and then like a Lucian response to Ryze or something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Or you just pick the mid lane first, so you don't have both Orianna and Azir banned away, and then you pick something else in the jungle. But obviously some other opinions over there for the Japanese team. We hadn't seen Akali for a decently long time. I mean, I think at least a month.
It had been quite some time. We have to remember as well that it was third pick Jarvan. And I don't know whether that would have been banned had they just decided to lock in
it wouldn't have.
the Orianna or something that does do quite well. So maybe some things to think about in the draft for Japan moving towards this next game. Certainly some opportunity for figuring out how to shake things up. Of course, subbing Shakespearean could certainly help, but I think I'd like to see some adjustments into the draft as well, because I expect that the Chinese team will probably be drafting in a very similar way to the Korean squad. Of course, priority on Lee Sin, certainly something that we've been seeing over in China as well. The Ryze, the same thing. You know, I feel like there isn't a lot of difference when it comes to the grasp of the meta at this point in time for both of our regions.
I would imagine they were watching that last game, so maybe we'll have our first Tryndamere of the tournament. Could happen.
That's
you
the
know,
dream.
If they want to style a little bit, this might be the game where they want to pull it out. Although we have like a 3-team round robin, right? But tomorrow is the same thing, same 3-team round robin. Because with 3 teams, obviously, this is the only way you could mix and match all the teams so that they play twice. They play all the other teams. That is indeed what a round robin is.
It's a double round robin, in
yes.
fact. If you were to,
an even better explanation.
to be technical.
Yeah.
You play each other twice, and then the top 2 face off in a best of 5 on day 3.
Japan's going to have another chance to get revenge over Korea and potentially China, depending on how this match goes. But again, we'll have to wait until the game starts and see who's going to take the lead here. I would like to have some more competitive League of Legends, although 19-minute games are unique in a way and not always what we get to cast.
Sometimes it feels like you're casting a racing game. Because that's what that last game felt like. It's like, can they do it within 20 minutes? Because you have to figure out a way to make it interesting when it's so extraordinarily one-sided. That was a 10,000 gold lead by sub 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is probably the fastest 10,000 gold lead that I've seen in a very long time.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it might have been back when I was
Wasn't
casting
there
the OPL, you know, when things were quite one-sided. But I don't even know whether that was actually in a competitive game. That might have even just been some community tournament.
There was the IG versus T1, I think there were by then, game.
Yeah.
Which was 17 minutes and 56 seconds, I think.
I don't know whether the gold lead got that high, though, did it?
I think if you're winning that fast, it has to be that high.
Or it can't. There's not enough gold to get.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
because
was
they
similar
almost,
timings, though.
They won way too quickly in that particular game.
It wasn't fair.
I'm glad that you brought that up, Valdez. One of the worst memories that we have.
I mean, Korea just won a game, so, you know, we knock them down a peg, we bring them up a peg, and then, you know.
Yeah, they can bring themselves up as many
equilibrium.
pegs as they want, I think, after that performance. Definitely was very impressive.
I'm very curious to see the Chinese team, though, just how good they are.
Yeah,
right?
me too.
Because there is a chance that Japan doesn't have luck here against China, and China wins pretty one-sidedly again. And then we have Korea versus China, which should be a good match on paper. Like, that should be the 2 equally matched teams here in this tournament, because both LCK Challenger and the LDL are known to be like quite good leagues. So
Yeah.
could be good.
Theoretically, and of course, we don't necessarily know. Of course, like these are the theoretical chosen teams from both regions, but the team that we have the most experience with is, of course, the Korean representatives. And when we posed this to Chronicler, our resident Challengers expert, he's like, no, I wouldn't have chosen this player. I would have chosen this player. This one would have been better. This one would have.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily know whether it is an accurate representation of, you know, the best players in the Academy Leagues. So I don't know whether we take this as evidence as to, you know, which teams, you know, Challengers roster is going to be better, or which region's Challengers roster is going to be better. But it's a pretty good idea.
Korea has Guillermo, though, so
yeah.
I think we just win on paper. If he ends up staying on Afrika, that's going to be really actually kind of sad, because I think he just has to play Challengers. Unless he's going to be behind Keen, which I mean...
But you'd never get subbed. It's like the summit situation. Where
it's like, why
you
even be on that team? You might as well stay in Challengers and then crush another season, and then, you know, join another team next year or something.
I think that'd be the better option. At least you can still play the game. It's so unfair.
We would like to see him play the game more.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Never know what's going to happen at the end of the year. Of course, definitely a very exciting time. The top laner, though, for China is Shan Ji, playing for Team Pinnacle at the moment. Not a team that I recognize so much, but we'll have to have a close eye on him in this game, just to see whether he is going to be as dominant. Of course, Ilma, we keep talking about him, but he was playing Kennen in the last game. As is your badge okay? It's like
why is my badge
down?
so much lower than yours?
I don't know.
Oh, it's because it's my vest.
You just pull your vest up
All
just
right,
a little bit, and then you're okay.
We're set here at the ECEA.
Okay, I can pull mine up even further. Do you want to have a competition? Because, of course, there was a further delay, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you're just watching us talk about whatever we feel like talking about at this stage.
A little bit of a podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, so the network is still a bit of a problem for our Chinese side. Of course, Japan, no issues at all. They were just playing. So I figured they just keep things as they were.
Yeah,
and it's
they
fine.
don't need to change anything, except Shakespeare gets in the lobby and Picade comes out of the lobby.
Yep.
That's what I would imagine is the issue. As we are looking at our Chinese team here. Looks like they want to play the game as well.
They do. Of course, all on site over in China. They are not here. They are, in fact, playing over there. But unfortunately, it's quite difficult, even though, you know, theoretically quite close geographically. The internet can be difficult to figure out. As Japanese players all just playing at their homes, I believe, majoritively. It was very interesting watching the PES tournament where the Japanese players were like playing, like, because it's 2v2, right, as far as people. And so they had like player cams at the bottom. I don't know if you guys were watching or whether you just came to the League of Legends. If you were watching, then this is redundant information, but we're in a pause, so you're just going to have to deal with it. But sometimes you just have one person down there, and then the Chinese team had the two people in one shot because they were like together, and it looked so unfair. I was like, why do they get two people?
2v1?
Oh,
what is this?
It's ludicrous.
And then the camera changed.
Well, now
for
it's
Japan.
5v1.
Yeah, this is just unfair.
Completely unfair. I can't believe it. Thankfully, we know this game a little bit better, so I'm not very confused. I'm like, is he controlling all of the... Because, like, of course, it's a football game, so there's, like, way more people than two.
Indeed.
So it could have theoretically been 2v1.
What if it was, like, how many players are on a... What is it called? A pitch? Is it a pitch?
What?
For football?
A field?
Is it a field? What is a pitch, then?
Pitch is cricket.
Oh, okay.
But I'm glad you've demonstrated to us just how much you don't understand sport that isn't hockey.
Well, I mean, I know baseball.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the one I don't understand. Is
I mean,
that a pitch as well?
I'm American, so it's kind of...
You have to?
It's kind of my
Oh,
thing.
you're also, like, from New York
It's our national sport, right? our national pastime, I think they call it. Apparently the Japanese players know when they're on camera as well, so we're just getting every one of them to say hello.
Yeah.
The Chinese players, it's just one overhanging camera, so nobody's going to be waving at the camera over there, but this is a bit more of a personal feel.
They could theoretically still wave at the camera, but they just haven't. They're trying to fix their network issues, which I think is more important. I think that's fine. Of course, Shakespeare waving hello to you guys in that last shot. She's probably pretty keen to get into the video games, as are we.
Yes.
It would just be really good to play some video games, wouldn't it, Valdez?
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Well, not you and me.
Yeah, we're here to
We
watch.
do like playing video games, but also like casting video games, and that's why we're here. But that's why they're here.
But we like talking about the video games while the video games are being played, instead of talking about the video games before the video games have even become video games.
Yeah, and sometimes not talking about video games at the video game tournaments while the video games are not being played.
Or while they are being played as well, which is...
we do that as well.
Yeah.
Not just here, but
we're almost there,
elsewhere.
by the way. Thankfully, our producer has jumped into our ear and let us know that we're not going to be rambling for too much longer. You might have thought that we completely lost our minds, went completely off the rails. But don't you worry. We are poised and ready to get back into serious commentator mode once we are actually able to have something to commentate.
I'm sure.
Thank you so much for bearing with us, everyone.
Yes. I'm sure this happened maybe at least once earlier today. So if you are like a hardcore watcher, there's probably like some of you out there that have watched every single esport that we've had.
Didn't it start at like, so what's the time now? Let me just check my watch. It is...
Started like 12 hours ago.
It is 10 past 9, and I think it started at 9 a.m. this morning or something like that. So it's 12 hours
like
ago?
9 or 10.
9:30.
9:30.
But
10.
Okay, it's serious time now, Valdez, because
is it?
It is game time. The match is going to be starting, I'm sure, any second from now. You just wait. It's going to happen.
How do you know?
Because I was informed. I
wasn't.
I've been hearing voices.
Somebody told Max.
Yeah, actually, wait. Is this the real voice, or is this the voice I talked to my therapist about? I'm not sure.
Yes. Both. Oh!
Hey,
here we
go!
He knew!
All right. Thankfully, it was a correct voice and not the other one. As here we are. Japan on our blue side this time around. And China will be coming in. And for their first match, they will be on the red side of the map. Jace and Nidalee both taken away once again. The Jarvan actually being banned against Floor. I find it so interesting that his name's Floor, and Flawless also loves playing Jarvan, the player that plays in Challenger. That I actually thought was potentially going to be playing in this tournament, but it was Bonnie instead. But irrelevant for this time around, as LeBlanc also going to be taken away from Kame. And we'll see what the final ban here is from China. I think Lee Sin being taken away makes some sense.
You got the Lee Sin, you got the Rise.
Yeah.
What else are we thinking about here?
Or
Amumu. Okay, no Amumu support gonna be played in this game.
Actually, the idea of like having that Q resetting Amumu as like the Korean casters are going completely ballistic right now.
Templar's not even here.
I know he's not. I was about to talk about it. I'm like, why are you losing your mind? Cloud Templar's not even on the desk. It's caster Jun and Kunkui. Oh no. Well, it is going to be the Lee Sin locked away, and now we're looking about what we're going to pick into it. XLB. I like how we've got, you know, junglers in China that are named after foods. The most famous one, of course, MLXG.
Yes.
He also loved playing Xin Zhao, so it's just kind of cool that, you know, they've got a similar theme. That being said, it's just the current meta, and it's a pretty popular pick, as that's the Rise going to be locked away as well, speaking of popular picks.
Yeah, it's an incredibly mid-jungle, strong mid-jungle duo that they do have here. And nice prioritizing being done there, but we see the Camille priority coming out here for the side of Japan, so they're mixing it up.
Oh, hell yeah. This is exactly what we want. Camille Galio, tried and true, wombo combo potential, and if things don't work out in a game, Valdez, just go back to a press all your buttons composition, and that is what this comp is.
I like it. It's definitely kind of just, as you mentioned, you go in there, but the Camille obviously sometimes play with a little bit more finesse, as Lilia is coming in here.
Is this the lane Lilia that we were hearing about after her buffs, but never actually really happened over here in Korea? China going to show us exactly what it's about.
Yeah, this is kind of what I wanted to see.
Unless it's Lane Zinzao.
For this tournament as well. It could be Lane Zinzao. But expecting the lane Lilia, of course. But yeah, it's what I wanted to see, right? Some out of the meta picks, some more fun stuff, and at least we got one so far.
Yeah, Thresh going to be banned away from K here, as the bottom lane being ignored largely here from the Chinese squad. Probably pretty happy just to lock away whatever, as they're going to be focusing on the supports. Some engage options being taken away, some Galio synergies being taken away.
Yeah, kind of makes sense. Rakan would be absolutely busted in this comp, so they're going to just take that out. A lot of supports being taken off the board. Do we see any kind of Jinx or Aphelios ban? Maybe not, with the Thresh already taken off the board. The Leona, a very top-tier support pick, is also going to be taken away.
Fun fact, China have actually banned, theoretically, 4 supports.
Whoa.
Isn't that cool?
That's too many supports.
That's a lot of support bans aimed at Shakespeare.
There you go.
Yep.
Recognizing the power.
That's some really dumb play-by-play analysis thrown your way, Valdez.
Well done.
You deserved it. Of course, your primary role, and now you get to deal with a dumb play-by-play. So what goes around comes around, Valdez.
When I switch seats, I immediately become smart. That's kind of the way it works.
Yeah. That's what I noticed. I don't really know who you are anymore.
Yeah, it's totally changed. As Trundle comes in, you would expect that to be in the support role. It's very good in stuff like bang your head against the keyboard kind of compositions. You throw up a pillar and you say no.
Yep. Unless there's a tri-jungle meta that's developing that I don't know anything about.
China's going to reveal it first time here at the ECEA.
Well, that's Seraphine being considered.
I like it.
That would be a very frustrating lane to deal with.
I think it's really awesome into the Trundle, and it's fantastic for Wombo combo team fighting. I really like it.
Oh, Yumi's also fun.
Yumi.
Oh man, this bottom lane, like, they've already locked in a support somewhere, right? I don't know whether support Lilia is ever a thing, but it's most likely Trundle.
Support Rise?
And Trundle really likes being able to chomp things. And Yumi is unchompable a lot of the time. It's very, very sad, as that is going to be a Vayne lock-in here on the bottom side. Of course, in isolation, does very well into the Ezreal. I don't know whether Vayne necessarily fits this China composition that fantastically well. I actually just kind of hate it when Vayne is picked at any time.
Yeah.
Just because she's so short range, she is very feast or famine, and is largely a gamble. That being said, if Foddick wants to just flex, then Vayne is a great champion for that.
Yeah, I suppose so. As you mentioned, it does have some strengths. I think it can be good into even the Ezreal-Yumi combination as well. But once we do get out of lane, you can be zoned by Camille's, you can be zoned by Galio's, you can get Final Chaptered. It can be very annoying to deal with a lot of the CC and annoying ultimates on the side of Japan. So curious to see how he's going to tumble in and out of that, as it will be the Rise in the top lane, the Lilia in the mid lane here up against the Galio. Definitely a fantastic matchup as well for the Lilia, so that if there was going to be a time to pull it out, I do like it here.
Really, really fun. I'm glad that we actually finally get to see this lane Lilia, because we spent a lot of time preparing for if she was to actually be used, while we were casting the LCK, and she just never did.
Yeah.
Never happened. That buff came through, and we were like, oh, lane Lilia, whoa, be ready for it, otherwise we're going to look silly. And then we were ready, and then it just never happened. So finally, it does actually come through, and Kame is going to be able to show us exactly how this one works. Of course, probably has a whole bunch of experience, but not against the Japanese players. So whether their Wombo combo is going to be enough to get us over the line, that's going to be the big question here for Japan. I love their comp way more than in game number 1. And I actually think if you just have a look at the compositions without the nameplates, I'd give it to Japan. However, the nameplates already in this tournament have proved to be very, very powerful.
Absolutely.
So we'll just have to see.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, too, because if you think about this comp, Lee Sin is great with it as well, but even the Jarvan could have been just more obnoxious for kind of free Galio ultimates into that backline. Camille has to do a little bit more work. It's not all that much more. Obviously, you kind of just need a wall if you're Camille, whereas Jarvan you don't necessarily. But very similar engage types there, so they got that Camille instead. And yeah, as you kind of mentioned, you kind of just press your buttons and make it happen. The Yuumi kind of along that line. It's a very strong support pick into the Trundle, so we like that down there as well. And the Vayne question mark.
Yeah.
You know?
I wonder how the Vayne spotting is going to go today. Because, of course, theoretically, like, once you hit level 6, you just kill the Ezreal if he's in lane. And also, you have a lot of condemn shenanigans that you can do. Like, Yuumi pops out of Ezreal, immediately gets condemned and blown up. Like, that's a kind of cool interaction. Especially if you do have a pillar that's put down in the right spot to make sure that it works. But we have a slight delay once again.
We're back.
I'm sure eventually we'll get into some video gaming, but
not yet.
Not
yet. Vayne Trundle as well. We have seen this before. I believe at the regional qualifiers, Gauntlet, if I'm not mistaken.
Or was it the LCK final? When did Teddy play Vayne, and did he play?
Oh, wait, no, that was. No, I think that was at the Gauntlet. I'm not 100% sure, but
no, it was the final.
You hit the condemn into the pillar.
Yeah.
And you feel really nice.
It's pretty cool. It reminds me of that old Albus Nox Luna comp where they picked Anivia Poppy.
Yes.
And Heroic charged
Atlas's
into
favorite
Crystal.
game.
It is my favorite game of all time. When was that? 2016 Worlds?
Yeah.
Albus Nox Luna versus G2. Recently watched it on the cool Worlds thing.
World Championship.
Yeah.
Stream that's going on.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. Some cool stuff. I hope we get more cool stuff soon because I'm itching for some League of Legends.
Oh, well, if it's League of Legends that you like, we don't do that here. No. Yeah, so we have some complaints about some ping issues one more time. We're investigating as best we can. Hopefully, we're actually in the game. Oh, unfortunately, also there might have been some issues picking champions that they wanted based on delay. And so now we're looking at regulations to see whether or not, if there is a delay in picking your champions, whether you're allowed to pick new champions. To be perfectly honest, I can understand why China would want to pick a different composition, because I don't like theirs all that much. That being said, I don't think that just saying, can we go again, is something that you're allowed to do in that instance.
No.
But, of course, Casper's going to go through exactly what the rules and regulations are in this instance, and they will make an informed decision as to what we are going to do. That being said, I don't think this is something that my opinion's necessary for.
I just don't think any of their picks were that late either.
No.
It was picked very quickly from what I could see, so I'm not sure that excuse holds up. But we'll see what the Casper referees do decide to rule on that one.
Yeah.
Obviously, also, if they're having enough ping to not be able to select their champions, like, they must be having, like, 2,000 MS or something, and in which case it is not actually playable, so...
Yeah, how much ping would actually stop you from being able to pick a champion? Oh, so they couldn't swap the champions. It wasn't about the picking. So the top lane, mid lane couldn't swap effectively. So it was supposed to be top lane Lilia like we expected. But that didn't actually work. Aren't they sitting next? Why don't they just switch seats? No,
yeah.
Obviously not the case, because everyone has very specific settings that they utilize. Even, height of monitor and things like this are, taking a lot of time in making sure it's exactly right for some players more than others.
Sometimes you got to get the ruler out and measure, how high is the monitor? How far away is the keyboard from the edge of the desk and the mouse pad? How high is my seat?
Who is the most famous measurer?
Wasn't it Flash?
Yeah, it was
ruler?
Flash definitely, but in League of Legends. Because there was another ruler guy in League of Legends. I can't remember who did it. I know Pawn also was very specific.
Yeah, I thought it was Pawn.
About where is... But I don't know whether he had a...
Someone had a ruler.
We're going to let them swap their champions, so I think we're... Oh. Okay, so we are going to redo Champion Select. We are going to run through it as quickly as possible. It will be the same champions. However, it'll be Lilia in the top lane, played by the top lane player, and Ryze in the mid lane, much as expected. So definitely an actual issue that you do need to sort out.
Yeah,
so,
I thought we
I'm
were
glad
just
that
having
that's how it
the
worked.
second coming of Keen playing Ryze in the top lane, but not today.
Yep.
Not today. I
He's,
didn't expect that.
He was the only one this year that played the Ryze top lane, but
think so.
there has been a lot of it in the past, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't like. They could have just played, Lilia and Ryze.
Yeah, I mean,
because actually,
I was
it
like,
kind
hey,
of
I mean,
works,
Ryze into Camille, as she hook shots at you, you can just kind of root her and kite her a little bit, right? Your range advantage is still there, even though you're low range, right? You're still facing a melee champion. You can still clear waves. Ryze top isn't that bad. Lilia into Galio, decent, as long as you keep your range. Obviously, a little bit squishy, but...
Yep. Oh, I can hear the dubstep. Does that mean that we're getting ready to do something? I don't know whether that's
I hear something.
Yeah.
It's not the voices anymore, though.
That
it's
they
the
were
music.
Yeah, it's doesn't necessarily need to be champ select music because we don't really need to show that, but hopefully we're rushing through that as quickly
is
as
champ
possible.
select music.
Ah, so we're just not going to show it because we're just rushing through.
It's there in the background.
But it's cool to be able to sort of party. There has been an eclectic mix. All right, never mind. You guys can't hear it. We've got head music.
Yeah, only for us.
The voices are playing music now.
They're just trolling us.
That being said, the music has been very different. There's been a lot of different genres.
Yeah, true.
Like the intro music, very classic. But then it goes to like heavy metal, and we've got like that rock feel back, which is what esports in Korea used to be all the time. It was like alternative and rock. That was actually one of my favorite times.
Ready to roar, ready to rock, ready to give it all I got. That was a famous chorus line from, well, I don't know if I can name any songs, but a famous song that was played a lot in a famous tournament back in a famous time.
How famous was it? All right. Thankfully, we fixed it so that you guys can now experience the dubstep, which was the next genre of music that we've moved over to. Now we're just talking, like we're adjudicating the music of the tournament. You know that this pause has been going on for quite some time.
You guys need to hear it as well.
Wait, hang on. Have we been delayed for more time than game one? I think so.
Absolutely.
I think it's almost definite. Is it almost twice
The game
as
was
long?
that short, so I believe so.
It might have been double the time. Wow, pretty impressive. Has it been 40 minutes? No, it hasn't.
No, not quite that long, but
we're getting there.
It's been over 19 minutes, that's for sure.
Guaranteed.
And yeah, I hope we get a closer game this time.
Me too. I think that Japan definitely, based on the draft, have a much easier time. Personally.
On paper, yes.
But yeah, sometimes, like we say, nameplates do provide a whole bunch of power. And yeah, I'm pretty frightened about the prowess of this Chinese roster.
Yeah.
There are a lot of accolades going back quite some time for these players. These are definitely not new players to competitive League of Legends whatsoever coming from over in China.
I like that we're actually doing an international tournament, by the way.